Chapter 1. The Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Province. Sun City. Third high school of the city. In the expansive school square, 3 colossal statues tower majestically, with the foremost statue of the sorcerer Merlin emanating an air of sacred solemnity. The senior high school students sit quietly at their desks, each in possession of a magical examination paper, distributed in an orderly fashion by several teachers. Today, these students are poised to undertake their final magical examination before the National College Entrance Examination. At this moment, on the platform at the front of the square, Principal Wang gazes down at the students below with evident excitement, a broad smile illuminating his face. It is well known that since the resurgence of spiritual energy and the descent of demons several centuries ago, following the rise of Western literary traditions, countless formidable beings have drawn upon Western literary works. For instance, one of the most powerful warriors of the contemporary West, Mr. Maris, summoned the Grim Reaper with but a thought, inspired by Homer's epic. Respected Western powerhouse Mr. Weiss can invoke the thunder god Zeus to join the fray through a single Greek-Roman myth. And among these, J.K. Rowling's work, Harry Potter, has forged a magical branch of the Western literary tradition, becoming a cornerstone of magical practice. It allows us to embody sorcerers, wielding magic with a mere utterance of incantations. At this juncture, Principal Wang becomes increasingly animated, inhaling deeply as a wand shimmering with a faint glow appears in his hand, and he begins to chant softly. "O great omnipotent master, your radiance envelopes heaven and hell. You are the one true deity of this world. I shall become your most humble servant of fire, with a sincere heart, hoping you will bestow upon me a fragment of your fiery divine power. Come forth, roaring fire dragon." As the magical incantation is spoken, the elemental forces of fire in the air suddenly awaken. Particularly as the last 4 words are uttered, the atmosphere is infused with a potent fiery essence. Roar! A Western dragon, ablaze with flames, suddenly materializes behind Principal Wang, soaring high and circling majestically, its roar echoing through the heavens and the earth. Then, with deft hands, Principal Wang maneuvers the fire dragon, performing various aerial maneuvers, eliciting cheers and screams from the students below. Principal Wang nods in satisfaction, waving his wand. The once blisteringly hot fire dragon, suffused with an intense aura, vanishes instantaneously, as if it had never existed. This wondrous spectacle prompts another round of astonished gasps from the students. As long as you apply yourselves diligently and secure a place in one of the nation's top magical academies, you too can summon dragons like I do. Principal Wang beams with pride, then turns his gaze to the teachers beside him, his expression growing serious. Now, I believe many students are eager to delve deeper into the realm of magic. The magical examination shall now commence. Soon after, the clarion bell of Sun City High School rings out, heralding the official start of the examination. In an instant, countless students, previously captivated by the flaming dragon, hastily refocus their attention on their papers. Many of the exam questions pertain to the assessment of magical incantations, with students writing at a brisk pace. Yet amidst the crowd, a boy named Tian sits at his desk, holding his magical examination paper with a bewildered expression. What on earth is happening? The principal is still the same familiar figure, but what was that fire dragon all about? Suddenly, an influx of information floods Tian's mind. Resurgence of spiritual energy, the West, magic, faith, beast tides. After a moment of contemplation, Tian finally comprehends that he has traversed into a parallel world. Most elements of this world bear resemblance to those of his own, save for one significant difference. Approximately a millennium ago, a resurgence of spiritual energy occurred. However, in contrast to humanity, the initial beneficiaries of this resurgence were various flora and fauna. Countless plants and animals absorbed spiritual energy, developing intelligence and evolving into monstrous beasts and magical flora, launching aggressive assaults on humanity in an attempt to seize complete control of Earth. In the early days, humanity was unable to withstand the onslaught, suffering grievous losses, but as the Eastern and Western peoples diligently pored over ancient texts. The Western Church soon deciphered the codes left by the deities from numerous ancient tomes, thereby establishing Western literary traditions. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom suffered a severe cultural fracture for reasons unknown. The teachings of the 100 schools of thought and the classics of Confucius and Mencius were lost, along with subsequent poetry and prose, all obliterated in the annals of history. Consequently, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, besieged by the ravages of monstrous beasts, had no choice but to adopt the Western methods of cultivation. A mere volume of Harry Potter gave rise to a magical practice, and the humble Western texts have sustained their literary tradition for a millennium, while the vast canon of my own land, if not lost, would surely have birthed numerous schools of cultivation. Without delving into other works, even a single journey to the West would suffice to resonate through the ages. Tian gazes at the densely packed, magical examination paper before him, letting out a sigh as he unconsciously clenches his fist. In the records of certain apocryphal texts within his mind, he recalls that in ancient times, when spiritual energy abounded, the Eastern canon of literature, poetry, and prose once enjoyed a splendid era. In those days, talented scholars could compose verses effortlessly, engaging in verbal duels, showcasing not merely idioms, but also the ability to create poetry in 7 steps, vanquishing numerous foes with a mere jest. Regrettably, due to the cultural rupture, all of this has faded into obscurity. While the principal's display of magic earlier left me astounded, the seemingly humble chant preceding it fills me with an inexplicable indignation. The people of the Dragon Kingdom possess their own civilization, their own poetry and prose, their own masterpieces. Why must they resort to this humble practice? Yet despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, Tian quickly manages to quell the turmoil within him. He muses that the Eastern methods of cultivation will likely require further exploration in the future. At that moment, a melodious and clear prompt resonates. Detecting the host's profound emotions, the Confucian sage system is activating. Activated at 10, activated at 30, activated at 100. Congratulations! The Confucian sage system is officially activated. This system serves the host, allowing them to enhance their Eastern literary fortune, exchange items, and thus accelerate their own strength. The novice gift package has been dispatched. Would you like to check it? Wait, a system has actually appeared. Tian is taken aback. He had thought that upon his arrival in this new world, he would lack the fortune typically bestowed upon protagonists. Yet he unexpectedly activated a system. Indeed, the combination of transmigration and a system seems to be standard fare. Soon, a virtual item interface manifests in Tian's mind. Within the interface, the novice gift package glimmers softly, casting a faint glow around it. Without hesitation, Tian proceeds to unwrap it. Once again, a series of delightful and clear prompts rings in his ears. You have received dragon blood of a millennium. You have received the magical brush of Maoyang. You have received 20 bottles of injury recovery potion. You have received 20 leaves of celestial herb. You have received 1 unallocated attribute point. Listening to the melodious announcements, Tian is initially taken aback, then filled with joy, astonished by the richness of the novice gift package. Not to mention the others, the magical brush of Ma Liang and dragon blood of millennium alone are sufficient to grant him formidable power in an instant. Quickly, Tian's gaze sweeps over the items. Dragon blood of a millennium, blood of a divine dragon with a millennium of cultivation, bestowing the host with the bloodline of dragon, increasing strength by 100 points. Magical brush of Ma Liang, an artifact of the legendary artist Ma Liang, one of the divine treasures, enhancing the power of poetry and prose by an additional 30, and increasing its potency by 30. Tian cannot help but draw a deep breath as he examines the properties of the magical brush of Ma Liang. One can only imagine how formidable the power would be if Tian were to wield the magical brush and inscribe on the examination paper, "Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall teach the revered." Such a terrifying verse would wield unimaginable might. Of course, Tian is aware that with his current strength, he is unlikely to achieve such a feat. Suppressing his excitement, Tian is about to inquire further when the system seems to anticipate his thoughts. The host need not be troubled. This system is specifically designed to serve you. As long as the host continuously enhances the fortune of Eastern literature, they may exchange fortune points to elevate their own strength and acquire various magical treasures. Every 50 fortune points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. As the system's voice resonates, a comprehensive personal attribute panel materializes in Tian's mind. Name: Tian. Identity: senior student of Sun City 3rd High School. Occupation: scholar of Confucianism and Taoism. Realm: beginner. Strength: 5. Agility: 5. Intelligence: 5. The art of eloquence. 1 merely through the power of words. 1 can wield the might of a spear or a flying sword to vanquish foes. The law of expression: 1 by the mere utterance of poetry and verse. 1 can obliterate enemies and subdue formidable adversaries. The divine brush of Ma Yang: 1 with a stroke of genius. 1 can summon winds and rains, achieving the impossible. The righteous spirit: 1 endowed with righteousness. 1 becomes impervious to malevolent spirits. The 6 virtues of a gentleman: 1 the comprehensive teachings of Confucian and Taoist scholars, enabling the comprehension of the laws governing all things, discerning the essence of existence, and extrapolating the nature of the universe. Unallocated attribute points: 1. Eastern literary heritage and fortune: 1. It must be said, the figures displayed on the attribute panel are exceedingly simplistic, particularly the attributes around the value of 5, which are beyond description. However, what piqued Tian's interest were the attributes of the art of eloquence, the law of expression, and the righteous spirit. He could clearly discern that beside these attributes on his personal attribute panel, there was a small sign indicating the potential for enhancement. When Tian's gaze fell upon the sign, a series of prompts immediately manifested before him. Would you like to allocate attribute points to the art of eloquence level 1? After allocation, the art of eloquence level 2 increases the power of the art of eloquence by 20, transforming it into a tangible spear or sword to slay enemies. Would you like to allocate attribute points to the law of expression level 1? After allocation, the law of expression level 2 enhances the power of poetic transformations into tangible scenes by 20, with a certain probability of becoming real. Would you like to allocate attribute points to the 6 virtues of the gentleman level 1? After allocation, the 6 virtues of the gentleman level 2, the comprehensive teachings of Confucian and Taoist scholars, furthering the understanding of the laws governing existence, discerning the essence of all things, and extrapolating the universe. Insight speed increases by 20. Upon seeing these prompts, Tian finally grasped the workings of the system. In simple terms, he could create numerous disturbances to amplify the fortune of the Eastern literary heritage, thereby enhancing his various abilities and attributes, granting him formidable power. Initially, Tian felt somewhat disheartened, distressed by the fact that the people of the Eastern Dragon Nation were seemingly overshadowed by the Western literary heritage, with everything deemed superior in the West. Yet, to his astonishment, he had activated a system that resonated so deeply with his aspirations, the Confucian sage system. Not in a hurry to utilize the unallocated attribute point, Tian surveyed his surroundings. He distinctly sensed that the environment around him had undergone a remarkable transformation. Especially under the influence of the 6 virtues of the gentleman, he could effortlessly perceive the myriad flaws of the students around him. However, Tian soon realized that the 6 virtues of the gentleman, including rites, music, poetry, and literature, were essential skills for Confucian and Taoist scholars. Possessing such skills made it exceedingly simple to discern the essence of all things. And since this system was related to the fortune of the Eastern literary heritage, the greater the commotion he caused, the more attribute points he could acquire. Thus, among the various attributes, allocating points to the law of expression would undoubtedly create the most significant impact on others. With this thought in mind, Tian decisively allocated his final unallocated point to the law of expression. Congratulations! Your attribute of the law of expression has been enhanced to level 2. Under the law of expression level 2, the power of your poetry transforming into scenes, is significantly augmented. Its range can encompass half of a football field. Upon witnessing the astounding range, even Yi Tian, who had anticipated something of this nature, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The potential of this unallocated attribute point was indeed terrifying. If he were to acquire a few hundred of these, would he not become invincible in this world at a moment's notice? With a slight smirk, Yi Tian turned his attention back to the magical examination paper in his hands. The first question was exceedingly simple. Please fill in the spell to summon a water element to aid in battle 2 points. At that moment, the students around him had largely completed this question, clearly indicating that it was a very basic and straightforward examination item. However, Yi Tian had no intention of writing the magical incantation. Instead, he inscribed upon the paper, Qinghai Long Yun and Shui Shan, Gu Qingyao Wang Yu Mingguan. What Yi Tian wrote was a line from the military poem from the army by the great Tang poet Wang Chongling, expressing the author's unfulfilled aspirations to protect his homeland and prevent the barbarians from crossing the Yin Mountains. Little did he know, as he wrote Qinghai, there was no immediate remarkable phenomenon. Yet, the moment the words in Shueshan were inscribed, a tempestuous wind suddenly surged forth with a deafening roar. Unexpectedly, above the sky, a vast azure ocean and a crumbling snow-capped mountain materialized from nowhere. The immense pressure bore down upon the students of Yangcity High School, leaving them gasping for breath. The sudden manifestation captivated the attention of countless students, compelling them to look up in awe. At that moment, on the podium, Principal Wang of Yangcity, with keen eyes, scanned the room, seeking to identify the most gifted student among the senior class. These students shall become the focal points of Yangcity over the next month. Should any one of them manage to gain admission to the prestigious Star River University, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous honor for Yangcity No. 3 High School. Regrettably, Principal Wang searched for quite some time, but failed to uncover any exceptional talents. Even those few students who typically excelled academically did not catch his discerning eye. Alas, is it true that Yangcity No. 3 High School is once again destined to be estranged from the top universities? With a sigh, Principal Wang shook his head and prepared to make his way into the crowd. Suddenly, just as disappointment clouded Principal Wang's expression, an unexpected phenomenon in the sky caused a subtle shift in his demeanor. Whose magic has summoned such a spectacle? Amidst the astonishment, Principal Wang began to scan his surroundings. To his amazement, he beheld a darkened sky, where a vast expanse of azure sea and snow-capped mountains had quietly emerged. The immense pressure weighed heavily upon him. Even as a noble B-rank mage, he felt a certain burden upon his shoulders. Compared to Principal Wang, the students diligently taking their exams were now expressions of shock, and it is worth noting that merely conjuring this sea and these snow-covered mountains requires an extraordinarily high level of magical prowess. Not to mention the immense disturbance it has caused. It felt as if someone were casting a forbidden spell. However, Principal Wang could clearly sense that, despite the grandeur of the azure sea and snow-capped peaks, their destructive potential was nowhere near that of a forbidden spell. That a simple forbidden spell could easily obliterate a city. As the crowd stood in astonishment, Yi Tian had already become wholly absorbed in his poetic composition. Azure sea and dark clouds above snow-capped mountains, a solitary city gazes towards the Jade Gate Pass. Whether it be the azure sea or the shadowy mountains, both conveyed a sense of desolation. A barren land devoid of life. The subsequent line, a solitary city gazes towards the Jade Gate Pass, imbued him with the feeling of a lone fortress vigilantly observing this crucial stronghold, where countless soldiers suffer from hunger and cold. Determined not to allow the barbaric horses to cross the Yin Mountain, the more he contemplated, the more emotion flowed through his pen, and before he knew it, he had unwittingly invoked the magic of Ma Liang's divine brush. In his mind's eye, an image emerged of a general clad in golden armor, wielding a long spear amidst a vast desert. The general's gaze was resolute, his eyes fierce and piercing, as if indomitable. In the yellow sands of 100 battles, the golden armor shall not return until the Lulan is conquered. Upon writing the final couplet, Yi Tian felt an exhilarating surge, perfectly resonating with his current sentiments. If he were the general clad in golden armor, how could he allow the forces of the West to infiltrate the eastern continent? How could these barbarous horses breach the gates of the East? In that instant, as Yi Tian was immersed in his feelings, the azure sea, dark clouds, and snow-capped mountains above shifted dramatically. A warrior clad in golden armor appeared at a strategic pass, gazing intently towards Lulan. In the next moment, this golden-armored warrior, spear in hand, led an army of countless soldiers in a fierce charge towards Lulan. The intense aura of battle instantly enveloped the examination hall of Yangcity No. 3 High School. Unbeknownst to them, the students, deeply focused on their exams, suddenly felt an overwhelming urge reminiscent of the general's determination. If they did not seize Lulan City, they would never return home. The more they pondered this, tears began to well in their eyes. Even Principal Wang, stationed at a distance, felt his own eyes moisten, sensing an unusual emotion in the air. Is someone casting a mental spell? The ability to manipulate minds. Yet, quickly, Principal Wang regained his composure, exclaiming in alarm. Upon realizing the presence of a master of mental magic, the students, who had been swept away by this extraordinary emotion, forced themselves to regain their calm. Resisting the influence in a flurry of movement, the teachers beside Principal Wang swiftly took to their brooms, searching the surroundings of Yangcity No. 3 High School with grave expressions. If there were indeed a mental mage capable of manipulating others nearby, it would be dire indeed. Great Mage of Magic, ruler of the 5 elements, please bestow upon me the power to protect my students. Magic Shield. Taking a deep breath, Principal Wang found a magic wand had appeared in his hand. A massive violet shield of light instantly enveloped the entire square, providing protection. Students, do not panic. With Principal Wang present, those malevolent mages cannot harm you. Several homeroom teachers from Yangcity High School hurried to reassure the students. Restoring order to the examination hall. Thanks to the protective magic shield, the affected students breathed a quiet sigh of relief, returning to their papers. Congratulations, you have stirred the emotions of the crowd. And the Eastern lineage's fortune has increased by 1 point. Congratulations, you have stirred the emotions of the crowd, and the Eastern lineage's fortune has increased by 1 point. Congratulations, you have stirred the emotions of the crowd, and the Eastern lineage's fortune has increased by 1 point. Congratulations, you have stirred the emotions of the crowd, and the Eastern lineage's fortune has increased by 1 point. At this moment, seated at his desk and striving to contain the tumultuous emotions within, Tian's gaze flickered with disbelief. In just a matter of seconds, the fortune of the Eastern lineage had surged by a staggering 6 points. To think that merely attempting to compose a poem could evoke such a celestial phenomenon and nearly exert control over the minds of some students. Is this the power of the second-level spell, words manifesting reality? Tian was astounded, reflecting on the earlier scene. The mere manifestation of this celestial phenomenon far surpassed any of the so-called Western magic by countless degrees. Originally, Tian believed that the eastern continent of the Dragon Kingdom had been severed, and he would spend his life practicing magic, following the Western magical path. Little did he know, the Confucian tradition of the Dragon Kingdom's eastern continent was poised to thrive under his stewardship. No matter how formidable Western magic may be, it can only serve as a powerful divine force. How could it possibly compare to the Confucian path of the eastern continent? In Tian's memory, figures like Confucius and Mencius had all attained the Tao of Confucianism and ascended to sainthood. Contemplating the power of Confucianism that he had grasped with the aid of the system, Tian's excitement reached new heights. The eastern continent of this world, having pursued Western magic, had completely repudiated the wisdom of their ancestors, believing only in the supremacy of the West. It was time to demonstrate that the teachings of their forebears were indeed remarkable. However, he had merely expressed his emotions in a poem. What if he were to provide something more substantial? Surely the points of fortune gained from the East would exceed a mere 6 points. With this thought, Tian's emotions surged. He then gazed at the now clear blue sky and began to write on his magic examination paper. In the northern abyss, there is a fish known as Kuan. The size of Kuan is unfathomable, reaching thousands of miles. As Tian began to pen the words in the northern abyss, there is a fish. The square remained unaffected. Yet, as he wrote with increasing speed, a deafening rumble shattered the tranquility of the sky, which had been clear and cloudless. Boom! The resounding thunder echoed once more. Dark clouds, thick as ink, appeared seemingly from nowhere, interspersed with flashes of lightning, creating an indescribable shock and impact. On the podium, Principal Wang and the teachers, who had been vigilant for any signs of disturbance, now wore expressions of alarm. What sorcery is this? Has it summoned thunderclouds? Principal Wang was taken aback, as his magic wand suddenly shimmered with radiant golden light. And potent magic rapidly coalesced around him as he chanted his incantation. The teachers nearby, too, dared not pause, hastily brandishing their wands in preparation to counter the impending storm of terrifying thunderclouds. Just the sight of the thundercloud's expanse indicated that this was at least a B-rank spell. And among the various types, it was the most powerful lightning magic. If a bolt were to strike, it could very well obliterate countless students. What on earth is happening? What has transpired? The sudden disturbance in the sky caused the earnest students, who were diligently taking their examinations, to pause in trepidation. One by one, they withdrew their magic wands, their faces etched with gravity as they fixed their gazes upon the heavens. Regrettably, amidst the solemnity that enveloped them, Tian remained blissfully unaware, completely absorbed in his poetic verses. His quill moved with increasing fervor as he inscribed, "In the northern abyss, there exists a fish. Its name is Kunpeng. The magnitude of Kunpeng is unfathomable." Stretching thousands of miles, especially as he progressed further into his writing, an awe-inspiring shadow materialized amidst the tumultuous thunderclouds above, shimmering and flickering, faintly revealing its true form. The silhouette was overwhelmingly colossal, resembling a gigantic fish swimming through the sky, its immense presence capable of obscuring the sun itself. What on earth is this? It is not merely a thunderous spell, but rather a summoning spell. Who could possibly possess the power to summon such a gargantuan creature? Could it be that an S-rank sorcerer has made their appearance? Principal Wang and the various class instructors were left in a state of shock, each of them profoundly affected by this unforeseen turn of events. Particularly at the mention of an S-rank sorcerer, they collectively gasped in disbelief. It is well known that S-rank sorcerers are the pinnacle of magical prowess, with each one possessing the terrifying combat strength of 1,000 men. To think such a formidable being could manifest in a mere town like Yangqing. Just as Principal Wang and the instructors were grappling with their astonishment, the immense fish in the sky suddenly opened its eyes and turned its gaze towards Yangqing. That single glance struck Principal Wang and the instructors like a thunderbolt, causing them to involuntarily step back in fear. Principal Wang pondered. Even his summoned fire dragon could not compare to this celestial entity. Not even a fraction of its might. Is this truly Kunpeng? Indeed, with each chant or stroke of my pen, I can transmute my words into various forms of power and strength. That moment, Tian slowly lifted his gaze. Merely writing a single line had left him feeling drained. Taking a deep breath, he calmly set down his quill, reflecting that the more potent the verse, the greater the requirement for his scholarly prowess. At present, he feared he could only manage. In the northern abyss, there exists a fish. Its name is Kunpeng. The magnitude of Kunpeng is unfathomable, stretching thousands of miles. Nevertheless, despite this limitation, Tian felt an exhilarating thrill. With the enhancement of his scholarly capabilities, it seemed plausible that he could eventually ride Kunpeng as a steed. As Tian contemplated, the colossal being that had obscured the sky vanished without a trace. The thunderous clouds, too, appeared as though they had never existed. With a sigh of relief, Principal Wang took a deep breath, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, which were as large as peas. While the instructors beside him were similarly drenched in perspiration, the tension in their eyes had reached an apex. Although the colossal fish had cast a glance at Tian, they were too preoccupied with anxiety to notice. Little did they realize that this entire spectacle had been triggered by a mere student. Congratulations! You have stirred a commotion among the crowd, elevating the Eastern cultural fortune by 2 points. Congratulations! You have stirred a commotion among the crowd, elevating the Eastern cultural fortune by 2 points. Congratulations! You have stirred a commotion among the crowd, elevating the Eastern cultural fortune by 2 points. Congratulations! You have stirred a commotion among the crowd, elevating the Eastern cultural fortune by 3 points. A series of melodious notifications suddenly resounded, and within mere moments, a total of 15 points of fortune had been accrued, seeing that he had gained 21 points of fortune with just 2 lines of poetry. Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, he was acutely aware that the Western cultural paradigm currently dominated the world. If the Westerners were to recognize the might of the Eastern scholarly path, it would undoubtedly undermine their foundations. Therefore, he must proceed with utmost caution, all the while striving for rapid advancement. Tian's gaze flickered with determination as he began to formulate a plan that in his previous life, Tian inhabited a world where the East rose to prominence, subduing the West. Now that he had traversed into this realm, he could not tolerate any Western influences infiltrating the East. Students, although you may be unaware of the events that just transpired, rest assured, with us teachers safeguarding you, you shall not come to harm. Casting a wary glance at the sky, Principal Wang inhaled deeply once more. Even now, the image of the colossal Kun lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Now, let us resume the examination. The students, though still a bit shaken, quieted down upon hearing Principal Wang's words and returned to their papers. However, just as they believed that tranquility had been restored and the examination could proceed as normal, the test paper on which Tian had inscribed his 2 lines of poetry suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden light, illuminating the vicinity. The campus grounds, previously shrouded in dimness, were suddenly aglow as if it were broad daylight. Soon thereafter, the teachers and students were astonished to witness Tian's lines of poetry radiating brilliant golden light, lifting into the air as if defying gravity. Ah! Is it possible that a student's writing has established a connection with the celestial literary currents? Only those endowed with extraordinary talent could bridge such connections during an examination. It was reminiscent of J.K. Rowling, who, upon completing Harry Potter, connected with the celestial literary currents, solidifying her unassailable position. Indeed, J.K. Rowling nearly bridged the Nobel Literary Prize with Harry Potter, claiming her status as the foremost literary figure. As the students marveled in astonishment, they beheld Tian's lines of poetry soaring towards the heavens, invoking a radiant beam of literary light that descended with a resounding crash. This literary light was mesmerizingly brilliant and radiant, casting its glow upon the ground and forming a resplendent literary pathway. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon, Tian's writing, in the northern abyss, there exists a fish. Its name is Kun. The magnitude of Kun is unfathomable, stretching thousands of miles, manifested across the skies. Particularly, the characters in the northern abyss, there exists a fish. Its name is Kun were inscribed with such elegance that they evoked a profound sense of awe. For reasons unknown, the students below felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through them, as if they possessed the strength of 1,000 men. Even the instructors, like Wang, who had some mastery of magic, could distinctly sense an immense spiritual force emanating from the poetry. A power that transcended magic, surpassed Western literary currents, and defied all else, a unique force belonging solely to their Eastern literary heritage. What on earth is happening? Amidst the confusion, the test paper vanished in a flash of light, as though it had never existed. Just as everyone believed the event had concluded, a colossal literary board materialized in the white sky. This literary board radiated a brilliant golden light, appearing as if it were a decree from the heavens, overwhelmingly striking and visually impactful. Look, the literary board bears Tian's name. In the midst of the astonishment, a student suddenly exclaimed, particularly as the gaze of Principal Wang and the others fell upon it, leaving them utterly speechless. The reason was simple. On the 500th line of the literary board, Tian's work, The Free and Easy Wandering, was ranked 500th. Moreover, it was merely a fragment of that work. Do not underestimate this ranking. It is a compilation of masterpieces from countless talented individuals that emerged following the revival of spiritual energy and the rise of various magical paths. It is evident that on the 499th line, there lies the renowned Western work, Hamlet, authored by Shakespeare. In his time, Shakespeare shocked the world with Hamlet, establishing the foundation of Western literature. Tian's single line from The Free and Easy Wandering is only ranked 1 place below Hamlet. 500th place. I recall that our Dragon Kingdom has only a few individuals who have made it onto the board, yet Tian has achieved this honor. The students were abuzz with whispers, their gazes towards Tian shifting dramatically, reflecting a complete transformation in their attitudes. Meanwhile, Teacher Wang and others were left in a state of profound astonishment. It is worth noting that since the resurgence of spiritual energy, despite the vast population of over 1 billion in Dragon Country, only a handful had managed to ascend the literary rankings. Furthermore, this ranking not only served as a display of one's works, but also symbolized the author's extraordinary potential. Thus, Tian's emergence on this list signified that his potential vastly surpassed that of his peers present, possibly elevating him to the legendary status of an S-rank powerhouse. However, what truly astonished Teacher Wang was the poetry and prose penned by Tian, which, in both diction and structure, bore a distinctly Eastern essence. Quick, summon the directors from the Education Bureau. Upon reflecting on this, Principal Wang hurriedly instructed one of the teachers. Yet, just as that teacher was about to head to the Education Bureau, another student could not contain a scream. Look, look! The reason for the outcry was simple. The originally ranked 500 piece, Xiao Yao Yu, was rapidly climbing the literary rankings in the blink of an eye. It ascended from the 500th to the 450th position. Then, it continued to rise to the 350th. Most astonishingly, the speed of this ascent did not wane but accelerated further, reaching the 200th. Then the 150th position. The students and teacher Wang watched in sheer disbelief, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. It is important to note that merely making it into the top 500 of the literary rankings indicated that Tian possessed considerable potential in this domain. Yet he had suddenly vaulted to the 150th position. This was a realm teeming with countless literary works from the West, where even Dragon Country had only 2 individuals who had managed to break into this echelon. Congratulations! You have caused a stir among the masses. The Eastern literary fortune has increased by 15 points. Congratulations! You have caused a stir among the masses. The Eastern literary fortune has increased by 15 points. Congratulations! You have caused a stir among the masses. The Eastern literary fortune has increased by 15 points. Congratulations! You have caused a stir among the masses. The Eastern literary fortune has increased by 20 points. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, a melodious notification echoed in Tian's ears. Listening to the sound, Tian felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. He could hardly believe how swiftly the fortune points had risen. Upon reflection, it made sense. The emergence of such a remarkable piece of writing was bound to inspire hope among countless citizens of Dragon Country, hence the increase in literary fortune was entirely reasonable. Just as Tian prepared to articulate his thoughts, another melodious notification suddenly resonated. Congratulations! Due to the enhancement of Eastern literary fortune, your physique has improved, successfully elevating you to the innate Confucian body. Under the innate Confucian body, all your capabilities have increased by 30, and you have awakened the literary eye. You can now perceive the intricacies of the literary veins and the power of literary essence. With this clear sound, Tian felt a profound transformation in his vision, which had become unprecedentedly sharp. Alarmingly, with a mere glance, he could discern the intensity of the literary essence surrounding each individual. Some exuded a frail, dark aura, while others radiated vibrant, robust energy. When he examined his own essence, it appeared as potent as a celestial dragon soaring into the heavens. The so-called literary I truly lived up to its reputation. With his eyes gleaming, he surveyed the surroundings, and in an instant, luminous orbs manifested above the minds of each student, and even the teachers and professors. Some glimmered faintly like dust, while others shone brightly like daylight. Yet, none could compare to his own formidable aura, akin to that of a dragon. However, in that fleeting moment, his brow furrowed slightly, for when he instinctively scanned the air and ground, he discovered that numerous colossal dragons were ensnared by some dark chains, preventing them from emanating even a whisper of their essence. This was the Eastern literary vein. It was the dragon vein of our nation. No wonder Dragon Country has gradually declined, resorting to Western culture for strength. All of this was being manipulated from the shadows. Someone had sealed off the literary veins of Dragon Country, resulting in a cultural rupture, and thus, it had become the current state of affairs. West, you shall await your reckoning. His gaze hardened. Though he did not know who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, Tian, empowered by the Confucian sage system, would not allow such a situation to persist. His expression gradually normalized, and he then noticed the multitude of students around him had already stood up, their eyes fixed intently upon him, particularly among his classmates. Zhao Qinghuan and Zhang Chang regarded him with a complex expression. Tian, you worthless fool. Do not think that just because you have made it to the literary rankings, you are a genius. Be cautious, lest you be crushed by some unforeseen circumstance. However, before he could finish, Zhao Qinghuan, the city's most prestigious flower, shot a cold glare at Zhang Chang. You lowly wretch, stop boasting. When Tian fell from grace, plummeting from genius to the lowest echelons of cultural conveyance. Do you think I was unaware of the countless despicable acts you committed against him in the shadows? Out of respect for our shared status as classmates, I shall not pursue this matter further. But now that Tian has risen once more, should you resort to any underhanded tactics, do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. Boom. This confrontation drew the attention of numerous students, particularly the teachers, who promptly converged towards Zhao Qinghuan and Tian, surrounding them. As for Zhang Chang, his expression darkened. Zhao Qinghuan. She was his dream girl. Not only was she the most admired beauty in the city's third high school, but she was also the most promising genius in the entire Long City, especially with her father being the vice director of the city's education bureau. Such a status, Zhang Chang believed, was fitting for him. Thus, he had tirelessly pursued Zhao Qinghuan, Yet she had never afforded him any opportunity, even showing undue kindness to Tian, attending school and sharing meals together. This only intensified his discomfort. How could a boy from an ordinary worker's family ever compare? Hence, he had covertly plotted against Tian. Yet now, Xiao Qinghuan had truly torn the veil between them, a development he had never anticipated. However, he had no time for contemplation. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in security attire approached him, wielding a baton. Zhang Chang, per an anonymous report from the student council. You have maliciously tampered with Tian's grades and repeatedly abused your father's influence during examinations and literary competitions. Please accompany us to the Academic Affairs Office for an investigation. Do not think your father will rescue you. Today, Long City has initiated a crackdown on corruption. Your father has already been implicated. 30 years in prison. Boom. The statement hit Zhang Chang like a thunderclap, rendering him utterly dumbfounded. His father was under investigation. This was something he could never have fathomed. He believed that the schemes he and his father concocted were foolproof, impenetrable, and even resorted to various underhanded tactics for certain matters. Yet now there was no escape. With a face full of despair, he followed the security guard to the Academic Affairs Office, as if he had lost his soul. Along the way, countless gazes were fixed upon Zhang Chang, their expressions a mix of intrigue and schadenfreude. However, these expressions quickly vanished without a trace as they shifted their attention back to Tian. Tian, what on earth did you write on that exam paper? It has caused such a tremendous stir. Led by Teacher Wang, a multitude of educators, including the head of the Academic Affairs Office, surrounded Tian, their faces brimming with anticipation. These individuals had long achieved remarkable heights in the realm of literature, yet even they had never encountered a student with such extraordinary talent. It is noteworthy that during his first year of high school, Tian similarly distinguished himself within the entirety of Sanzhong, even before he had commenced his studies in the first-year curriculum. Even then, Tian exhibited an extraordinary mastery of J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter. At that time, under the spell of his recitation, with a flourish of his wand, 10 fire dragons soared into the heavens, astonishing countless onlookers. Consequently, from that moment onward, Tian, hailing from a working-class background, ascended to become a member of the elite Wensheng class in his senior year. However, for reasons unknown, a mere cold caused Tian to plummet from his pedestal. Had it not been for the unwavering support of the goddess Xiao Qinghuan, this student named Tian would have long since been unable to remain at Sanzhong. Now, however, Tian has once again soared to new heights in this examination, even achieving a rank that catapults him into the top 150 of the literary rankings. What does this signify? Everyone is acutely aware. The once great prodigy has returned. Yet, despite this, many are still enveloped in confusion that in present times, Eastern civilization has suffered numerous disconnections across several eras, and even the ancient texts that remain are but a fraction of their former selves. How, then, has Tian conjured such profound poetry imbued with Eastern elements, despite having had no exposure to such influences? Tian chuckled, raising his hand to point at the sky. In an instant, the examination paper that danced in the void gently descended, landing steadily upon the desk. Boom! At that moment, amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, the paper suddenly emitted a rich golden glow. Subsequently, they discovered that the desk supporting this paper had, in an instant, transformed into a brilliant gold, a true golden table. How could this be? Even an ordinary desk could not withstand the power of his literary essence. It had been passively transformed into a desk of literary Dao. A desk of literary Dao. This is an exceedingly rare phenomenon within the Dragon Kingdom, having not been witnessed in over 20 years, including during university examinations and assessments from the Education Bureau. Each occurrence signifies the imminent emergence of an extraordinarily gifted scholar. Countless individuals remember vividly that the last person in the Dragon Kingdom to experience such an event has since ascended to the position of head of the National Education Bureau. Simultaneously, at this very moment, in the conference room of Sanzhong, a bustling crowd of over 30 educators filled the space, including class teachers from various grades and Principal Zhang. You have all witnessed Tian's talent. I have reported this matter to the Education Bureau, and soon, representatives will arrive to conduct a thorough evaluation and screening of Tian. If his brilliance proves enduring, it will be a boon for both Sanzhong and the entire Long City. Isn't the principal being a bit rash? 2.5 years ago, Tian was in a similar position, rising to prominence only to lose all his luster due to a mere cold. This situation is too significant. I believe we should observe further before making a decision. It would be better for the Education Bureau to handle this. the school's resources, both in terms of faculty and testing equipment, are rather limited, especially since, as you all know, we have been exclusively studying Western culture. There is not a single individual in this school possessing any Eastern elements of strength. Given this circumstance, Teacher Tian, do you think we can accurately assess this? If this genius is delayed in our institution, can you bear the responsibility? In the conference room, discussions erupted, with each individual presenting their own rationale. Some expressed concern that Tian's resurgence might be fleeting, while others insisted on inviting the Education Bureau representatives. After all, the current situation had escalated beyond their control. Silence, everyone. I have already contacted the Education Bureau, and their representatives will be arriving shortly. This is my decision. And I am not seeking your opinions, Principal Zhang declared, gazing through the window at Tian's examination desk, now transformed into a resplendent golden spectacle, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This genius might indeed be poised to unleash his true potential. Yet, he too harbored doubts about the situation surrounding Tian from 2.5 years ago. Upon hearing this decision, the educators nodded in agreement, ceasing their discussions. However, some exchanged furtive glances, their confidence shaken. For these few teachers had previously conspired with Zhang Chong, having insulted and ridiculed Tian on numerous occasions. Now, as Tian's brilliance reemerged, if the Education Bureau were to verify his potential, what future could these educators hope for? Zhang Chong, you have put us in a perilous position. Some teachers felt a bitter pang of regret, wishing to voice their concerns but unable to articulate them. As the matter was undeniably embarrassing. In Long City, at the Education Bureau, numerous meetings were underway. Some focused on whether to revise this year's literary examination questions, while others debated the need to update textbooks that had grown outdated over the years. Yet, amidst these discussions, the tremors in the void and the colossal figure of the giant Kunpeng, accompanied by thunder, abruptly halted all proceedings. Everyone rushed to the windows, their expressions shifting dramatically. The phantom of the literary ranking at 150 materialized. This phenomenon could only be manifested by those possessing the qualifications of a sage. Could it be that Long City harbors such a formidable individual? No, it is more than that. Do you not sense it? This is not the essence of Western philosophy. It resembles something more akin to a long-lost Eastern heritage, severed for hundreds or even thousands of years. Eastern heritage. Are you sure? Yes, I once encountered a document that recorded such a lineage. Discussions continued to swirl within the conference room. At this very moment, not only the Education Bureau, but also the Cultural Bureau, Tourism Bureau, Security Bureau, and even the long-dormant Ancient Civilization Research Institute, which had long been a fixture within the Dragon Kingdom and Long City, were all abuzz with discussions regarding this matter. The entire Long City was profoundly shaken by these developments. Within the school, the ongoing examination was suspended due to the overwhelming disturbances caused by Lin Yun. The school decided to halt the examination for the day and reschedule it for another time. All eyes had now turned to Tian. The desk had transformed into pure gold, and at this moment, the golden light emanating from the examination paper began to recede. In the next instant, as the crowd shifted their gaze to the paper, a resounding thunder echoed within the minds of all who beheld it. Yes, indeed, it was an explosion, a sound akin to a thunderclap, resonating with those observing. In that fleeting moment, the teachers and the vice principal were enveloped in profound astonishment. How could this be? Even after the paper was completed and the fluctuations had subsided, such a commotion still persisted. Moreover, at that very moment, the vice principal and the teachers suddenly realized that the magic within their own beings seemed to be suppressed. A feeling of dread took root in their hearts. Particularly alarming was that the wand in Teacher Wang's hand had detached itself, hovering in the air, trembling in the presence of Tian and the examination paper. The aftershocks lingered. What is happening to the teachers? Could it be? Is Tian's examination paper truly that astonishing? Looking at Teacher Wang's horrified expression, it appears there is something extraordinary within that paper. Indeed, but how can this be possible? This is becoming quite unsettling. I refuse to believe it. He must be employing some trickery, especially since the vice principal and others are likely in collusion with Tian. A certain influential student, who was on friendly terms with Zhang Chong, stood tall and strode toward the examination paper with determination. What greeted his eyes were the two grand characters, Qinghai. Yet, at that moment, the youth found himself unable to continue reading. In that instant, his mind was flooded with an immense, boundless ocean, vast and infinite. The towering waves surged menacingly, the sea roiled tumultuously, dark clouds churned ominously. and thunder rumbled ominously. He found himself utterly incapable of focusing on the subsequent words. The vivid imagery conjured in his mind rendered his face flushed with sudden heat. In the blink of an eye, he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood before the astonished gazes of those around him. This audacious student was violently propelled a staggering 50 meters by the sheer force of the written words. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, his consciousness slipping into oblivion. The impact left a massive crater in the earth beneath him. Such a spectacle left the surrounding students, particularly the goddess Xiao Qinghuan, and even the vice principals, utterly dumbfounded. The power of the examination paper was such that even students of the same caliber could not withstand it. How could this be possible? Shock was palpable in the eyes of the crowd. Even Xiao Qinghuan, at that moment, found it impossible to maintain her usual composure, her face a mask of disbelief, having walked closely alongside Tian. She possessed a clear understanding of his brilliance from 2.5 years prior. She felt perplexed. This was not how it should be. It couldn't possibly be like this. Yet, she had no time to ponder. For at that moment, the head of the academic affairs office, along with the vice principals and teacher Wang, had surrounded Tian. For the student who had been knocked unconscious and had bled. Aside from the medical staff's concern, no one else cared about his plight. Could it be that Tian's earlier display of genius was merely a ploy to evade the spotlight, intending to reveal his true abilities at the end of his senior year? Unthinkable. It was well known that in the past 2.5 years, the only true allies Tian had were Xiao Qinghuan and 2 others. The rest, including us, had either looked down upon him or mocked him to some extent. Logically, such a person could not possess this level of restraint, could they? If that were the case, then this individual would be truly terrifying. Who knows, perhaps he simply relishes in such malicious amusement. No, perhaps it is something greater. It is possible that Tian was merely a pawn pushed forward to serve as cannon fodder. The one with true extraordinary talent could be someone else. As the saying goes, the bird that stands out gets shot. This is impossible. Such extraordinary talent would soon attract attention from all quarters. How naive to think that the inspection bureau is merely idle. They can uncover every individual's secrets thoroughly and meticulously. At this moment, the students began to murmur among themselves, some gripped by fear. For in the past 2 years, they had not only spoken ill of Tian, but had also insulted him through their actions. They feared that once this individual truly rose, their days of ease might come to an abrupt end. Others were contemplating whether they should seek to establish closer ties with Tian following this incident. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, their companions rise alongside them. If this person were to grow in strength, securing a firm alliance with him would surely yield greater rewards. Each person harbored their own thoughts. Tian, are you all right? When that examination paper sent the other student reeling, did you sense any unusual power? What you displayed, is it truly the essence of our Eastern literary path? If these matters are indeed true, then the situation is far more complex than it appears. One by one, teachers and vice principals began to chatter around Tian. It was as if, at that moment, he had become a genuine superstar. Yet Tian did not respond to their inquiries. Instead, his heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of reflection. These individuals, through their literary insights, all bore the weight of Western cultural influence. A cultural force that had taken root deep within their souls like blood reborn. To uproot that and truly transition from Western civilization to Eastern civilization would prove to be an extraordinary challenge. The task of reviving Eastern civilization ahead was indeed a formidable one. He chose not to answer them, for the levels of these individuals were simply too low. His ostentatious display during the examination was intended to draw attention that he awaited the arrival of someone with genuine authority to stand by his side, so that he could take the next step in the revival of Eastern literary tradition. Look, at this moment, in the conference room, everyone gazed through the window at the throng of people gathered at the examination site. The teachers and class heads exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Meanwhile, Principal Zhang smiled lightly, observing all the teachers beside him as he remarked, "You may grapple with your own dilemmas. For those who have had disputes with Tian, I need not elaborate. You shall decide how to proceed from here. The Education Bureau's representatives will be arriving shortly. I must take my leave." With a flourish of his hand, a staff radiating a brilliant blue light materialized. "O great sovereign of true spirits, your magic is boundless, capable of subduing all. Herein, I activate your bloodline and teleport away." Incantations manifested, and the blue light erupted from the staff. In the next instant, Principal Zhang vanished from the conference room. leaving no trace behind. The tremors caused by Yi Tian's actions were such that they warranted the principal's use of teleportation magic. Some exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Earlier, the celestial disturbances and mysterious manifestations of the great demon and enigmatic ocean had been mere illusions. They did not necessarily reflect Yu Tian's true power, did they? Even if representatives from the Education Bureau arrived, could they truly regard him as a prodigy merely based on these phenomena? Absolutely not. We shall wait. We will assess the situation once it evolves. This Yu Tian may not necessarily be the formidable genius he appears to be. I suspect he has been misled by malevolent forces. Veering into the path of darkness, the celestial phenomena displayed were merely manifestations of beasts. Currently, within the city, our human powers have suppressed all threats, thus preventing the beasts from infiltrating. Yet, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the areas beyond the city are teeming with such creatures, including countless formidable demons and monstrous entities, all possessing terrifying magical abilities. Perhaps they have infiltrated the city, seeking to undermine us from within. This was articulated by a certain teacher Tian, Yu Tian's previous homeroom teacher, who had once joined forces with Zhang Chang to mock Yu Tian on countless occasions, even resorting to physical violence. Listening to teacher Tian's words, others exchanged glances but refrained from engaging further. Do you think we are unaware of the implications of your words? Moreover, everyone present is no fool. Merely based on your solitary assertions, you expect us to rally to your side and offer protection? Is that even feasible? At this moment, the teaching community began to split into two factions due to Yi Tian's extraordinary talent. Simultaneously, within the examination hall, a low roar of engines could be heard as 3 vehicles approached rapidly from a distance. Soon, they arrived at the heart of the examination site. Stepping out, the foremost figure was a middle-aged man clad in a suit. Not overly stout, with a cropped hairstyle, making his way slowly toward the center of the crowd, followed closely by others. Look, it's Vice Director Zhou. The Vice Director of the Dragon City Education Bureau has arrived. Indeed, it was he who had hastily come after receiving word of the events. Vice Director Zhou of the Dragon City Education Bureau. Upon hearing of his arrival, both the principal and vice principals promptly reacted, preparing to greet him, only to find Vice Director Zhou gesturing dismissively. Before he could finish uttering Yu Tian's name, he was struck dumb by the sight of the pure gold desk and the examination paper still resonating with energy atop it. The desk of Literary Path, a desk of considerable worth. As the Vice Director of the Dragon City Education Bureau, Zhou's perspective was far beyond that of ordinary teachers and principals in the early days of his tenure as the director. The newly appointed directors and vice directors were promptly sent by the Kyoto Education Bureau to visit Kyoto. There lies an immensely grand Literary Path pavilion within the Hall of Literary Dao. Treasures from the Dragon Kingdom spanning millennia are meticulously preserved, encompassing the relics of every formidable literary figure from ancient times to the present. Some directors' literary brushes are inscribed with enigmatic symbols and illustrations, capable of elevating one's comprehension of literary Dao to unprecedented heights. Artifacts left behind by certain powerful individuals, though the celestial phenomena may have faded, still resonate with the remnants of supreme mastery, allowing fortunate souls or newly appointed luminaries within the educational sphere to grasp the essence of literary Dao and enhance their cultivation. The literary Dao tables stand as the most precious items within the entire hall, numbering scarcely 20. Indeed, over the course of 1,000, even 2,000, or 3,000 years, fewer than 20 literary Dao tables have graced the Dragon Kingdom. This alone attests to the significance embodied by these golden literary Dao tables. They are artifacts of the mightiest, and now, a mere genius from City Number 3 has managed to forge a true literary Dao table during an examination. This individual undoubtedly possesses extraordinary talent. Perhaps Yi Tian's aptitude surpasses that of the one from 2 decades past. No, suddenly his gaze froze, for he realized that this literary Dao table was entirely unlike any he had previously encountered. At this moment, Western civilization flourishes while Eastern culture has long since vanished, obliterated in the annals of history. Thus, the imagery depicted upon the literary Dao table primarily reflects the so-called Western divine entities such as the winged angels, the true dragon, Poseidon, and the goddess Athena. However, upon Yu Tian's literary Dao table, 9 dragons are vividly engraved. Among the scant literature that remains within the Dragon Kingdom, these are recorded as Eastern true dragons, 9 dragons soaring into the sky, their profound 9 pairs of eyes seemingly imbued with spirit in an instant. Thunder rumbled, and at that moment, Deputy Director Zhou's mind was struck by a sudden epiphany. In a flash, he beheld torrents of rain. The hidden dragon surged from an unknown direction. Then came a roar. The sound of a dragon echoed in his mind. What? In the bewildered gazes of those present, Deputy Director Zhou staggered backward, his eyes reflecting deep astonishment. With a sudden spurt, he coughed up blood, his complexion turning crimson. The power of the East. He felt it. This was pure Eastern power, absolutely incomparable to any Western force. Deputy Director Zhou, are you all right? At that moment, Principal Zhang, the Vice Principal, Teacher Tian, Teacher Wang, and others displayed evident concern. What exactly had transpired? I am fine. Deputy Director Zhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yet, rather than immediately turning his gaze to Tian, he focused instead on Teacher Tian, who had earlier suggested that Tian was an envoy of the demon tribe. What did you just say? Deputy Director Zhou's demeanor darkened, causing Teacher Tian's heart to race. He had initially intended to maintain a low profile within the school, and Tian's extraordinary display was exceedingly peculiar, especially given his prior unfriendly attitude toward Tian. Thus, he had been contemplating using this opportunity to eliminate Tian, even if he possessed prodigious talent. If he were branded as a demon, no one could save him. However, upon witnessing Deputy Director Zhou's expression, he felt as though he had acted foolishly, having made an exceedingly poor decision. That I command you to repeat that. Deputy Director Zhou's voice turned icy. This utterance even invoked the powers of Literary Dao, sending ripples of sound that compelled those nearby to take a step back. It was evident to all that Deputy Director Zhou was genuinely enraged. Deputy Director Zhou, I meant to say that Tian is associated with the demon tribe. No, I was rash. How could Tian possibly be? He began to tremble in fear, attempting to articulate further. However, Deputy Director Zhou would not grant him that opportunity. He was even too indolent to chant a spell. With a flick of his wrist, a magical staff materialized, and with a gentle wave, an enormous Western fire dragon, over 10 meters in length, erupted forth, propelling Teacher Tian several dozen meters away. Notify the inspection division to investigate this individual's background, uncover with whom he has colluded to tarnish the reputation of this genius. This is tantamount to seeking death. Deputy Director Zhou declared, paying no heed to the bloodied Teacher Tian, as he promptly retrieved his phone and began dialing one number after another. Old Wang, come to City Number 3. Hurry, a significant event has unfolded at City No. 3. Old Lin, you too, spare me the chatter. City Number 3, examination venue. Arrive within half an hour. If you can't make it, don't blame me for withholding this grand opportunity. Old 13, you've been the principal of 13 High for over a decade. Yet not a single promising talent has emerged. Fine, I won't waste breath. Get to City Number 3 immediately. There's a major incident. Deputy Director Zhou made over 20 calls in rapid succession. Principal Zhang was well aware of these individuals. They were all principals from high schools throughout Long City. His colleagues, moreover, the last 3 calls reached the heads of the Inspection Division, the Special Operations Division, and the Magic Division, and even the Director of the Education Bureau of Long City was informed. As the calls flew from Deputy Director Zhou's hands, students and teachers, including Principal Zhang, trembled, at a loss for words. Tian was merely a budding genius. No, he was only endowed with the potential of a genius. His true strength and core abilities had yet to be revealed, yet it incited such an uproar. It even summoned the Director of the Education Bureau. Each person held their own thoughts at this moment. Principal Zhang was the most astonished. He understood all too well that Deputy Director Zhou must have discerned some monumental insight from this Literary Dao table. Otherwise, he would not have summoned so many individuals. This was serious. Teacher Tian had already been taken away by personnel from the Academic Affairs Office. Many understood that once the Inspection Division arrived, Teacher Tian's prospects within City Number 3 and his entire teaching career would be effectively over. Yet, they were indifferent. Teacher Tian was merely a minor figure. What truly captured everyone's attention were the official vehicles swiftly sweeping through the gates. Half an hour had passed since Deputy Director Zhou's calls. And within this time frame, the examination venue had transformed into a gathering place for all the eye. In the center of the grounds, a temporary pavilion had been erected to shield against the sun. At this moment, Deputy Director Zhou sat in a chair, engaged in intimate conversation with Tian. Even at this juncture, Principal Zhang, Teacher Wang, and the Vice Principal found themselves without the privilege to speak. They were not foolish. They recognized the gravity of Tian's situation, understanding that it had escalated beyond their involvement. Meanwhile, Teacher Wang, who had long served as Tian's homeroom teacher, gazed with flickering eyes. A hint of regret in his heart that in truth, it was Zhao Qinghuan's words that had led him to refrain from troubling Tian. To be honest, he had never anticipated that Tian would demonstrate such formidable talent. Thus, he felt a tinge of regret. If only he had taken the time to befriend Tian more over the past 2.5 years, perhaps he too could have reaped some benefits. Everyone desires to cling to greatness, yet alas, there is no if only. Suddenly, a procession of vehicles, belching thick exhaust, arrived at the school. Before long, individuals clad in suits emerged from the compartments, making their way toward the pavilion. Old Wang, you two have arrived. Upon encountering one another, the newcomers expressed their surprise. Yes, I was summoned by Deputy Director Zhou. I heard there's something significant. Me too. But it has been ages since anything major occurred in Long City. Even the invasion of demon tribes has never transpired. Wait. Have you all sensed that there is a unique energy fluctuation in the air? This fluctuation bears no resemblance to magic. It hardly seems to be a product of Western civilization. This cannot be. Is this truly the significant event that has transpired? These individuals are engaged in conversation, as they are colleagues, and it is only natural to exchange pleasantries upon meeting. However, before they could finish their dialogue, they became aware of the energy fluctuations in the void, a consequence of Tian's earlier creation of celestial phenomena. After all, these principles are not ordinary individuals. They possess the acumen to discern the subtle intricacies. Come, let us take a look. An amiably plump middle-aged man, Old Wang, remarked to the other principals, promptly heading towards the gazebo. They could sense that Deputy Director Zhou was among them. Yet, upon entering, they were astounded. Witnessing the emergence of the Wendaozi table and the innocent, beaming smile of Tian, they were rendered speechless, utterly dumbfounded. The youth before them has conjured the Wendaozi table? In an instant, their expressions grew grave, for they understood that the appearance of the Wendaozi table signified a monumental shift was imminent. Now, do you comprehend? Just at that moment, a burly bald man sauntered into the gazebo that he wielded a golden scepter, his hand gesturing grandly. "Oh, great Lord of Heaven, you are eternal. You are the celestial star. You are the boundless expanse of the cosmos. I beseech your celestial might to shroud this realm." As his words echoed, the golden scepter erupted in radiant golden light, instantly sealing off the gazebo. The outside world could no longer hear the discussions within. At that moment, Director Long of the Dragon City Education Bureau, the bald man, grinned broadly. "Ladies and gentlemen, come and behold. Does Tian not possess the Eastern lineage that has not surfaced in our dragon nation for centuries?" Thunderous applause followed. The term Eastern lineage caused many high school principals nearby to widen their eyes in disbelief. This young man possesses such prowess. If this claim holds true, then the Wendaozi table is indeed authentic. Subsequently, the entirety of Dragon City may no longer need to rely on Western cultural influences. Perhaps, the Eastern lineage shall awaken from within our dragon nation. Moreover, this represents a grand opportunity to contend with Western cultural forces, to vie for lineage and fortune. These individuals are not naive. They comprehend the significance Tian embodies. Truth be told, they are Easterners, inheritors of the Eastern bloodline, guardians of the Eastern spirit. Yet, for millennia, they have relied upon the strength of Western culture, the wisdom of Western sages and deities. This has left countless citizens of the Dragon Nation feeling stifled and distressed. However, the fracture of Eastern civilization has rendered their attempts to restore the Eastern lineage and reverse the dominance of the West feudal. Thus, when these individuals witnessed Tian and the impressive Wendaozi table he had forged, they realized this matter is of great magnitude. One principal spoke solemnly. "Moreover, we have merely witnessed celestial phenomena. We are also aware of what you all discussed. However, possessing the Wendaozi table alone is insufficient. Throughout the millennia, many geniuses have created the Wendaozi table, yet some faltered midway, their potential ultimately squandered. Therefore, we must utilize the Wendaozi qualification detector to assess Tian's capabilities. Once the results are in, all principals from Dragon City will mobilize their finest resources to nurture him. But if the qualifications are lacking, or if there exists only the phenomenon without substance, we cannot afford to waste our resources. Indeed, I concur with my colleague's statement. regardless of how extraordinary his potential may be. Testing his qualifications is the first step. Moreover, it must be said that Tian has already demonstrated certain values at this stage, which will undoubtedly attract the attention of various nefarious entities. We must enhance security measures to safeguard him. To my knowledge, there are currently individuals covertly colluding with the demon race. I suspect that the information regarding Tian's Eastern lineage qualifications has already been leaked. Consequently, the safety of the City No. 3 High School may be compromised. The group engaged in a fervent discussion, articulating the current situation with precision and clarity. Naturally, none among them were simpletons. Every concern was astutely expressed. Hence, the bald Director Long of the Education Bureau nodded earnestly. Principal Zhang, please retrieve the strongest qualification detector from your school for Tian's assessment. Old Zhou quickly returned to the Education Bureau to fetch the advanced detector. Speed is of the essence. In an instant, everyone sprang into action, acutely aware that Tian's situation was of paramount importance. At this moment, the principals comprehended why Deputy Director Zhou had summoned them. It was to prevent any unforeseen complications, such as a powerful adversary emerging to eliminate Tian. Let us rewind slightly to half an hour prior. Within an office on the second floor of the Education Bureau, Deputy Director Song. You must take action this time. You heard the news regarding Tian in the meeting room. I need you to investigate and confirm whether this matter is true. If it is, find a way to intercept him. Ideally, pin the label of demon race upon him. Since you have allied with Western lineage, you can harbor no illusions regarding Eastern lineage. The somewhat rotund Deputy Director Song's face paled slightly upon hearing this. However, gazing at a phantom before him, he sighed and acquiesced. I understand. The Education Bureau is not a monolith. I will take a few of our operatives to handle this matter. Remember, do not expose too much. If our operatives are too few afterward, the master's plans will be jeopardized. I am not so foolish as to overlook that, the plump Deputy Director Song retorted coldly, turning on his heel and exiting the room. With a sharp click, he closed the door behind him. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the entrance of the Dragon Nation's Education Bureau, observing the pervasive Western cultural decorum surrounding him, and could not help but chuckle derisively. What am I still fantasizing about? He murmured, accompanied by several staff members from the Education Bureau, hastening towards City No. 3 High School. That day, the news in Dragon City exploded. Within a mere half hour, nearly the entire Education Bureau mobilized, with over 20 personnel converging upon City No. 3 High School. Simultaneously, vehicles from the Inspection Division, Special Operations Division, Magic Division, and Specialized Forces appeared on the campus of City No. 3 High School. The media, of course, seized the opportunity to report this unfolding drama. In an instant, the citizens of Dragon City were in an uproar. A new genius seemingly emerged in Dragon City. The Education Bureau Director has taken action. City No. 3 High School may be harboring spies. The Education Bureau, Inspection Division, Magic Division, and Specialized Forces are conducting a joint investigation. Disturbances have arisen in the void surrounding City No. 3 High School. Suspected entities of the demon race have emerged. They are contacting the mayor's office to determine whether to initiate a Level 1 alert. Greetings, dear viewers. This is Shoutai's live broadcast. As you can see, we are currently at the entrance of City No. 3 High School. You are all aware that City No. 3 High School is merely ranked 4th in Dragon City, not among the top 3, and logically should not attract such attention. Therefore, something significant must have transpired within City No. 3 High School. Amidst various speculations circulating online and across news platforms, Shoutai, a popular streamer with a keen sense for newsworthy events, was determined to venture into the campus to uncover the truth behind the commotion. With 300,000 viewers tuning in, Shoutai felt a surge of excitement, as such an audience could yield substantial financial gain. Security uncle, we are the streamers from the Xinyu live broadcast platform. This time, Shoutai hurriedly approached the school gate, clutching the camera. However, at that moment, the patrolling officer at the gate directly obstructed her way. The inspection division is on duty. It is inconvenient. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Let her in. The matter concerning Tian should not be concealed. It must be made known to the entire city. If we are to broadcast, then let us broadcast. Understood. The inspection officer nodded instantly upon hearing this. That was their deputy director, their superior. Once the superior made a decision, they would not dare to impede. Please enter. Inside are the prominent figures of Long City. Do not offend anyone, or beware, your streaming career may come to an abrupt end. The inspection officer coldly reminded. Xiaodai hastily nodded, quickly leading her team, no longer glancing at the live comments, as they rushed towards the campus. The voice she had just heard was all too familiar. It belonged to the deputy director of the Long City Inspection Division, someone she often saw on television. This individual wielded immense power and was rumored to be stern, incorruptible, and just, yet intolerant of wrongdoing. Should one act improperly, they would surely face appropriate punishment. Thus, to put it plainly, as a streamer, Xiaodai was indeed quite apprehensive of such figures. What was that expression on the inspection officer's face just now? Aren't we also big streamers? How dare he block us? Now you only dare to say such things. Next time, be careful not to get caught. The inspection division is a department equal in power to the mayor's office. Incredibly formidable. Nearly all cases within the urban area must pass through the inspection division's hands. Even if streamer Xiaodai were to encounter trouble, the inspection division would inevitably be involved. So, refrain from speaking carelessly. Otherwise, if you end up in there, don't say I led you astray. Upon hearing this, countless netizens were left in shock. The inspection division, is it really that powerful? Many were only aware of institutions like the Magic Division, the Education Bureau, and the Special Operations Division, but to countless others, the Inspection Division merely seemed to be a department for apprehending criminals. The extent of its power was astonishing. In an instant, the chatter ceased. They were fearful. What if they really were caught? They wouldn't even know where to cry. At that moment, the beautiful streamer Xiaodai finally arrived at the center of the playground. As she held the camera and beheld the multitude of high-ranking officials. So numerous she could hardly count them. Her legs nearly buckled in fear. She vowed she had never seen so many high-ranking individuals in her entire life. Over 30 university presidents, the deputy director of the inspection division, both the heads and deputy heads of the Education Bureau, the deputy director of the Magic Division, the deputy director of the Special Operations Division, and even several directors. Such a grand assembly could only occur during a super conference for the city. This was her first experience of such magnitude. What could possibly have transpired? Why were so many bigwigs congregated here? Could it be that something monumental had occurred at the third high school of the city? By the way, do you remember when we entered the school gate, the deputy director of the inspection division mentioned that the matter concerning Tian should be known by us? Could it be related to this individual named Tian? I believe it must be. Look, that is a window qualification testing device. This is a top-tier qualification tester equipped for high schools, and the one next to it is the intermediate and advanced tester from the Education Bureau. With so many testing devices, could it be that they are here to assess Tian? In the live stream, countless viewers were in astonishment. To create such a massive scene. Was it merely to test Tian's qualifications? If so, just how formidable must this individual's qualifications be? Originally, Xiaodai's popularity had merely reached 300,000. However, the moment so many prestigious figures appeared on the live stream, the viewership began to surge explosively. In 5 minutes, it reached 400,000. In 10 minutes, it surpassed 1 million. Indeed, merely within 10 minutes, the viewership had already crossed 1 million. This clearly demonstrated the immense shock and awe that the presence of the deputy directors of the Inspection Division, Special Operations Division, and Magic Division, along with the Vice Director and Director of the Education Bureau, and the numerous high school presidents from Long City gathered together, had on the common populace of Long City. Heavens, what on earth has transpired? Is there anyone among the seasoned veterans who could explain what just happened, leading to such a congregation of super bigwigs within the third high school of the city? Your information is too outdated. Haven't you noticed? In the center of the playground, the window testing device has already been set up, and standing among these bigwigs is only one student. Thus, it was evident that these dignitaries were indeed gathered to assess this student's qualifications. What? Could it be that so many prominent figures are here solely for the assessment of this one student? What potential and power must this individual possess? Could it be that they surpass our Long City's top genius, Long Batian? Perhaps, but if Long Batian were here, he would surely be disgruntled. When he underwent his qualification test, it did not cause such an uproar. Enough? Why are we discussing the gossip of these individuals? Let us focus on the live stream. The time has surely come to unveil the mystery. However, I am curious how it was in the past when the Education Bureau gathered so many individuals for testing. Those were closed tests, not broadcasted. Secrecy was paramount for the safety of students with extraordinary qualifications, to prevent them from being assassinated by hidden demon clans or certain evil forces. Yet now, this student's qualification testing is being live-streamed for millions of people in Long City to witness. What could be the purpose? I must admit, I too am intrigued. In the live stream, the audience was abuzz with speculation. When they witnessed the frail youth, Tian, standing before the first testing device, a myriad of questions and confusions arose. However, they soon fell silent, for the bald-headed director of the Education Bureau approached Tian. Patting him on the shoulder, he smiled and said, "Do not feel any pressure. Use your strongest literary power. Write a character on the testing device with your brush, and it will reveal your qualifications." Indeed, this testing device was a mysterious apparatus equipped with a display screen, connected to a piece of special parchment. Of course, this was no ordinary parchment. It had been developed by the National Education Bureau after a century of research. And when combined with these testing devices, it could accurately assess the qualifications of students. Generally, there was no need to complicate matters with various convoluted systems. Thus, qualifications were arranged according to a spectrum of colors. Purple denoted the highest level of qualification. Very well. Upon hearing the director's words, Tian smiled and nodded. As for feeling nervous? Impossible. Just moments ago, as he recited the Xiaoyaoyu, invoking the resonance of heaven and earth. With the Kunpeng manifesting and the ocean erupting, especially with the emergence of the literary table, these had long since calmed him. How could he still be shocked? Contemplating this, Tian waved his hand. In an instant, a brush materialized in his grasp, the magical brush of Maoyang. This was an extraordinarily powerful auxiliary tool bestowed by the system, and under its enhancement, it was not impossible for his words to manifest into reality. He did not waste any time. For the rise of the Eastern literary vein, he could only escalate the situation further. The more sensational it became, not only would it benefit him, but it could also serve to unlock the Eastern literary vein and counteract the Western literary flow. However, as Tian produced the brush, an inexplicable wave emanated from its tip. Though this wave was formless and colorless, the expressions of all the high-ranking officials present shifted dramatically. A divine brush, an unfathomable, unrecognizable divine brush. What secrets does Tian possess? Moreover, it appears that this mystical pen resonates harmoniously with the Eastern energy coursing through his being. In the eyes of onlookers, a profound astonishment emerged. They realized that when this pen materialized, even the table of one Dao, which had been shattered by the extraordinary phenomena surrounding Tian, trembled. Indeed, it trembled. Could this individual truly be the beacon of hope for our Eastern lineage? At this moment, even Director Long from the Education Bureau found his mind flooded with associations. Tian's unprecedented prowess exceeded his wildest imagination. As the crowd watched with eager anticipation, Tian waved his hand, releasing an ethereal and graceful aura. With a fluid motion, he wielded the pen, its strokes akin to dragons and serpents dancing in the air, effortlessly inscribing two grand characters upon the parchment. Hong Huang. Boom. As these words emerged, the spectators pondered, only to be struck with terror as a thunderous roar reverberated through the void. In an instant, the sky was filled with swirling yellow sands. Into their astonished gaze, celestial bodies began to materialize in the firmament. These stars, resembling colossal grinding wheels, obscured the sun, and as they rotated, they subtly coalesced into a vast expanse of starlit sky. Roar. Amidst their contemplation, an unprecedented dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens. Soon after, within the emerging starry expanse, waves began to rise. Indeed, the cosmos transformed into a tumultuous sea, and amidst the undulating waves, a magnificent golden dragon soared, issuing a resounding cry. Following this, a gentle trill seemed to descend from the heavens. With mighty wings unfurling like a tempest, the waves in the void surged to terrifying heights. At that moment, a phoenix, shimmering with golden radiance, plummeted from the skies. With a dive, the dragon's roar harmonized with the phoenix's song. And at this juncture, the elusive true dragon and phoenix, previously mentioned only in fragments of ancient texts, emerged in their full glory. Dragons and phoenixes heralding auspiciousness, dancing in the skies, accompanied by the starry night. The waves surged mightily. At this instant, the testing apparatus displayed a brilliant red light, followed by orange. However, once the orange appeared, the speed of the display surged dramatically, surpassing other colors and directly transitioning to the highest purple. Crack. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the audience gasped in astonishment as the testing device, provided by the Specialized Research Institute of the Education Bureau for the 3rd Middle School, shattered into a cloud of powder. In that moment, Whether it was the 3 million viewers in the live stream or the surrounding influential figures, they were all left dumbfounded. How could this be possible? What was that? The testing device shattered. No way. Are we dreaming? At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. The originally 3 million viewers surged by 100,000 every second. Such an overwhelming influx of traffic caused the live stream to lag significantly. This caught the attention of the moderators at the Xinyu platform, who quickly noticed the anomaly. However, upon seeing the live stream's content, they too were taken aback. Instantly, they initiated traffic expansion for Xiaodai's live stream and swiftly reported the matter upwards. At this moment, the Xinyu branch in Long City went completely wild. Impossible. Such a spectacle had never been witnessed in the entire Long City. This is certainly not the power of the Western lineage. It could very well be the Demon Clan. I understand now. He must be a spy sent by the Demon Clan, attempting to intimidate others through such means. Are you out of your mind upstairs? If it were truly the Demon Clan, then once such a terrifying phenomenon appeared, wouldn't these powerful figures immediately capture and interrogate him? They might even execute him on the spot. But clearly, the situation is not as such. Just look, the machine shattered, emitting white smoke, and while the influential figures were in shock, their eyes reflected only amazement, devoid of any wariness towards an enemy. This indicates that he is not a foe. Suddenly, a possibility struck me. Could this be the Eastern lineage? I studied at the Long City Ancient Civilization Research Institute and once perused some long-lost documents that contained records of true dragons. What? In the live stream, there were indeed knowledgeable individuals who, through their explanations, helped the audience gradually form an outline of this event. Meanwhile, at this very moment, the host, Xiaodai, was rendered speechless by the astonishing spectacle. The immense traffic, which could have earned her a fortune, was now completely disregarded as she clutched the microphone and approached Tian. However, before she could get close, she was intercepted by the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau. Director Zhou smiled warmly at Xiaodai, saying, "Just film from a distance. All your questions will be addressed in a subsequent press conference. Now is not the time for inquiries. Oh, all right then." Xiaodai felt somewhat disappointed. Yet she understood that everyone present were the dignitaries of Long City, and a single word from them could determine her fate. So under such circumstances, she had no choice but to acquiesce. After Director Zhou handled these matters, he turned his gaze to the others, who were all in a state of stupor. The full 3 to 4 minutes passed before they regained their composure. "Director Long, you have stumbled upon a remarkable talent," exclaimed the others. "It has been a long time since we have encountered someone with such extraordinary potential. I estimate that not only will this individual surpass the top 3 in Long City, including Long Batian, but even the elite cultivators among you, Zhao Qinghuan and Su Ran, may also fall short compared to this young man." At this moment, Principal Lao Shisan's eyes brimmed with envy, and as he spoke, a hint of bitterness seeped through his words. There was no need to discuss further tests. The prodigious talent Tian displayed was sufficient to warrant the allocation of abundant resources from the Long City Education Bureau towards Lin Yun. It was indeed worthwhile, especially considering he is purportedly a bearer of the Eastern lineage. Should he fully harness the formidable powers of the Eastern heritage, the plans for revitalizing the cultural legacy of Long Gua could very well be set into motion. Indeed, however, we must not waste any more time. This initial assessment has yet to be completed, having merely tested the upper limits of student-level qualifications, and the testing apparatus was directly destroyed. Therefore, I have requested Director Zhou to bring forth the intermediate qualification testing device from our Long City Education Bureau. This qualification testing device serves 2 purposes. Firstly, if the ordinary top-tier testing devices fail to assess the upper limits of students within the school, it can be utilized for higher-level evaluations. Secondly, it is specifically designed for testing every principal, office director, deputy director, and bureau chief within the Education Bureau. Each year, the Education Bureau conducts evaluations on every principal and even the bureau chief, assessing both qualifications and capabilities. Once they pass the evaluation, they can continue to hold their positions, ascend to higher ranks, or even pursue professorships. Conversely, those who fail consecutively for 3 years will face demotion, as it signifies a decline in their cultivation and a deviation from the right path. Thus, it can be said that this qualification testing device is among the highest-tier testing apparatuses in the entirety of Long City. Come now, Tian, please inscribe another character, following the previous steps. This instrument consists of 3 colors, gray, white, and black. Gray represents the lowest level, while black signifies the highest. The shades of these colors will be clearly indicated. For now, do not concern yourself with anything else. Proceed directly with the test, Director Long urged fervently. He understood that Tian was indeed a tremendous treasure for Long City. All right, Tian smiled and nodded, a subtle curve gracing the corners of his lips. This time, the disturbance he had caused had undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. At this very moment, it was likely that some conspirators and certain foreign individuals were also taking notice. However, he remained indifferent to these concerns. On the contrary, he felt that the commotion he had generated was still insufficiently grand. He needed to rapidly enhance his strength, while simultaneously unblocking the celestial veins of Longhua, which had been sealed off. Relying solely on the resources provided by a single educational bureau was far from adequate. With these thoughts in mind, Tian proceeded to execute an operation that left everyone utterly astounded in that moment. Instead of directly using the divine brush of Maoyang to inscribe new characters, he gently waved his hand in an instant. The cowhide paper inscribed with the characters Hong Huang fluttered down like a leaf caught in a gentle breeze, slowly settling onto the specialized testing apparatus of the Second Educational Bureau. Following this, amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, dragons soared and stars exploded. The illusions in the void reappeared. Moreover, beneath the rippling waves of these illusions, mysterious shadows began to manifest, suspended in the air like demonic deities descending upon the world. At this moment, a loud crack echoed. The second testing apparatus, before even beginning to emit light, shattered into a fine powder. This spectacle left everyone in a state of shock. The second testing device had broken. This was inconceivable. In the live stream, a staff member from the Educational Bureau bellowed with a booming voice. His eyes widened as he pointed at the shattered remnants, speaking in a grave tone. Director Long. Director Zhou. I request a demon race assessment for him. This Tian must be of the demon race, having been infused with their arcane techniques, leading to the direct destruction of the testing apparatus. He was tall and slender, yet his face was ashen as he looked upon Tian, as if he had determined him to be a creature of the demon race from beyond the city. Deputy Director Shao of the Magical Department, Deputy Director Lin of the Special Forces. You are all present. This is a perfect opportunity for us to address this matter. The demon race's insidious intentions towards our human world have not waned, and I believe this must be part of their new scheme against our Long City. He continued, his expression betraying his anxiety if he truly was sent by the demon race and we failed to conduct a thorough assessment. Should he indeed be a demon infiltrating our educational bureau, capable of eliminating our high-ranking officials from within, the entire educational institution of Long City would collapse in an instant. We both know that the demon race has developed methods to disguise themselves, even mimicking our human way of life. If they were to replace the personnel of the educational bureau, Long City would swiftly descend into a mere appendage of the demon race. This risk is one we cannot afford to take. His words rang with authority, veins standing out on his forehead, his face etched with concern. This scene caused the personnel from the Special Forces and Magical Department to adopt serious expressions as well. Even Director Long, Deputy Director Zhou, and Principal Zhang wore expressions of deep contemplation. Indeed, what Director Song said was accurate. Yes, we may have previously underestimated the situation. If Tian is truly a guise of the demon race or a pawn they have put forth, then Long City truly stands on the brink of peril. Others echoed this sentiment, reiterating the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, several more individuals voiced their concerns regarding Tian. The matter was of such magnitude that they could not afford to be careless. Particularly, the Deputy Director of the Inspection Department, Deputy Director Shao of the Magical Department, and Deputy Director Lin of the Special Forces were acutely aware of its seriousness. Prior to this, they had some reservations about being summoned by Deputy Director Zhou. But now, the circumstances Tian had revealed compelled them to pay attention. The Special Forces were responsible for selecting powerful individuals in literature and martial arts to join the military's elite ranks, thus adding fresh blood to the Dragon Kingdom's army, making safety a paramount concern. The Magical Department represented a prestigious educational institution in Long City, known for its rigorous academic standards. The 9-year compulsory education system encompasses elementary and middle schools, followed by high schools and universities, with ordinary individuals typically graduating and entering society at that level. However, beyond these well-known institutions lies the even more formidable Magical Department, an extension of university education designed for exceptionally gifted individuals to gather and study various advanced magical arts within the Dragon Kingdom. Graduates easily secure positions in educational institutions, military organizations, and large enterprises, far surpassing the opportunities available to regular university graduates. Hence, these departments maintain stringent assessments, conducting demon race evaluations for every incoming student to prevent any infiltration by demons. Director Song's proposal resonated with the assembly, leading to a moment of silence in the live stream as few dared to speak. The previously astonishing celestial phenomena now seemed more akin to those of the demon race. Indeed, what Director Song asserted held merit. Observing the recent celestial spectacle, with dragons soaring and stars erupting, illusions of demon dragons, wild bull spirits, and wild boar spirits had emerged, accompanied by countless shadowy figures with glowing red eyes. Some of these shadows even bore horns and tentacles, strikingly resembling the characteristics of the demon race. It was heard that Tian, during his first manifestation of celestial phenomena, had conjured an ocean of the void, within which unknown giant fish floated. The flashes of lightning were undoubtedly those of demon fish. This was a far cry from the Western magical traditions. What do you know? I absolutely refuse to believe that Tian is of the demon race. If only there were individuals from the Ancient Civilization Research Institute present, they would undoubtedly recognize that these elements are products of ancient Eastern civilization. The current fragmentation of civilization has led to the disappearance of many aspects of our dragon kingdom. This is a sign of our lack of exposure, not a justification to hastily categorize all phenomena as belonging to the demon race. Just like that celestial dragon, it is the auspicious totem of our dragon kingdom from ancient times. Otherwise, why do you think our nation is called the Dragon Kingdom? In the livestream's comment section, debates erupted, leading to heated arguments. In an instant, the livestream's viewership soared into the millions. Tian, Director Song is not targeting you. He is considering the national security of our Dragon Kingdom. For the safety of the people of Long City, I hope you do not take offense. He turned to Tian, offering an explanation. Yet at that moment, Tian merely smiled. He glanced at Director Song, fully aware that this individual was undoubtedly colluding with the demon race. Otherwise, why would his literary perception have revealed the powerful demonic energy hidden within him at a mere glance? Now that the live stream was being recorded, Tian spoke, turning to Director Long. Director, I consent to the demon race assessment. However, I urge you to keep an eye on Director Song, the power he has displayed from the Eastern celestial veins, as well as the matters concerning the literary arts, are well understood by you and Deputy Director Zhou. If this assessment clears my name, yet before you even have a chance to speak, Director Song hastily accuses me of being of the demon race, then such unjustified accusations warrant a thorough investigation. Indeed, that is correct. I will stand firm. Tian would not waste his breath on these insignificant individuals. He sought to restore the power of the Eastern celestial veins and would undoubtedly encounter such obstacles. However, he did not anticipate that these clowns would appear so soon. Interesting times lay ahead. Hearing Tian's words, both Director Zhou and the mayor of Long City instantly grasped the implications. Yes, the demon clan has become a topic of earnest consideration among everyone, even if Director Song refrains from speaking. The Education Bureau will inevitably conduct a demon clan assessment on Tian when it progresses to the next stage of evaluation. Yet, Director Song has now raised this issue himself, casting a shadow over the safety of the people of Long City and the entirety of Long Nation. Leaving them momentarily bewildered by this angled, Director Song excessively preoccupied with safety. Although representatives from the Security Bureau have yet to arrive, it is clear to all that they are undoubtedly monitoring the situation closely. Should any issues arise, the Security Bureau will act without delay, irrespective of Director Song's involvement. Thus, one cannot help but wonder about the true motivation behind his fervent enthusiasm. Director Song, if you proceed according to Tian's assertions and the tests reveal no trace of demon lineage, your review will have to be reassessed, Director Long stated bluntly. This declaration caused a shift in Director Song's demeanor. He discreetly cast a glance at Tian and nodded gravely. This sharp-tongued individual. He had assumed his plans were foolproof, even draping the mantle of safety over them to divert attention from the finer details. Yet, Tian had pinpointed this very detail, which, in this context, would inevitably be magnified. Recklessness, however, even if you possess such extraordinary talents, you are merely a high school student, incapable of withstanding my secret techniques. Soon, you shall experience the fate of being deemed a demon beast by the masses. He vowed silently. This time, he could not afford to grant Tian any opportunities. Otherwise, his clandestine allegiance to the demon clan as a mere Education Bureau director would be laid bare, leaving him with no escape. Very well. I shall take full responsibility for my words. Under the gaze of nearly 10 million live viewers, Director Song made his pledge that moment. The chat room fell silent as everyone focused intently on the unfolding events. All knew that what was to come held significant ramifications. Should Yi Tian be deemed a member of the demon clan, his fate would be sealed. Conversely, if the opposite were proven true, the implications would be monumental. At this juncture, even the goddess Zhao Qinghuan revealed a peculiar smile, her eyes briefly flashing with murderous intent as she regarded Director Song. She refrained from offering explanations, for she had unwavering faith in Yi Tian, certain that he would not be a mere pawn of the demon clan. After nearly 3 years of camaraderie, how could she be unaware of Yi Tian's true nature? Bring forth the demon clan testing apparatus. Director Long bellowed, and in an instant, formidable individuals from the Education Bureau, the Magical Affairs Department, the Special Operations Department, and the Inspection Department swiftly transported a towering device, reminiscent of a security scanner, over 2 meters in height. Yi Tian, step forward and allow the red light to scan your body. It will reveal your true identity. Vice Director Zhou intoned solemnly. In response, Yi Tian refrained from further dialogue, approaching the security scanner step by step. Thud, thud, thud. Each light step resonated like a heartbeat, as if a peculiar energy surged with each movement, releasing an almost palpable force into the air. Though the terrifying celestial phenomena had dissipated, an intangible pressure still rendered the atmosphere stifling. Yi Tian, your doom is sealed. At that moment, Director Song's heart darkened. He remained still, yet a unique energy, imperceptible to others, surged within him, akin to a laser, targeting Yi Tian's vulnerable back. This was the concealed aura of the demon clan, disguised through various seals to prevent its manifestation in his mind. Once this demonic energy penetrated Yi Tian's being, the young man would be doomed. However, in that very instant, a blinding radiance erupted from Yi Tian. Buzz. The golden light flickered, transforming the surroundings into a golden realm centered around Yi Tian, as if the air itself had solidified. In the next moment, to the horror of onlookers, they beheld a swirling green mist, tethered by a transparent thread, hurtling towards Yi Tian. The thread was connected to none other than Director Song. The demon aura. Green signifies the demon, a truth universally acknowledged, especially after the emergence of the Golden Realm. The demon energy erupted with renewed intensity. At that moment, the live audience and all present, including the live-streaming girl Xiao Dai, were momentarily rendered speechless. No, it was more than that, in that fleeting instant. The magical brush? The Ma Liang divine pen, suddenly detached from Yi Tian's grasp. The brush tip danced in the air, sketching a rebound net across the sky. In the next moment, the demon energy collided with the rebound net, instantly ricocheting back into Director Song's body. Ding. Review passed. The testing subject exhibited no signs of demonic lineage. At this juncture, Yi Tian had already positioned himself on the testing apparatus, completing the assessment in less than 3 seconds. The spectators were left agape, utterly astonished. Flee. Director Song, taken aback by the rebound of light, momentarily froze. He could not comprehend how he and the demon had sealed the demonic energy with multiple layers of enchantments. Yet this Yi Tian had managed to breach such defenses and reveal the demon aura. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted. In a heartbeat, he vanished, his legs transforming into vapor. He realized that his cover was blown and that he needed to escape the city and retreat into the surrounding forest if he hoped to survive. But there was no time. Boom! The vice directors of the Special Operations Department, the Magical Affairs Department, the Education Bureau, and the Inspection Department, all possessing remarkable observational prowess, swiftly converged to seal off all of his escape routes just as he made to flee. In an instant, magical wands, staves, and gloves manifested, forming an impenetrable barrier around Director Song. Indeed, the heart of a thief persists. You have allied with the demon clan, a disgrace to the entire Education Bureau. In an instant, Vice Director Zhou, like a phantom, seized Director Song by the throat. Without a glance at his despairing eyes, he tossed him to the Vice Director of the Inspection Department. Vice Director, I entrust you with this. Conduct a thorough investigation of all personnel within the Education Bureau, including myself and Director Long. Spare no one. Our genius must not be destroyed by these traitors. The chat room erupted into chaos. At that moment, the audience was no longer naive. They understood that this so-called Director Song was indeed conspiring with the demon clan beyond the city. Unbelievable. this individual had truly committed such treachery. Had it not been for Tian, the genius who exposed this plot, the demon energy would have remained concealed. Indeed, particularly at this stage, as he still held the position of director, he could ascend to a senior director within 6 months according to promotion protocols. If his qualifications were exceptional, he could become a deputy director within a year. At that point, the power he wielded would be boundless. And if that were to happen, the demon clan could potentially breach Long City from within, executing a coordinated strike. Yes, precisely as Director Song had articulated. However, the tables had turned. This time, it was not Tian who faced turmoil, but rather Director Song. The unfolding events had set the entire Long City Education Bureau into a frenzy of reform. Especially Director Long, at this very moment, is engaged in a conversation with Deputy Director Zhou regarding a thorough investigation of the Education Bureau. Everyone is acutely aware that the emergence of a spy, Director Song, within the Bureau could not have occurred without reason. There are undoubtedly more protective figures and perhaps even hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. This is something they cannot tolerate at all. Therefore, at this stage, it is imperative to adopt an iron-fisted approach to address this issue. As for Director Song, he has already been taken away by the inspection office. The nature of his predicament is all too clear to everyone. It seems unlikely he will survive this ordeal. That I apologize, Tian, for the embarrassment. Director Long chuckled, rubbing his bald head. This matter did indeed instill a slight wariness in him towards Tian, yet caution aside. He would not hastily conclude that Tian belongs to the demonic race. Until a test is conducted, no one can assert that Tian is a member of such a lineage. And now, following the test, he has been proven not to belong to that race. What need is there for further vigilance? No matter why Tian waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned with the situation. So, shall we proceed to reap the benefits now? As for the more advanced testing, how about tomorrow? The events of today have drawn numerous powerful individuals. As a mere student, I find myself somewhat fatigued. In the live stream, countless viewers erupted in laughter at Tian's words. Just a moment ago, when confronting Director Song, you were brimming with energy. However, Director Long found amusement in Tian's remarks. As he observed the sky darkening, he nodded solemnly. Let us adjourn for today. Tomorrow, we shall go directly to the Education Bureau to discuss matters. Regarding the second round of testing, we will conduct it at the Education Bureau tomorrow. Upon reaching this point, Mayor Long paused. If the Education Bureau's testing apparatus fails to ascertain your qualifications, I shall personally escort you to the Special Operations Office for testing with their specialized equipment. Should that also prove inconclusive, this matter will exceed our control. At this moment, the audience in the live stream, along with various dignitaries, grasped the implication of the city's educational authority. If even the Special Operations Office cannot yield results, it may necessitate the deployment of provincial testing apparatus. And at that point, the entire Long province could potentially experience a monumental upheaval. Indeed, it is not beyond possibility that such disturbances could ripple throughout the entire Long nation. Who would have imagined that this individual named Tian possesses such exceptional qualifications? And that Director Long would articulate such lofty expectations? Do you believe Tian can achieve the qualifications spoken of by Director Long? It remains uncertain. However, I am convinced that, regardless of his current qualifications, Tian's forthcoming accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass countless others. With just a few years of rigorous training and proper protective arrangements for wilderness training, becoming the youngest deputy director of the Education Bureau in Long City is well within reach. Within the live stream, someone expressed this thought, and no one opposed or denied it. They all understood this to be the truth. The astonishing visuals in the sky, combined with the literary table that evolved during Tian's recent examination, alone suffice to demonstrate his potential for such achievements. Well then, today's live stream concludes here. Just as Director Long finished speaking, Shadai noticed the exchanged glances between Director Long and Tian, immediately realizing it was time to end the broadcast. Otherwise, she might find herself summoned for AT by the relevant authorities. No, we still wish to see more of Tian. We also want to understand better this prodigy named Tian. Does he, like ordinary folk, partake of grains? A group of people expressed their reluctance, yet more importantly, they were eager to learn about Tian's true identity and the nature of his qualifications. Such a prodigious talent, especially one that does not manifest powers of Western lineage but rather embodies Eastern strength. This alone is enough to intrigue these fans into a deeper understanding. However, The arm cannot overpower the thigh. Ultimately, Xiao Dai disregarded the crowd and ended the live stream. Yet, upon witnessing the staggering gifts bestowed during the broadcast, she was left utterly astonished. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, even millions, an astonishing 5 million in total. Even after the revenue split, I could receive 3 million. This single broadcast surpasses the earnings of my 100 previous streams combined. In an instant, Xiao Dai was left dazed. However, she quickly turned, timidly addressing Yi Tian and Director Long. This time, I have truly benefited from the fortune of the great Yi Tian that I will unconditionally donate all the earnings from this broadcast to Yi Tian. Hearing this, Yi Tian smiled. This Xiao Dai girl is quite amusing. Meanwhile, Director Long nodded in agreement, then let it all be transferred to him. It is only right. Additionally, you may go directly to the Education Bureau and refrain from returning home for the next few days. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai was left dumbfounded. No way. Am I truly being summoned for tea? Has one broadcast made such a significant impact? Observing her bewildered expression, Director Long chuckled. Where do your thoughts wander? We simply wish for you to continue live streaming for you, Tian. I have decided that 1/3 of the broadcast revenue will belong to you, while the remainder goes to you, Tian. With our Education Bureau claiming nothing. Simultaneously, he shifted his gaze to Yi Tian. Your identity is becoming public knowledge, and it is not advisable for you to remain in that little rundown place. Near the Education Bureau, there exists a luxurious, 200 square meter 3-bedroom apartment valued at over 10 million, which we have already arranged for your parents and sister. Your safety and that of your family is paramount. Hearing this, Yi Tian nodded. The Education Bureau's swift actions in arranging these matters must have required considerable effort. Moreover, such arrangements are entirely beneficial to him and ultimately preferable. Therefore, let us reconvene tomorrow at 8 o'clock at the neighboring Education Bureau. As he spoke, his figure flickered, and with a murmured incantation, he mounted his magical staff and soared away at that moment. Yi Tian observed the relaxed demeanor of the crowd and could not help but smile subtly. For the melodious notification chime within his mind began to resound with fervor. Congratulations! You have captivated the attention of the masses, and the fortunes of the Eastern lineage have increased by 50 points. Congratulations! You have captivated the attention of the masses, and the fortunes of the Eastern lineage have increased by 50 points. Congratulations! You have captivated the attention of the masses, and the fortunes of the Eastern lineage have increased by 50 points. Congratulations! You have captivated the attention of the masses, and the fortunes of the Eastern lineage have increased by 50 points. Congratulations! You participated in the live stream and stirred the excitement of 3 million viewers, enhancing the Eastern lineage by 100 points. Congratulations! You participated in the live stream and stirred the excitement of 5 million viewers, enhancing the Eastern lineage by 300 points. Congratulations! You participated in the live stream and stirred the excitement of 10 million viewers, enhancing the Eastern lineage by 500 points. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 vial of dragon's blood from a millennium. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 vial of phoenix's blood from a millennium. Congratulations! You have acquired 20 bottles of spirit grass ginseng wine, centennial. Congratulations! You have acquired 20 bottles of spirit grass Ganoderma wine, centennial. Congratulations! Your Fortune Mall has been activated. You may now purchase items at the Fortune Mall to enhance your abilities or restore the heavenly lineage. The melodious notifications continued to echo in his ears at this moment. It felt as though firecrackers were incessantly exploding, producing a cacophony that lasted for over a minute before gradually subsiding. Gazing at the mysterious contents bestowed upon him by the system, dragon's blood, phoenix's blood, and ginseng wine ensconced in transparent porcelain bottles, Yi Tian's lips quirked into a slight smile. The astonishment generated today has been ample. Notably, the total shockwaves created today exceeded an astonishing 1180. Certainly, Yi Tian was acutely aware that the multitude of astonishing moments generated today was significantly influenced by Xiao Dai's sudden appearance for a live broadcast that in truth, even in the absence of Xiao Dai, Yi Tian would have chosen to initiate a live stream the following day. It was merely the haste of today that prevented him from doing so. Now, having accumulated an additional day of astonishing moments, not only would this contribute to his personal growth, but more importantly, the substantial number of astonishing moments he had garnered would enable him to unlock the Wumai Mall for item exchanges. However, since he was still present on the playground, there was no urgency to make immediate exchanges. It was prudent to first conclude the tasks at hand here. As for the matter of unraveling the dragon vein and activating the Eastern Wumai thereby restoring the Eastern Wenmai to Longhua. It was of monumental significance that he needed to wait until tomorrow, when he officially entered the Education Bureau, to strategize accordingly. At this moment, the clock had struck 7 in the evening. The students had gradually dispersed, yet, on the playground, the figures of Teacher Wang, Teacher Sun, Principal Li, and the Vice Principal encircled Yu Tian, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Particularly, Principal Li found himself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to engage Yi Tian in conversation, Zhang Chang had been apprehended, and even Yi Tian's former homeroom teacher had faced a similar fate. Surely, the anger must have subsided by now. Observing the hint of trepidation on Principal Li's face, Yu Tian offered a gentle smile. Frankly, he understood the man's predicament. It was indeed remarkable to witness so many prominent figures congregating here today. Maintaining one's composure under such circumstances would be an oddity, especially since these influential individuals held Yi Tian in such high regard. There is no need for Principal Zhang to be so concerned. I am well aware of the situation. Zhang Chang and his associates brought this upon themselves, and it is unrelated to your standing. After all, you are the principal of our institution, so please do not feel inferior due to my qualifications. I can assure you, I possess the Eastern Wenmai, which is imbued with formidable power. However, what is of utmost importance now is not this. I need to accomplish more tomorrow. Only when more individuals become aware of the Eastern Wenmai can it truly be revived. Upon hearing Yu Tian's words, Principal Zhang, the Vice Principal, Teacher Wang, and even Zhao Qinghuan, who had yet to leave, widened their eyes in disbelief. What? You wish to revive the Eastern Wenmai? Yu Tian, surely, I am not hallucinating. Principal Zhang's voice trembled with a mixture of astonishment and apprehension. This revelation was nothing short of monumental for him. Indeed, Yu Tian did not hesitate to affirm this audacious claim. Yet, the task was as daunting as scaling a mountain. For thousands, even tens of thousands of years, the Eastern Wenmai had been devoid of vitality. The prospect of restoration was extraordinarily challenging, especially considering that after millennia of evolution, the Western Wenmai had taken deep root in our Longhua. To encourage the populace to re-embrace the Eastern Wenmai seemed utterly implausible. The essence of the nation's blood, spirit, and lineage had become intertwined with myriad characteristics of the Western Wenmai. Extricating the Western bloodline and instilling the power of the Eastern Wenmai appeared impossible. Principal Zhang's insight is commendable, he mused. After all, he occupied a significant position within the Education Bureau and possessed a certain level of discernment. From the extraordinary phenomena you manifested today, it is evident that you indeed possess a rich and profound connection with our Eastern bloodline. However, instigating change within any individual is nearly an insurmountable challenge. At this juncture, Zhao Qinghuan stepped forward, her voice steady and resolute. Principal Zhang is correct that Yi Tian, your aspirations are undeniably noble, but the task at hand is exceedingly arduous. It is akin to granting a person a rebirth. This would necessitate the complete relinquishment of one's cultivation, perhaps even a process akin to blood transfusion, a complete erasure of memory. Only then might it be feasible. Moreover, our Longhua's Eastern Wenmai has long been severed. The literary masterpieces of your have dwindled to mere fragments, insufficient to compose coherent prose or poetry. To seek communion with the power of inquiry is nothing short of a wild fantasy. Zhao Qinghuan's tone was grave, her words incisive. She was forthright, for she hoped Yi Tian would gain clarity regarding the reality of the situation and the environment in which he found himself. In response, Yi Tian smiled, remaining silent. Instead, he pointed his finger into the in an instant. A blue radiance flowed from his fingertip and seamlessly integrated into Principal Zhang's brow. In that moment, Principal Zhang was momentarily stunned. For, at that very instant, he felt a gentle energy beginning to transform his physical being, the once dominant essence of the Western bloodline. Upon encountering this blue glow, melted away as if snow beneath a blazing sun. Subsequently, the blue light transformed into a novel vitality that coursed through his limbs and sinews. At this moment, Principal Zhang's complexion flushed, and a power reminiscent of Yi Tian suddenly erupted within him. Write down this verse. Yi Tian chuckled, waving his hand as a line of poetry materialized before them. Yet, upon witnessing the words, the onlookers were once again astounded. They could hardly fathom that Yi Tian's seemingly casual utterance could wield such formidable potency. Through the grass on the plains, one year withers and another flourishes. The wildfires cannot consume it all. The spring breeze brings it back to life. 4 phrases coalesced into 2 lines of verse. Before Principal Zhang could even put pen to paper, he found himself gasping in astonishment at the poetry inscribed on the page. The wildfires cannot consume it all. The spring breeze brings it back to life. What a magnificent sentiment. In an instant, not only he, but also Zhao Qinghuan, Teacher Wang, and the vice principal found themselves enveloped in a vivid vision of an expansive grassland. Seasons shifted as spring, summer, autumn, and winter perpetually cycled. The grass adapting to the changing seasons. In spring and summer, vibrant greenery thrived, while winter brought snowfall, the once lush grass gradually turning yellow and withering. Suddenly, from the parched earth, flames erupted, igniting the grasslands. In the blink of an eye. The inferno raged, billowing smoke into the air. However, when the flames had consumed all the grass and left the ground shrouded in ash, spring arrived. The spring breeze wafted and gentle rains fell from the heavens. The roots of the grasses buried in the soil began to sprout anew, breaking through the surface. 1, 2, thousands of tiny blades of grass emerged, gradually blanketing the scorched earth with a vibrant green once more. The wildfires cannot consume it all. The spring breeze brings it back to life. Such is its overwhelming power. The imagery is succinct, easily comprehensible, and even as Principal Zhang contemplated this, he could feel his own blood and essence vibrating and transforming within him. It was as if, during the wildfire's blaze, his very blood accelerated in its flow. When the spring breeze swept in, nourishing the grass, that indomitable vitality seemed to aid him in grasping this sensation, even purifying the Western literary influences within him. Indeed, it was precisely this, and this was merely an epiphany, not yet a physical act of writing. If he were truly to pen it himself, what incredible achievements might await. In that moment, Principal Zhang dared not entertain the thought any further. Write. Do so at once. Observing the mixture of trepidation and anticipation on Principal Zhang's face, Tian felt a surge of confidence. He understood that this was the initial step in propagating and promoting the Eastern Wunmai. Consequently, today he had decisively utilized the distributable attribute points afforded by the system, effectively cleansing Teacher Zhang of the Western Wunmai. Indeed, these distributable attribute points wielded remarkable power. It was akin to purification. Not only would it pose no harm to the individual, but it would also directly expunge the Western literary influences, fostering a deeper affinity and comprehension of the Eastern literary principles. Tian had chosen this particular verse to gauge Principal Zhang's response precisely because it was so simple and easily grasped. While the distributable attribute points were indeed significant, the astonishing points he had amassed would not only unlock the system's maul but could also be exchanged at a cost of 50 points for a single distributable attribute point. Presently, with thousands of astonishing points at his disposal, he was more than equipped to orchestrate numerous endeavors. Indeed, principally, we have also noticed that this is Tian presenting you with an opportunity. This chance is of utmost importance. You must seize it without fail. Should you falter, it is highly probable that all the opportunities bestowed upon you by Tian could be squandered. Zhao Qinghuan, Teacher Wang, and the vice principal are no fools. On the contrary, their comprehension and application of the principles of literary Dao have reached a remarkably proficient level. Otherwise, they would not have achieved their current standing. Thus, it is evident to them that just moments ago, all vestiges of Western literary power within Principal Li have vanished completely. Indeed, not a trace remains. In that instant, Principal Li seemed to have rendered himself utterly powerless, reduced to an ordinary mortal. Why has this occurred? Everyone is well aware that it is a result orchestrated by Tian. As for why Tian possesses such capabilities, although curiosity lingers, no one is foolish enough to inquire. Everyone harbors secrets, and they cannot casually pry into the mysteries of others. Furthermore, Tian bears the significant responsibility of restoring the Eastern literary heritage of Longhua, which makes them even less inclined to investigate. The mere crafting of a poem that evokes such a terrifying imaginative expanse is indicative of what profound horrors might manifest once this poem is genuinely penned by Principal Zhang. Listening to the vice principal and others, at this moment, Principal Zhang clenched his teeth and resolved to act without hesitation. Crack! In an instant, he broke a long-preserved celestial silver wolf hairbrush, gritting his teeth. He savagely bit into his own finger, drawing blood. Then, he began to inscribe. The grass on the plains withers and flourishes, wildfires cannot consume it, spring winds blow, and it revives. Blood. Yes, indeed. A heavy scent of blood. At this moment, Principal Zhang completely forsook all remnants of Western literary power. Even as he sketched this poem, he did so using his own vital essence, writing on the parchment with his lifeblood. Buzz. In this instant, an immense surge of vital energy shot forth towards the heavens. Beneath the night sky, an intense crimson glow, illuminated by the moonlight, cast its reflection across the air, red as blood. At this moment, it appeared as though the sky itself had been painted crimson. A colossal blood-red prairie phenomenon materialized in the void. The seasons turned, day and night alternated. A furious wind howled, thunder roared. Within minutes, the poetic scenes that had just flickered in the minds of a few truly manifested in the emptiness. The cacophonous sounds, the blood-soaked environment, in that moment, incited the students of City No. 3 Middle School into a frenzy. In an instant, they flung open their windows, gazing at the cyclical seasons unfolding in the void, witnessing the blood-colored thicket that could not be consumed by wildfires. Shock etched upon their faces. What is happening? Another celestial phenomenon. But what of that blood-like thicket? The inferno consuming the bloodgrass, the vital energy soaring to the heavens, it seemed as if some life was concluding. Yet, amidst the transitions, as spring arrived, the blood-colored thicket gradually revived under the spring rain. Such a terrifying celestial phenomenon could not possibly stem from Western literary power, for there exists no sensation akin to this in the West. I sense a peculiar essence. Are you implying Tian? Indeed, the playground. Perhaps something significant has transpired there. Let us go and see. A throng of individuals conversed, and in an instant, countless people disregarded evening study sessions and meals. Their figures darting towards the center of the playground with the agility of monkeys, employing all manner of expedient means. Simultaneously, on the road leading to the Long City Education Bureau, innumerable vehicles were slowly making their way. Preparing to return to the Bureau, matters concerning Tian were only partially addressed today. There remained a multitude of issues to be resolved, particularly Director Long and Deputy Director Zhou, seated in the back seat. We're deliberating on how to ensure the safety of Tian and his family. Sometimes, these matters hold paramount importance, not to mention, Tian's value had been vividly demonstrated during today's assessment. Thus, they must alleviate any concerns surrounding him. Enabling the plan to progress to the next stage. In the upscale residential area, arrangements for multiple special task forces must be made to safeguard the safety of Tian's family at all times. I suspect there may be some ill-intentioned individuals preparing to take action. Yes, I understand. Deputy Director Zhou nodded solemnly. Moreover, the initial round of inspections at the City Education Bureau has concluded. We have indeed uncovered some leads. Having discovered 5 hidden pawns of the Demon Clan within our bureau, which have now been transferred to the City Inspection Department, this is a positive development. However, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds of inspections must also be conducted. We cannot afford to be negligent. Additionally, the Inspection Department may not be entirely secure. I shall take the initiative to communicate with the director of the Inspection Department. Perhaps, the city of Long is about to encounter great turmoil. Tian truly knows how to stir up trouble. A mere director's song can unveil the machinations of the Demon Clan. How intriguing, truly intriguing. The two exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. They realized that this student named Tian not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also seemed capable of bringing good fortune to their education bureau. Just this alone. However, as they pondered this, they were suddenly taken aback. In that moment, they detected an overwhelming scent of blood. No, within this aroma of blood was an air of ruthlessness, celestial phenomena. The two recalled something and immediately rolled down the car windows to gaze into the void. Goodness. Turn around. Notify everyone. Turn around, quickly, to City No. 3 Middle School. Damn it. Tian never allows a moment of respite. Buzz. In an instant, upon receiving the order, the driver swiftly turned the steering wheel, and at that moment, the Education Bureau's vehicle activated its sirens, disregarding traffic regulations, and immediately sped against the flow. In that instant, traffic descended into chaos. Indeed, the two officials of the Education Bureau witnessed the horrifying celestial phenomena above City No. 3 Middle School. Especially, they sensed an essence of Eastern Literary Dao within this phenomenon. However, this sensation was distinctly different from Tian's. Tian's essence was one of dominion over the world, of the starry cosmos, embodying the myriad superlative creations that existed before the schism of civilization. Yet this, while possessing immense vital energy, was entirely disparate from Tian's essence. In that moment, they understood. Just as they made their way to the City Education Bureau, it was likely that others had similarly awakened the true Eastern literary heritage. However, A cloud of confusion enveloped their minds, for they were all too aware that the Western literary heritage was deeply entrenched within the denizens of Longhua, especially after generations of transmission. Even newborns carry traces of Western literary power. These elements are inscribed in the very bones, flesh, and blood. To sever them and shift to the path of Eastern literary Dao is a near impossible task. For, should one attempt to sever ties with the Western literary heritage, it is highly probable that one would perish. Do not doubt it. There have been those who attempted such a feat, and none returned alive. This is precisely the reason for the astonishment of the two directors. Within City Number 3 Middle School, what has transpired? At this moment, within the inspection department, Deputy Director Sun has returned, accompanied by the apprehended Director Song. That it must be said, Director Song is indeed unfortunate. No one shows him any pity. And even the interrogation process was bypassed, relegating him directly to confinement within the A-grade laboratory. The A-grade laboratory. This is the most terrifying branch within the inspection department. The inspection department possesses direct punitive authority. This place resembles a research base, a laboratory, where those within Long City guilty of heinous crimes, such as colluding with the demon clan or impersonating humans, are executed and dissected for study. Not only are martial techniques examined, but also the fusion of vital energies, literary powers, and mental forces are dissected. In dealing with enemies, especially those colluding with the demon clan, the inspection department has never shown leniency. Director Song will not last long. Yet we suspect there are spies within our ranks. I believe that we now need to collaborate with the Civil Affairs Department, Special Forces, Military, and Security Bureau to conduct a comprehensive screening for demons across all institutions in Long City. On the day of Yi Tian's test, an incident occurred that could spell danger for our Long City if similar events transpired elsewhere. A middle-aged man seated in his office listened intently to Deputy Director Sun's words. Nodding gravely, I shall take charge of this matter. You are to specifically handle Yi Tian. This genius is of utmost importance. According to my sources, the Institute of Ancient Civilizations has already become aware of Yi Tian's situation and will soon dispatch personnel to the Education Bureau for observation. He continued, moreover, certain individuals within Long Province have also taken note of Yi Tian. Thus, we must exercise caution. The current level of attention is both advantageous and perilous, as there are still some restless elements within Long City and even Long Province. We must ensure they do not bring harm to Yi Tian. I understand. I will diligently follow up on this, Deputy Director Sun affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged director smiled. Very well. There are numerous matters to attend to today, especially regarding Yi Tian. You must be weary. Go take a rest. Just as the director was about to utter the word rest, an unexpected holographic call connected directly to his office. Projecting an image into the void, an incident has occurred at City Number 3 Middle School. Have old Sun come over once more? I've already informed Deputy Director Xiao of the Magical Affairs Bureau and Deputy Director Lin of the Special Affairs Bureau. Damn it. What is that rascal Yi Tian up to? In the image, the director of the Education Bureau, Long, said nothing further and abruptly ended the call. As the image faded, both men were left momentarily stunned. Another issue has arisen, and it concerns Yi Tian. I must take my leave then. Director. It seems I shall not be resting today. You must grant me compensatory leave later. Deputy Director Sun shrugged, offering no further comment, and swiftly drove towards City Number 3 Middle School. Congratulations. You have transmitted the essence of the Eastern cultural lineage, stirring great excitement among the populace, resulting in a 50-point increase in the vitality of the Eastern cultural lineage. Congratulations, you have transmitted the essence of the Eastern cultural lineage, stirring great excitement among the populace, resulting in a 50-point increase in the vitality of the Eastern cultural lineage. Congratulations, you have transmitted the essence of the Eastern cultural lineage, stirring great excitement among the populace, resulting in a 50-point increase in the vitality of the Eastern cultural lineage. The melodious notification chimes began to refresh incessantly at that moment. Simultaneously, the previously subdued City No. 3 Middle School erupted once more in a dazzling brilliance. Although there was no live broadcast this time, in an instant, all the lights in the teaching buildings and dormitories illuminated. All students, teachers, and class supervisors ceased their activities and gathered on the playground. However, when they beheld their principal, using blood as ink to inscribe 2 lines of poetry, a wave of astonishment swept over them. What? How could this be? Such a terrifying celestial phenomenon was actually conjured by Principal Li. Why did I not sense the power of the Western cultural lineage emanating from him? More intriguingly, this seems to be a force unlike any I have ever encountered, and it bears a striking resemblance to the power within you, Tian. It was evident that Principal Li had forsaken the Western cultural lineage to become a formidable figure of our dragon nation's Eastern cultural lineage. However, severing ties with the Western cultural lineage was akin to seeking resurrection from death. And as of now, no such resurrection techniques existed. How then did Principal Li achieve this transformation? To my knowledge, such a conversion, if mishandled, would invariably lead to the demise of the one attempting it. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Several teachers' eyes brimmed with profound astonishment. How could they not be astonished? It must be noted that Principal Zhang's actions made him the foremost individual in all of City No. 3 Middle School. No, he was the first in all of Long City, and even within Long Province, to reach such heights. It was simply incredible. There must be a great secret behind this. I suspect that the esteemed Yu Tian must have played a significant role. This was a certainty, some speculated. However, upon reconsideration, the eyes of others suddenly sparkled with realization. If this were the case, did it not imply that Yu Tian, the esteemed one, possesses the means to facilitate our transition from the Western cultural lineage to the Eastern cultural lineage? You have all witnessed Principal Li's manifestation of the power of the Eastern cultural lineage, which surpasses the formidable Western cultural lineage he had painstakingly cultivated for decades. The crowd conversed, their eyes growing increasingly bright and filled with awe. How many years had it been? A century? A millennium? An epoch? They had lost count, and even the records and traditions had traversed countless eras, rendering them unable to recall how many epochs had passed. Yet, each time during lectures, Principal Li and the class supervisors would recount how our dragon nation had once been the sovereign of Blue Star, the mightiest force on the surface, with the powers of the Western cultural lineage being utterly insignificant during the era of the dragon nation. However, as time flowed on, no one could ascertain the reasons behind the cultural discontinuity that had emerged, nor could anyone explain why the Eastern cultural lineage had vanished so completely. Each time this was taught, the teachers wore expressions of regret and longing. They regretted not having witnessed the Eastern lineage's former glory, while simultaneously yearning for the revival of our dragon nation's cultural powers, the scriptures of cultural knowledge, and the methodologies of cultural mastery. Yet, for tens of thousands of years, none had emerged. The shifts in time were increasingly despairing to speak of, particularly for the dragon nation, whose name had remained unchanged for millennia. And this dragon does not refer to the Western dragon, but rather the divine dragon of the East. However, as the name's era extended, the newer generations of the dragon nation grew increasingly despondent. Had the Eastern cultural lineage truly perished? The crowd remained oblivious, unaware of the truth. Yet now, within this small Long City and this modest City No. 3 Middle School, a second individual possessing the power of the Eastern cultural lineage had emerged. This ignited a flicker of hope within some hearts at City No. 3 Middle School. The dragon nation still has a chance. There is still hope. I shall cultivate the Eastern cultural lineage. It was evident that the celestial phenomena exhibited by Principal Li were far more formidable than those of the West. Boom! Just as the crowd conversed, a sudden dull thud echoed. Following this, amidst the collective panic, the playground, once covered in asphalt and other materials, began to crack and split apart. Crack! The unmistakable sound of fissures reverberated in everyone's ears. Subsequently, blades of grass emerged from the crevices. A gentle breeze stirred, and in the blink of an eye, these grasses grew at an astonishing pace, transforming from mere 3 to 4 centimeters into over a meter tall. A dense blanket of vibrant green enveloped the area. This time, it was not crimson as blood. It was truly a lush green thicket. Wildfires cannot consume it. Spring winds will bring it back to life. What a splendid revival! When Deputy Director Sun of the Inspection Bureau and the Deputy Directors of the Long City Education Bureau arrived on the playground, they were struck with awe at the sight before them. Principal Zhang's talent is not merely exceptional. His strength is indeed terrifying. They mused. No wonder he has held the position of principal at City No. 3 Middle School for over a decade. Of course, they were acutely aware that this extraordinary spectacle had a 100% likelihood of being a result of Yu Tian's formidable influence. They were not foolish and could clearly sense the life energy contained within the thicket. And they knew that it harbored not only vitality, but also an unsettling aura. Perhaps, should someone of equal standing to Principal Zhang step onto this playground, they might find themselves unable to survive amidst the grass. Indeed, Principal Zhang's reputation was well-deserved. You may very well be promoted after this, remarked Deputy Director Zhou of the Education Bureau with a smile. Too much praise. In truth, this is all thanks to Yi Tian. Had it not been for him, I, old Zhang, would not have succeeded in cultivating the Eastern cultural lineage. Principal Zhang humbly replied, simultaneously paying a compliment to Yi Tian. However, to be fair, it was not mere flattery. For it was indeed the truth. Well, with the incident you all have stirred up, it seems none of us will be getting any sleep tonight. Deputy Director Zhou rubbed his temples and spoke with a wry smile. Let us depart for the Education Bureau. Yi Tian possesses the ability to facilitate your transformation without incurring any risk. This matter is of monumental significance. It is imperative that this information remains confidential. For if it were to leak, it would certainly unleash a storm of chaos and bloodshed. However, upon hearing this, Yi Tian shook his head. The tempest may already be upon us. The commotion today has been considerable. And it stands to reason that many are already aware of the news, be it the demon clan or the lackeys of the West. Yi Tian is not a fool. There are indeed individuals from the Western world within Long City. In this day and age, with communications so advanced, a single phone call can disseminate information in an instant. Some matters may have already begun to radiate outward into the world. Time, 9 o'clock in the evening. Location, Long City, suburbs, Western Magic Academy. At this moment, the Western Magic Academy was ablaze with light. However, this illumination referred specifically to a fifth-floor conference room, as the students' evening study sessions had been temporarily suspended by the academy staff. In other words, at this very moment, all students were either out enjoying themselves or resting in their dormitories. All the faculty members were gathered in this vast conference room, yet every individual present was of Western descent. Not a single one was from the Dragon Nation. Indeed, this institution was a Western Magic Academy established within the Dragon Nation by Westerners. This arrangement was a consequence of an ancient agreement between the Dragon Nation and the West, the specifics of which have been lost to time. Centuries ago, a fixed protocol was established whereby the West could allow the East to utilize the power of Western cultural lineage, but in return, Westerners were required to establish schools within the East, with the stipulation that the headmaster must be a Westerner, not an Easterner. Due to the significant cultural disjunction in the Dragon Nation, its leadership had no choice but to acquiesce to such conditions. Consequently, in the contemporary era, every city in the East hosts at least 3 to 4 schools specifically founded by Westerners. The management, teaching staff, security personnel, and even the janitors in these institutions are exclusively of Western heritage. At this moment, at the head of the conference room, a middle-aged man with golden hair furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. There are faint signs of revival in the Eastern cultural lineage. The mysterious celestial dragonfire phoenix displayed at City Number 3 today is emblematic of the mythological era of the East. We are not particularly familiar with these matters, given their antiquity. However, the resurgence of the Eastern cultural lineage is not a favorable omen. Indeed, an elderly man in his 60s, with a round face and white hair, nodded gravely. Moreover, at 7 o'clock this evening, the countless blood-red thickets suggested that someone within Long City is attempting to activate the Eastern bloodline. Let us eradicate it. No matter how terrifying the celestial phenomena may be, they remain merely that, phenomena. Strength and celestial phenomena are not synonymous. Perhaps extraordinary talent can transcend the spectrum of colors. But at present, we are all A-level powers. The principle of City Number 3, Zhang, is merely at the initial A-level that if we act covertly, we can easily crush him, eliminating any possibility of revival for the Eastern cultural lineage. Upon hearing this, a woman with red hair also nodded in agreement. However, we must exercise caution with that fellow named Yi Tian. He is likely the root cause of this Eastern cultural revival. He should be our first target for elimination. Yet, we must be wary, as his threat may surpass even that of Principal Zhang. Indeed, this hypothesis did not seem unfounded to them. Yi Tian, ranked 150th on the Celestial Cultural Ranking, had already made waves in numerous places today. After all, the ranking is global, and such matters cannot easily be concealed. Furthermore, today's live broadcast had created an even greater stir. Given these circumstances, it would be impossible for others to remain oblivious. Whether it be his innate talent, the pen in his possession, or the literary table he has crafted, all these elements suggest that Yi Tian harbors great secrets. Therefore, when devising strategies against him, we must exercise utmost caution. I believe this matter requires thorough discussion. We may even need to collaborate with the other 3 magic schools to covertly eliminate Yi Tian. Of course, we can also seek allies to AT this moment. A black-haired girl clad in leather attire revealed a cunning smile that we could also ally with the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan? Have you lost your mind? Upon hearing the girl's suggestion, the white-haired elder and the others instantly paled. With the resurgence of spiritual energy and its explosive manifestation, the Demon Clan has been rapidly gaining strength, consistently attempting to devour human cities, particularly. The Demon Clan has committed countless atrocities against our nation, resulting in the deaths of many compatriots. To suggest an alliance with them is reckless. Why fear? The girl licked her lips, and a bloodthirsty glint flickered in her eyes. This dragon nation is not our homeland. Moreover, the Federation we belong to has long harbored ambitions of annexing the Dragon Nation. This time, we are merely fanning the flames, collaborating with the Demon Clan to eliminate Tian and Principal Zhang, allowing the Demon Clan to directly besiege Long City. In this manner, we can discreetly withdraw, and when the beast tide emerges, the Demon Clan will utterly annihilate Long City. This would be exceedingly beneficial for our Federation, as it would weaken the Dragon Nation's strength. With such a vast urban population, imagine the colossal loss the Dragon Nation would incur with the destruction of a city housing 20 million people. The audacity of such a plan left everyone astounded, their gazes shifting to the leather-clad girl. Her thoughts were indeed ruthless. However, they were invigorated by the prospect. Let us deliberate carefully and reach a swift resolution. This matter should not be delayed. The individuals at the Eastern Education Bureau possess keen intellects and will undoubtedly sense that someone is plotting against Tian. Yet, they could never anticipate our ruthless strategy. Haha, let it be so. Someone suddenly grasped the concept that if we proceed with this plan, the Dragon Nation will inevitably suffer severe losses. In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room transformed, and everyone grew animated. They swiftly took out paper to discuss and strategize, with some even retrieving their phones to communicate with the principals and teachers of the other 3 magic schools. However, they were not naive. They understood that such discussions were best conducted in person, thus summoning everyone to the Magic Academy for face-to-face negotiations. In this era, phone calls are susceptible to eavesdropping, and they naturally wish to protect their nascent plans from being thwarted by prying ears. Outside, an expansive forest stretched endlessly under the cloak of night, with moonlight cascading down to cast silvery rays upon the ground, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Yet, beneath this moonlit facade, the specter of predation lurked at every moment. This place was none other than the wilderness forest outside Long City, the playground of demon beasts. Indeed, a veritable paradise for their activities. Such wilderness sanctuaries are not rare. Across the Dragon Nation, there are no fewer than 200 of them. This is still a conservative estimate. It can be said that the terrifying forests inhabited by these demon beasts obscure every city from one another. As for human travel, it relies solely on transportation arrays. Indeed, the teleportation array serves as a crucial link between cities, while communication is facilitated through mobile devices reliant on the strength of signal connections and video calls via super base stations and artificial satellites. Travel must depend solely on the teleportation array. No means of transportation can traverse the forest to reach another city. Not even aircraft are exempt from this limitation. The skies are patrolled by formidable flying beasts, which, upon spotting passengers in an aircraft, behave like hawks spotting prey, descending upon them with ferocity. Such occurrences are not rare. These aerial creatures come in 2 extremes, either exceedingly large or diminutively small, should the smaller beasts infiltrate an aircraft's engine. A catastrophic disaster is inevitable. Conversely, if colossal flying monstrosities, measuring hundreds or even thousands of meters, detect an aircraft, there exists no escape for its occupants. This illustrates the terrors of the aerial domain. Moreover, terrestrial transportation is equally futile. The highways and national roads established years ago, which once interconnected the nation, have long succumbed to the ravages of time, vanishing without a trace. The wilderness, now rejuvenated by spiritual energy, has enveloped these roads in a tangle of trees and vines. With even the center of the highways overrun by thickets and saplings, the forest teems with an overwhelming variety of beasts. Attempting to traverse these woodlands by automobile to another city is akin to courting death. With the roads in such disarray, high-speed trains and other forms of rapid transit are utterly unthinkable. Thus, for any long-distance journey, one must resort to the teleportation array, a network painstakingly established by countless powerful beings over several years since the resurgence of spiritual energy. The establishment of a global teleportation alliance came at a tremendous cost. claiming innumerable lives and formidable warriors. At this very moment, within the wild forests beyond Long City, the roars of beasts echo ceaselessly. Building in intensity, suddenly, a silver-white wolf, 3 meters in height, erupts from the shadows, lunging for the neck of a 2-meter-tall spotted deer. In that instant, the deer stirs slightly, and a blue current crackles to life upon its antlers, emitting a series of sharp sounds as it directs its electric assault toward the wolf. The wolf's eyes gleam with a crimson light as it swiftly evades, altering its course to continue its attack. However, the deer's counterstrike exceeds the wolf's expectations, manifesting 4 bolts of thunder, each as thick as a network cable, which ensnare the wolf's trajectory. 1 bolt strikes the wolf squarely in the eye, causing blood to spatter, the sin of iron filling the air. The wolf howls in agony, preparing to retreat, but is met with another 4 bolts of lightning that strike its body with relentless force. Yet, from the shadows emerge 2 tigers. Indeed, they are tigers, and like the spotted deer, they too possess the thunderous skill. In that moment, despair envelopes the wolf. How can it possibly contend with the presence of 2 tigers? It is not the wolf king and cannot command a pack. Soon, the air thickens with the scent of blood, and the wolf's form dissipates from sight, leaving only tufts of fur and scattered bones in its wake. Just as this battle concludes, 2 massive pythons, each 3 meters thick, spring forth from the dried leaves on the ground, swiftly ensnaring the 2 tigers. The clash reignites. This exemplifies the terror of the wilderness, or rather, the realm of beastly creatures, where conflict is an ever-present reality. Meanwhile, a mere 10,000 meters away lies an entrance to the underground. Beneath this entrance is an immense subterranean passage, winding like a mountain road, extending deep into the earth, penetrating 400 to 500 meters below the surface. Here resides a tiger, humanoid in demeanor, seated upon a stone sofa. This tiger, appearing almost anthropomorphic, furrows its brow slightly. The presence of a few of its kin has vanished. Indeed, this tiger possesses the ability to articulate human speech. Could it be that someone has uncovered the agents planted by this king? Yet, the agents dispatched are top-tier experts. How could they be discovered? As it ponders, its form flickers and transforms into that of a youthful girl. With a crisp ponytail, she gestures, conjuring a glass of vegetable juice, imitating humanity as she takes a delicate sip. Little lizard, go investigate. Explore the human world. However, before she can finish her command, a green serpent suddenly slithers in from outside. This 10-meter-long serpent morphs into a green girl with a serpentine lower body, displaying an expression of urgency. Master, our attempt to infiltrate the Long City Education Bureau has failed. Today, a certain Tian emerged within Long City. This individual possesses an Eastern lineage that has not surfaced in millennia. Moreover, his talents are extraordinary, likely capable of awakening the resurgence of Eastern heritage. We all know that the revival of spiritual energy and the fracture of Eastern civilization provided our kind with a chance to breathe and grow stronger. If the Eastern lineage truly awakens, it would spell doom for our kind. Today, a director song we assimilated was discovered by Tian, who sensed the beastly aura hidden within him, alerting humanity to our concealed identities. Upon hearing this, the youthful girl's eyes glimmer with a hint of crimson. The Eastern lineage has surfaced. At this moment, she did not anticipate such a turn of events. This situation is rather unexpected. Let us not rush. We shall wait and see. However, this individual obstructs our plans, and retribution is warranted. We shall bide our time, for soon the human realm will dispatch those with potential to the outskirts of the beastly forest for training. Green Serpent, return and make arrangements. If you encounter this Tian, eliminate him if possible. If not, remember his features and report back to me. At that time, I shall personally confront him. Understood. The Green Serpent nodded and swiftly departed. The Tiger King's domain is not a place she can linger. Once the lizard and Green Serpent had left, the girl gazed at the dimly lit cavern and chuckled softly. It has been quite some time since I have witnessed such an intriguing occurrence. Just as she was about to speak again, the Green Serpent reappeared, bowing respectfully to the Tiger King girl. Bewildered as she announced, "My lady, individuals from the human world have contacted us, seeking an alliance to obliterate Long City and slay Tian." Oh, the Tiger King smiled at this revelation. How intriguing. Let them enter. The Demon Clan and the people from the West are currently strategizing. Regarding the matter of Tian, both factions dare not take it lightly. Beneath the turbulent undercurrents, the city of Long has transformed into a place tinged with danger and dread. leaving its inhabitants in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, as these individuals orchestrate their plans in the heart of Long City. Within the office of the director of the Education Bureau, Xiao Dai observes the comings and goings of numerous influential figures, engaged in their duties and reporting on various matters. Some discussions regarding the demon clan's data and the torment endured by Director Song are conducted openly in her presence, leaving her feeling somewhat unnerved. Could it be that the personnel from the Education Bureau truly intend for her to sip tea for a lifetime? Now that she is privy to so many secrets, she feels as though she is bound to the Education Bureau as ship of thieves, unable to escape. Look, our actions have frightened the child. Director Long remarks, chuckling at the sight of Xiao Dai's forehead glistening with cold sweat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai is at a loss for words, only able to offer a wry smile. At this moment, Tian happens to enter. Have you finished your call home? Mayor Long inquires with a smile. I haven't called, but I did stop by home to inform my parents and sister that the Education Bureau needs to speak with me tonight. Vaguely mentioning some qualifications to avoid causing them worry. However, given the size of this splendid house, my parents are somewhat suspicious I've managed to deflect their concerns regarding my extraordinary aptitude in the future. You must dispatch top-tier personnel to ensure the safety of my family. You understand what I mean, right? Upon hearing this, both directors chuckle and nod in agreement that we won't disclose this matter, and you need not worry. Your situation is of paramount importance, especially tonight's events, which have enabled Principal Li to break free from the Western bloodline and ascend as a master of the Eastern lineage. It can be said that you are the first in today's world to achieve such a feat. They continue. The outside world remains unaware, and we will keep it confidential for now, that if this information were to leak, there would surely be many who would seek to eliminate you and Principal Zhang. Nodding in understanding, Tian is not naive. He fully comprehends the implications of this situation. Nonetheless, he recognizes that to revive the Eastern lineage, he must continually create successors of that tradition. The ability to allocate attribute points is akin to a reset tool in a game, capable of erasing the influence of the Western lineage from others. Thus, he intends to utilize this capability. In truth, at this stage, Tian could choose to keep this matter under wraps for the time being, thereby preserving more lineage points, which would expedite the unlocking of the Eastern lineage. Previously, when he gazed into the void in the ground with his lineage eye, he discerned countless Eastern dragon veins blocked by the power of the Western lineage. Once unsealed, the rise of the Eastern lineage would undoubtedly accelerate. Yet, the current era has already instilled numerous peculiar rules of the Western lineage into the blood of Eastern people. Without a reset, it would be nearly impossible to guide the populace back to the Eastern lineage. Moreover, there is another point. He must reveal his methods to the Education Bureau and Principal Zhang at the earliest opportunity to bolster his own leverage. The Eastern lineage is of utmost significance. Why was the Eastern Institute of Ancient Literature established? Because nearly all high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation, even after millennia, have never abandoned the hope of restoring the Eastern lineage. Many of them still yearn for its resurgence. With this in mind, it suffices to say that the more leverage he possesses, the more powerful allies he can attract. These allies could serve to protect him from assassination attempts in the Demon Clan, while also aiding him in the better restoration of the Eastern lineage. At this moment, Director Long suddenly chuckles, pausing before continuing. Are you not afraid that we might betray you? For millennia, we have traversed countless eras, and the Eastern lineage has merely been a legendary concept. Perhaps we have long since lost hope in it, and our hearts have aligned with the West. Are you not concerned that exposing your power and secrets before us might prompt us to notify the Western powers, uniting them to eliminate you? Or perhaps stifling this variable at its inception? Such words are direct, cold-blooded, and starkly realistic. Director Long's statement might indeed hold some truth. After all, the human heart is inscrutable, and no one can truly fathom the thoughts of individuals in this current age. Take Director Song, for instance. Did he not align himself with the Demon Clan? However, Tian remains unfazed and shakes his head calmly. Why would that be? Perhaps we have already despaired over the Eastern lineage. That is not the case, for we are all citizens of the Dragon Nation. This declaration leaves Director Long, Deputy Director Zhou, and Xiao Dai momentarily speechless. Citizens of the Dragon Nation? Is that truly the sole reason? Such a seemingly casual statement is sufficient for Tian to act as he has. They find themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Every citizen of the Dragon Nation is imbued with the spirit of the dragon and possesses unwavering conviction. Although the Dragon Nation has practiced the Western lineage, it has been a necessity rather than a choice. If the citizens of the Dragon Nation were devoid of hope, the Dragon Vein's energy would not exist. Furthermore, if their hearts had indeed been assimilated by the Western lineage, the Eastern lineage would not merely be in a state of blockage, but would have simply vanished. The fate of the Dragon Nation is intricately tied to the choices of its people. Tian smiles lightly. As long as your spirits endure, the heart of the Dragon Nation remains, ensuring the eternal existence of the Dragon Veins in the undying Dragon Soul. Everything is simply sealed away. This is why I feel at ease. You all possess the Dragon Soul and the Dragon Heart. As his words resonate, Director Long laughs heartily. The Dragon Soul and Dragon Heart, indeed. If we lack them, why would we persistently recount the might of our Eastern world in our classrooms? Precisely, Tian's words prompt them to nod in agreement. The Western lineage is ultimately an external path. The Dragon Nation, with its ancient civilization, serves as the foundation of the Dragon Nation. Although the Dragon Nation may currently be enveloped by the power of the Western lineage, as the director of the Education Bureau in Long City, he is acutely aware of certain undercurrents. In fact, it aligns with Tian's observations. The Eastern lineage is merely suppressed by the Western lineage. While they may not know which country or powerful figure from the West is responsible for this suppression. Large institutions such as the Education Bureau, Special Operations Division, Security Bureau, and the Dragon Nation Institute of Ancient Civilization have certainly made discoveries over countless years. Especially in a world where everyone acknowledges a common consensus, the foundation of the Great Path. Indeed, every nation possesses its own unique foundation. The Dragon Nation is no exception. If the Great Path's foundation were to vanish, the nation would be unable to cultivate its philosophies and the power of literature, ultimately devolving into a realm of mortals, susceptible to the predation of demonic beasts. Such occurrences have not been uncommon throughout history. It is precisely because the Great Path's foundation of the Dragon Nation remains intact that individuals can cultivate the Western philosophies even amidst the suppression of the Dragon Veins. This is also why the Dragon Soul endures and the Dragon Heart persists over the course of countless years. Every year, every moment, a plethora of powerful figures within the Dragon Nation tirelessly seek methods to restore the Eastern lineage. Now, this young man before him possesses that very capability. Listening to Director Long's revelations, Tian nods slightly, finding them consistent with his own deductions. Given this knowledge, certain matters become considerably more manageable. However, the gravity of this situation is daunting. Moreover, while you possess high aptitude, your strength has not yet reached the level of a true master. Currently, A-class powerhouses can roam freely within cities in the wild, yet their numbers are not overly abundant. You are simply too important. It is highly likely that A-class powerhouses may come seeking to assassinate you. That is of no concern. Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head. Through the course of time and understanding, he had garnered a rough comprehension of the hierarchy among the formidable figures of this parallel world. Presently, the classification adhered to a Western methodology, delineated into grades F, E, D, C, B, and A. Beyond the A grade, there existed S, SS, and even SSS levels. However, once one transcended the A grade and ascended to the S tier and above, the number of such powerful beings dwindled significantly. Each promotion required an immense foundation and profound essence of the literary path. Without a thorough understanding and a robust foundation, aspiring to become an SS-level powerhouse was akin to reaching for the heavens. This elucidated why the director of Long City, despite his esteemed position, was merely at the A level. Isn't there still you all? I refuse to believe that within Long City, there are no S-level warriors keeping watch, he asserted, citing institutions such as the Ancient Civilization Research Institute, the Magical Affairs Bureau, and the Inspection Bureau. I trust that you have already made your arrangements. This is merely a reminder. Indeed, the director of Long did not deny this, acknowledging it outright. Furthermore, there was another matter at hand. Your notoriety was expanding. Even your reputation had spread beyond Long City to other locales. Therefore, hasten your ascent. The greater your renown, the safer you shall be. The more attention you attract, the more individuals will be concerned for your safety. Should anything untoward happen to you, I dare say that every educational bureau across the Dragon Nation would seek to uncover the reasons behind your misfortune. The director possessed profound insights on this matter. Although Tian's fame had not yet truly permeated the entire nation, the educational bureaus were not to be underestimated. There existed a system of personnel information sharing between cities. Otherwise, how could students from Long City be admitted into universities in other cities? The lists from the Educational Bureau and records of significant events were mutually shared. Should it be confirmed that Yi Tian indeed possessed the ability to revive the Eastern cultural lineage, the entire Dragon Nation would plunge into a frenzy. At this juncture, it would be prudent to conceal any capacity to transition from Western to Eastern cultural legacies. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, the demon clans and foreign entities would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate you. The Eastern cultural heritage had been suppressed by certain Western factions for millennia, undoubtedly out of fear of its formidable strength. Thus, when a true herald of the Eastern cultural path emerged, those from the West would undoubtedly transform into ravenous wolves, intent on your annihilation. Yi Tian understood this all too well. You, my friend, speak the truth. You are astute and can gauge the hearts of men. Frankly, this situation has already escalated in the shadows. The powerful figures from Long City's Ancient Civilization Research Institute would, under the guise of anonymity, come to observe your third assessment tomorrow and discreetly engage in discussions regarding the revival of the Eastern literary path. Additionally, we shall provide you with various resources to expedite your ascension without entering the A grade. Possessing mere potential could still lead to peril. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian nodded. This was indeed part of his plan. In the initial phase, he must gather a sufficient number of powerful and trustworthy allies from the Dragon Nation. Simultaneously, he needed to amplify the situation as much as possible. The points of Eastern cultural fortune were crucial data for transformation and allocation. He could only acquire them through broadcasting and creating greater resonance. Moreover, these cultural fortune points could also unlock the system's marketplace for further benefits. All of these were means he needed to rapidly enhance. It is noteworthy that, at this moment, within the Educational Bureau, the goddess Zhao Qinghuan was also present. Observing Yi Tian seated before the director, displaying no signs of timidity or fear, she felt a flicker of surprise within her heart. It was as if the Yi Tian of this moment was a strategist, a figure of authority, with an air of composure and serenity, particularly highlighted by the clarity in his gaze. She found herself momentarily entranced, as if she were witnessing an entirely new Yi Tian. That will be all for today. Qinghuan, you may stay here. Allowing Yi Tian to return alone, the director remarked with a smile. Yet, Zhao Qinghuan, perplexed by the director's words, questioned, is it truly wise to let him return alone at night? Rest assured, there will be experts from the Educational Bureau accompanying him. He shall be safe, the director explained to Zhao Qinghuan. Meanwhile, Yi Tian refrained from further discourse, departing the Educational Bureau directly and boarding the Bureau's vehicle. Heading towards his new home, not far away, as night enveloped the city. The moon hung high in the sky at that moment. Atop the towering buildings, shadows clad in dark attire raced across the rooftops. Poised to eliminate Yi Tian, the sound of footsteps echoed coldly across multiple floors, some barely audible, akin to phantoms. Others soared above, riding brooms, staffs, or flying carpets, weaving through the city's shadows. These individuals, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, exhibited their unique abilities, united by a singular objective, to terminate Yi Tian. Engage, a chilling voice commanded through the earpiece. This instant, Yi Tian's vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of his community. As he stepped out, a sudden surge of peculiar fluctuations emerged from the shadow cast by the moonlight. A black arm, swift as lightning, shot forth from Yi Tian's shadow, reaching towards him. Clang, without Yi Tian moving an inch. A man in a suit raised a shimmering white light before him, and in an instant, the darkness met with blinding brilliance, vanishing entirely. Buzz! But at that very moment, from all directions, 8 assassins clad in leather emerged, swiftly forming a circle around Yi Tian, launching a frenzied assault. Some soared through the air, murmuring incantations, transforming into black mist that rushed forth on another front. A figure akin to a ninja wielded specially imbued throwing blades. Unleashing them with a flourish, blue flames enveloped the blades, radiating temperatures several times that of a gas stove, warping the very air around them. Attacks of varied nature surged forth from every direction. Suddenly, amidst the void, the roar of a fierce tiger erupted, as a 5-meter-tall beast materialized, its furious growl resonating like thunder, striking down upon the black mist with a mighty paw. Boom! A powerful shockwave reverberated through the air, causing the mist to convulse, a shadow hurtling backward and crashing violently to the ground. Simultaneously, the tiger remained relentless, charging forth, devouring the so-called throwing blades one after another. Clang, ding, ding, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, as a wall of golden light manifested before Tian, shielding him from the remaining projectiles, ensuring his safety. This Tian possesses some peculiar abilities. Seize his pen, his personal strength should not be so formidable. One of them remarked, yet before he could finish, a heavy scent of blood permeated the air, and crimson wild grasses sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain, enveloping him entirely. In the face of his horrified gaze, these blood-red grasses instantly breached his body, coursing through his veins, spreading throughout his entire being. In an instant, his body swelled, and amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers, he exploded in a cataclysmic shower of flesh. Some experts sensed the abnormality. Only Tian and the suited man had exited the vehicle, yet such overwhelming attacks did not seem to originate from them. Beneath the veil of night, there certainly lurked powerful figures unbeknownst to them. Is there any escape? Yet, at that moment, Tian wore a smile. With a single step forward, the divine brush of Ma Liang appeared in his hand. With a gentle wave, the lines of poetry materialized in the air once more. The grass on the plains grows anew. Wildfires cannot consume it, for spring winds bring life anew. However, at this moment, amidst the terror of the crowd, instead of grass, a chilling wind swept through, heralding a blizzard that enveloped the battlefield, descending from the heavens like a divine miracle. How is this possible? The heavy snow, instead of falling gently as it normally would, descended like a barrage of sharp blades, mercilessly striking these individuals that in an instant. They were left momentarily stunned. They realized that these snowflakes possessed the uncanny ability to slow their movements. Though it was merely a delay of less than 2 seconds, the crimson thickets had already enveloped them as if they had been copied and pasted onto their very bodies. Gradually, the grass concealed them entirely, rendering them akin to wrapped dumplings. Thud, thud, thud. Under Principal Zhang's command, these individuals were unceremoniously tossed before the car by the wild grass. That moment, Deputy Director Zhou slowly emerged from the passenger seat of the vehicle. For C-level experts and 2 B-level ones had assembled such a formidable display against Tian, a testament to their seriousness. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Tian, his voice tinged with astonishment. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. That much is undeniable. Yet, in the cultivation of literary power, even if you and Zhao Qinghuan possess exceptional gifts, your strength should still be at the early C-level. How could you possibly restrain them with literary techniques? A 2-second delay. It's impossible for a C-level to control a B-level for that long. I've already stated that my talent is remarkable. Have you forgotten? The Eastern literary power is inherently superior to the Western counterparts. Tian casually waved his hand. Let us thoroughly investigate these individuals' identities. Perhaps we can unearth a significant lead. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Initially, they had laid an ambush, anticipating these individuals would come to eliminate Tian. Zhou and his team had expected only C-level experts, never anticipating the presence of B-level ones. This show of force was no small matter for Tian. By the way, Tian, I have another question. At this moment, Principal Li approached Tian, shaking off the cold as wisps of white vapor escaped his lips. The snowflake domain you've conjured is astonishingly frigid. Even I find it piercingly cold. However, isn't this poem about the wild grass? Why does it also depict a scene of snowflakes? Tian had employed the poem taught by Professor Zhang, yet the scene he manifested was starkly different from that of Principal Li. Particularly, the formidable cold and ice could freeze enemies for a 2-second delay, a feat that would astound even an A-level expert like Principal Zhang. The poem did not merely present a singular image. In our study of the way, we must grasp all the scenes contained within the poetry. Time cycles through, the spring breeze breathes life anew, and with the alternation of the seasons, the scenery naturally exists. Your focus is solely on the rebirth of the grass after enduring the wildfire and the changing seasons, yet you have overlooked the essence of this seasonal transformation, the fury of the 4 seasons storms. Thunder and lightning. Once you thoroughly comprehend this poem, all of these elements can be transformed into your techniques. Boom. At that moment, Principal Li's mind opened as if a meteor had streaked across the sky, and he suddenly grasped the intricacies within. So the Eastern literary power can be wielded in this manner. Principal Li instantly understood the key. Indeed, I had only concentrated on the notion that the wildfires could not extinguish, and the spring breeze brings forth new life. But what transpired before the spring breeze could breathe life anew? The grass on the vast plains flourishes and withers with each passing year. The grassland's vegetation grows year after year, wilting in cycles, yet the roots never perish. Regardless of the winds, the rains, the thunder, and the snow, they have never truly died. This poem encapsulates not just the journey of the grass's rebirth. It is, in fact, a stunning tapestry that weaves through the seasons. Thus, Tian proclaimed, the cyclical nature of the seasons and the elements of wind, snow, and thunder are all techniques. Ultimately, he had underestimated the profundity of this poem. This piece possesses immense power. Regrettably, I have merely borrowed the most apparent aspect of it. He looked towards Tian, his voice tinged with bitterness. The literary tradition of Longhua has languished for years. Some matters must be recultivated. Following Tian's elucidation, Principal Li suddenly discerned certain truths and ideas. It seemed as if the imagination of the Longhua people had been constrained, their thoughts had been shackled, their ideas extinguished. Without formidable cognitive abilities and creativity, how could they manifest the might of Eastern literary power? In days past, when Tian inscribed the characters for primal chaos, the world transformed, stars exploded, and dragons and phoenixes danced in auspicious harmony. These auspicious visions, divine beasts, and celestial bodies were not mere figments of their imagination. Rather, they were the powerful essence inherently contained within the treasures of literature. Thus, they could be manifested, could materialize, and be perceived by the world. However, when the characters for primal chaos are penned by others, or even oneself, can such significant cosmic phenomena occur? Not necessarily. No, it is certain that they cannot. For they lack insight and familiarity with Eastern literary power. They are deficient in understanding the charm of Eastern culture. The root cause of this deficiency lies in the terrifying and severe erosion of Western literary traditions. Under the tutelage of Western magic, they followed textbooks to think, learn, and apply habitual thinking, leading to a notable lack of imagination. For instance, the rebirth of the grass after enduring the flames. If one does not possess a profound understanding of the words and a vivid imagination of the poetry, how could the scene of wind, snow, and thunder, where the roots break through the soil and stand tall, be vividly depicted? Indeed, what a genius! At this moment, observing Principal Zhang deep in contemplation after Tian's few insightful words. A surge of vitality coursed through him, causing Deputy Director Zhou's lips to curve into a slight smile. The student named Tian is remarkably strong. It is not merely a matter of talent. His ability to teach and inspire others to think divergently is also of a high caliber. To be honest, like Principal Li, when he viewed this line of poetry, he had only shifted his focus to the resilience and indomitable spirit of the grass. Thus, if he were to manifest the essence of Eastern literary tradition, the first image would undoubtedly be that of wild grass, having endured flames and the trials of the seasons. Yet, they could not materialize the flames. Similarly, they could not conjure the scenes of seasonal change, for in their minds, this was merely an ordeal that the wild grass endured. It was the expected process. The outcome was what mattered most. However, Tian's direction and their thought processes were entirely different. Calculating this, a single line of poetry could eclipse countless verses and literary works of Western tradition. And that is the true treasure. In an instant, he felt a surge of passion. Now that he had conversed with Tian, he began to consider some unique possibilities. If he too were to transform into the essence of Eastern literary tradition, would his strength not swiftly advance yet again? Enough of this contemplation of cultivation. These individuals must be taken for investigation. We cannot afford to waste any more time, the suited man interrupted, observing the two lost in their thoughts of cultivation. Subsequently, Tian voluntarily retreated to rest, while their Education Bureau, Inspection Department, and even the Special Operations Department were destined for an insomniac night. Congratulations! You have taught Principal Zhang the method of implementing thought, earning 100 points of Eastern literary fortune. Congratulations! You have taught Deputy Director Zhou the method of implementing thought, earning 100 points of Eastern literary fortune. Congratulations! You have taught Deputy Director Sun of the Inspection Department the method of implementing thought, earning 100 points of Eastern literary fortune. Congratulations! Principal Zhang's strength has been enhanced. You have received feedback, and your strength has increased by 1. The melodious notification sound echoed continuously, causing a subtle smile to grace Tian's lips as he stood in the elevator. The concept of haptic feedback was something he had not anticipated. Although it was merely a single point, it was better than nothing. Especially since this was just the beginning, he still had a plethora of attribute points to allocate. In the near future, he envisioned transforming several prominent figures into formidable champions of the Eastern lineage. confident that his power level of 1 would soon escalate dramatically. The method of cognitive implementation, which had granted him an unexpected boost of 300 points in cultural fortune, truly took him by surprise. Moreover, Deputy Director Zhou and Deputy Director Sun of the Inspection Office had yet to undergo the transformation into the Eastern lineage. Yet the system had still recorded their achievements. Contemplating this matter, Tian felt he might have conceived a swifter and more efficient method to accumulate fortune points, one step at a time. He thought it was imperative to enhance his strength. Beneath the cultural eye, the Dragon City was rife with sealed dragon veins, and to unlock these seals, a certain degree of power was undoubtedly required. However, once the dragon veins were unsealed, would his fortune points increase? The dragon veins were of utmost importance, and should he succeed in unsealing one, he was certain that rewards would follow. As Tian pondered. The elevator reached his floor. He stepped out and used the key provided by Director Long to unlock the door. With a click, as the door swung open, a warm scene greeted him. The television was playing a replay of Tian's live broadcast from earlier that day. While his parents and younger sister sat quietly, engrossed in the show, his sister, especially, sat nestled between their parents, a bag of snacks resting on her lap. She reached in, pulling out a piece to feed to their parents. "You're back, son. You didn't encounter any danger, did you?" Tian's mother smiled softly upon seeing him return. His father cast a deep, contemplative glance in his direction, but said nothing. In contrast, his sister, with the swiftness of the wind, dashed over and clung to Tian's chest like an octopus. "Brother, I heard that you've caught the attention of some big shots in this apartment. Did the Education Bureau really gift it to you? We can't be dreaming, can we?" In response, Tian chuckled and shook his head. "This isn't a dream. Here's the property deed." Gently setting his sister down, he retrieved the deed from his backpack and tossed it to her casually. He then produced 2 blue porcelain vials. "These are part of the monthly training resources from the Education Bureau. Body Refinement Liquid. It will enhance your physical strength and better enable you to withstand the formidable power of the cultural path. Drink up, Mom and Dad." With cheerful smiles, he handed the vials to his parents. Without hesitation, they drank, fully aware that their son was likely engaged in far grander endeavors, particularly concerning the Eastern lineage, of which they had gained some understanding. Yet, they chose not to voice their thoughts, recognizing that Tian had matured and developed his own perspectives. At that moment, the clock struck 11 at night. Most students had already succumbed to slumber. But for some, this was the prime time for nightlife. The internet served as a hub of fervent activity that on a platform named Weibo, the trending topic at that very moment was not some young individual lamenting their woes or a company embroiled in scandal, but an unprecedented phenomenon. Live stream viewership surpassed 10 million. Heir of the Eastern Dragon Vein, Tian. Indeed, this sensational headline had seized the top spot on the trending list. Subsequently, within the top 10 trending topics, every single one was related to Tian. For instance, the second topic posed a question: is this the catalyst for the revival of the Eastern cultural path? Can our dragon nation truly cultivate its own cultural path now? Tian had created the cultural path table. He was yet another individual in the past 20,000 years to have done so. Was this person genuine or merely a fabrication? Conspiracy theorists speculated that someone was attempting to use the Eastern cultural path as a pretext to frame Dragon City, aiming to incite its annihilation by the demon race. An emergency meeting was convened by the Western cultural path authorities, questioning whether there was a connection to Tian's Eastern cultural path. The Education Bureau urged everyone not to spread rumors, asserting that they, alongside the inspection office, were in the process of verifying the facts. Unfailingly, every trending topic was interconnected with Tian. Furthermore, the follower count for the account of the so-called Little Daime surged from 10 million to 20 million in mere moments. This sudden influx of followers stemmed from fans across the entire Dragon Nation, a testament to the immense influence of Tian's exploits. In the comments section of Weibo, an uproar ensued among countless netizens. "I suspect this is a conspiracy. Just as the trending topic suggests, it must be a ploy from the demon race. Our Dragon Nation has been practicing the Western cultural path for ages, never having encountered the Eastern cultural path until now. Doesn't that seem absurd?" Indeed, after millennia of absence, its sudden emergence raises suspicion. Even the Ancient Civilization Research Institute of the Dragon Nation has yet to issue a statement. "I feel this situation is more aligned with a targeted attack on Dragon City. Perhaps the demon race is preparing to strike against our nation, unable to stand our rise. I share your sentiment. No, I believe this is not a trap but rather a reality." Today, in Little Daime's live stream, I witnessed Tian's aptitude test result in which both testing machines shattered. Such an occurrence has never happened even to the most gifted student in Dragon City. Long bat Ian, not just in Dragon City, even the foremost champions from cities like Phoenix City, Ice Snow City, and Flower Drum City have never broken their testing devices. Tian did. His aptitude and strength are evidently superior. The discussion was becoming increasingly heated, hinting at a brewing conflict. This is concerning. We must analyze rationally. If the student named Tian truly possesses the Eastern cultural path, it would be a boon, signifying that our dragon nation can finally cultivate its own path. However, it also poses a threat, as the West will not remain passive. Though we currently maintain a cooperative relationship, do we truly understand their intentions? Moreover, there are the demons. The Eastern cultural path has long been extinct, and no faction will simply sit idle. Thus, if this situation proves true, it is both a blessing and a curse for our dragon nation. The previous speaker's analysis was astute, yet an even bolder conjecture emerged. If Tian's achievements were fabricated, then this entire affair would bear no impact. However, the situation was far from baseless, and the thoughts of those in power remained unknown. Stay tuned. This matter will not conclude swiftly. To capture the top trending spot without anyone suppressing it makes me feel that some unseen hand is at play. Who knows? Enough of this. I'm off to sleep. I hope this trending topic remains on the front page tomorrow. A multitude engaged in lively discourse, their comments transforming the section into a virtual chatroom. Should it continue, unread messages would surely soar beyond 999.at. This moment. Not only was Weibo buzzing with trending topics, but various question and answer platforms and major news media outlets had also begun to report on this incident. Yet, the focus remained. Was Tian's situation merely a fleeting spectacle, a malicious fabrication, or was there veracity to it, especially since Tian, the epicenter of this whirlwind, was undeniably real? As his popularity surged, such individuals found their privacy increasingly compromised. Thus, many pondered whether this high school senior, Tian, could withstand the weight of such overwhelming attention. The following day, at 9 in the morning, within the conference hall of the Education Bureau in Long City, Director Long occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Tian and the charming Xiao Dai. As for Zhao Qinghuan, she had already departed for school, burdened with her own myriad responsibilities, rendering it impossible for her to remain at the Education Bureau daily. Although she too possessed remarkable talent, her circumstances differed significantly from those of Tian. Surrounding these individuals were personnel from the Special Operations Department, the Inspection Department, and the Magic Department, among whom were two unfamiliar faces, a man and a woman from the Institute of Ancient Civilizations. Having discussed matters extensively, Director Long proclaimed, "Let us not waste any more of your precious time. Today, our Education Bureau is equipped with a triple-tier testing apparatus of the director-level standard, and we shall commence a live broadcast for Tian's evaluation. If Tian's aptitude indeed surpasses our wildest imaginations, at this juncture, Director Long's breath quickened with anticipation, for the implications of such an event were monumental. The testing instrument had already been established in the courtyard. Let us proceed." As the command was issued, a throng of individuals surged into the Education Bureau's courtyard. In an instant, Xiao Dai received her orders, swiftly retrieving her account to initiate the live stream. "Greetings, everyone. I am Xiao Dai. It is currently 10 minutes past 9 in the morning, and I am live from the courtyard of the Education Bureau, preparing to present this event." Maintaining her professional demeanor, she began her prelude to the broadcast. However, before she could complete her sentence, she was momentarily taken aback. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Out of nowhere, an affluent viewer unleashed a flurry of 100 large rockets. "Xiao Dai, I want to see Tian. I want to witness whether he can shatter the highest qualifications set by the Education Bureau. Yes, we want to see Tian. Hurry, don't waste any time, shift the camera." In that fleeting moment, Xiao Dai found herself utterly bewildered. Had so many viewers already tuned in before she had even finished speaking? What was even more astonishing was that the viewer count was not in the mere hundreds of thousands, but had surged to 5 million in an instant. This was an unprecedented figure, far surpassing her previous total viewership. Within less than a minute, the live stream statistics skyrocketed from 0 to 5 million. To Xiao Dai, this seemed utterly impossible, a stroke of extraordinary fortune. The greater the audience, the more advantageous it was for her as the host. At the very least, future endorsement deals would be plentiful. Especially as a beauty, she could expect lucrative offers for skincare products, intimate apparel, cosmetics, and high-end jewelry, with each deal potentially valued at around 1 million or even more. This time, she was set to earn a fortune. Moreover, regarding the revenue split, she and Yi Tian had agreed on a 2-to-1 division, with Yi Tian receiving 2 parts and she 1. Such profits were staggering. Furthermore, during her withdrawal yesterday, she discovered that the Xianyu live streaming platform had not deducted any portion of her earnings. She could transfer the entirety to her bank account. This indicated that perhaps the Xianyu platform had received directives from higher authorities regarding Yi Tian's profits, none of which could be claimed. Yi Tian wielded immense influence. No, it was not solely due to Yi Tian. It was also because the Education Bureau, Inspection Department, Special Operations Department, Magic Department, Tax Department, and even the Institute of Ancient Civilizations were all paying close attention. With so many eyes watching, the Xianyu platform, as merely a live streaming service, dared not engage in a power struggle with these entities. Just the presence of the Inspection Department was likely enough to leave the Xianyu platform scrambling. Xiao Dai, quick on her feet, clarified her thoughts in an instant. Meanwhile, the viewer count surged toward the monumental milestone of 10 million. This situation was utterly unbelievable, completely beyond comprehension. Enough with the preamble, ladies and gentlemen. Focus on the content on the screen. Yi Tian, as a bearer of the Eastern cultural legacy, will this aptitude test reveal an unprecedented level of talent? Within the Education Bureau, we now possess a 3rd-tier top testing instrument, categorized into 3 levels: meteorite, moon, and sun. The sun level represents the utmost qualification of the Education Bureau. This means that if Yi Tian achieves this level of aptitude, he will be qualified to become not only the director of the Education Bureau, but potentially the provincial director as well. Such individuals, once they mature, possess boundless potential. To say they qualify for the role of Education Bureau Director is merely the beginning. Barring any untimely demise, they may ascend to the ranks of SS-level experts. Upon hearing the term SS-level, the viewers in the live stream, along with everyone present, could not help but feel their breath quicken. How many years had it been since such a level of talent had graced their presence? They had nearly forgotten. The last individual to exhibit SS-level aptitude had now become one of the paramount superiors in Long Country, possessing both formidable identity and strength. Some speculated that this last individual might have even surpassed SS level, reaching SSS level prowess. Others claimed he remained at the pinnacle of SS level, yet none could ascertain the true extent of his latent power. Now, if Yi Tian's aptitude test yielded favorable results, it would undoubtedly send seismic shockwaves throughout Long City. For he was a successor of the Eastern cultural lineage, fundamentally distinct from the Western tradition. This alone was sufficient to indicate a multitude of implications. Without further ado, let us witness the extent of Yi Tian's aptitude. Yi Tian, please position yourself on the instrument and inscribe in the void the strongest word, a line of poetry, or a passage you can conjure. Your aptitude will be unveiled. Listening to Xiao Dai's words, Yi Tian nodded that he too observed the live stream's camera. After his upgrade, and with the newfound shock points, he felt a noticeable enhancement in his abilities. Now, his gaze focused on the phone in the distance, where he could even discern the content of the comments with remarkable clarity. This was the simplest of advantages. Improved vision, an enhanced ability to perceive details allowed him to grasp more, which was closely linked to his literary insight. Let us commence the test. I am genuinely excited to see just how great the aptitude of this singular Eastern cultural powerhouse can be. Moreover, it was rumored that Long Ba Tian from Long City was en route to the Education Bureau to personally meet this individual named Yi Tian. Additionally, social media had erupted with fervor, and to be truthful, I am from Phoenix City. I never anticipated this event was genuine. Initially, I thought it was mere hearsay from Long City, but here we are, broadcasting live once again. Indeed, I hail from Kyoto, and I too assumed it was false. Goodness, if this escalates, it could truly shake Long Country to its core. Buzz, buzz. Amidst the dialogue, rockets continued to flood the screen, with viewers fervently urging, commence the test, stop the chatter. In this fervent atmosphere, Yi Tian chuckled softly. Then, amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, the divine brush of Ma Liang manifested. With a soft hum, Yi Tian waved his hand, and in an instant, a character representing heaven appeared vividly in the void. Buzz. As the character descended, the very heavens seemed to tremble and quake. At that moment, the sky darkened. Indeed, the once brilliantly clear sky transformed into darkness. Akin to the onset of an apocalypse, a moon emerged in the void, suspended high above like a silver platter, its cold, luminous glow evoking a unique beauty while imparting a chill that sent shivers down spines. What was Yi Tian doing? Why did the mere manifestation of such celestial phenomena plunge the heavens into darkness? Yet, before they could fully ponder, a character representing Earth suddenly emerged. Boom. At that moment, the darkened sky appeared on the verge of exploding. Waves of energy rippling outward. Under the terrified gazes of the spectators, the murky sky revealed patches of soil. The Earth, as if unleashed by sorcery, stretched endlessly, forming vast expanses in the void. Merely two characters had conjured the very heavens and earth. A world has emerged. How is this even possible? The crowd is left dumbfounded. Just then, they finally notice the testing instrument. A brilliant light flickers on the device. Snap. In an instant, the instrument reveals that not even a meteorite has appeared. It has directly ascended to the solar stage. Yes, indeed, the solar stage. At this moment, the expressions on everyone's faces have completely transformed. His aptitude is terrifyingly formidable. The sun. This is the starting stage of the Provincial Education Bureau Director. Boom. At this moment, the expression on the face of the Deputy Director of the Provincial Education Bureau, located within Long Province, has drastically changed. With a sharp sound, the cup in his hand shattered into dust. Dispatch someone. Immediately send a team. Deploy an elite force to the Long City Education Bureau. Ensure that this elite team follows Director Long's orders and must safeguard Yi Tian at all costs. A heavy expression surfaced on his face. This aptitude is simply too fearsome. He is acutely aware that at this stage, Yi Tian's matter transcends merely that of Long City. The stronger the aptitude, the greater the potential for development. The Western powers will not sit idly by. They will not allow a talent of such extraordinary capability to flourish, especially since Yi Tian embodies the hopes of Long Nation, a successor of Eastern heritage. It can be said that the more Yi Tian showcases his brilliance, the more likely he will find himself on the death list of multiple Western civilizations. Turmoil may soon descend upon the world. Understood. Within the room, though no one was present, someone nodded heavily, vanishing into thin air like a gust of wind. Simultaneously, the middle-aged deputy director sprang to his feet and headed towards the office of the Provincial Education Bureau Director. The matter is too significant for him to decide alone at the same time. Within one of the Western magical academies, a colossal projection screen displayed Yi Tian's live broadcast. As countless rockets erupted from the special effects, one after another in a continuous stream. And as they beheld the extraordinary phenomena unfolding in the live chat, the expressions of the leather-clad girl, the elderly man, and the middle-aged individual grew increasingly grim. The entire team dispatched yesterday has seemingly lost all signs of life. They are probably all dead. Damn it. How can this guy's aptitude be so strong? We may have fallen into a trap last night. Someone was lying in wait, anticipating our team's attempt to assassinate Yi Tian. Therefore, at this stage, we must remain calm, stabilize our situation, and seek an opportunity. However, time cannot be too late. If we allow Yi Tian to develop unchecked, his strength will escalate rapidly, and that is not what we wish to see. Amidst their discussions, the leather-clad girl's phone suddenly buzzed with a vibration. She was taken aback. Her phone rarely received calls, and whenever it did, it was inevitably a matter of great consequence. Thus, even while watching the live broadcast, she instantly opened her phone to at all costs, eliminate Yi Tian. If possible, collaborate with the demon clan. Just these two brief sentences, yet they caused her pupils to constrict. Her expression grew notably cold, and her gaze shifted to those gathered. The master has given the order. We must spare no effort to swiftly eliminate Yi Tian. Even if it requires cooperation with the demon clan, we must proceed. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned serious. Yes, this matter is far too significant. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Let us quickly unite with the other 3 magical schools and convene. In an instant, the elderly man issued the command. The stakes are too high, and time is of the essence. There is no room for negligence. The Western world is beginning to tremble, and within Long City, several magical schools have initiated their plans. Simultaneously, various powerful figures and department heads within Long City have set aside all their work, hastening towards the Education Bureau. The events unfolding in the live broadcast are simply astonishing. Not a meteorite. Not the moon. A leap directly to the status of the sun. What does this signify? Countless department heads are all too aware. They cannot afford to be careless. They must arrive promptly at the same time. The viewership of the live broadcast has surged past 15 million. Moreover, the numbers continue to rise steadily. It seems that breaking the 20 million mark will not take long. The cause of all this is Yi Tian. He is simply extraordinary. Most importantly, the focal point drawing everyone's attention is that he is a bearer of Eastern heritage. the first such bearer to emerge in a millennium. Tian, observing the content displayed on the testing device. Director Long's smile could only be compared to a blooming chrysanthemum. Such aptitude. He had anticipated this. Last night, he had harbored suspicions, which is precisely why he insisted on today's live broadcast, because the event could escalate. The greater the commotion, the better. The more attention it garners, the faster the Ancient Civilization Research Institute will accelerate their efforts. Previously, even the seven-colored aptitude might not have caught the attention of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute. Perhaps they had already arrived, preparing to observe Tian in secret to ascertain just how extraordinary he truly is and whether the power of his Eastern heritage is genuine. Yet now, with solar-level aptitude, all other norms are shattered, soaring to an almost unparalleled level of aptitude. Thus, the Ancient Civilization Research Institute will no longer be able to remain passive. Therefore, he smiled. In the broadcast, Director Long did not shy away, stating directly, "Your aptitude is truly extraordinary. The forthcoming events will surpass your imagination. You will face immense pressure, yet there will also be abundant benefits. Let me clarify one point. The doors of all 211 and 985 level universities in Long City will forever be open to you. Furthermore, these universities will provide resources for your cultivation. Additionally, the Ancient Civilization Research Institute will send representatives. Perhaps Hucking and Debata University will also send people. You must decide which institution you wish to affiliate with. These matters are of great importance to you." As Director Long spoke, many in the live chat found their gazes somewhat dazed. Indeed, merely a qualification test has determined that an individual may attend only the most prestigious schools. What can others say? There is nothing to argue about. The reality is such that to create such astonishing phenomena, it requires not just aptitude, but also an extraordinary comprehension of literary principles, alongside profound attainments in literature to manifest such wonders. For instance, during yesterday's battle, Principal Li could only conjure grass and blood-red grass for combat. Yet Tian, he could conjure a realm of wind and snow, hindering others. This represents an ultimate understanding of literature. However, just as everyone was astonished at the resources Tian would receive, a moment later, an even more terrifying and unbelievable event occurred. For at this moment, Tian smiled. Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Tian smiled. In the next instant, he waved his hand, ink cascading down, and once again, two characters floated in the void, Xian Huang. Together, they formed the phrase, "The Xian Huang of heaven and earth." The Xian Huang of heaven and earth. The Xian Huang. Boom! Just as the crowd was pondering the meaning of these words, the manifested heaven and earth in the void seemed to encounter something utterly terrifying. And in an instant, the center of this realm erupted. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud, immeasurable in size, exploded within this illusion. The sky shattered, and the ground trembled. At this moment, it felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. The sky and the earth are shattering, trembling that a thick veil of smoke seems intent on enveloping the entire world in an impenetrable darkness. Yet, as the dense fog begins to dissipate, the heavens and the ground slowly converge. Just then, everyone is left dumbfounded. For, in the void left by the explosion, clouds have suddenly manifested. Yes, indeed, clouds. And these clouds are golden. Beneath these clouds, mountains and basins begin to emerge. Golden rain cascades from the heavens. Imbued with a peculiar essence, the golden rain falls. The dust gradually fades away, and from the cracked ground, green seedlings burst forth, nourished by the rain, and begin to flourish. Suddenly, a gentle breeze sweeps through the sky. These saplings, swaying in the wind, swiftly transform into countless towering trees that in other regions. Grasses spring up, and flowers bloom abundantly. Moreover, within the massive craters formed by the explosion, the golden rain falls and rapidly expands, transforming into springs and rivers. Astonishingly, fish swim, turtles crawl onto the shores, and amidst the debris of the explosion, various animals emerge: fierce tigers, pandas, wild wolves, and colossal serpents. A complete ecological chain begins to form. The cosmos is in harmony. Merely 4 words have given rise to a new world. At this moment, everyone stands in stunned silence. What incredible mastery is this? What immense potential! Just how terrifying is Tian's understanding of Eastern metaphysics? In an instant, the crowd hesitates to contemplate further. Look quickly. Look! Don't just marvel at the spectacle. Check the tester. The tester is cracking, exclaimed someone in disbelief. How is this possible? Even a near-ultimate grade tester cannot measure the potential of this person named Tian. Anger flared on faces, their expressions completely altered. Following this outburst, the crowd snapped back to reality. When they scrutinized the enormous tester shown on the screen, suddenly, crack, crack, crack. The sound of fissures appearing echoed as a web of cracks spread across the tester. Then, with a resounding bang, it shattered into countless pieces. Three testers have broken. What on earth is happening? Quickly inform the other students, classes are off. Go investigate the background of Tian. His potential is unprecedented yet peculiar. This must be reported. Director of Education. This individual is extraordinary. You must ensure Tian's safety. I have a gut feeling that someone may attempt to assassinate him. The overseas news platforms are about to explode. Tian's story has already reached international shores. This is not a good sign. In the live stream, notifications began to flash incessantly, as if the world was facing a monumental crisis, with countless voices expressing their astonishment. The rocket animations buzzed continuously within the stream. Particularly, Xiaodai found the rocket effects distracting, as they obscured Tian's image, prompting her to switch to text alerts and eliminate the visual effects. Nevertheless, the rocket notifications persisted, with total earnings exceeding tens of millions. In just half the live broadcast, revenue had soared into the millions, something she had never dared to imagine before. The implications of Tian's situation appeared monumental. At this moment, even while live streaming, Xiaodai was not oblivious. Observing the scene and correlating it with the comments on screen, she cautiously voiced her thoughts. This is indeed significant. Moreover, it will likely lead to chaos. It is impossible for the West not to take notice of this matter, but for now, they may not act overtly. If they do, it will likely be in secret. Upon hearing this, Director Long chuckled coldly. His true visage appearing in the live stream. Tian is a person we, the Dragon Nation, must protect. Anyone daring to harm him is asking for death. Indeed, he had uttered these fierce words, fully aware of the magnitude of the repercussions this incident would entail. However, today's events had somewhat exceeded his expectations. In his view, Tian's potential should have plateaued at the solar stage. The remaining testing equipment was nearly of ultimate grade. Higher grade instruments existed only in two places: the Ancient Civilization Research Institute and the National Education Bureau in the capital. However, those two testing devices had remained and used for years, not due to lack of interest, but because no one had met the required qualifications. Those devices had been collecting dust for at least 2 decades. Therefore, whether Tian could access either of these places for advanced examination and testing remained uncertain, even to the director himself. Yet, at present, his objective had been achieved. The experts of the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly turn their attention to Tian. Consequently, the revival of Eastern metaphysics would become significantly simpler. However, this also posed substantial drawbacks. The early bird gets the worm. With Tian being the foremost in potential and the first inheritor of Eastern metaphysics, as well as ranking 150th on the literary list. Wait, literary list? Suddenly, Director Long of the Education Bureau recalled something. At that moment, it seemed as if the sky itself confirmed his thoughts. The void trembled, quaking violently. Suddenly, whoosh, a massive super leaderboard, covering the entire Dragon City, hovered in the void. Even in other cities, this colossal leaderboard appeared. At this instant, Tian's ranking of 150th surged rapidly. 140th, 130th, 120th, 190th, 185th. Yes, indeed. At this moment, Tian's position on the literary list had jumped up by 85 places, surpassing the 86th ranked Stendhal, author of The Red and the Black. At that moment, the entirety of the Dragon Nation erupted in chaos. Everyone was astounded. They had never anticipated that events could escalate to this extent. Tian had not only shattered the most advanced testing devices of the Education Bureau, but now, with the emergence of the literary list, he had vaulted to 85th place. This was something no one had foreseen. Had his potential truly surpassed all those above him? Just a few lines of poetry combined with the phrase "the cosmos is in harmony." Why? Merely these few phrases could reflect such terrifying potential. Within the live stream, some viewers expressed confusion, their brows furrowed. Initially, we also started from recognizing characters, especially with our simplified Chinese characters, which, when applied correctly, could also evoke the phenomena of Western metaphysics. Yet, our realm, our script, merely resulted in void fluctuations, with no imagery appearing. But why can Tian instantaneously transform day into night and even create celestial phenomena that reshape the world? Perhaps our understanding of Eastern metaphysics is insufficient. The lineage of Eastern civilization has long been severed. Much of what we possess has been derived from borrowing and learning from Western strength and culture. For instance, the true dragon and phoenix, these beings remain beyond our reach. And if we were to articulate them, how could we possibly depict such celestial phenomena? The phrase "the cosmos is in harmony" perhaps signifies even more terrifying phenomena within the Eastern legacy. Simultaneously, the meanings contained therein must be far more profound than we comprehend. Otherwise, such occurrences would be inconceivable. It makes sense. It appears our fragmented civilization in the Dragon Nation is indeed remarkable, albeit with far too few poetic verses, and the meanings within we utterly fail to grasp. In such circumstances, for you, Tian, to revive our Eastern metaphysics, wouldn't that be akin to scaling the heavens? Furthermore, there are those who do not wish for him to revive the Eastern cultural path. While individuals from the West have already begun to take action, I have heard that today, the teleportation array leading to Long City has been experiencing frequent energy fluctuations. Perhaps today, countless powerful beings are hastening towards Long City. Some seek to kill him, while others aim to save him. Perhaps, in the near future, Long City will become a quagmire, a battlefield. Chaos may soon ensue. However, even amidst such turmoil, I still hope that Tian can revive the cultural path and restore the Eastern lineage. The East is our root. We are dragons, the dragons of the Dragon Nation. To speak frankly, I find it utterly distasteful to study the Western red-winged angels, the four-winged celestial dragons, and various ferocious beasts and magic. It sends chills down my spine. Especially at times when engaging with Western cultural practices, I feel as if someone else's fingers are digging into my nostrils. How unpleasant that is. I too find this situation bothersome. Yet I have no choice but to learn. Otherwise, we cannot enhance our strength. Thus, there is now a solution. Tian. I hope that this time, Tian can survive amidst the whirlpool. If possible, I sincerely wish for him to transform me into a practitioner of the Eastern lineage. To cultivate the Eastern cultural path. In the live broadcast room, some are communicating, while others, not being fools, have noticed numerous issues. The uproar on Western forums and media platforms reveals many clues. Notably, there are indeed many influential figures present in the live broadcast room. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many rockets being launched. Without a certain economic foundation, they could not possibly spend lavishly. The broadcast continues. Yet, the number of individuals from the Educational Bureau is increasing. The presidents and vice presidents of all 211,985 universities have already arrived in Long City. At this moment, they gaze at Tian, who stands in the center of the courtyard under the extraordinary phenomena, a bead of sweat glistening on his forehead. This Tian has surpassed their imaginations. In fact, yesterday, these university leaders had already taken notice of Tian, but at that time, his qualifications were insufficient to catch their attention. He was barely worthy of the top-tier colleges given his current abilities. It is worth noting that every student produced by the 211,985 universities at this stage is at least associated with the Security Bureau, Special Forces, or the Magical Department, and even those from the Taxation Bureau are graduates from these institutions. All are extraordinary prodigies. Tian's qualifications yesterday were hardly remarkable, but today, some of them are regretting their earlier assessments. Tian is simply dazzling. His qualifications are of a solar level. Such caliber is sought after by every school, even those abroad. With such extraordinary qualifications, not only will his cultivation advance at an astonishing pace, but his potential alone is enough for many to invest in him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the roar of engines is incessant. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room is filled with astonishment. Look, that's the director of the Phoenix City Education Bureau. Holy cow, the director of the Divine Turtle City Education Bureau has arrived too. Damn, why is the one from Chuandu here as well? The president of Longchuan University and the director of the Longchuan Education Bureau. This is getting serious, incredibly serious. Our Dragon Nation is about to experience a major upheaval. Who would have thought such a thing could happen? Wait, look, the Special Forces, the deputy director of the Long Province Special Forces, Director Yi, has also come. Could it be that the military has taken an interest now? The military has never previously engaged in the competition for qualified students. The situation is becoming increasingly alarming as more and more individuals gather within the Long City Education Bureau. A throng of figures continuously flickering. At this moment, Xiao Dai is utterly dumbfounded. She is so taken aback that she fails to notice that the viewership of the live broadcast has now surpassed 50 million. Meanwhile, the donations have skyrocketed to 100 million. Yes. 100 million Dragon Nation currency in pure revenue. However, as all these people converge, casting their gazes upon Yi Tian, at this very moment, standing inconspicuously to the side, Principal Zhang of the 3rd Middle School, unnoticed by anyone, bears an incredibly complex expression. Having now transformed into a practitioner of the Eastern lineage and become a formidable force therein, he finds his perception of Yi Tian and his qualifications to be remarkably acute. Especially in terms of text, he is diligently studying Yi Tian's Eastern cultural path. At this moment, he feels helpless, for he senses that everyone has underestimated Yi Tian. Indeed, everyone. Because Yi Tian has merely inscribed the 4 characters heaven and earth. Profound yellow. He firmly believes that these 4 characters are merely the beginning, and there should be subsequent lines, perhaps even multiple lines. Once these follow-ups are pinned, perhaps the entire world will tremble. At this moment, within a car, Long Batian, the top prodigy of the Divine Dragon High School in Long City, is meditating with closed eyes. Beside him sits the school's old principal. The old principal gazes at the young, meditative Long Batian and sighs. Once we arrive at the Education Bureau, do not display your prodigious arrogance. This Yi Tian is no simple character. He is not merely a practitioner of the Eastern lineage. His qualifications are somewhat extraordinary, beyond your comprehension. Particularly now that the Ancient Civilization Research Institute has become involved, many matters are not as simple as you might imagine. Rest assured, replies the meditative Long Batian with a nod. Yet he does not open his eyes. This prompts a slight sigh from the old principal, who perceives that deep down, Long Batian still harbors resentment towards Yi Tian. Although Long Batian has not created a cultural path table nor left much of a mark on the cultural rankings, he believes that Yi Tian is simply leveraging the power of the Eastern cultural path to display such exceptional qualifications. He considers Yi Tian's abilities to be overrated. Alas, observing Long Batian's expression, the old principal shakes his head slightly that he hopes that Yi Tian does not press too hard on Long Batian. Otherwise, shattering Long Batian's resolve could result in the loss of a prodigy within Long City. Meanwhile, at this moment, Long Batian internally scoffs that Yi Tian has usurped all his accolades. Though he has not shattered the school's qualification testing device, it equally fails to assess his qualifications, especially at this stage. His cultivation has reached level B, with a vague trend towards the pinnacle of level B. Yi Tian's meteoric rise yesterday and today has overshadowed his reputation, causing the Education Bureau to pay less attention to him than before. Naturally, he feels a sense of injustice. While he acknowledges that the Eastern cultural path is indeed more powerful than the Western in ancient lore and fragments, how long ago was that? Times have changed. And he does not believe in such notions. Thus, his decision to come to the Education Bureau is to demonstrate that qualifications do not equate to everything. True strength is the ultimate measure. Even if you can indeed preach the Eastern way to the world, if your strength is lacking, do not blame me for obstructing your path to genius. Indeed, at this moment, Long Batian feels as though he is trapped in a cul-de-sac. Unable to extricate himself, buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the relentless roar of engines continues. At the entrance of the Long City Education Bureau, various luxury cars and influential figures from all walks of life, their foreheads glistening with sweat, rush towards the bureau. After all, the value exhibited by that student named Yi Tian in the live broadcast is immense. Particularly some businessmen, representatives from live streaming companies, and influencers incubation agencies have already caught a whiff of monetary opportunities. All converging here. The purpose is self-evident. Holy cow, there are too many people. Moreover, Yi Tian has already ceased his inscriptions. Why has the extraordinary phenomenon not yet dissipated? It has not faded. Rather, the characters remain. The inscriptions persist in the void, thus influencing the extraordinary phenomena. I suspect that once the characters vanish, the extraordinary phenomena will also disappear. And now, the phenomenon has not dissipated, demonstrating that Yi Tian does not wish for this celestial anomaly to fade away. How peculiar. Could it be that Yi Tian harbors some ulterior motives? Countless individuals have gathered within the Education Bureau. Is he looking to seize this opportunity to enact something significant? Observing the live stream, the current viewer count has already surpassed 60 million. With just 40 million more, the total will exceed 100 million. Frankly, this is the first instance within Long City where a student, or rather, a public figure, has garnered such attention in a mere 2 days. Even the reigning super internet celebrity, Bing Bing, cannot rival the speed at which Yi Tian's numbers are climbing. Discussions abound in the live stream. Meanwhile, Principal Li and the director of the Long Education Bureau have also begun to sense something amiss. Indeed, they too are puzzled as to why Tian has yet to dispel the celestial anomaly. The current phase of testing has already concluded. Tian, you have passed your test. It is time to dissolve the celestial phenomenon. Reluctantly, Director Long spoke up. The situation cannot remain in this stalemate indefinitely, or else the next phase will be unfeasible. Just a moment longer. Pleased that Tian did not decline. Responding with a cheerful smile, he then shifted his focus away from Director Long, for the delightful notification chime was incessantly refreshing in his ears. Congratulations! You have conveyed the Eastern literary lineage, causing a stir among the masses. The fortune of the Eastern literary lineage has increased by 500 points. Congratulations! You have conveyed the Eastern literary lineage, causing a stir among the masses. The fortune of the Eastern literary lineage has increased by 500 points. Congratulations! You have conveyed the Eastern literary lineage, causing a stir among the masses. The fortune of the Eastern literary lineage has increased by 500 points. Congratulations! Your literary eye has upgraded. You can now observe the traces of the dragon vein. Congratulations! Your literary eye has upgraded. You can now analyze the elements of the dragon vein. Congratulations! You have obtained one leaf from the 1,000-year-old peach tree. Congratulations! You have obtained one branch from the 1,000-year-old peach tree. Congratulations! You have obtained one leaf from the 1,000-year-old ginseng fruit tree. Congratulations! The notifications continued to sound, resounding and refreshing. In this moment, a triumphant smile graced Tian's lips. The peach tree and the ginseng fruit tree are indeed extraordinary treasures from mythological lore and legends. The peach tree and the ginseng fruit tree are among the few divine trees. Additionally, there are the Fusang divine tree and the laurel tree, all of which are none other than immensely powerful entities of heavenly caliber. Tian is aware that at his current level of popularity, he cannot yet claim such rewards. But simply the leaves and branches are already sufficient for his cultivation. Moreover, there is the upgrade of the literary eye. The literary eye upgraded twice at once. One upgrade allows him to observe the traces of the dragon vein. This means he can see more than just the blocked dragon veins. He can perceive the locations of greater and more distant dragon veins. For instance, at this very moment, should he activate his literary eye, he would clearly see two massive dragons, each 100 meters in diameter, bound by chains, hovering above and on the ground of the Education Bureau. This signifies a new upgrade, enabling him to view larger dragon veins as well. As for the second upgrade, the ability to analyze the elements of the dragon vein is an enhancement akin to adding wings to a tiger. It enables him to dissect the elemental composition of the chains that have sealed the Eastern dragon vein, thereby devising a method to break the seal. For example, on this 100-meter dragon vein, there are at least 99 thick chains binding it. He can now see countless transparent light points on each of these chains. These light points represent the nodes of the chains. Once these nodes are shattered, the dragon vein can be unsealed. This is the most significant gain from his livestream experience. With a snap, numerous car doors swung open, and figures hurriedly emerged, making their way toward the Education Bureau. When Long Batian stepped into the courtyard, an initial trace of disdain crossed his features, regardless of how powerful the Eastern literary way may be. That was a matter of millennia past. Is there truly any Western literary way that can rival it now? It must be noted that the hope for the literary way has not remained stagnant. It has evolved over millennia. Yet now, his expression changed entirely. Even beads of cold sweat began to drip gradually from his forehead, temples, and the tip of his nose. He witnessed the terrifying celestial anomaly, the birth of all things, torrential rains, stars illuminating the night, the glow as fluid as water. These four phrases perfectly encapsulate the spectacle before him. But why? Why does he feel a sense of dread? It is as if a fearsome being or a terrifying lethal strike lurks within this celestial phenomenon. In that instant, he felt a deathly threat. Impossible. Long Batian shook his head, hastily casting aside this terrifying thought that he refused to believe it. With a step forward, he disregarded the old principal's attempts to restrain him and the gazes of the crowd. Coldly fixing his eyes on Tian, he said in a deep voice, Tian, dare you engage in battle with me? If you win, you are the genius. If you lose, I shall be the first of Long City. No, the first of Long Province. His voice was chilling, causing the expressions of all present to shift, especially the old principal, who had rushed over, his face now a mask of shock. Apologies, everyone. Batian has fallen into a state of obsession. Overly fixated on the title of the #1 genius. To be honest, upon seeing Tian with his own eyes, The old principal knew that his student had already lost. He had already lost. In terms of strength, Tian may not match Long Badian, but in terms of talent, he is undoubtedly the first. Batian's earlier cold sweat was a testament to this conclusion. In terms of demeanor, Tian has never shown cowardice in the presence of such significant figures. The old principal, through various connections, had already learned that someone had attempted to assassinate Tian last night. A coordinated attack by multiple B and C level experts. Although there was protection, the fact that he remains calm and unruffled amidst such a multitude of assassins speaks volumes. This Tian is a person destined for greatness. The most crucial point is his poise. In terms of poise, this student of mine has already triumphed. Wow. Is this truly Long Batian? Is this person out of his mind? Tian's only issue lies in his talent, particularly as I have come to understand that for 3 years at City No. 3 high school, he did not have access to quality resources, and due to previously revealing his genius abilities, he mysteriously vanished 2.5 years ago, causing him to lose all resources and no longer be regarded favorably. Therefore, his strength could not progress further. At most, Tian's current strength is merely at the C level. How could an A-level expert dare to claim to fight for the title of number 1? Indeed, I had initially thought that Long Batian was formidable, but now it seems he is nothing extraordinary. Such a waste of his talent. As one of the heads of universities in Kyoto, to be frank, we had considered inviting Long Batian to further his studies at our institution, but now it seems, TSK, perhaps not. His character is unworthy. This is a case of the strong bullying the weak. The very thing we, as literary and martial practitioners, despise the most. Yes, in the live stream, upon witnessing Long Batian's behavior, many individuals swiftly altered their perceptions. This person is rather unreliable, especially among the esteemed figures present in the Education Bureau courtyard. They too began to shake their heads. This so-called genius, Long Batian, might find his path limited here, and ascending to greater heights will be exceedingly difficult. He has succumbed to his inner demons. Old principal. No need for further words. I am aware of my intentions. This is indeed not favorable for classmate Tian, but I cannot overcome my own hurdle. Why should he enjoy superior resources while I cannot? However, at this moment, Tian smiled. If you wish to challenge, then come. Though it is true that Tian has yet to attain the rank of an A-class, he is nonetheless curious about the true extent of his capabilities. Yesterday, he managed to fend off B-class masters, and today, with the enhancement of his literary insight and the myriad benefits he has acquired, he wishes to ascertain the depth of his cultivation. However, regarding Long Batian, he shook his head in disappointment. Tian had initially believed Long Batian to be a prodigy capable of patiently awaiting his own rise in power, yet now he finds himself somewhat disillusioned. Nevertheless, he understands that Long Batian is currently ensnared by his inner demons, a predicament for which he cannot entirely blame him. Once these inner demons are vanquished, Long Batian's strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Thus, Tian decided against testing his own strength and instead resolved to assist Long Batian in overcoming his inner turmoil. A subtle smile graced Tian's lips. After all, he was in dire need of capable allies to aid him in his endeavors. With Long Batian's A-class strength, he would be perfectly suited to serve his purposes. Yet, a voice interjected, cautioning him against such impulsive actions. Tian, do not engage. His strength is formidable. An A-class expert, your current capabilities are woefully inadequate to match his level. Engaging him would surely lead to your defeat. He has already succumbed to his inner demons, and if he cannot extricate himself, his strength will remain stunted. Many in the audience echoed this sentiment. Unaware of Tian's intentions, if they were privy to his thoughts, they might very well be compelled to silence him with a swift reprimand. You, while your talent is exceptional, what do you possess to dispel his inner demons? At that moment, Long Batian was taken aback by Tian's willingness to engage in battle, pondering if Tian had lost his senses. Despite his plight, he was not foolish. He understood that should he win under such circumstances, it would be a hollow victory. Yet, Tian's acquiescence left him momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, the illusions of the world around them began to dissipate, for in that instant, Tian had crafted an entirely new poem, one they had never encountered before, which would evoke an even more astonishing spectacle. Good rain knows its season, as spring is born anew. It seeps into the night, nourishing all things silently. The wild paths are cloaked in darkness, yet a lone boat's fire shines bright. At dawn, gaze upon the dampened earth, where blossoms weigh down the vibrant city. This exquisite poem, Spring Night's Joyful Rain by the Tang Dynasty poet Du Fu lacked the overwhelming force of grandiosity, yet it exuded a unique charm. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, yet beneath this gloom, the sound of falling rain surged forth like a chorus. The once withered flora and trees, now rejuvenated by the rain's embrace, radiated newfound vitality. Bare branches began to sprout fresh leaves, and as the gentle breeze caressed them, life blossomed all around. The cleansing rain seemed to wash away the burdens of the mind, and the fragrance of flowers began to waft through the air. Astonishingly, at that moment, everyone present felt a refreshing aroma permeating their senses, and their thoughts cleared in an instant. Principal Zhang was utterly astounded. Indeed, he was completely taken aback, for this poem represented not only Yi Tian's first complete poetic work since his emergence, but also showcased his mastery over diverse transformations, able to evoke both overwhelming force and gentle nourishment. It was no wonder he was deemed a genius, as even the aptitude testing apparatus could not quantify his potential. Just how many forms of poetry could he command? How much more creativity lay dormant, waiting to be revealed? As he marveled at this revelation, he also experienced a profound sense of liberation, a spiritual awakening. Observing the rain's descent and the revival of life, he felt the fatigue of yesterday's battle dissipate entirely. His mind was now startlingly clear. Could the illusions crafted by his poetic aptitude truly influence reality? At that moment, he was genuinely astonished. Not only Principal Zhang, but also Director Long, Deputy Director Zhou, Deputy Director Xiao of the Magic Department, Deputy Director Lin of the Special Operations Department, and even Deputy Director Sun of the Inspection Department wore expressions that defied mere astonishment. This young man, with his Eastern literary lineage, was truly this formidable? The ethereal impacting the tangible. He felt his weariness diminish as he gazed upon the imagery and the poetry. Memories of carefree childhood days, chasing after the tail of a big yellow dog, flooded back to him. The resonance of this poem was palpable. But wait, it was not over yet. Look, observe the illusion, and then gaze upon Long Badian. Someone exclaimed at that moment, as the crowd redirected their attention to the void. Their expressions shifted once more. Dark clouds loomed ominously, yet there was no thunder, no tempest. Within the illusion, a quaint path emerged, heralding the return of spring, flanked by blossoms just breaking through the earth. The fragrance of life blossomed forth. At the end of this path lay a river, where fishing boats gently floated, their lanterns flickering in a soft glow. Within the boats, shadows of figures reveled, their expressions betraying joy and ease. What was this? This was life. This was contentment. As the boats drifted along, the river gradually faded from view. In the next moment, the illusion revealed a city at the path's end. Bustling streets adorned with flowers. As dawn broke, and sunlight bathed the earth. Countless figures emerged from slumber, dressing and opening their doors to embark on a day of labor, serenity, gentleness. There were no conflicts, no quarrels. Everything was harmonious and tranquil. In this moment, all present, including those watching the live stream, sat in silent reverence, captivated by the unfolding tableau in the sky. It was profoundly serene, so much so that they hesitated to disrupt the atmosphere with their comments. Standing still, Long Badian's eyes brimmed with tears as he witnessed the shifting scenes. Something extraordinary shattered within his mind. In that instant, he felt an unparalleled lightness, an overwhelming sense of relief. The tempestuous emotions and competitive spirit that had consumed him vanished without a trace. He began to contemplate the simple pleasure of sitting on a fishing boat, rod in hand, while someone poured him tea and they chatted about daily life. What a delightful existence that would be. Suddenly, the anger in his eyes softened, replaced by tranquility. Yet, an unusual sensation began to stir within him. The more he gazed at Yu Tian, the more he felt an inexplicable kinship, as if Yu Tian bore an uncanny resemblance to his father. What was happening? He felt a bit dazed, yet the sense of closeness anchored itself firmly in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, a smile unexpectedly crept onto his lips. I apologize for the earlier outburst. It was inappropriate for me to challenge Yu Tian, given my entrapment in inner demons. I am deeply grateful to you, Yi Tian. Had you not assisted me in overcoming my turmoil, I would have been forever stagnant. At this very moment, all present were attuned to Long Badian's words. They beheld his serene gaze, devoid of the earlier ferocity and the competitive spirit that had previously consumed him. This individual has truly emerged from the shadows of his inner demons. However, just moments ago, it seemed that a faint utterance of father had echoed in the air. Was it merely an illusion? Congratulations! In the instant of your opponent's vulnerability, You have penetrated the very essence of their heart. Fostering a sense of closeness. Long Batian's fondness for you has increased, reaching a remarkable 80. Congratulations. Director Long of the Long City Education Bureau now holds you in higher esteem, with a fondness level of 80. Congratulations. Principal Zhang's admiration for you has surged to an impressive 100. Congratulations. Director Gu of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute has also elevated his fondness for you to 70. The melodious chimes of notifications continued to refresh and flicker. Notably, at this juncture, your literary and philosophical fortune has surged by an astonishing 2,000 points. This alone constitutes an immense treasure. Particularly remarkable is the system's latest feature that allows one to breach the core of an opponent's heart. While direct control remains elusive, achieving this feat is already extraordinarily remarkable. Yet, Tian was acutely aware that such a tactic would likely only be effective against A-level adversaries, especially since Long Batian, being merely a student, had yet to endure the harsh realities of society, rendering him significantly more susceptible. Thus, a wide grin spread across Tian's face. This time, he had struck gold, with newfound allies at his side. Tian was poised to revive the Eastern literary path, having taken a significant first step. The louder the commotion, the better. Presently, he observed clearly that the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had soared past 90 million. A mere 10 million shy of reaching a staggering 100 million just from this metric alone. His notoriety had already reached remarkable heights. Moreover, Long Batian had approached him with an eagerness that felt almost serendipitous. As if he had been awaiting the opportunity to confront his inner demons, Tian had been pondering how to showcase the allure of the Eastern literary path to diminish the Western literary influence over Long Country. This was a formidable challenge, as Tian was acutely aware of his own limitations. His strength had yet to rise to the occasion. However, once it did, he would have ample means at his disposal. Yet, unexpectedly, Long Batian had presented him with the perfect opportunity. The poem Spring Night Rain seemed tailor-made for Long Batian, especially since Tian had recently employed the skill of words become law, which further amplified the poem's impact and rendered the celestial phenomena all the more tangible, thereby influencing a greater number of individuals that he understood that, at this juncture, many had shifted their focus to the matters concerning the Eastern literary lineage. Indeed, Tian surmised that numerous students were already contemplating how to cultivate in the Eastern literary tradition. His poetry could influence reality. This was unprecedented on a global scale. Thus, curiosity and attention were both piqued. Furthermore, Tian's ascendance in the shattering of the strongest testing apparatus had drawn the attention of an array of prominent figures, fulfilling his objective of creating a sensation. After all, Tian was equipped with a system. The system's affinity levels could discern names. The recent increase in the vice director of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute's fondness for him had already indicated that the higher echelons were taking notice of his endeavors. Hence, he chose to temper his enthusiasm and reined in the celestial phenomena. However, as he was doing so, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Buzz, as the celestial phenomena in the void gradually faded, a drop of rainwater seemingly materialized from the illusion and descended into reality. Indeed, without a doubt, rainwater from the illusion had entered the tangible world. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, this drop of rain fell directly upon Tian, merging with his being. Buzz, at that moment, a surge of powerful energy erupted. Brilliant white light illuminated the scene, as the leaves of the laurel and the peach tree, rewards from the system, flickered and vanished, swiftly absorbed into Tian's form. Following this, C-level mid-stage, C-level late stage, B-level initial stage, B-level mid-stage. Indeed, at this moment, Tian had astonishingly broken through consecutively, advancing to B-level mid-stage before the bewildered eyes of all. How could this be? Principal Zhang was dumbfounded. Director Long was at a loss. Deputy Director Lin stood in stunned silence. Everyone was utterly flabbergasted. Even the sycophant Long Batian was rendered speechless. He nearly succumbed to his inner demons once more. Staggering as if he might fall, were it not for the old principal's steadying hand, the manifestation of reality through rainwater enabled Tian to achieve successive breakthroughs. Good heavens, is the Eastern literary path truly this formidable? Someone blurted out, inadvertently cursing. This encapsulated the sentiments of all present. Even in the live broadcast room, the barrage of rockets resumed. Extravagant gifts with extraordinary effects poured in one after another. The sheer magnitude of this event was terrifying. It demanded thorough investigation. The Eastern literary path was shrouded in mystery. I, too, yearned to cultivate in the Eastern literary tradition. Indeed. Yet, have you noticed how Tian is nothing short of a prodigy? He must be the fastest individual to ascend from C level to B level mid-stage. Right? I recall students from my cohort taking at least 3 months to transition from C level to B level, with some taking as long as 2 years. Even those who wandered alone for a decade might struggle. This record of advancement has now been shattered by Tian. Exceptional aptitude, unparalleled speed of ascension. What monumental achievements await Tian in the future? Can he truly orchestrate the revival of the Eastern literary path? Individuals began to voice their thoughts one by one in the comments. Some, without considering the consequences, boldly declared that Tian would undoubtedly face grave dangers ahead. Long City would become the epicenter of peril. In our modern society, where information travels at lightning speed, the Western world would surely receive news of Tian's exploits instantaneously. Consequently, the threats facing Tian would escalate rapidly. Moreover, the demonic tribes would not remain passive. Should they discern Tian's extraordinary talents and capabilities, it would not be surprising if Long City were to face a surge of monstrous beasts. As the beast tide descended, it could spell destruction for the city, aiming to thwart Tian's growth. Yet, the teleportation array is swift. Should danger arise, Tian could escape in an instant, thereby halting the beast tide. Right? Foolhardy. The beast tide will not cease. The demonic tribes are not without their strategists. If they threaten Long City, demanding Tian's surrender in exchange for halting the beast tide's onslaught, how would you, as a leader, decide? With a population exceeding 20 million, if they refuse to comply, those 20 million may face death. If they concede, Tian might perish, yet 2 million lives could be spared. Such a harrowing choice is one the demonic tribes would undoubtedly contemplate. In light of this, as part of Long City's leadership, how would you respond? We are doomed. I never anticipated this scenario. If that is the case, the danger is indeed profound. And not just any danger. In an instant, a wave of anxiety washed over the countless viewers in the live broadcast room. They must remain vigilant, for it is possible that the West may conspire with the demonic tribes. After all, Tian is simply too extraordinary. Frankly, he ought to bide his time and develop discreetly. Rather than acting recklessly, I cannot fathom why the Long City Education Bureau would accompany Tian to the live broadcast. Does this not expose an unparalleled genius to the scrutiny of all his adversaries? To be honest, I would prefer to remain unaware of Tian's existence within Long Country, allowing him to develop inconspicuously, gradually maturing over the course of a decade or two. When his strength reaches its zenith, he could then orchestrate the revival of the Eastern literary path within the Academy, ensuring a far more secure outcome. Indeed, this situation has become perilous. At this moment, countless viewers in the live broadcast room began to offer Tian advice, expressing their belief that he was too young and impulsive. His rapid elevation in power, exceptional aptitude, and the dismantling of others' inner demons are all harbingers of an escalating crisis for Tian. Observing the myriad of comments flooding the live broadcast room, Tian merely smiled. He was fully aware of the consequences. He was acutely aware that there would be dire consequences, facing foes from all corners of the globe. Yet, he harbored greater means to surmount this crisis. Thus, he remained unflinching to this very moment. No one was privy to the fact that Tian possessed a system. Indeed, it was true. He had a system. In this day and age, the system was his most formidable ally. Although the system did not directly possess the means to repel adversaries, the mere existence of the Eastern cultural pulse was sufficient to enable him to orchestrate numerous endeavors. As for propagating the Eastern cultural pulse, Tian was in no rush. For now, having Principal Zhang cultivate the Eastern cultural path would suffice, as one successful example could yield even greater benefits for him. As for the Demon Clan launching an assault, Tian had not considered it at all. Should the Demon Clan truly decide to attack Long City at this juncture, it would be the height of folly. The effects of the live broadcast had already manifested, and upon closer inspection, experts from the educational bureaus in cities like Chuandu, Jingdu, and Haidu had all arrived. Did it not stand to reason that among them there would be no followers of powerful literary figures? Therefore, once his follower count soared beyond 90 million, the notion of the Demon Clan's siege was completely extinguished out of course. This was contingent upon the absence of fools within the demon ranks. They would undoubtedly harbor concerns, pondering whether Long City had laid a trap for them to fall into. After all, the resurgence of the Eastern cultural path was a colossal secret. Broadcasting it would unmistakably reveal that he had powerful literary figures poised to confront them. Thus, many would instinctively deduce that this was a trap. Once the enemy adopted such a mindset, it would indicate that Tian's strategy had already achieved half of its intended success. Indeed, the crux of the matter lay in instilling fear, making them believe it was a ruse. At this moment, the live broadcast gradually came to a halt. When Long Baishan's inner demons were dispelled, and Tian observed the arrival of the ancient director from the Ancient Civilization Research Institute. He instructed Xiao Dai to terminate the broadcast. Although the live stream had ceased, the barrage of comments continued to flood the chat. Don't close it. The crisis is dire. You must act swiftly to secure Tian's safety. Otherwise, matters could escalate beyond control. Something far more terrifying may transpire. I suspect the West is already making their move. The Demon Clan may also be plotting something. Xiao Dai, you must relay this information to the directors of the educational bureaus. These matters are of utmost importance. Yes, Sai. I can't help but ponder why we are broadcasting Tian's affairs. Wouldn't it be better to keep them hidden? Concealment is the best strategy for gradual development. No, I must notify our school principal to urgently contact the higher authorities. Indeed, within the live stream, many were deeply concerned about Tian. The resurgence of the Eastern cultural path was monumental, particularly in light of Tian's exceptional talent and the rapid upgrading methods he had exhibited today, achievements that transcended those of ordinary individuals. Others, even within the confines of Long Country, were envious of Tian's existence. Without adequate protection for Tian, one could surmise that his survival would be perilously brief. Xiao Dai gazed at the comments in the live room, momentarily lost in thought. It was only at this moment that she truly comprehended the significance of Tian's identity. The foremost figure in the resurgence of the Eastern cultural path, the fastest rising power from sea level to mid-B level. A superlative figure ranked 85th on the literary leaderboard. If all went according to plan, Tian had the potential to be etched into the annals of history. What an era I find myself in. Xiao Dai murmured to herself, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. She was no fool. She understood that by involving herself in this affair, she might become ensnared in its vortex. But did she regret it? No, she had encountered the first powerful figure in the resurgence of the Eastern cultural path. Such an event had not transpired in millennia, and now she could observe closely, assist him in his broadcasts, and perhaps even help propagate the Eastern cultural path. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through her. In an instant, Xiao Dai made her decision. She put away the phone stand used for the live broadcast and slowly positioned herself behind Tian. Without uttering a word, her very stance signified her resolve. Let us proceed to the conference room. It is time to convene. At this moment, the live stream came to an end, and Director Long wore an expression of deep concern. The situation was escalating alarmingly, with experts from educational bureaus across the land converging, including principals from prestigious 211 and 985 universities, causing him considerable anxiety to why Tian was in high demand. However, he was also acutely aware that among such a multitude, some were likely agents of the Demon Clan, while others could be Western lackeys, creating a chaotic mix where some sought to assassinate Tian while others aimed to protect him. Thus, today's meeting would not be an easy one to conduct. In truth, Director Long's thoughts for the day were quite straightforward. He initially intended to leverage the live stream to bolster Tian's popularity in Long City, thereby facilitating the subsequent establishment of the Eastern cultural path. However, he could never have anticipated that the viewership numbers would soar to over 90 million, nearing 1 billion. This development had utterly derailed many of his plans. The conference room was vast, boasting nearly 100 seats, being the largest in the Long City Education Bureau. However, at this moment, the attendees were not gathered there for a meeting, but had relocated to the Grand Hall of the Long City Education Bureau for a celebration. There were enough seats for over 1,000 people. The sheer number of attendees rendered the smaller conference room inadequate. As everyone settled into their seats, Director Long's expression became somewhat awkward. Colleagues, esteemed principals. To be candid, today's events have indeed taken me by surprise. However, time is of the essence, and as you all know, Tian's identity is of paramount importance. Let us not waste time. If anyone has matters to discuss, please speak candidly. Thus, Director Long began his opening remarks. Meanwhile, standing behind him, Tian wore a faint, cold smile that he observed, through the lens of literary insight, the luminous auras hovering above each person's head. These auras bore a distinctive gray hue, emblematic of their Western affiliations. Indeed, they were all uniformly gray. Only Principal Zhang's aura radiated a vibrant red, indicative of Long Country's essence. Above these colors, there were further distinctions. For example, the auras of Director Long, Deputy Director Zhou, Deputy Director Xiao, and others, being natives of Long Country, were interspersed with shades of red. This was due to their inherent connection to Long Country's spirit. Suddenly, Yi Tian's smile broadened. He noticed 3 distinct auras, each a striking shade of green. The demons. Without a doubt, these 3 individuals were emissaries of the demon clan. Since the demon representatives had arrived, Yi Tian wasted no time. He interrupted Director Long's opening remarks to discreetly convey the presence of the demon clan. Of course, he refrained from explicitly stating that he had perceived 3 green auras. Instead, he utilized the method he had discovered yesterday regarding Director Song to inform Director Long. In an instant, Director Long's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that a figure of the Eastern cultural path's resurgence would emerge in Long City. Perhaps Yi Tian was not truly a powerful figure of the Eastern cultural path, but rather a fade created by the Long City Education Bureau. Yet, the talent of this individual named Yi Tian was undeniable. He was indeed a prodigy. But why employ the Eastern cultural path as a pretext? Was it to confront the demon clan? Or was it a strategy to engage the West? Given the current climate, pursuing Western interests seemed ill-advised. Although there were numerous conflicts with the West, the cultural path had been transmitted from there. Should tensions escalate excessively, the Western cultural path could sever our supply, leading to considerable complications. At this moment, it remained unclear what schemes Director Long was concocting. Point 1 could only proceed step by step. Indeed, Yi Tian is a prodigy as the season of university admissions approaches. If it is at all feasible, attracting Yi Tian to our institution would undoubtedly enhance our reputation and fortify our capabilities. While Director Long was delivering his opening remarks, the esteemed figures seated in the audience engaged in hushed dialogues amongst themselves. In the midst of their discussions, they observed Yi Tian intercepting Director Long the next moment. Director Long smiled and addressed the trio, saying, "Teachers Lin, Wen, and Sun, would you kindly stand up?" Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Even the 3 teachers who were called upon exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why they had been singled out. "Director Long, may I inquire if there is something you wish to discuss?" The foremost among them, Teacher Lin, cautiously inquired. "Nothing of great consequence," he replied with a gentle shake of his head, then continued, "It is merely that my student has expressed feeling an aura reminiscent of Director Song from yesterday emanating from the 3 of you. Thus, I regret to inform you that you are not welcome here." As his words resonated, Director Long waved his hand, and in an instant, a multitude of A-grade masters emerged from the hidden shadows, with even the special operations and magic divisions dispatching several experts to encircle the 3 teachers. In that moment, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. "Director Long, what is the meaning of this? Are you intending to eliminate us all?" Some faces turned ashen with fear, while the 3 teachers found their expressions equally transformed. However, Teacher Lin managed to chuckle. "Director, I too watched yesterday's broadcast at IS for the demon race. The 3 of us ventured together to the outskirts of the demon forest for some training, so naturally, we carry a hint of their aura." Yet, before he could finish, a sharp crack reverberated. Suddenly, a dozen skeletons materialized. Hovering in midair, the skeletons quickly disassembled, their myriad bones shimmering as they transformed into chains, binding the 3 individuals in an instant. "Director Long, you are overstepping your bounds. We represent the Education Bureau of Phoenix City. You have no authority." Teacher Lin attempted to protest further, but the strength of the skeletons only intensified. Moreover, from the void emerged several Western golden dragons, their eyes ablaze with golden light. Boom, whoosh, whoosh, 3 beams of light struck their bodies. In an instant, the 3 teachers screamed and transformed into wild wolves. Yes, indeed, wild wolves. At that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. Were they truly demons? Countless dignitaries from the Education Bureau and numerous principals found it hard to believe. The hidden energy fluctuations of these demons were utterly terrifying. They had not sensed even the slightest hint of energy leakage. Consequently, those who had intended to voice their thoughts fell silent. The emergence of the demon race was beyond their wildest expectations. With a resounding crack, the 3 wild wolves, amidst fierce gazes, began to shrink, ultimately compressing into diminutive, doll-sized figures, which were then taken away by the experts of the inspection division. In an instant, these figures vanished like phantoms. retreating into the shadows. However, the remaining attendees dared not utter another word. The events of the day had taken them completely by surprise. Furthermore, Western attendees, kindly take your leave. Today is an internal meeting for us Easterners. After apprehending the 3 demon wolves, Director Long smiled at the 20-odd Western educators and the heads of Western magic schools present, saying, "We have been in the East for decades. Sentiments hold no weight with me. The West is still the West. You have 3 seconds to vacate, or I shall treat you as traitors." In that instant, Director Long's expression darkened, and without hesitation, he conjured a staff, the murderous intent palpable and nearly tangible. By heavens, in an instant, the Western dignitaries erupted in chaos. How dare Director Long speak in such a manner? Was he possessed of extraordinary audacity? Such confrontations had never occurred before, even in other meetings. As long as the West wished to participate, their presence had never been denied. Now, what was his purpose? As thoughts raced, the figures swiftly rose from their seats and hastily exited the hall. They understood well that if they remained, Director Long might indeed resort to violence. At that moment, many departed, leaving only a scant 500 individuals behind. Among them, journalists and wealthy patrons were also asked to leave in droves. This scene left countless dignitaries from the Education Bureau, as well as leaders of the Special Operations and Magic Divisions, perplexed. What could possibly be the motive behind Director Long's actions? However, before they could ponder further, Director Long's next move dazzled their eyes. After addressing these matters, he turned to Tian and smiled. "Are there any remaining Westerners? You can identify the spies, correct? Clear out those to be removed, and then share your insights with everyone." This moment left the assembly in bewilderment. The head of the Dragon City Education Bureau was inquiring about the thoughts of a mere student. Who was truly in charge here? Moreover, why was he so certain that Tian could identify spies? Yet, without a shred of hesitation, Tian promptly named 50 individuals. The expressions of those 50 instantly shifted, just as they began to cast spells to flee. The Bureau of Education and the Special Operations swiftly intervened. Within a minute, all of them were apprehended. Enough. Do not linger in astonishment. Firstly, let it be known that I, Tian, am no one's pawn. I am unequivocally a reviver of Eastern culture, a fact that can be corroborated by the esteemed Director Gu beside me. The distinctions between Eastern and Western cultures are stark, hence I can swiftly identify spies and demons alike. However, what I wish to address today is not this matter. Tian paused, then smiled. Today, I kindly request your assistance. The meeting concluded rather swiftly, lasting a mere 15 minutes. Upon its conclusion, the assembly showed no inclination to linger, departing from the Dragon City Education Bureau with expressions of disappointment. At that moment, outside the entrance of the bureau, throngs of journalists wielding cameras surged forth, obstructing the path of the dignitaries. Esteemed leaders, may I inquire about the theme of today's meeting? Why were we media members barred from attendance? Is it of a confidential nature? Is Tian someone you are secretly grooming? It is said that a powerful figure from the Ancient Civilization Research Institute was also present today, dedicated to researching the revival of ancient Chinese civilization and preparing for a revival plan. After encountering Tian, was there any progress? Is Tian the individual sought by the Ancient Civilization Research Institute? A barrage of questions ensued. However, the faces of all the dignitaries reflected palpable impatience. Today's events are classified. Should you persist in disturbing us, we shall summon the inspection division. One individual, with a glower, directly threatened the journalists. Yet, the reporters were undeterred, just as they were about to pose more inquiries. Personnel from the inspection division swiftly intervened, apprehending a dozen journalists, which finally silenced the inquiries. Nevertheless, they did not cease their pursuit of news. Instead, they hurriedly boarded vehicles, instructing their drivers to follow the dignitaries to the vicinity of the teleportation array. What had these leaders heard during this meeting? Why did they bear such expressions? The journalists pondered, sensing that something monumental was on the verge of unfolding. Moreover, at that very moment, it appeared that the security measures in Long City had grown increasingly intricate. Patrol teams began to emerge, and a myriad of inspections commenced. All of this pointed to one conclusion. Long City was in a state of disarray. 20 minutes later, in Phoenix City, located within Long Province, the deputy director of the Education Bureau, Director Liang, sat in a private dining room named the Phoenix Hall, his expression dark and brooding. How audacious of Long City! Such temerity! They had acted with such severity. Observing the fury radiating from Director Liang, the deputy director of the Inspection Bureau in Phoenix City hastily poured him a drink. Old Liang, What on earth has transpired in Long City to incite such wrath? This is not your usual demeanor. What else could it be? He sighed and downed the drink in one gulp. I tell you, Tian is undeniably extraordinary, yet he is not a revivalist of Eastern cultural paths. The esteemed head of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute has already assessed him. He is merely a Western practitioner of superior qualifications. As for those poems, they are all fabricated. This individual named Tian has simulated knowledge unknown to the masses using Western capabilities, which has led people to mistakenly believe he is a Western practitioner. We have all been deceived by Tian. Simultaneously, we have also been misled by Director Long. Director Long has a vested interest in this scheme, as his son was previously slain by a creature of the demon race, leaving him with a deep-seated grudge. Moreover, that murder was orchestrated in collusion with Westerners and the demon race. Hence, Director Long devised this situation to lure in powerful Western and demon entities, using Tian as bait to eliminate a host of experts. What? The deputy director of the Inspection Bureau was taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. This is impossible, right? Humph, you are aware of the immense viewership today. This has exceeded Director Long's expectations. He never anticipated provoking the head of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute. Thus, his scheme has unraveled today. This is precisely why we are so incensed. We initially believed Tian was an Eastern cultural revivalist, which prompted us to investigate whether we could aid him in reviving our Eastern traditions. Yet, this was merely a ruse concocted by Director Long, a pretext to eradicate demons and Westerners. In truth, had the viewership of yesterday and today been contained to 10 to 20 million, limited to Long City, his plan might have succeeded. After all, you witnessed how the audience in the live stream speculated that Tian was an Eastern practitioner. This would inevitably attract assassination attempts from Westerners and demons. However, the matter has escalated to such a degree that it has become common knowledge among the populace of Long Kingdom, shattering his rumors at this very meeting. I surmise that Director Long's elder brother, the mayor of Long City, has already apprehended him. Alas, what a fruitless journey this has been. No worries, no worries. Come, let us drink. You look rather unwell today. I invited you here to relax. Do not dwell on these matters. The deputy director of the Inspection Bureau in Phoenix City consoled Director Liang with a smile, patting his shoulder. With his other hand, he discreetly sent out a recording via his phone. Discussions and communications of this nature were incessantly unfolding throughout Long Kingdom. Whether in Haidu, Chuandu, Kyoto, or various other locales, the topic was under fervent debate. Tian's affair was merely a facade. Simultaneously, within Long City, a bombshell news report broke. Tian had been imprisoned. Although the director of Long City was the brother of the mayor, he had disseminated rumors and promulgated a colossal falsehood, claiming that Tian was a Western practitioner, which nearly led to a massacre in Long City by demons and Westerners, a grave offense that landed him behind bars. The simultaneous explosion of these two news stories ignited a frenzy throughout Long City. At that moment, the entire populace of Long Kingdom, including all the viewers in Xiao Dai's live stream, were left utterly dumbfounded. They had never anticipated such a rapid reversal of events. It was all a ruse. Everything was a deception. From the inception of the live stream, Director Long and Tian had been orchestrating a grand charade. In an instant, Tian and Director Long found themselves vilified and reviled by countless individuals. Meanwhile, in the heart of Long City, on the 50th floor of the mayor's office building, a hot pot was already steaming. Tian, Director Long, his brother the mayor, and the head of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute were indulging in a spicy hot pot. Utterly indifferent to the events unfolding outside. Tian, I never anticipated you would devise such a plan, a twofold strategy. This method not only diverts attention, but also grants us the opportunity to discern which individuals are colluding with the demon race and Westerners. However, this tactic can only be employed once, and the revival of Eastern cultural paths must maintain its momentum. The next time the demons and Westerners realize they have been played, Long City will be in peril. Upon hearing this, Tian nodded, fully aware of the potential consequences of their actions. Yet, he shrugged nonchalantly. No need to panic. We only need to deceive them once. The emergence of the beast tide is, in fact, a form of trial for Long City. I intend to see if I can recently unseal a dragon vein, which would facilitate a greater number of individuals in their cultivation of Eastern cultural paths. That was indeed the truth. Yet the dragon vein was buried so deeply that even after millennia of research by our Ancient Civilization Research Institute, we had yet to identify its location. How could we possibly unseal it? Tian pointed to his eyes and uttered a statement that left the head of the institute and others utterly astounded. My eyes can perceive the dragon vein. At the same time, within Long City, at the Western Magic School, in the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Director Long is nothing short of a fool. At this moment, even the girl in the leather jacket bore a frightfully grim expression. Just moments ago, some individuals from the West had begun employing diplomatic means in the pretext of exchange students coming to Long Kingdom for studies to transport some powerful entities through the teleportation array into Long Kingdom. Their objective was to eliminate Tian. After all, Eastern cultural paths are no trifling matter, especially since this time they had attracted the head of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute, a highly esteemed and formidable figure within Long Kingdom. The head of the institute had been renowned for his dedication, having devoted 30 years to researching the ancient civilizations of Long Kingdom without retiring. Yet now, news outlets reported that he had stormed out of the Education Bureau in Long City, only remaining due to the mayor's personal entreaties and repeated apologies, preventing his anger from escalating further, simultaneously with both Director Long and Tian imprisoned. Such a dramatic turn of events was beyond their wildest expectations. Truly cunning. Had it not been for the explosive viewership of this live stream, perhaps Director Long's plans would have come to fruition. Withdraw our forces, since Tian is not a revivalist of Long Kingdom's ancient civilization. We need not concern ourselves with him. I will seek an opportunity to eliminate him within the prison. After all, he and Director Long nearly jeopardized our plans. It is simply not worth it. Hearing the girl in the leather jacket, the others exchanged anxious glances, their expressions shifting from pale to flushed. Truth be told, they had never envisioned such a scenario. Director Long was exceedingly ruthless. Let us not dwell on other matters. Let us focus on our strategy and strive to fortify our Western practices. The plans of the higher-ups are nearing success. Once every individual in Long Kingdom possesses Western cultural paths, that will be the moment we can engulf Long Kingdom. The Western Magic School had nearly fallen into Director Long's trap, nearly exposing themselves. Were they to be revealed, they believed that with the power Director Long wielded at that time, he could very well eliminate them all in one fell swoop. After all, the school had only a little over 100 strong practitioners, and combined, the four magic schools amounted to merely 300 individuals, whereas the Education Bureau in Long City harbored at least 100 A-grade experts. And the existence of S-grade experts remained uncertain. However, Director Long enjoyed an exceptionally close relationship with the directors and deputy directors of various bureaus, such as the Magic Bureau, Special Bureau, Inspection Bureau, and Tax Bureau. Especially, Director Long treats each of his principals with exceptional kindness, resulting in him possessing an extensive network of formidable A-level experts. Should Director Long's previous plan succeed, such an abundance of skilled individuals would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of the four Western magic schools. Furthermore, even the Demon Clan might sustain significant injuries this time. Outside of Long City, within the Tiger King's cave in the Forest of 10,000 Demons, the expression of the Tiger King girl grew considerably somber. Crack. With a swift motion of her fingers, she decisively snapped the neck of a Western human. Humans are unreliable. If it were not for your intelligence, Little Snake, our Demon Clan might have faced a disastrous setback. In the past, you eliminated Director Long's child. And who would have thought that this individual could orchestrate such a terrifying scheme? Even I nearly believed that the opponent indeed possessed an Eastern literary powerhouse. Her gaze turned cold. The Tiger King, a super-powerful being born with intelligence and capable of transforming into human form. She understood all too well that if Director Long were to complete his plan this time, although her Demon Clan would not face extinction, casualties were inevitable. Why, now and in the past, did they not choose to launch a beast tide against the cities? It was because, firstly, the martial prowess of humans was formidable. Secondly, the advanced weaponry in the human world, when enhanced by literary powers, could unleash even greater might. Thirdly, there were the interests at stake. Without sufficient benefits, there would be no need to initiate a beast tide, which would only result in the loss of countless demon lives, a cost far outweighing any gains. However, my master, we must not be complacent. Currently, there are over 100 spies from our Demon Clan within the Education Bureau and the Inspection Department, all of whom have been eliminated. I worry whether Long City possesses other means. In no matter, we shall keep a close watch on the human cities from the periphery. Additionally, send secret orders to the two most deeply hidden individuals to remain dormant for a longer period during this time. Do not allow them to expose themselves. Just leave these two spies and eliminate the rest. Understood. The little snake nodded, her form flickering before vanishing from the location. She went to handle this matter. Meanwhile, within the cave, the girl transformed into human form. her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Perhaps the matter concerning Tian was not yet resolved at this stage. Under the collaboration of Tian and Director Gu, both the Demon Clan and the West had halted their plans for city slaughter. As for the Beast Tide, it was even less likely to erupt at this moment. Just as Tian had orchestrated, they were speculating whether Long City might have other strategies. Secondly, Director Long had been imprisoned in front of everyone. Thus, everyone believed that Tian, this Eastern literary practitioner, was a mere illusion. If that were the case, the interest would not suffice. Why then would they still launch an attack? Would that not be a waste of combat power? One could say that at this moment, Tian's plan had indeed succeeded. As for Director Gu, who was currently enjoying hot pot, why did he trust so wholeheartedly that Tian was the true reviver of ancient civilization? It was because within the Ancient Civilization Research Institute he oversaw, there existed a treasure, a half-book passed down from ancient times. This book contained very little content. However, it harbored exceedingly enigmatic methods. It could resonate with Eastern powers. Moreover, during every instance when Tian shaped the Eastern literary vein, this half-book would tremble, radiating with a dazzling golden light. Even more astonishingly, Tian's visage and name would manifest on this book. Furthermore, whenever Tian composed poetry, these verses would be recorded within this half-book, and beneath the golden light, the energy of these words would directly penetrate the bodies of Director Gu and his researchers, elevating their strength to a higher level. Such precise information, coupled with Tian's literary reactions, enabled them to enhance their power, leading Director Gu and his colleagues to firmly believe that Tian was indeed the reviver of ancient civilization. And this book held a mysterious name, the meaning of which even Director Gu could not fully comprehend. It was called Hichu Luoshu. Indeed, it was Hichu Luoshu, although Director Gu did not fully understand the true purpose of Hichu Luoshu. From the fragments of ancient civilization he unearthed, this book was of utmost importance for the revival of Eastern civilization. Just the resonance with Tian alone illustrated its extraordinary significance. Thus, at this moment, Director Gu took out this half of Hichu Luoshu, and when Tian beheld it, his eyes suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Simultaneously, a melodious notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations! You have acquired a treasure of Long Kingdom civilization. A fragment of Hichu Luoshu 1, total of 2 pieces. Congratulations! You may utilize this civilization treasure to construct divination techniques, predicting the cosmos and creating the magical arts of Long Kingdom. One notification after another continuously resonated in Tian's ears. Subsequently, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the previously tranquil fragment of Hichu Luoshu had transformed into a golden light, directly penetrating Tian's forehead. It seemed as though, at that moment, Hichu Luoshu had merged with Tian as one. This truly shocked countless individuals. Indeed, our speculation was correct. Tian truly possesses numerous legacies of ancient civilization. Otherwise, he would not have been able to activate this so-called Hichu Luoshu. I have perused countless materials on this subject, even core secret documents from abroad, and found nothing. In other countries, there has never been a product akin to this. Thus, it follows that Hichu Luoshu is fundamentally a product of our Long Kingdom. Director Gu, do not be overly excited. Do not be overly excited. At this moment, the crowd was somewhat astonished, yet they forced themselves to suppress their eagerness to inquire, soothing the emotionally volatile Director Gu. After all, Director Gu was not young, and should anything happen to him now, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Is Hichu Luoshu truly that important? Indeed, Director Gu nodded solemnly, casting a glance at Tian, who was surrounded by shimmering golden light, with the yin-yang diagram even appearing upon his body. That he spoke in a deep voice. Although our Long Kingdom civilization has been interrupted for over 10,000 years, one thing has never ceased. That is yin and yang. Yin and yang constitute all things in the world. For instance, daylight is yang, and nighttime is yin. Fire is yang, water is yin. Black denotes yin, while white signifies yang. Female represents yin, and male represents yang. All matters in heaven and earth follow the principles of yin and yang. Only through their harmony can one attain the utmost state. Although I have not extensively studied Hichu Luoshu, I can deduce from the subtle clues that it elucidates and comprehends yin and yang to an extraordinarily remarkable degree. The concepts of overcoming hardness with softness and the balance of rigidity and flexibility are classic examples of yin and yang complementing and harmonizing each other. Moreover, to delve even deeper, Martial techniques and strength also possess yin and yang distinctions. If we could analyze the powerful yin and yang forces from Hichu Luoshu, our nation's strength would ascend to new heights. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Director Gu's eyes that in the next moment. Two Tai Chi patterns abruptly manifested before Yi Tian's eyes that in no time. The Tai Chi began to spin faster and faster. Ultimately, before the gazes of all present, it coalesced into a black and white sphere. Then, with a thud, boom, it crashed violently into the body of Director Long. In an instant, Director Long was obliterated, for he had broken through to a level, entering the ranks of S-level experts. Indeed, at this moment, very few were aware that the current Director Long of the Education Bureau had already become an S-level powerhouse. Yet, in such a state of strength, he had failed to sense the assault of that yin-yang sphere. He had not even perceived the energy fluctuations. Moreover, that sphere had actually moved at an incredibly slow pace. How to use a metaphor? It is akin to ordinary individuals playing with marbles, lightly rolling them before Director Long. Yet, astonishingly, in such a state, he, Director Long, was utterly unable to evade. The crux of the matter is that he was even caught in an explosion. This is indeed absurd. Yi Tian, you have already reached the S-rank level. Why was I unable to evade your earlier yin-yang sphere? Director Long, disregarding his own disheveled appearance, posed the question directly. Upon uttering these words, the onlookers, including Dean Gu, Deputy Director Zhou, and Mayor Long, were rendered speechless. An S-rank powerhouse could not evade an attack from a B-rank martial artist? Surely, this is no jest. It has nothing to do with strength. Rather, it pertains to an ability of deduction. A slight smile graced Yi Tian's lips as he felt the warm sensation of the He Tu and Luo Shu merging with his being. And he couldn't help but reflect on the treasures bequeathed by the ancestors. One must understand that the He Tu and Luo Shu are revered on Earth as the source of the cosmic cube and celestial techniques. Furthermore, the He Tu and Luo Shu can also be regarded as the origins of yin-yang and the five elements, the foundation of all theories and concepts that have evolved from it. This underscores the sheer significance of the He Tu and Luo Shu. Moreover, it is paramount as the progenitor of deductive techniques. Once one comprehends the He Tu and Luo Shu, not only can one deduce techniques, but one can also create their own martial arts and even develop original philosophies effortlessly, such as the fundamental purpose of the He Tu and Luo Shu. It is precisely for this reason that Yi Tian felt immense joy at the He Tu and Luo Shu's willingness to merge with him. He originally believed that acquiring the He Tu and Luo Shu in this world would take years, if not decades. Yet unexpectedly, during his first encounter with Dean Gu, he obtained such a formidable treasure. It seems the Ancient Civilization Research Institute must possess numerous other remarkable findings within Long Nation, though they have yet to be disclosed to the public. Do not be overly astonished. This is merely the marvel of our Eastern philosophies. For now, wait until you all transform into practitioners of Eastern philosophies, and then you will truly grasp the terrifying power of our Eastern knowledge. It is unrelated to strength. Upon hearing Yi Tian's assertion, the others paused momentarily. They had not anticipated such an outcome. However, at that moment, Dean Gu nodded earnestly. This matter is indeed true. In fact, our Long Nation's ancient heritage far surpasses that of the West. The only distinction lies in the severe disjunction of our civilization. Otherwise, there would be no space for the West to exist. However, certain individuals in the West have been scheming, and it remains unclear who has sealed off our Long Nation's dragon veins. It can only be stated that some divine-level figures in the West fear certain aspects of Long Nation. What? Mayor Long, Director Long, and the others were taken aback by this revelation. They had never encountered such information before. The Ancient Civilization Research Institute, while familiar to them, had never disclosed such sensitive data. However, these individuals were not foolish. They quickly understood the reasons for the secrecy. They feared that if the Westerners learned of these matters, they would undoubtedly retaliate against the Ancient Civilization Research Institute. Currently, the dragon veins of Long Nation remain sealed, which is why the West has not made many moves. However, once the dragon veins are unsealed, the West, along with any demonic entities, will certainly take action. Yi Tian, your matters are of utmost importance. Next, I will take you to the Ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long Province. Do you recall the plan we set forth today? The principals and directors who left the Education Bureau today are individuals we can trust. as this has been jointly confirmed by our Ancient Civilization Research Institute and the superiors. This is why we can disseminate the false news of Director Long's imprisonment and your revival of Eastern philosophies. Nevertheless, this information is unlikely to remain under wraps for long. If we wish to revive Eastern philosophies, we must swiftly unseal a dragon vein. At the very least, we need to plant the seeds of Eastern civilization. However, this places tremendous pressure and challenges upon you. Therefore, the higher-ups of our Ancient Civilization Research Institute have deliberated on certain matters that in total, there are 1,000 researchers at the Ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long Province, including that of Long City. These 1,000 researchers will provide you with the strongest support for your Eastern philosophical cultivation. First, to assist you in enhancing your cultivation. Dean Gu paused momentarily before continuing. Secondly, to help you swiftly unseal certain Eastern veins, thereby creating an opportunity for the resurgence of Long Nation. Upon hearing this, Tian was slightly taken aback, then smiled. This is indeed a fortuitous development. He had been contemplating how to amplify the situation further. The larger the scale, the more points of fortune he would accumulate for the Eastern veins, thereby increasing the chances of unsealing the dragon veins. Now, with the participation of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute, the possibilities before him have expanded immensely. However, you will face great danger, a danger so profound that a terrifying life and death crisis awaits, should your affairs erupt once more. Individuals from other nations, and even demonic entities, will relentlessly pursue you. No matter. Tian nonchalantly shook his head. With the Confucian system in place, what does he have to fear, especially since, at present, aside from his ability to speak and manifest, as well as the magical brush of Maoyang, he has yet to utilize other skills. Moreover, he possesses the 6 virtues of the gentleman. This technique is an extraordinarily potent deductive method, and when combined with the He Tu and Luo Shu, it can yield results greater than the sum of its parts. Even if someone were to attack him, he would not flinch. In that case, let us depart swiftly. We will temporarily conclude your aptitude testing. And next, we will commence unsealing the first dragon vein from the core research facility of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long Province. Simultaneously, we will enhance your capabilities comprehensively. Of course, going forward, you may need to convert Director Long and Deputy Director Zhou into practitioners of Eastern philosophies. Upon hearing this, Tian nodded. He did not deny his ability to transform individuals into practitioners of Eastern philosophies. Previously, the matter concerning Principal Zhang was a prime example. Although it had been kept secret from many, the Ancient Civilization Research Institute specializes in the study of Eastern ancient civilizations. Surely, Dean Gu could perceive that the Western influence on Principal Zhang had long since vanished. Could he not? Meanwhile, Mayor Long, Director Long, and Deputy Director Zhou, who were listening to this conversation, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Henceforth, they too would become practitioners of Eastern philosophies. Recalling the previous verses of Spring Night's joyous rain and the grass on the plains, even Tian's heaven and earth Xian Huang, they could not help but feel exhilarated. In the Western world, there are only elves, skeletons, magic, and zombies. Even the manifested techniques are merely flames, which pale in comparison to the extraordinary phenomena Tian has previously exhibited. I have also arranged matters with Principal Li. Others will assume the role of the new principal of the 3rd high school in the city, while Principal Li will accompany us to the Ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long Province. Everyone nodded. They were not foolish, and the ensuing events would be far more serious than the recent commotion caused by the live broadcast. Their participation would surely be recorded in the annals of history. Merely contemplating this filled them with excitement. Remember to coordinate with the Inspection Department, Special Operations Department, and the Magic Department to ensure that my replacement for Director Long is arranged. In recent days, those individuals from the Western magic academies have been making moves. They will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to eliminate both me and Director Long when the time comes. We shall capture them all in one fell swoop. Tian is no fool. He is acutely aware that any Western magic school established within the Dragon Kingdom is certainly not driven by benevolent intentions. Furthermore, having reviewed the materials regarding the magic school presented by the mayor of Long City today, he quickly discerned that this was merely a ploy by the West to instigate trouble within Long City. It is paramount to seize this opportunity to root them out at the earliest. Very well, I shall manage this matter. This afternoon, we will set off for the Ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long Province to undertake further measures. The group wasted no time, particularly Tian, who understood the significance of the present moment. Thus, addressing certain matters promptly would mitigate numerous complications, especially at this juncture. If he could covertly convert a few Eastern martial arts masters, he would have more strategies at his disposal should any unforeseen changes arise. Simultaneously, Tian was well aware that the reason the esteemed director of ancient studies and his associates treated him with such courtesy was entirely due to his identity as the reviver of Eastern civilization in the Dragon Kingdom, the sole individual capable of resurrecting the Dragon Clan's Eastern martial arts. Without preserving his interest and offering him benefits, the revival of Eastern martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom would be nearly impossible. Therefore, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to safeguard him and assist him in realizing all revival plans. Meanwhile, in the Ninja Nation, a country situated on the fringes of the Dragon Kingdom, renowned for its mastery of ninja techniques, half-demon bloodlines, and summoning arts, there exists a plethora of celebrated cultural phenomena, such as Naruto, Inuyasha, Dragon Ball, and One Piece. These so-called masterpieces exhibit remarkable prowess within their realm. Of course, there is another notable animated work in their nation, a quintessential example of narrative artistry, albeit lacking in combat efficacy, Detective Conan. After all, one might ponder the absurdity of transforming into a Super Saiyan while one's own stature resembles that of an elementary school student, merely kicking a soccer ball. Indeed, while Detective Conan enjoys fame, he is not regarded as a credible martial arts narrative within the Ninja Nation, even within the Martial Arts Academy of the Ninja Nation. Conan is merely introduced as a literary reference. No one genuinely studies it as a martial arts discipline. Naturally, the most prominent cultural works emerging from the Ninja Nation are those akin to Dragon Ball. At this moment, within the Ninja Nation, in a research facility known as the Civilization Research Institute, countless individuals clad in white lab coats busily navigate the subterranean 10-story structure. These individuals pause intermittently, clutching a variety of documents, including stone tablets and bamboo slips, diligently analyzing and corroborating their findings. Indeed, akin to the ancient Civilization Research Institute in the Dragon Kingdom, the Ninja Nation possesses similar institutions. Such organizations are plentiful, existing not only within the Ninja Nation but also across various other countries. Currently, on the 5th underground level of the Civilization Research Institute, in a room resembling something out of a science fiction film, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat occupies the central position. Beside him stands a female secretary in a white lab coat, who, beneath it, discreetly wears black stockings to AT. This moment, the secretary is patiently briefing the middle-aged man with some documents. I have gathered the fundamental information. Is there any progress from the Dragon Kingdom? Upon hearing this, the secretary slightly raises her head, rifling through her folder before replying. In just one day, the live stream has garnered 90 million views, establishing Tian as the unequivocal internet sensation of the Dragon Kingdom. It is rumored that he is the reviver of Eastern martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom. However, upon verification, he is a fraud. Currently, both Director Long and this Tian have been imprisoned. Upon hearing the secretary's words, the somewhat corpulent middle-aged man slowly opens his eyes. He gestures with a wave of his hand, and a holographic projection materializes before him. After casually manipulating it a few times, information regarding Tian and Director Long appears on the holographic display. He scrutinizes the image for over 5 minutes, and suddenly, his expression shifts. Foolish, let us proceed to the civilization detector, he exclaims, rising swiftly from his chair and hastening toward the exit. The civilization detector. The secretary is momentarily taken aback. This detector is a super civilization probe created through the collaboration of multiple nations. A relic from millennia ago, the reasons behind its creation remain unknown to all nations. However, it possesses a terrifying capability, the ability to detect Eastern martial arts. Indeed, it can detect the Eastern martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. Should an Eastern martial art emerge within the Dragon Kingdom, this instrument will respond, akin to a radar. Given that presently, everyone is cultivating Western martial arts and that the Dragon Kingdom has lacked its own martial arts for millennia. Once the civilization detector interfaces with the civilizations of all nations, if a new civilization is detected, it will undoubtedly be connected to the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, the secretary is perplexed as to why they must go there. The detector has never issued an alarm in its millennia of operation, nor has there been any indication thus far. The secretary cannot ponder further, as the middle-aged man, armed with a key, undergoes iris scans, card verifications, and numerous other authentication processes before entering the chamber housing the civilization detector. Inside the room, a massive super display screen dominates the space, filled with a multitude of green light points, even delineating geographical distinctions. Although their civilization detector does not serve as the control terminal, even a substation can receive global civilization information. Soon, the middle-aged man directs his gaze toward the Dragon Kingdom, fixating on the instrument for over half an hour. Suddenly, in a certain location within the Dragon Province of the Dragon Kingdom, a red light flashes momentarily. At that instant, both the secretary trailing behind and the middle-aged man's expression shift dramatically. Although the red light flickered quickly and the system did not trigger an alarm, they understood that the system does not err. Therefore, it is evident someone has undoubtedly cultivated the Eastern martial arts. This matter is of utmost significance. Secretary, notify other departments to initiate a state of alert. Inform our spies in the Dragon Province to keep a close watch on Tian, Director Long, and even the mayor of Long City, who is Director Long's brother, must be placed on the observation list. Alert our high-ranking officials in the Ninja Nation. It is highly probable that the news regarding Tian and Director Long's imprisonment is merely a ruse. The red light flashed. The system does not make mistakes. At this moment, the secretary, though still in shock, comprehends the gravity of the situation. The Dragon Kingdom has indeed birthed a practitioner of Eastern civilization. Although it is likely that Tian's strength is feeble, they understand that this represents a monumental opportunity for the revival of Eastern civilization. The Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly go to great lengths to protect Tian. Hence, they must employ every possible means to eliminate him before he can fully develop. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. This is something the Ninja Nation is acutely aware of, particularly since they are aware that the Eastern martial arts have been absent for many years. They have some knowledge regarding the suppression of the Dragon Clan's heritage. Should Tian manage to accomplish anything significant, the consequences would be unimaginable. Quickly, notify everyone. The middle-aged man spoke while simultaneously retrieving his phone to make a call. The Cosmic Nation, an exceptionally peculiar realm. This nation is rather small and, in fact, shares a border with the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, there persists an unfounded sense of superiority, an unwavering belief that they are the paramount force capable of surpassing the Dragon Kingdom. Although the Dragon Kingdom's civilization has experienced a significant decline for some time, traditional festivals such as the Spring Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, Tomb Sweeping Day, and Dragon Boat Festival still endure. Nevertheless, this so-called Cosmic Nation shamelessly claims ownership of these festivals, asserting that the Spring Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival belong to them. They even go so far as to assert that various culinary delights from the Dragon Kingdom originated in the Cosmic Nation. Recklessly flirting with the precipice of self-destruction, particularly at this juncture, the Dragon Kingdom boasts over 20 revered tables of cultural knowledge, each a creation of its historical champions. Yet, every year, this audacious Cosmic Nation proclaims on the internet that the formidable individuals associated with these tables are, in fact, of cosmic lineage, claiming they possess the blood of the Cosmic Nation. Such declarations have drastically diminished the goodwill of the Dragon Kingdom towards the Cosmic Nation, plummeting it to a staggering -100 on the goodwill scale. At this moment, the director of the Cosmic Nation's Institute of Civilization, upon hearing the intelligence relayed from the Ninja Nation, wasted no time in heading to the civilization probe. He observed for 5 hours before finally witnessing a flicker of red within the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom certainly possesses audacity. However, you should convene a press conference and assert that Tian and Director Long are of our cosmic bloodline. 5 centuries ago, our ancestors visited the Dragon Kingdom, and through a night of revelry, left behind a few seeds that flourished in the Dragon Kingdom. After conducting genetic comparisons, we have determined that Tian and Director Long are indeed the individuals we seek. Additionally, broadcast to the world that should Tian and Director Long voluntarily come to the Cosmic Nation, we will ensure their protection, safeguarding them from any assassination attempts. The secretary, listening intently to the director's words, felt a slight change in his expression. Was the director perhaps overstepping this time? This course of action seemed akin to placing ourselves on a pyre. These two individuals are clearly targets for annihilation by superpowers worldwide, and our actions would essentially deliver a hot potato directly into our own hands. What do you understand? The director retorted with a dismissive snort. We entice Tian and his companions to our domain, then employ means of coercion to extract the secrets of the Eastern cultural lineage. We will retain a portion of these secrets while handing the rest over to the United States. Would that not be more advantageous? Firstly, we would have preemptively subdued Tian and his group, and secondly, the United States, benefiting from the intelligence we provide, would surely extend greater favors to us. Upon hearing this, the secretary was momentarily taken aback, only to soon reveal a sly grin. Director, your ambitions are truly grand. You are remarkable. If this plan succeeds, we shall indeed be hailed as great contributors. Of course, just look at who I am. Now go and expedite the execution of this plan. The cosmic nation continued to flirt recklessly with the brink of self-destruction. Simultaneously, nations such as the Third Country, the empire on which the sun never sets, the Bear Nation, the United States, the Ice Shard Nation, the European Union, and the ancient Greek Federation, nearly 200 countries around the globe, received this news almost concurrently. Naturally, the various civilization research institutes across these nations were not naive and would not immediately place their trust in the intelligence provided by the Ninja Nation, much like the middle-aged individual from the Ninja Nation. They too spent several hours at their civilization probes before discerning the truth of the situation. Thus, when the matter truly erupted on a global scale, it was already the following morning. The first to respond was, of course, the Cosmic Nation, which promptly issued a statement through media platforms declaring that the incarceration of Yi Tian and Director Long was false. The genuine Yi Tian and Director Long had likely taken residence within the ancient Civilization Research Institute. This news spread rapidly, and due to prior awareness globally, the story exploded across news and social media platforms worldwide in mere minutes. Even the Dragon Kingdom quickly received this information. Wait, a reversal? Another twist? 3 reversals within 2 days. This cannot be a mere jest. On social media, some individuals began to vent their frustrations that I believe the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom must have indeed recognized Yi Tian's significance, hence using the pretense of incarceration to mislead the public into believing that the Eastern cultural lineage was a fabrication, thus allowing time to better revive our native traditions. Yet, this has been exposed far too swiftly, hasn't it? Foreigners are discovering information faster than we are. How is that even possible? Do not forget that ancient civilization research institutes exist worldwide, and within these institutes, there are specialized instruments capable of detecting our Dragon Kingdom's cultural lineage. As the only nation employing Western cultural elements, they can easily conduct their investigations. Yet, this has been uncovered alarmingly quickly. If it's true, then Yi Tian and his companions are indeed in peril. Indeed. Although this matter has undergone multiple reversals within 2 days, people still grasp the rationale behind the Dragon Kingdom's actions. However, with Yi Tian's situation now exposed globally, not merely in isolated nations, but on a worldwide scale, the crisis has escalated, rendering it even more complex to navigate. On the contrary, this situation is, in fact, more manageable than before, since Yi Tian's circumstances are now laid bare. And let us not forget that the Dragon Kingdom is not a weakling, with a population of billions. Our power is substantial. Under clear circumstances, they would find it difficult to initiate covert attacks against us, especially since no one is aware of Yi Tian and Director Long's current whereabouts. They are certainly not imprisoned now, which means Yi Tian and the Dragon Kingdom are quite safe at this moment. Other nations wishing for us to surrender Yi Tian must consider our willingness to comply, particularly since they lack precise locations. They cannot unite with the demon race to incite a beast tide. This is a significant boon for the Dragon Kingdom. That logic is sound, but I cannot shake the feeling that our situation remains precarious. The exposure of this matter has only intensified the crisis. Many individuals expressed their concerns, for Yi Tian's situation was monumental, especially abroad, where the global populace was now aware, although the overt circumstances might be easier to manage. The pressure was immense. At this moment, all eyes turned towards the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The heart of the realm lies in Kyoto. What news would emerge from there? Yet, as foreigners waited and awaited, time dragged on without a response from the Dragon Kingdom. This left countless faces reflecting a spectrum of emotions. We have already pierced through this veil. Are you still feigning ignorance? Can you maintain this charade? Yet, despite the media's proclamations, the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom remained silent, as if oblivious to the entire situation, including Yi Tian's plight. This left the diplomatic corps of the Ninja Nation, the Third Country, the United States, and others utterly flabbergasted. Is this truly how one conducts themselves? Your silence leaves us at a loss for our next steps. In a fleeting moment, the foreign ministries found themselves momentarily bewildered. At that very instant, Yi Tian, along with Principal Zhang, Director Long, Mayor Long, Xiao Dai, and Dean Gu, had arrived at the core location of the Dragon Province's Ancient Civilization Research Institute. It is noteworthy that Long City serves as the capital of Dragon Province. Hence, many matters can indeed be addressed within its confines. However, it is essential to mention that the Ancient Civilization Research Institute of Dragon Province is not situated within Long City itself, but rather in the neighboring Phoenix City. This is due to the existence of an Ancient Civilization Research Institute already established in Long City, necessitating the placement of the Provincial Institute in Phoenix City. At this moment, Tian found himself in a room filled with sci-fi elements, examining relics of ancient civilizations that had been unearthed. Among these were several stone tablets inscribed with names of places such as Xianyang, Handan, and Chang'an, alongside fragmented ancient texts, including bamboo slips. However, these fragments were exceedingly scattered. Some bore only a single character, while others displayed merely half an image, rendering the task of restoration immensely challenging. Otherwise, the severe cultural discontinuity within the Dragon Kingdom over millennia would not have reached such a critical state. After all, the Ancient Civilization Research Institute had existed for quite some time. These were merely some of the findings we had uncovered, but the available data was scant. Many aspects required us to draw upon external references for further exploration. In fact, the broadcast of Spring Night Rain that you conducted at the Education Bureau has a partial archive here, but regrettably, we only possess fragments of the content, far from the completeness you are aware of. Dean Gu's face bore an expression of regret. Had it not been for the excessively fragmented artifacts, they could have unearthed more meaningful insights, making the task of revitalizing the Dragon Kingdom far less arduous than it currently appeared. Tian nodded, feeling no inclination to engage in further conversation with Dean Gu at that moment. This was because his melodious notification sound continued to resonate around him. Congratulations! Your identity has been exposed globally. Your Eastern cultural vitality points have increased by 1,000. Congratulations! Your identity has been exposed globally, and the world now knows you are not imprisoned. Your Eastern cultural vitality points have increased by 1,000. Indeed, even the fact that he had escaped from prison contributed to the increase in his Eastern cultural vitality points. Moreover, this notification had been echoing since last night, a continuous stream of alerts that had not ceased. Cumulatively, his total vitality points had soared from several thousand to an impressive 21,000. This newfound accumulation opened up a myriad of possibilities. Thus, Tian realized another crucial aspect. Not only the shockwave created by his live broadcast could generate vitality points, but any astounding event he orchestrated could yield similar rewards. Why? Because he was a reviver of ancient civilizations. The more individuals who became aware of this fact, the greater the number of people who would wish to eliminate him. And consequently, the knowledge of the revival of Dragon Kingdom's ancient civilization would become increasingly widespread. This inadvertently served as a form of promotion for the revival of Eastern cultural pathways. In light of this, it could be seen as a fortuitous development, especially in this state. He need not worry about the creation of Eastern cultural powerhouses anymore. Previously, he had been reluctant to expend his limited vitality points. Now, 50 vitality points could be converted into one distributable attribute point. If he directly withdrew 1,000 points, that would facilitate the creation of 20 individuals, while 10,000 points would yield 200. Tian was confident that he could produce numerous Eastern cultural powerhouses with such numbers. Moreover, these individuals could be utilized multiple times. He recalled that after Principal Zhang transformed into an Eastern cultural powerhouse, he had contributed 500 vitality points to Tian. Although he had not voiced this at the time, it was a veritable truth. Thus, this was indeed a remarkably lucrative venture. Contemplating this, Tian was suddenly struck with a novel plan. Without wasting a moment, while Dean Gu was still speaking, he opened the system shop. Indeed, the system shop had remained and used until now, as he had been accumulating cultural vitality points, with 21,000 points at his disposal. He was now free to indulge. Without further ado, he activated the shop. In an instant, the system shop materialized before him, illuminated by a radiant light that a panel appeared, visible only to him, showcasing a plethora of goods, the four treasures of the study. Literary masterpieces, poetry and songs, battle armor, and special items. Without hesitation, Tian clicked on the poetry and songs section and promptly purchased the 300 Tang poems, not for any other reason, but because this collection could be produced in bulk according to his own criteria, yielding tens of thousands of copies, each imbued with the power of the dragon vein. Such literature resembled the Dao Enlightenment platforms found in fantasy novels, serving not only as a means of learning, but also as a medium through which one could comprehend the immense power generated by Eastern cultural texts. The sensation was akin to the extraordinary manifestations Tian had previously exhibited. You have spent 10,000 vitality points to purchase 10,000 copies of the 300 Tang poems. They have been deposited into your system storage and can be retrieved at any time. The melodious notification resonated, and a smile broke across Tian's lips. Hey, Tian, what are you laughing about? Dean Gu, taken aback by Tian's ecstatic demeanor, inquired. I have good news. I've conceived a new plan. Please provide me with a list of 200 individuals and summon them all to the Ancient Civilization Research Institute. I have significant matters to discuss. However, before they could inquire further, Tian waved his hand. Suddenly, 1,000 copies of the 300 Tang poems materialized before them like a small mountain. Particularly, they could sense a unique energy emanating from these ancient texts. Dragon Vein, power of the East. In an instant, all present were left in a state of astonishment. How on earth did Tian manage to manifest so many ancient texts? Goodness, goodness, goodness. At that moment, even the usually ethereal Gu instinctively exclaimed in disbelief. His eyes widened as he beheld the scene, his face a mask of incredulity. To be candid, he had already held Tian in high regard. His extraordinary aptitude could even be likened to the literary Dao body he had discovered within ancient civilizations. Yet, when the poem Spring Night Rain emerged, it had the power to influence emotions from the realm of illusion, an occurrence that transcended his comprehension. Now, Tian had produced an astonishing number of literary works infused with the potent essence of the dragon vein, especially those containing hundreds of fearsome poems. Even a cursory glance at the first page revealed these were indeed genuine treasures. If utilized for the cultivation of Eastern cultural practitioners, they would undoubtedly yield a plethora of masters. Take Principal Zhang as an example. Perhaps in a short period, they could mass-produce superlative cultural masters surpassing Zhang last night. Principal Zhang had even discussed with Gu his prior experience with the grass on the plain and its practical applications, confirming that it was indeed superior to Western cultural practices by a significant margin. Thus, if they could sculpt A-grade powerhouses, it was conceivable that these A-grade individuals might dominate their Western A counterparts, or even those at the pinnacle of A, nearing S-grade status. Such treasures, these are truly remarkable. You are indeed worthy of being called the reviver of Eastern cultural pathways. I, Gu, have underestimated you. The esteemed Director Gu was beaming with joy. At long last, the revival of the Eastern cultural legacy of Long was seemed genuinely promising. His face radiated excitement, but it wasn't long before he regained his composure. Swiftly, he retrieved his phone and began dialing one number after another. Hello, Mayor of Phoenix City. Get over here. Spare me the pleasantries. Come to the Ancient Civilization Research Institute of our province. There's a significant opportunity at hand. Hurry, ignore the rumors circulating outside. Director Lin. If you don't come, you might miss out on this windfall. Let me tell you something important. This lad Tian is a treasure we've stumbled upon. Quickly, reinforce our troops by 100,000. Simultaneously, dispatch 1,000 elite soldiers solely to protect Tian's parents. The 100,000 troops must ensure that the Ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long Province is safeguarded without any blind spots. We must keep this under wraps. There are many matters that cannot be disclosed to outsiders just yet. One after another, Director Gu swiftly notified over 180 individuals. With the addition of himself and his companions, the total was precisely 200, exactly the number Tian required. Kid, you better not let me down, he thought. However, certain matters needed to be addressed up front. As I mentioned to you last night, in the Western world, and indeed within every country, there exists a civilization detector capable of sensing our Eastern cultural essence. Thus, should a considerable number of Eastern essence powerhouses emerge, it would pose a grave threat to us. Other nations, or rather, the entire globe, will undoubtedly direct their attention toward us. Even the demon clans may soon launch a full-scale assault on Longwa. Reviving the civilization of Longwa is indeed a favorable development, but we must not treat this lightly. Being besieged by all sides is not something we are prepared to face at this time. Upon hearing this, Tian remained silent, not out of reluctance to speak, but because at this moment, the notification sound continued to refresh. Congratulations, your cultural treatise has astonished Director Gu. You have gained 1,000 points of Eastern Essence Fortune. Congratulations, your cultural treatise has astonished Mayor Long. You have gained 1,000 points of Eastern Essence Fortune. Congratulations, your cultural treatise has astonished Director Long. You have gained 1,000 points of Eastern Essence Fortune. The melodious notification chimes incessantly echoed. And within a mere few minutes, the previously dwindling 11,000 fortune points had surged back to 21,000. Moreover, this figure was still rapidly increasing. Additionally, as news of his accomplishments spread throughout the world, his fortune points continued to rise steadily at 100. 100. It was estimated that he would soon breach 25,000, perhaps even reach 30,000 fortune points. Indeed, revealing these books and allowing the external world to witness the reversal of fate proved beneficial. Yet, he also heeded Director Gu's warnings. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned his attention to the system shop. specifically the category for special items. Upon closer inspection, he found exactly what he sought. Civilization Wave Simulator, 1 point each. Civilization Wave Amplifier, 100 points each. Civilization Wave Fabricator, 100 points each. Civilization Wave Simulator can mimic any civilization's cultural essence, allowing one's true essence to remain concealed from detection. Civilization Wave Amplifier can amplify one's cultural wave tenfold. While it does not enhance strength, it serves as a fearsome tool for intimidation. Civilization Wave Fabricator can fabricate the cultural essence of any nation, rendering one's transformations undetectable, making it an indispensable tool for travel, stealth, and assassination. 3 types of civilization wave devices, each with distinct functions. They seemed quite effective. However, Tian deemed the latter too unnecessary for the time being, choosing not to expend additional funds on them. The Civilization Wave Simulator, which could conceal his Eastern essence while exuding a Western cultural aura, was precisely what he needed. With it, once he siphoned off the power of others' Western essence and transformed into an Eastern essence practitioner, his identity would remain undisclosed. Affordable, practical, and capable of generating an even higher Eastern essence fortune. What could be better? Thus, without a second thought, Tian proceeded to purchase 300 units. At that moment, a small, exquisite ring appeared upon his finger. As this ring materialized, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. They realized that Tian's profound Eastern cultural essence had vanished entirely, leaving only a trace of Western essence in its wake. Furthermore, his power fluctuations reverted to a sea-level status at that instant. This left Director Gu utterly flabbergasted. You possess the ability to mask the Eastern cultural essence. In the heart of Longhua, within a top-tier office, the superiors of the nation were convening alongside military leaders, security chiefs, tax officials, and inspection heads, all gathered together for a meeting. Suddenly, the secretary of the superiors burst through the conference room door, her expression one of shock. What has transpired? As she closed the door behind her and approached with urgency, all eyes turned to her with rapt attention. Latest intelligence from Director Gu's dispatch. Tian has unveiled 10,000 volumes of ancient civilization poetry from the Tang and Song dynasties, each piece capable of astonishing the world with its brilliance. With this, the secretary operated her device, causing images of the poetry to materialize on the holographic display before the esteemed leaders. They were momentarily speechless, astonished by the sheer enormity of what they beheld. 10,000 volumes. This surpasses all of our expectations. Tian truly wields such formidable power. The superior's lips twitched slightly. They had already anticipated Tian's capabilities. Previously, everyone had speculated that he could unlock the Eastern Dragon Vein, and unbeknownst to them, efforts had been underway to protect him and his family. Yet, some matters had not yet come to light, compelling them to exercise caution, lest their adversaries catch wind of their intentions. However, witnessing this revelation left them at a loss for words. Why Tian had bestowed upon them an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Just moments ago, Director Gu had called for troop reinforcements of 100,000 to safeguard the ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long Province, alongside 1,000 elite soldiers to protect Tian's family. Why? The assembly was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the ancient Civilization Research Institute had unearthed something earth-shattering. For Tian had the capacity to transform 200 individuals into Eastern cultural powerhouses. As a few volumes were already en route to them, the secretary's intelligence device suddenly vibrated. Upon receiving the latest update, her expression mirrored disbelief. Breaking news. Following Director Gu's assessment, Tian possesses a formidable instrument capable of concealing Eastern cultural essence. It allows us to transform into Eastern essence practitioners without detection from Western civilization detectors. What? Conceal cultural essence? In an instant, the room erupted in chaos. Concealing cultural essence was an exceedingly formidable ability. Many powerful figures in the West possessed this capability, yet it was a skill reserved for only the most elite, those ranked S-class and above, due to the suppression of the Dragon Vein. Longhua had been relegated to learning and utilizing Western cultural practices. Consequently, the West had seemingly reached a consensus to impose a civilization blockade on Longhua for millennia. Such techniques for masking essence had never been disclosed to Longhua. Even though spies from Longhua had been dispatched to other nations, this secretive art had been meticulously guarded, precluding their acquisition. Even within Longhua, the Civilization Research Institute had some individuals who had devised methods to obscure their essence. Yet these could only conceal the presence of practitioners from E-class to B-class, utterly ineffectual against the might of true powerhouses. The blockade of this civilization arcane art has left the Dragon Kingdom in a state of helplessness. But now, Tian possesses this extraordinary artifact. Moreover, he claims that it can conceal the aura of S-rank and even stronger beings. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. They understood that this was an immense boon for the Dragon Kingdom, providing an unprecedented opportunity for extended development. As long as the aura of the Eastern literary path could be concealed, no one would be able to detect that the Dragon Kingdom had secretly begun its practice of the Eastern literary path. This was undeniably a fortuitous event. In such a scenario, it would lead foreign entities to mistakenly believe that the Dragon Kingdom was still practicing the Western literary path for a prolonged period. And when the war finally erupted, the aura of the Dragon Kingdom would instantly transform into that of the Eastern literary path, with swords brandished amidst the thunderous clash of dragon and phoenix. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. We must support him. No, we must not only agree with Yi Tian. Under the guise of nonchalance, we shall discreetly allocate all personnel from the Haiqing Ancient Civilization Research Institute, the Kyoto Ancient Civilization Research Institute, and the Chuandu Ancient Civilization Research Institute to the Long Province Research Institute to fully support Yi Tian. We must assist them in swiftly achieving greater results. Simultaneously, the myriad secrets of the Dragon Vein must be communicated to the esteemed Director Gu and Yi Tian without delay. That we will also send over our list of spies operating in the West. This time, we shall wholeheartedly support Yi Tian in the restoration of the Eastern literary lineage. For a millennium, the transmission had been severed, and perhaps today is our best opportunity. Understood. The little secretary, along with the military and security officials, spoke with palpable excitement in their hearts. Indeed, after a millennium, they could finally be liberated from the oppression of the West and no longer be subjected to the blockade of Western civilization. As they reveled in their exhilaration, the little secretary swiftly began her operations in an instant. The Dragon Kingdom's internal clandestine organizations began to operate like a well-oiled machine, working fervently. On this day, countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom sensed something amiss. Yet it also felt like an ordinary day. However, many couldn't shake the feeling that today bore a distinct flavor, unlike any before. In Long Province, in the city of Phoenix, over 180 individuals had gathered in the office of Yi Tian and Director Gu. Yet, upon witnessing the vast collection of the 300 Tang poems piled high, they were left astounded. Though they were the core strength of the Dragon Kingdom, their dedication to reviving the literary path was unwavering. And they had all been thoroughly vetted. Nevertheless, even with their formidable prowess, the sheer volume of ancient texts left them unable to conceal their astonishment. In an instant, the expressions of all 180 individuals shifted as they regarded Yi Tian. Congratulations. Director Lin's favorability towards you has increased to 100. Congratulations. Director Chin's favorability towards you has increased to 100. Congratulations. Congratulations. Director Zhou's favorability towards you has increased to 100. The melodious notification chimes echoed continuously in Yi Tian's ears. At that moment, a smile spread across Yi Tian's face. Without hesitation, he expended resources to convert 200 points into allocatable attributes. With a wave of his hand, he directly infused these attributes into the individuals present. Buzz, at that instant, the 180 individuals, including Director Gu and the somewhat dazed Xiaodai, were left utterly flabbergasted. For, in that moment, they realized they had become ordinary people. Indeed, all energy had dissipated from their bodies. Even their vital essence had transformed into the most mundane form. The presence of the Western literary path had vanished entirely. It was as though they had truly become the most ordinary of individuals in that very instant. The gazes of Director Long, Director Gu, and Mayor Long towards Yi Tian were entirely transformed. What other abilities does Yi Tian possess? Although they had mentally prepared themselves and understood that Yi Tian could convert these individuals into practitioners of the Eastern literary path, the reality of the experience still filled them with boundless astonishment. It is worth noting that some had previously attempted to sever their ties with the Western bloodline and the complete Western literary path, thereby freeing themselves from its control. Yet, it was a futile endeavor. The Western literary path was so deeply entwined with their bodies that it imposed terrifying restrictions. A complete severance could lead to severe injuries, rendering one bedridden for life, or worse, death. Especially since Director Gu had personally participated in such experiments and was acutely aware of the dire consequences of severing ties with the Western literary path. But now, with a mere wave of Yi Tian's hand, their connection to the Western literary path had vanished without a trace. Not even the slightest ripple of energy remained. Most importantly, their bodies sustained no harm whatsoever. The magnitude of this astonishment was beyond imagination. Even Principal Zhang, standing nearby, had his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. He had known Yu Tian could perform such feats, as he had been the first experimental subject. However, to alter nearly 200 individuals at once was still utterly astonishing. What kind of sorcery is this? Yet, this was not the end. At that moment, Yu Tian's hand waved once more. He produced the magical brush of Maoyan. With a flick of his wrist, a golden dragon manifested from the void. Bang! Before anyone could fully comprehend the spectacle, the golden dragon instantly shattered into countless luminous points. The points, akin to raindrops, swiftly merged into the bodies of those present. Warmth, comfort. It felt as though they were soaking in a bath. No, it felt akin to resting in a hot spring. That gentle warmth spread throughout their entire beings, causing all the surrounding powers to involuntarily close their eyes in bliss. It was a sensation they had never before experienced. At that moment, Yu Tian's voice resounded. This is sufficient. Now, you may peruse the 300 Tang poems, select a poem that piques your interest, and engage in contemplation and cultivation. Soon, you shall regain your original cultivation level. However, due to the presence of the ring I provided to mask your aura, only you will perceive the essence of the Eastern literary path. Others will remain oblivious to it. Yu Tian said with a smile. At this moment, the astonishment within his mind continued to swell. The points of literary fortune had now accumulated to 39,000, nearing the threshold of 40,000. Remarkably, to cultivate 200 masters yielded such significant returns. This was something Yu Tian had never anticipated. Had he known it would be like this, he might have executed this plan back when he was still at the third middle school. As for why it was approximately 180 individuals instead of a full 200? That is because the additional 20 slots were allocated to the superiors. Although they were not within the Ancient Civilization Research Institute, the allocation of attribute points transcended geographical boundaries. Yu Tian's actions were also aimed at ensuring that the superiors genuinely believed in the transformation into practitioners of the Eastern literary path. Only then could he reap greater benefits and garner more support from the Dragon Kingdom. This was the only way to enhance his chances of restoring the Dragon Vein, reviving the culture of the Dragon Kingdom, and reconnecting the severed cultural lineage. Additionally, it is noteworthy that Yu Tian had already dispatched the rings that conceal aura to the superiors through Director Gu via the teleportation array. After all, the significance of these rings in masking aura was paramount. He did not wish for the practitioners of the Dragon Kingdom's literary path to be exposed. Once exposed, certain matters could become troublesome. At this moment, it was prudent to allow the Westerners to remain in the dark for a while longer. Then, periodically revealing glimpses of the Eastern literary path to stimulate their senses and generate more literary fortune points for himself was indeed a delightful prospect. To speak candidly, after days of diligent exploration into the points of civilization's fortune, Yu Tian has now mastered the art to an extraordinary degree. Maximizing benefits is indeed Yu Tian's guiding principle. At this very moment, Director Zhang, with the anthology of Tang and Song poetry in hand, leisurely turned the pages. In an instant, he found himself astounded, for the environment around him had transformed. A poem floated ethereally in the air. Drunk. I light the lamp to gaze at my sword. In dreams, I hear the bugle calls of marching camps. 800 miles under my command, the sound of 50 strings travels beyond the frontier. Autumn on the battlefield, soldiers assemble. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized before Director Long's eyes. Clutching a cup of wine, the figure downed it in one gulp, brandishing a long sword. Tears welled in his eyes, as if he were reminiscing about bygone days. Within the military camp, the sound of countless bugles echoed incessantly. The soldiers clad in armor resounded throughout the entire encampment, filled with ambition and spirit. The troops, under the stirring sound of the bugle, rose from the barracks, their faces solemn, weapons in hand. At that moment, the camp resembled a grand military parade. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. The horses galloped like the wind. Bows strummed like thunder. The gallant steeds raced across the battlefield with incredible speed, their riders' eyes gleaming with fierce intent as they charged forth. A deafening thunderclap resounded, as the longbow was drawn and the arrows were loosed towards the enemy. It was as if the wrath of heaven descended. The imposing aura on the blood-soaked battlefield was daunting and magnificent. At this moment, Director Long had yet to finish the final verses of the poem. However, merely the scenes described above were enough to leave him utterly shaken. A single poem, incomplete, wielded such remarkable prowess, under the influence of intoxication. The reminiscences of the sword-bearer alone possess such grandeur and formidable awareness. How terrifying would it be if a real person were to take the stage? Especially in the moments of galloping steeds and drawn bows. He felt as if he were present, his emotions profoundly stirred. The determination to vanquish foes and defend one's homeland. How formidable was it? What immense power did this poem truly possess? At that instant, he comprehended the sheer might of Eastern literary arts, realizing its tremendous strength. This was merely half a poem. If such potency could be derived from just half, what magnitude of force would be unleashed when the complete poem was penned and the true power of Eastern literary arts was employed? Suddenly, as he contemplated these thoughts, an intense energy surged through his body. His previously dormant physique expanded with newfound vigor, bulging muscles materializing as an overwhelming aura emanated from him. When he reopened his eyes, they shone with radiant intensity, akin to the arrival of a war god. A muffled thud resounded. Blood unexpectedly spilled from the corner of Director Long's mouth, following suit. The over 180 individuals present also found themselves spitting blood, their bodies marred with cracks. Yet, there was no trace of concern on their faces. Instead, they were filled with exhilaration, especially Director Long, who, amidst his astonishment, cast a profound glance at the young man named Tian. The revival of Long was seemed within reach. The blood was not an indication of injury, but rather a result of their bodies struggling to contain the overwhelming power emanating from the poetry. Thus, Director Long refrained from fully comprehending the final segment, instinctively withdrawing from that enigmatic realm. Otherwise, he sensed that if he persisted in his understanding, his corporeal form might burst from the immense power it would bear. Consequently, it became evident to him that the Western literary arts were utterly inferior. What nonsense was this? Could a fire dragon rival 1,000 troops? Did the skeletal army possess the might to shatter mountains with a single arrow? And this was merely the beginning. Galloping steeds, thunder, the battlefield. There was even autumn. Autumn on the battlefield. Soldiers assembled in autumn, with yellow sand swirling, as all things descend, and the wind sweeps the fallen leaves. Could such a scene be compared to a so-called skeletal army? Yes, as he reflected on the insights grasped by Principal Zhang and the meticulous understanding acquired from Tian, he realized that the ancient poetry of Long Guo could not only transform characters, figures, and techniques into lethal assaults, but even the cyclical seasons and falling leaves could serve as weapons of destruction. The key lay in how one utilized and contemplated the meaning of the poetry. Though only half a poem, the charm it exuded had already captivated Director Long. What myriad methods might the others have learned? Regaining his composure, he wiped the blood from his lips and cast his gaze upon the others. He observed their faces, displaying innocent yet sincere smiles directed at Tian. These various directors and officials had truly recognized Tian's merit. Tian, your contributions are invaluable. Reviving the literary arts of Long Guo and unsealing the dragon veins is indeed our duty. Therefore, in the future, should there be any needs, feel free to command us. We shall lend our utmost assistance. One by one, the officials and directors made their pledges to Tian. Moments later, a middle-aged official with a rather dark complexion approached Tian. However, Tian, you must understand that the matter of our possession of Eastern literary lineage cannot be disclosed to the outside world for the time being. Otherwise, our plans will collapse. Also, you must exercise caution. The Westerners are not fools. They are bound to suspect something. We may not be able to assist you greatly, but we will utilize the surveillance network across Long City, Long Province, and even the entire nation to ensure your safety and that of your family. Upon hearing this, Tian nodded. He knew that these dignitaries had placed their trust in him. This first step had effectively been accomplished. I am aware of the Eastern literary lineage. There is no need to rush. However, I shall devise a more intriguing game for the West. I believe they will soon send representatives to Long Guo. Let us wait for their arrival. As Tian spoke, he suddenly shifted his tone. Everyone realized that this time, the message was not conveyed through their ears but rather seemed to resonate directly within their minds. The art of sound transmission. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and the phrase flashed in their minds. Sound transmission was a keyword unearthed by the Ancient Civilization Research Institute from countless bamboo slips, stone tablets, and ancient texts. From the fragmented descriptions, it was evident that the sound transmission technique could completely avert the risk of leaks while ensuring no information was overlooked. This technique was far superior to encrypted calls. Yet, Tian could wield such a technique. In an instant, Tian's image became even more enigmatic in their minds. This young man harbored too many secrets. However, they did not mind. In fact, they would willingly safeguard these secrets for Tian, for he was the sole hope of Long Guo, the only one capable of reviving its literary arts. As the transmission concluded, they reflected on Tian's words, an odd expression adorning their faces. Tian, are you certain you want to proceed in this manner? Won't this be too harsh on the West? Not at all. Let them serve as our chives, harvested time and again. That is the thrill of it. Just follow my lead. However, before that, we must dismantle the 4 magical schools within Long City, eliminating all teachers and principals. The reason? Accusations of collusion with demonic forces to incite chaos will suffice. But perhaps they may act first. Tian's lips curled into a grimace. There were certain matters that simply could not be tolerated. Those Westerners, brazenly and openly established schools in the East, seeking to transform the very essence of the bloodline and instill their ideologies and mindsets in the youth of the Dragon Nation. Their intentions were undoubtedly nefarious. Thus, uprooting them was the most judicious choice. Currently, these 200 individuals, barring any unforeseen circumstances, had all been converted into Eastern literati, and in doing so, they provided Tian with a substantial fortune of 100,000 points of Eastern cultural vitality. He briefly scanned the system shop. These vitality points were more than sufficient to procure items necessary for unlocking the first dragon vein. Therefore, he resolved to instigate a significant undertaking, as such actions would ensure the continuance of his grand design. Very well. In light of this, we will divide our forces. I shall lead Tian and his companions in an attempt to unlock the dragon vein and expedite Tian's empowerment, while Director Long, you shall return to the prison with a contingent to deal with those individuals with an iron fist. Upon hearing the allocation from Dean Gu, the group nodded in agreement without dissent. There were myriad tasks at hand, particularly under Tian's influence, and they would soon have even more responsibilities to address. Consequently, there could be no wastage of time. In an instant, the formidable beings retreated like a receding tide. Departing from the ancient Civilization Research Institute, while Tian followed Dean Gu into the warehouse of the institute, everyone understood that Tian's current strength was not formidable. Thus, they needed to expedite his enhancement to facilitate further strategic planning. At that very moment, in the West, within the Ninja Nation. In the Ninja Nation Civilization Research Institute, the director with a shifty gaze, Matsushita the Rat Man, sat in his office chair, his countenance dark and brooding. They had been played. That individual known as Director Long had outmaneuvered them. Frankly, they had never anticipated that Director Long would resort to such a tactic, using imprisonment to exonerate Tian, even at the cost of tarnishing his own reputation. If it had not been for their meticulous observation, noting the flickering red light of Eastern cultural vitality on the civilization detector, this matter might have been buried without a trace. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that Tian's situation had been exposed. Yet the Dragon Nation remained unresponsive. Initially, they had contemplated uniting nations globally to exert pressure on the Dragon Nation, compelling them to surrender Tian, thereby ensuring that Eastern civilization could not rise. Moreover, to put it bluntly, if they refused to comply, Western nations had the leverage to sever all cooperation with the Dragon Nation, including the cessation of magical exchanges. Indeed, even magical ties could be severed. As the current cultural vitality of the Dragon Nation was rootless and entirely reliant on the strength of Western culture, should the Westerners communicate with their deities to sever the Dragon Nation's ties to Western cultural power, the Dragon Nation would swiftly lose all support from Western divine forces. Given time, the populace of the Dragon Nation would become mere mortals. However, such drastic measures would only be considered as a last resort. For the costs were exorbitant, not only in terms of communicating with the Western deities but also because the Dragon Nation served as the global economic nucleus. Presently, the Dragon Nation was far more substantial than it had been a millennium ago, dominating 99% of global import and export trade, goods, and economic collaborations. If a severance were to occur, all these alliances would come to an abrupt halt, while they possessed magic and cultural power to create certain things. The immediate termination of cooperation would expose a financial crisis, economic turmoil, and a crisis of livelihoods. The Westerners were not foolish. They naturally wished to avoid such issues coming to light. Thus, they could only threaten the Dragon Nation verbally for the time being, as direct severance would come at too great a cost. Originally, these Western nations believed that by issuing strong statements across various media platforms, they could coerce the Dragon Nation into surrendering Tian. However, they soon came to realize the enormity of the Dragon Nation's determination to protect him. They were also perplexed by the situation among netizens within the Dragon Nation, according to logic. Given the numerous reversals surrounding Tian, the netizens should have been filled with disdain, loathing, or even contempt for Director Long and Tian, yet they were remarkably united. Upon learning that Tian was the reviver of the Eastern cultural vein, they spontaneously began defending him online. Whenever Western forums voiced demands for the Dragon Nation to surrender Tian, countless netizens from the Dragon Nation would flood the threads, vehemently denouncing the Westerners. This left them utterly confounded. If Tian were surrendered, the Dragon Nation could avoid a citywide massacre. Conversely, if he were not surrendered, the looming crisis would only grow larger, even if they did not comply. The Eastern cultural vein might indeed revive. But did these Easterners not fear for their safety? The Westerners could not comprehend this, and the people of the Ninja Nation were equally bewildered. Do not act too rashly for now. Activate the contingency plan. Point 2 strategies. First, initiate our espionage network embedded within the Dragon Nation to locate Tian, uniting forces to assassinate him. Simultaneously, share identities and information with spies from other nations to collaborate in the assassination of Tian. This would significantly enhance our chances. The second plan involves establishing an exchange competition with senior high school students from Long City and Long Province, using the pretext of performance testing to replace certain experts with students for the exchange. The dual aims of this second plan are, first, to locate Tian through this exchange and eliminate him if an opportunity arises during the competition. Second, to weaken the strength of the Dragon Nation. Show no mercy to those Dragon Nation students. If they can be killed, then let them be. Young people are a nation's strategic resource, and with each loss, the Dragon Nation suffers a corresponding setback. These two plans have been discussed with the civilizations of the Asen Nation, the empire on which the sun never sets, and even the United States. They have all expressed agreement. Therefore, it is not only the Ninja Nation in action. Others are also in motion. Tian must be eliminated swiftly. Meanwhile, we are attempting to communicate with the Demon Clan, as we share a border with the Dragon Nation, and they are also eyeing the Dragon Nation's assets. Thus, collaboration with the Demon Clan would yield immense benefits for us. Understood, Director. Listening to Director Matsushida's words, the secretary clad in black stockings nodded heavily. She was not foolish and understood that for now. The feasible actions were limited to these. Launching a massacre or severing cooperation with the Dragon Nation would come at too great a cost. Therefore, if they could eliminate Tian with minimal expense, it would be the best course of action. Furthermore, she was acutely aware that Tian had not yet reached his full potential. Thus, now is the most opportune moment to strike. Delaying would only complicate matters further. The exceptional talents of Tian were evident to all who watched the live broadcast. Put it bluntly, even if he were not a resurrector of the Eastern lineage, but rather an extraordinary master of Western heritage. His innate abilities would still allow him to rise far more swiftly than the average individual. Achieving A-grade status might take him less than a year. Thus, there was an urgent need for action. The secretary in black stockings wasted no time. She swayed her hips, flashed a smile at the dean, and left the office to commence her phone calls, swiftly managing all necessary affairs. Meanwhile, in his office, Dean Songxia, gazing at the holographic projection displaying Tian's information, felt a twinge of headache. The emergence of a resurrector of the Eastern lineage disrupted many of his plans with the Ninja Nation and various Western countries. Particularly concerning was Long Country, which they perceived merely as a fruit tree being cultivated. After millennia, the tree was nearing maturity, its fragrance wafting forth, yet unexpected complications had arisen. They needed to act decisively to resolve the chaos. Sighing heavily, he closed his eyes. However, as he did so, a vision that startled him to the ground flashed before his mind. Suddenly, images of a civilization detector appeared, revealing a multitude of red dots, over 1,000. To be precise, 1,000 practitioners of the Eastern lineage. This fleeting vision jolted him, and he hastily scrambled to his feet, fixated on the civilization detector. After more than an hour of intense scrutiny, he finally sighed in relief upon confirming that no red dots remained. The hallucination of the Eastern lineage was indeed terrifying. One tends to dream of what occupies their thoughts, and excessive contemplation leads to such illusions. They had to act swiftly to prevent this nightmare from becoming a reality. Time passed slowly, and night fell. Beneath the jurisdiction of the Inspection Division lay a prison, located in a desolate area on the western outskirts of Long City. Here, an extensive network of cameras monitored every movement. The surroundings were deserted, save for a massive prison building standing tall at the prison's entrance. The Inspection Division had stationed 20 armed guards to ensure security. Despite the surveillance, the Inspection Division was acutely aware that in this era of martial arts and lineage, various ability users existed. For instance, there were those who could disguise themselves as grass or even blend into the earth, rendering them undetectable. Others, empowered by specific lineage techniques, could become transparent or transform into birds, among other things. Yet within this prison, a number of escape attempts occurred annually. After all, the presence of countless cameras, ground sensors, and extensive radar detection systems were no mere words. Of course, some managed to escape, but such cases were rare at that very moment. Under the shroud of night, a gentle breeze wafted in, obscured by heavy clouds that concealed the moonlight. This breeze, in its ethereal form, patiently navigated through numerous sensors and checkpoints, eventually reaching the prison's basement. According to intelligence reports, the location where Director Long was held, essentially where he resided, was a luxurious single cell on the third underground level of the prison. Thus, the breeze swiftly descended to the third floor and located the room. Indeed, the breeze mused silently. Inside the room, Director Long's quarters were adorned with KTV props, exercise equipment, and even a holographic projection device. There was even an unlimited satellite phone. This revelation left the breeze feeling somewhat aggrieved. When the news of his imprisonment was disclosed, they had almost believed he was genuinely suffering. Yet, this was the reality? Feeling a twinge of imbalance, the breeze refrained from revealing itself immediately and instead observed carefully. It feared that this individual might be an imposter posing as Director Long if this were indeed true. Its assassination mission would surely fail. After all, it was not foolish. Since the world began its campaign against Long Country, the pretense of imprisonment involving Director Long and Tian had become common knowledge. Although it had prepared thoroughly for this visit, it needed to ascertain that this was the genuine article. And then, there was Tian. Lost in thought, the cell door creaked open, revealing the remarkably youthful Tian, who entered without ceremony, sitting directly before Director Long and munching on roasted chicken. Our upcoming arrangement may prove challenging. The foreign nations are exerting pressure on us, and we must take action. Otherwise, allowing Long Country to remain under constant strain is not in our nature. Director Long nodded in agreement. I never anticipated they would take note of the civilization detector. Wasn't your Eastern lineage fluctuation supposed to be concealed? How did it get discovered? In response, Tian offered a wry smile and shook his head. I was unaware of the civilization detector, as it is classified information. Moreover, my method of masking the Eastern lineage energy signature has its limitations. My power is insufficient to maintain it for long periods. So sometimes it's 3 hours, other times 5. After which I must rest and recharge. This is why I've been relying on the supplies you provided. Hearing this, Director Long sighed in resignation. We should have communicated better. Had we done so, we might have avoided this predicament. However, the current situation is serious. After millennia, Long Country has secretly developed a method to obscure the energy fluctuations of the lineage. Currently, only 10 individuals possess this technique within Long Country. Today, the higher-ups provided it to me. You must learn it quickly. Once you master it, you will be able to conceal the Eastern lineage at all times. With this, they could proceed with their plans tomorrow. Once they observed that the civilization detector no longer registered fluctuations from the Eastern lineage for 3 days to a week, their suspicions would naturally dissipate. When that occurred, it would be time to advance the Eastern lineage initiative. Nonetheless, caution was paramount. Numerous adversaries sought to harm them, and potential assassins lurked nearby. The foreign factions were not to be underestimated. They might very well keep a vigilant watch over the civilization detector. Therefore, for at least the next 10 to 20 years, they must quietly cultivate the Eastern lineage without revealing a trace of their progress. I understand your youth and desire for swift recognition, and I appreciate your deep feelings for Long Country. However, you must learn to be patient. Only after decades of restraint, when the entire nation has embraced the Eastern lineage, will we strike like a tiger descending from the mountain. I understand. Rest assured, this burden is one I can bear. Tian affirmed with a resolute nod. Outside the cell, the breeze eavesdropping on their conversation was taken aback. They had a subsequent plan, particularly. The revelation that Long Country had secretly developed a method to obscure energy fluctuations was beyond what any foreign power could fathom. In truth, all foreign factions feared that Long Country was concealing formidable powers they could not comprehend, rendering them vulnerable. Yet, the breeze had not anticipated that this had already been meticulously arranged behind the scenes. A monumental secret. At this moment, it was entirely convinced that both Tian and Director Long were indeed genuine. Meanwhile, the earpiece had transmitted the information. How could such crucial news go unprotected? It must be conveyed swiftly. Having completed these tasks, the breeze wasted no time. While Director Long and Tian continued their discussion, it flickered and swiftly infiltrated the cell. In an instant, it materialized behind Director Long with a snap. Brilliance erupted as the breeze transformed into 10 figures. Indeed, this ability to morph into wind allowed the lineage practitioner to bring comrades along. At that moment, he spared no time, dividing his efforts, and unleashed his utmost power. Charging directly towards Tian and Director Long with lethal intent. Kill. Only by eliminating Tian could their plan for the resurgence of Long Country ever hope to succeed. However, in that instant, The 10 assassins were left dumbfounded. For, in that fleeting moment, they discovered that the prison had transformed. It no longer resembled a prison. At that very moment, they felt as though they had transcended time and space. Appearing amidst the wilderness, the autumn air was thick with a sense of desolation. Dust swirled. Leaves danced from all directions. Mounted warriors clad in battle attire, wielding longbows, drew their strings with a resounding twang. Whoosh, 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 in an instant. A deluge of arrows, propelled with the speed and force of thunder, descended upon the 10 assassins. Boom. In that moment, 3 of them, unable to evade, were pierced through, their lives extinguished. What kind of mystical arts are these? Quickly, take cover. Chant the incantation, someone shouted. But just then, a ghostly white light emerged from the void, piercing through the arms of 2 others like a sword. Crack. In an instant, their arms exploded. Following this, everyone was horrified to witness a colossal moon suspended in the autumn sky. The moon appeared abruptly in broad daylight. As their shock lingered, the assault continued unabated. Leaves fluttered, and amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, they rose from the ground as if transformed into shurikens, hurtling towards the assassins like a whirlwind of razor-sharp foliage. Clang, clink, crackle. 4 of the 10 assassins lay dead, while the remaining 6, without time to chant their spells, unleashed their most potent magic. Vibrant lights erupting to fend off the lethal leaves. Moonlight and arrows. Damn, what kind of sorcery is this? How can it possess such overwhelming power? They knew that they were all A-level experts, with even 1 foot in the realm of S-level superiors, and yet, the 10 of them could not react in time to the enemy's assault. They had thoroughly investigated and understood that Director Long was at most at the mid-A level, still far from S-level. Yet now, it shouldn't be like this. No, this is Eastern sorcery. Director Long can wield Eastern magic as well. Isn't that Deputy Director Zhou, under Director Long? How could these 2 transform into the Eastern lineage so swiftly and possess such immense combat prowess? One of the female assassins, while evading, caught a glimpse of their faces and felt a chilling dread shoot up her spine. This situation was too grave. They all knew that stripping someone of their Western lineage and transforming them into an ordinary person was nearly impossible. Yet these 2, what is going on? Is the Eastern lineage truly this formidable? Simultaneously, they realized that it was indeed the true body of Director Long present here, but Tian was nowhere to be found. This was a grand scheme, one that lured the assassins into its web. Fear gripped their hearts as a more potent force materialized, and even a killer wielding a staff hastily recited incantations, summoning several dark skeletons, which charged towards the archers, but before they could close the distance, they were reduced to mere dust by an uncountable volley of arrows. Kill. Meanwhile, Director Long calmly issued a low command. In that instant, 20 burly warriors armed with long swords emerged from the ranks of the army. Their expressions were grave, and with incredible speed, they swung their weapons, unleashing powerful strikes that emitted blue light, cleaving through the assassins' bodies. In a mere 5 minutes, all 6 remaining assassins were annihilated. Moments later, the stench of blood permeated the air, and the scene morphed back into that of a prison cell. However, at that moment, both Director Long and Deputy Director Zhou were drenched in sweat, as if they had just emerged from a bath. Yet, despite their exhaustion, their hearts were filled with astonishment. The Eastern lineage. It was too powerful. This was only their first real battle, and in the synergy of quiet night thoughts and breaking the formation, they had unleashed such might. They had initially anticipated that the 2 of them could at least hold off the attackers for a minute, allowing the hidden experts behind them to swiftly appear and join in the slaughter. Yet this encounter made them acutely aware of the terrifying potential of the Eastern lineage, especially since the 2 had heard Tian's guidance to Principal Zhang. They understood that the insights within the literary arts were not solely about the combat power contained within the text. They must learn to utilize the environment, to draw from everything, to seize every opportunity to vanquish their foes. Thus, the moonlight transformed into swordlight. The autumn leaves morphed into razor-sharp blades. With such multifaceted attacks, how could these Western assassins comprehend the allure of the Eastern lineage? How terrifying. No wonder, a millennium ago, the West united to seal our long country. If these legacies were to erupt, there would be no place left for the West to survive. At that moment, Director Long suddenly recalled the celestial phenomena exhibited by Tian's extraordinary talents. Giant fish floated through the air, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Great stars appeared, dragons and phoenixes soared. If such powers were truly harnessed by the formidable Tian in battle, what a horrifying spectacle it would be. It was unimaginable. They truly could not fathom it. We must spread this knowledge. We must quickly collaborate with Tian. enabling him to transform all trustworthy high-ranking officials of our long country into practitioners of the Eastern lineage. Simultaneously, we should expedite the establishment of a covert academy, secretly initiating the transformation of core figures within Long Country. Once these individuals genuinely possess the power of the East, our strength will increase by at least 50%. Perhaps even 100%. Director Long swiftly made a decision in his heart. He must report this matter urgently. No. He must unite all the prominent figures present today to collectively transmit the recorded footage of this battle to the superiors. Let them witness the immense power of our Long Country's Eastern lineage. However, given our shock, it is likely that at this very moment, Vice Director Sun of the Inspection Department, Vice Director Shao of the Magic Department, and Vice Director Lin of the Special Operations Department, currently engaged in the extermination of bandits at the Western Magic Academy, are even more astonished than we are. As for the matter of Principal Gu and Yu Tian unsealing the Dragon Vein, how's that progressing? I wonder if our strength will be further augmented once the Dragon Vein is unlocked, the two murmured. And they could almost envision the astonished expressions of Vice Director Sun and the others as they engaged in combat utilizing the power of the Eastern lineage. It must be quite the spectacle. Suddenly, they both thought of Utian.it was because of him that Long Country experienced this remarkable transformation. Therefore, Utian, the reviver of ancient civilizations, must be protected at all costs. Under the cover of night, at the same moment, the Western Magic Academy was ablaze with lights. Within, Vice Director Sun of the Inspection Department, Vice Director Shao of the Magic Department, Vice Director Lin of the Special Operations Department, and other skilled individuals convened in the highest conference room of the Western Magic Academy. At that moment, the room was drenched in blood, with no fewer than 30 corpses sprawled across the floor. Some were missing limbs, others had exploded hearts, and some were reduced to nothing but heads. The scene was utterly gruesome. Indeed, while Director Long and his team were resolving the battle within the prison, the battlefield at the Magic Academy had also reached its conclusion. Now, Vice Director Shao sat in his chair, still struggling to comprehend the horrors he had just witnessed. The power of Eastern poetry was far beyond his imagination. With this, the hope for our Long Country has become exceedingly strong. He gazed at the Deputy Director of the Inspection Department, a smile gracing his countenance. Enough with the sentimentality, we have much more to address ahead. Over 300 lives lost, with a staggering 99% gone, and only 3 high-ranking officials captured, one from the Special Operations Department and the other from the Magical Affairs Department. You both must cooperate with us. It seems we shall be deprived of sleep tonight. As Deputy Director Sun of the Inspection Department spoke, the other 2 deputy directors chuckled in agreement. That is indeed necessary. We have had our eyes on these individuals for a decade. Now that we have the chance to pry open their lips, it is undoubtedly the most intriguing development. By the way, what shall we do about the students? Today, the Education Bureau mandated that 4 magical schools grant a holiday. Yet we have received no definitive answers for tomorrow. The students may encounter other complications. I have tasked Old Long with this matter. Since it was initiated by the Education Bureau, let them handle the aftermath. Our priority is to extract the secrets from these individuals and report back to Director Gu and the higher-ups. That is what truly matters. Tian aims to revive ancient civilization, and these materials are essential. We must act swiftly. Excellent. The group began to discuss fervently, quickly devising a precise plan. Soon after, as the traces of the bodies were nearly cleared away, flames erupted simultaneously from 4 magical schools located in the 4 cardinal directions within Long City. In an instant, these institutions were engulfed in a sea of fire. Before long, alarms blared. Personnel from the Education Bureau and the Inspection Bureau commenced their investigation into the fire. Meanwhile, the true Deputy Director Sun and his associates had already returned to the headquarters of the Long City Inspection Department, entering the highest-level espionage handling room to engage in amicable discussions with the 3 key Western personnel. Notably, prior to this, Deputy Director Sun and his team had meticulously examined their bodies, thoroughly shattering all concealed communication devices. This included bionic skin, bionic bones, and bionic organs. Any instrument capable of communication, even magical means of communication, had been effectively neutralized. Consequently, the various Western nations would be unable to discern the predicament of the Western magical academies in Long Kingdom in a timely manner, thereby granting them additional time to manage the situation. Both battlefronts had been subdued. This course of action was a mutual decision between Yu Tian and Director Gu. After all, only by resolving certain fundamental conditions could the internal affairs of Long Kingdom proceed to the next phase. As for the Western magical schools and other cities within Long Province, there was no rush. They would be addressed one by one. Undoubtedly, once this incident breaks out in the media at dawn. It will have a monumental impact worldwide. At that moment, Western nations will surely exert pressure on Long Kingdom, and numerous Western magical academies will likely evacuate swiftly. However, the speed of that evacuation will hinge on Long Kingdom's disposition. It is important to note that the teleportation arrays within each city are managed by the Security Bureau, an agency directly under the supervision of Long Kingdom's superiors, whose scrutiny is far more formidable than that of the Special Operations Department or the Magical Affairs Department. Thus, there could be no spies among them. Therefore, once the Security Bureau's top officials issued the order, all Western individuals would find themselves unable to return to their respective countries through Long Kingdom's teleportation arrays. This would render many operations considerably more intriguing. Simultaneously, in the suburbs of Phoenix City, at this very moment, Tian and Director Gu had departed from the Ancient Civilization Research Institute, with numerous experts discreetly guarding their safety. Besides these hidden experts, 5 individuals clad in white lab coats followed closely behind Tian and Director Gu. These individuals were none other than the deputy directors of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute of Long Province, ranked 1 level below Director Gu, yet equally formidable at this moment. As they accompanied Tian and Director Gu on foot, their faces radiated excitement, for they knew that they were about to witness the unfolding of history, the unsealing of the Dragon Vein. For countless generations, they had dedicated themselves to researching various methods to unlock the Dragon Vein. Yet their greatest achievement had merely been glimpsing its outline and detecting a scant presence of the Dragon Vein, without any means to unseal it, especially since the Dragon Vein was elusive. Even if detected and its outline seen, they were unable to pinpoint it, let alone touch it. How could one achieve precise localization of such an ethereal entity? Therefore, for many years, this remained a persistent concern for several of Long Kingdom's ancient civilization research institutes. They were not foolish. They understood that should the Dragon Vein truly be unsealed, Long Kingdom would inevitably undergo a monumental transformation. And now, the opportunity had arisen. Tian, the reviver of ancient civilization, as these venerable professors observed Director Gu and Director Long transform into formidable Eastern figures, they comprehended that this long-stagnant endeavor could finally be unraveled. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Under the guidance of Tian and Director Gu, they traversed for 20 minutes, arriving at the mid-slope of a mountain in the suburbs. Here, abundant trees and sprawling vines thrived under the enforcement of primitive forest conservation policies, resulting in minimal destruction. However, this area was gradually losing its vitality. The waters flowing from the mountain stream had dwindled, and the number of peripheral plants was also decreasing, some even withering and dying. Many could not fathom the cause. Yet, only the experts from the Ancient Civilization Research Institute understood that this was due to the prolonged sealing of the Dragon Vein, preventing its essence from nourishing the land and revitalizing Long Kingdom, leading to the current predicament. At this moment, upon arriving here, Tian did not indulge in lamentation for the sorrowful state of these people. Instead, he swiftly activated the Eye of Culture. In an instant, the magnificent figure of a colossal dragon, measuring 10 meters in length, materialized before his eyes. This 10-meter-long dragon floated in the void, a distance of 10 meters away from Tian and his companions. However, at this moment, the mighty dragon was ensnared in the sky, bound by countless black iron chains that emerged from the void, firmly imprisoning it. Moreover, peculiar energy fluctuations emanated from these chains, suggesting a form of sealing power. One layer of chains was insufficient. Additional magical seals had been imposed. This was the reason the Dragon Vein could not break free. Furthermore, the color of the dragon remained indiscernible due to its confinement within the chains. The chains formed a cocoon-like structure, completely enveloping the dragon. Thus, only its outline was visible, leaving the details of its true form shrouded in obscurity. Suddenly, Tian raised his hand and summoned a dozen pairs of glasses, which appeared in the hands of Director Gu and the others. These glasses were not sunglasses but resembled black-framed spectacles without lenses. However, upon donning these glasses, they were all rendered speechless. Such a terrifying seal. What had those Westerners done millennia ago to employ such vicious methods? One elderly professor gritted his teeth, his emotions brimming with indignation, while the others were similarly moved. How horrifying. So many chains from the void encircled the Dragon Vein, leaving not a single avenue for movement or escape. They imagined themselves bound by countless chains, rendered immobile, unable to swim, eat, or perceive the external world. They could not endure even a few minutes of such agony, let alone the Dragon Vein, which had endured this for at least 10,000 years. I have researched in the archives that, millennia ago, during the mythic era within Long Kingdom, an unforeseen cataclysmic battle had transpired, leading to a severe decline in the kingdom's fortunes. Just as the mythical revival was about to take place and restore strength, the Western powers seized the opportunity, allowing them to dominate for millennia. The deities of the West are but a collection of vile serpents and rodents. When we were at the height of our power, they dared not invade us. Yet, in our time of great weakness, we expended all our strength to seal them away. Particularly during the mythic era a millennium ago, countless masters of the Dragon Kingdom suddenly vanished, never to be seen again, were it not for the peculiar nature of their disappearance. The Western deities would not have dared to trespass. The ancient headmaster's voice was filled with sorrow, and tears welled up in his eyes. A millennium has passed. They now witness and feel the suffering endured by the dragon veins. In the future, how could they allow their own dragon veins to remain in such a state? Yi Tian, speak your will. Whatever you command, we shall follow, even if it means sacrificing our frail lives. We must rescue the dragon veins. These dragon veins have suffered too much. The Dragon Kingdom has borne this agony for 1,000 years. With your presence, we can no longer endure this. Indeed, Yi Tian. From now on, we are your loyal soldiers. Whatever you decree, we shall accomplish, for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom. What are fame, body, or life worth? Their voices trembled, and their tones were tinged with a strange fervor. At this moment, Yi Tian too felt the uncontainable rage within their hearts, a rage born of the humiliation suffered by the Dragon Kingdom over the millennia. Fear not, the dragon veins shall be unsealed. However, turn your gaze to the surroundings and observe the outside world. You will comprehend the dire state of our Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Yet, when they adjusted their spectacles and directed their gazes, they were utterly astounded. Even the ancient headmaster was no exception, for they beheld, scattered across the sky every 100 meters or so, magnificent dragons, some measuring 5 meters, others 10, 100, or even 1,000. The dragon veins were vividly apparent in all directions. However, these dense dragon veins were unmistakably all sealed. Not a single one was freed. In an instant, they could envision the grievous acts committed by those from the West against the Dragon Kingdom a millennium ago. As they simmered in anger, Yi Tian turned his attention to his system data. The points of cultural awakening had previously reached a remarkable 60,000. Just moments ago, this figure had surged in a rocket-like ascent, leaping by an astounding 40,000 to reach a total of 100,000 points. Yi Tian was not naive. He understood that this achievement was due to the efforts of Director Long and Deputy Directors Xiao, Lin, and Sunday. Only by vanquishing their enemies could they truly appreciate the allure of the Eastern culture and be shocked enough to bestow upon him such a wealth of cultural fortune. With this newfound confidence, he wasted no time and opened the system shop. Previously, he had merely observed various shielding techniques, martial arts, and special items in the store, all prepared for the eventual transformation of the Dragon Kingdom's cultural heritage. Now, however, Yi Tian did not spare them a glance. Without hesitation, he navigated directly to a category for weapons. Weapon name: Rui Jingu Bang S-Class. Weapon price: 100,000 fortune points. Weapon attributes: enhances cultural power by 100, with an additional 30 for critical hits. Special attribute: can shatter evil spirits and eradicate malevolent entities. An exceptional tool for breaking seals, providing an extra 100 attack bonus against seals. Upgrade status: can be upgraded with sufficient materials or cultural fortune points. This weapon can be enhanced, with the highest level being SS class. As he perused the array of attributes, Yi Tian wasted no time and made the purchase. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped him, revealing a long staff shimmering with golden light in his hands. The Rui Jingu Bang, a divine staff of immense weight, was once wielded by the legendary Tian de Xing. How many demons had perished beneath its might? How many schemes had been foiled by the one clad in golden chainmail, the hairy-faced Thunder Lord wielding the golden staff? Yi Tian vividly recalled that this figure was not the victorious Buddha of battle, but the Tian de Xing. As he pondered the memories of Sun Wukong from his era, a smile graced his lips. He leapt into the air, holding the staff aloft, suspended in the void amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers. In that moment, the ancient headmaster and the others envisioned a man adorned in golden chainmail, wearing lotus silk cloud shoes, and crowned with a phoenix-winged purple gold crown. The figure gradually merged with Yi Tian's form in the void. And then, they beheld a radiant beam, one that emanated an extraordinarily dazzling golden light. "I am Tian de Xing," resounded a clear voice in their minds. At this moment, all present instinctively raised their heads. For the ancient headmaster and his associates were profoundly familiar with this so-called Tian de Xing, as if this figure, who had never appeared before, had been etched into their minds long ago. "I am Sun Wukong," echoed a voice ethereal and resonant. In that instant, a thunderous clarity reverberated through the minds of all present, even from several thousand meters away, in the depths of the ancient Civilization Research Institute. A stone statue inexplicably coalesced in the astonished gaze of the most secretive researchers. The statue transformed into a deity, a super-powerful being wielding a Rui Jingu Bang and adorned with a phoenix-winged purple gold crown. His name was Sun Wukong. The dragon's soul awakens. This is the awakening of the dragon's soul. This is the ancient god of our Eastern civilization. He is reviving. It is Tian. What they are doing is nearing success. Within the laboratory, someone exclaimed in excitement. Simultaneously, in the void outside, Tian wielded the Rui Jingu Bang, its golden shaft radiating immense power, and struck fiercely towards the chains. At that moment, the Liang divine brush seemed to possess a will of its own. Swirling around Tian, channeling a mysterious cultural force into his being, words manifest as law. This was the power of the Liang divine brush, bestowing upon Li Yang the strength of cultural enlightenment. With a thunderous crash, the weighty Rui Jingu Bang collided with the chains, producing an enormous sound. Sparks flew, and the tremendous force caused the chains to tremble violently. Waves of ripples undulated across the chains, activating the sealing power that resisted the might of the golden staff. Yet, at this moment, Tian smiled. He swiftly retracted the golden staff and then swung it forth again. This time, however, it was not a downward strike, but a horizontal sweep, the skill Rui sweep, a powerful move once employed by the unrivaled Buddha of battle. The Tian did not know it in this moment. Under the influence of cultural strength and the simultaneous invocation of words manifesting as law, he executed it as if he had mastered it long ago. Light swirled. With a crisp crack, the horizontal force exceeded the previous chaotic strike by more than tenfold. At last, one of the iron chains could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered with a sharp snap. In that instant, a stream of golden light spilled forth from the fractured chain passage. They saw it. They beheld the blinding golden light. They saw the golden dragon scales adorning the dragon's body and the unique cultural power contained within the dragon veins. Congratulations! You have broken the first chain within the first dragon vein. You have gained an understanding of the dragon vein. Congratulations! You have shattered the first chain. You have earned the recognition of the dragon vein. You have received the blessing of the first dragon vein's power. Your explosive strength will be doubled. Listening to the melodious prompt, Tian was momentarily taken aback, but then a profound delight spread across his face. Double the explosive power. This implies that, should the recent sweeping motion with the Rui staff be considered as an enhancement of tenfold strength, the forthcoming attack will be augmented to a staggering 20-fold. An even more formidable force. With renewed vigor, Tian wasted no time. He instantaneously summoned the entirety of his literary veins power, even drawing upon the strength of the celestial literary eye, channeling it all into the Rui golden cudgel. Buzz! At this moment, the cudgel radiated with an overwhelming golden brilliance. The Rui sweeping motion was executed once more. In that instant, all onlookers were left astounded, for they beheld, as Tian unleashed this technique, a colossal phantom emerged from the void, a figure, akin to the great sage equal to heaven, brandishing a Rui golden cudgel and clad in resplendent golden chainmail, seemed to materialize from the ether. Perfectly synchronized with Tian's movements, amidst the flickering golden light, two Rui golden cudgels, each weighing a staggering 13,500 pounds, swept forth with tremendous force. Boom! At that moment, the very fabric of space quivered and writhed, as waves of tangible golden energy surged outward, creating a shockwave that radiated in all directions. Crack! The chains could not withstand such immense power. Under the gaze of countless terrified witnesses, they shattered. Crack! 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Like a cascade of dominoes. Innumerable chains collapsed in an instant. The once tightly bound golden dragon broke free from its restraints, a 10-meter-long serpent, swaying its body and flicking its tail, soaring into the heavens. Yet, this dragon seemed acutely aware of the current circumstances. Refraining from unleashing a triumphant roar, after a brief ascent, it gently descended before Tian. Meanwhile, the enigmatic phantom of the great sage had long since vanished without a trace. The true dragon, the golden dragon. The first dragon vein of our dragon kingdom has been unsealed. Splendid. This heralds the rise of our dragon kingdom. This marks a substantial step forward in the restoration of our dragon vein. The dragon vein has truly revived. As the true dragon gazed at Yu Tian, the ancient headmaster and others on the ground were overcome with joy, even dancing in elation. In that moment, they resembled children, their excitement beyond the bounds of verbal expression. At this juncture, Yu Tian, observing these individuals, suddenly chuckled softly. The revival of the dragon vein is a momentous occasion. I trust you can perceive the current state of our Eastern Dragon Kingdom. So let us refrain from causing undue disturbance. Let us bide our time. Soon, we shall facilitate the merging of the dragon vein, restoring our kingdom to its former glory, allowing all Eastern literary traditions and cultures to once more grace the world. Shattering the dominance of the West, the dragon vein possesses sentience. Thus it can sense Yi Tian's emotions. In response to his words, the dragon did not elaborate further, but instead rotated its body. And in an instant, a palm-sized miniature true dragon manifested at Yu Tian's brow, vanishing into his being. Simultaneously, the 10-meter giant dragon, after casting a deep glance at Yu Tian, swiftly dove underground. Rumbling. At that moment, all present could distinctly witness the formerly withered tree sprouting anew. Streams of water began to flow once more from the mountain crevices, a breath of life returning. This is one of the functions of the dragon vein. However, Yi Tian was acutely aware that the unsealing of the first dragon vein would have far-reaching implications, far beyond the present moment. At the same time, in Long City, within the inspection department, on the 5th underground level. This was the deepest layer of the inspection department's subterranean structure. Ordinary individuals could not enter, as this was the highest confidential area of the inspection department, accessible only to the department head and the deputy head. Along with the highest-ranking officials from outside, or those permitted by the head of the inspection department. Naturally, there were also 5 additional personnel, the inspection department's inspection squad. This was a special task force directly overseen by the head of the inspection department, dedicated to executing the most clandestine missions. The purpose of this place was simple: to interrogate the most critical offenders, including, but not limited to, spies and heinous capital offenders. At this moment, even the 5-member inspection squad was absent. Present were only the head of the inspection department, the deputy head's son, along with the deputy head of the magic department, Xiao, and the deputy head of the special operations department, Lin, alongside Director Long and Deputy Director Zhou. Indeed, these few individuals had gathered together. Within this room, replete with various instruments of torture, a heavy scent of blood permeated the air, wafting outside through the exhaust fan. At this moment, the 3 foremost leaders of the captured magic schools were drenched in blood, bearing countless wounds. Their faces bore little semblance of wholeness, and the wounds were smeared with honey. A closer inspection revealed ants crawling within these injuries, some perilously close to their nostrils and throats. The discomfort and pain were unfathomable. In the hands of Deputy Head's son was a stack of thick documents, filled with his handwritten notes. Today, he had assumed the role of recorder, meticulously documenting everything the 3 individuals had disclosed. The secrets and information acquired this time had slightly exceeded their expectations. It appeared that there were even more hidden agents within Long City yet to be eradicated. Furthermore, they were citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. It seemed the West had indeed provided these traitors with considerable incentives. Director Long felt a twinge of regret. He had believed that the emergence of a few individuals like Director Song from the Education Bureau was a significant issue, not realizing that within certain areas of Long City, there were still more. It seemed that tomorrow would require a thunderous coordinated enforcement operation to apprehend these individuals. Deputy Head Lin of the Special Operations Department frowned. These individuals had been hiding for over a decade, some even for 2 decades. These parasites had likely transmitted untold amounts of information regarding the Dragon Kingdom's Education Bureau, Special Operations Department, and Civil Affairs, taxation, and more. There was no need for haste. We shall reverse our approach this time. Today, Yu Tian is likely to create quite a stir, and the situation regarding the 4 magic academies will surely escalate by dawn. Let these hidden agents remain, allowing them to believe that these 3 individuals are resolute in their silence. They will think they're still in a secure position and may even lure out some big fish from abroad. From this moment onward, we are entering a crucial period for the development of the eastern veins of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, any loss inflicted upon the Western powers will greatly aid Yu Tian's plans. Listening to Director Long's words, Deputy Head Xiao of the Magic Department chuckled. You seem to be more of Yi Tian's subordinate now than he is yours. It's as if he is your leader. In response, Director Long smiled, shaking his head. You have yet to experience firsthand Yu Tian's mature mindset and his genuine aspirations for the revival of the dragon veins. Once you do, you will stop at nothing to fulfill his desires. This is not only our aspiration, but that of the entire Dragon Kingdom, is it not? Upon hearing this, Deputy Head Xiao fell silent, uncertain how to respond to Director Long's words. Indeed, to be truthful, he had not witnessed it. Just then, a sudden realization struck. Before Deputy Head Xiao could fully contemplate, he, along with Deputy Heads Lin and Sun, as well as Director Long, found themselves utterly stunned, for at that moment, they felt the power of the Eastern Dragon veins within themselves seemingly intensify. And not just a little, it was as if an extraordinary, inexplicable force was bestowing upon them a newfound strength. That sensation was reminiscent of the initial experience of becoming a practitioner of Western literary traditions, when celestial phenomena manifested and divine beings offered their protection in that instance. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly grasping a realization, could it be that Tian truly unsealed the dragon veins? So soon. It had barely been any time compared to the rapid pace of his Eastern literary awakening. It shouldn't be possible. He has not yet attained S-rank strength, and has not even reached A rank. How could he possibly unseal the dragon vein? They were somewhat incredulous, yet they understood that even the esteemed Director Gu, or even stronger beings, could not unseal the dragon vein. Not only would they be unable to unseal it, but even to truly behold the dragon vein would require them to pay a terrifying price. And now, the sensation of power enhancement was unmistakable and extraordinary. This could not be a mere illusion. With a sharp crack, the crowd fell silent. At that moment, the true leader of the inspection division, Director Fong, manifested a hand strike. He did not need to chant any Western incantations, nor did he conjure the power of Eastern literary veins. Merely a simple hand strike suddenly unleashed 3 beams of silver light, which severed the necks of the 3 prisoners. In that instant, they were utterly devoid of life. Let us go. Director Gu has just messaged us to swiftly proceed to the Ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long Province. Something significant must have occurred, or he would not have conveyed it with such gravity. The crowd nodded, wasting no time. After issuing orders for the special task force of the inspection division to handle the situation, they activated the internal special teleportation array. Within mere seconds, they arrived at the Ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long Province. What happened? What major event has transpired? Upon their arrival, they barely had time to acclimate to the discomfort caused by teleportation before urgently inquiring of the experts from the Research Institute who came to receive them. It's hard to explain. You'll understand once you reach the core laboratory at the lowest level. Follow me. Once they were led into the laboratory by the powerful figures, they glanced at the smiling Yi Tian and Director Gu, before swiftly shifting their gaze to the enormous statue beside them. In an instant, their minds felt as if struck by lightning. These experts, led by Director Long, were completely dumbfounded, for at that moment, a mysterious figure appeared in their minds, one they had never seen or understood before. Yet, this person felt so familiar, so endearing. The great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. This was inscribed on the stone tablet preceding the statue. These individuals discerned the visage of the statue and the words upon the tablet. A thunderous roar echoed in their minds. What did they see in that moment? They beheld a monkey clad in golden chain mail and adorned with a purple golden crown, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, causing mountains and rivers to shatter. In the void, countless soldiers clad in white armor instantly disintegrated, some plummeting to the mortal realm, their cries echoing. Others vanished into nothingness, without even uttering a sound. That single strike seemed to influence heaven and earth, making the entire world tremble. Most importantly, this person, this strike, these myriad armored warriors, and this scene capable of weaving a tale, were so familiar in their minds. It was as if they had long ago imprinted this story, this myth, within their consciousness. Yet they could not recall. They could not remember all the preceding events and outcomes. This sensation was peculiar and distressing. What on earth was happening with Yi Tian? Why did we feel an inexplicable familiarity with this great sage? Yet, as we scoured our memories, we found no trace of any impression regarding this divine figure. Director Gu and Director Long wore expressions of confusion. They were humble, seeking guidance from Yi Tian, showing no arrogance despite their status. Listening to their words, Yi Tian smiled. He naturally understood the reason behind this phenomenon. Firstly, there was a cultural disjunction. This cultural disjunction led to the dissipation of all Eastern civilizations, which were sealed away, even obliterated into nothingness. Although fragments from millennia ago may have been unearthed and analyzed, they were insufficient to sustain the entirety. Secondly, the sealing of the dragon vein had caused countless fates of the East to vanish entirely. Although the national fortune of our Dragon Kingdom is formidable, even in this state of being sealed, our numbers have not diminished, and even our acquisition of Western metaphysical powers remains robust. However, the impact of the dragon vein sealing is immensely vast. In such a state, we are unable to research or analyze further. The unsealing of a single dragon vein, in reality, is akin to a drop in the bucket, solving little, at most augmenting your strength somewhat. Tian was acutely aware that the ramifications of the dragon vein's influence were exceedingly significant. Otherwise, why has the East, despite its might, been unable to break the Western blockade? Some individuals defy the heavens to an extraordinary degree, yet can merely reach a certain pinnacle of strength, unable to ascend further. This is because, without the dragon soul and the protection of the dragon vein, even the strongest may find their ambitions as ephemeral as a mirage, incapable of reaching the true heights. Thus, some matters are best left unspoken. The third point pertains to the Western blockade against us. I have never witnessed the scenes from 10,000 years ago. Although I am a reviver of ancient civilizations, there are some things I cannot glimpse. Nonetheless, I can infer certain aspects. Through our recent research and discoveries, we can surmise that, 10,000 years ago, the West must have exerted considerable effort to entirely seal off all the dragon veins of our dragon kingdom. Consequently, it is likely that they destroyed countless records of civilizations that had suffered immensely within our kingdom, obliterating all traces of cultural transmission. Thus, we have been severed from our heritage, left without channels to comprehend the divine or the celestial powers of nature. However, we possess a unique characteristic. As long as the dragon soul persists, the dragon vein will not vanish. Therefore, even though the West has sealed our dragon kingdom, the roots of our nation have never disappeared. It is precisely for this reason that we feel an inexplicable familiarity with the ancient Eastern deities. The millennia-long gap in our heritage has left us unable to grasp the origins and records of ancient history, resulting in this peculiar situation, where we feel familiarity, yet cannot identify who they are. So it is. Upon hearing this, Director Gu and the others fell into a thoughtful silence. This moment, they were unsure of how to articulate or comprehend their feelings. Yet, they understood clearly that their disdain for the Westerners had intensified. It was not merely the Westerners they loathed. They harbored animosity toward all the Western deities as well. Indeed, all deities, when an avalanche collapses. No snowflake is innocent. 10,000 years ago, it must have been all the Western deities who collaborated to achieve the complete sealing of our dragon kingdom's dragon veins. Otherwise, it would be illogical. All right, let us rest. We have accomplished enough for today. After dawn, greater troubles await us. We must conserve our energy. The unsealing of the dragon veins cannot be rushed, and at present, I lack the power to unseal any further dragon veins. Everything requires time. Hearing Tian's words, the crowd nodded in agreement with his sentiments. The day's endeavors had been numerous and significant. Particularly, they all recognized that unsealing the dragon vein and enhancing their strength were crucial for transforming the Eastern dragon veins. The weight of these matters and the pressure they bore, indeed, Tian was the one among them who had exerted the most effort and was the busiest. Yet, remarkably, they had initially sought to protect Tian, providing him with ample resources to allow him to grow quietly, enabling him to accomplish even more. Now, they suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to them, they had come to trust Tian to such an extent that they unconsciously regarded him as their leader. With genuine admiration, let us depart. At this moment, Tian and Director Long departed. The scheme they had previously initiated was far from concluded. For now, they needed to return to the prison in Long City, ensuring that no loose ends were left for others to grasp. Otherwise, certain matters would be exposed all too swiftly. At this juncture, after the departure of Director Long and Tian, the mayor of Long City, Dean Gu, Deputy Director Xiao, Deputy Director Sun, Deputy Director Zhou, and other high-ranking officials from various departments displayed peculiar expressions, as if they had collectively resolved upon a matter of great significance. They issued orders to inform everyone, unlock the treasure repository of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute, empty the warehouse of all its resources, and provide them unconditionally to Tian, facilitating his rapid growth. Notifications were dispatched to the Long City Education Bureau, the Inspection Division, the Magical Affairs Division, the Special Operations Division. Each command swiftly disseminated throughout Longhua, Long City, and Long Province in secret. At this moment, they finally acknowledged that Tian must be empowered without delay. They were also ready to fulfill all their promises by delivering resources to him. At this moment, in the office of the superpower in the capital of Longhua, it was already past 3 in the morning, the quietest hour of the night. Even the nightlife had nearly dissipated. The streetlights had flickered off, and even the various barbecue stalls had cleared their tables and chairs, preparing to rest. For those who toiled from 9 to 5, this was the time for the sweetest slumber. Yet, in the highest office of Longhua, the lights remained ablaze. The superpower sat at the head of the table, watching a video transmitted by a secret communication device developed by Longhua, depicting the unsealing of the dragon vein. Suddenly, a crystalline tear rolled down the superpower's cheek. How many years had it been? Thousands of years, countless eras, countless legacies. He could no longer recall. Yet now, at a time when these elders were half buried in the earth, they bore witness to history, and astonishingly, they did so as pure Eastern bloodlines, devoid of any Western influence. Indeed, at this moment, all the dignitaries in the office, including the superpower's secretary, were transformed into practitioners of the Eastern cultural lineage under Yi Tian's allocation of attribute points. They had witnessed the influence of poetry, seen it manifest, especially that striking blow, which seemed to sweep across the video, not only unsealing the first dragon vein but also awakening this group of individuals standing at the pinnacle of Longhua. They were witnessing history. Yes, this young man, Yi Tian, had exceeded all their expectations, particularly with his fervent desire to revive the dragon vein of Longhua, and he was genuinely taking action. Never before had he encountered someone with such unwavering resolve. Thus, it was imperative that they protect him, was it not? Presently, the West would undoubtedly devise corresponding countermeasures regarding the situation in Longhua, and now it was time for them to strike back. Yi Tian must be safeguarded at all costs. For the sake of Longhua, for our Eastern world, not only must he be protected, but he must also be enabled to grow swiftly. Indeed, at this moment, all present, including the secretary, raised their hands in unanimous agreement to protect Yi Tian. With no dissenting voices, furthermore, it is worth noting that a few superpowers were absent from this meeting, such as the one from the taxation division. After all these years, these dignitaries were not foolish. They knew precisely who posed problems and who did not. Even those in high positions were not exempt from scrutiny. Hence, the secret discussions of today unfolded. Certain individuals and matters required transformation. Additionally, Secretary, you are to accompany the governor of Long Province, along with Director Sun, who has emerged from Long Province and now stands as a top dignitary in the National Inspection Division, to Long City. Invite Yi Tian's parents to come here. He glanced at Director Sun beside him. The security in Long City is still too weak. This matter must be addressed promptly. Yi Tian's vulnerabilities are closely tied to his parents, so we must ensure their safety, as well as that of his sister. It is best to have them come to the capital to join us. Also, we needn't seek others. Let us, as professionals, guide Yi Tian's parents and sister in rapidly enhancing their strength. All resources shall be made available. At present, this is one of the few things we can do for Yi Tian. Understood. The secretary and Director Sun nodded solemnly. They fully grasped the superpower's intentions, treating Yi Tian as if he were their own grandson. No, not just the superpower. They all felt the same. Proceed with the arrangements. However, before the superpower could finish his sentence, the secretary's secret communication device erupted with sound. Upon reading the incoming message, a smile broke upon the secretary's face. Dignitaries, the Ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long Province, the Long City Inspection Division, the Long City Magical Affairs Division, the Special Operations Division, the Education Bureau, and the Security Bureau have all provided their resources to aid Yi Tian's development. Simultaneously, they are requesting to allocate resources to ensure the normal operation of their institutions and to transport another batch of top-tier resources for Yi Tian's continued training. Approved. All actions shall proceed as per their requests. Understood. At the superpower's command, everyone sprang into action. Despite the night, countless powerful individuals and hidden guardians of Longhua began to mobilize earnestly. Meanwhile, in the west, in the Sun Never Sets Empire, in the core city of the Sun Never Sets City, a particularly prominent building stood near the mayor's office. This edifice belonged to the Civilization Research Institute of the Sun Never Sets Empire. It is noteworthy that among various nations, the so-called Civilization Research Institute, aside from Longhua, did not bear the word ancient. They were acutely aware that their own historical lineage paled in comparison to the formidable and extraordinary heritage of Longhua. This is an undeniable truth. Therefore, these foreign institutes of civilization did not include the term ancient. At this moment, in the core office on the 7th underground level of the Research Institute, the institute's director, Chaos, a middle-aged man with white hair and a stout build, was intently examining the information on his computer, diligently recording and researching various details. These documents were all gathered by spies from Longhua, compiled into their hands. Reports emerged from Long City, where Western magical academies were engulfed in flames. With all teachers, including the principal and numerous students, consumed by the inferno, leaving no survivors, the latest news regarding Long City's mayor and Tian indicated that they remained detained in prison, according to reliable sources. At dawn, Longhua's time, a preliminary trial would commence at 10 in the morning regarding the actions of Tian and Director Long, moments ago. Breaking news reported a mysterious explosion at the luxurious residential building of Tian's parents and sister, damaging 90% of the structure, with 3 corpses discovered, confirmed to be those of Tian's parents and sister. One by one, the deliberately fabricated falsehoods orchestrated by Longhua flooded into his computer. As he reviewed these records, both good and bad, Qiao's expression shifted continually. Yet, the moment his gaze fell upon the civilization detector, he erupted. Qiao stood frozen in shock, vowing that in his lifetime, no, even his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather had ever witnessed such a terrifying scene. This moment sent chills down his spine. No, this cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. He yelled frantically as he activated the holographic communication device on his chest. Forsh, hurry over here. Something big has happened. The dragon vein of the Eastern Dragon Country seems to be awakening. What? In the holographic display, a bald middle-aged man exploded with urgency upon hearing the news. He disregarded the need to dress properly, hastily throwing on his pants and shirt while rushing out of the room, leaving behind a beautiful woman who looked on with a forlorn expression. In less than a minute, Forsh arrived at the office, his countenance dark as he confronted Qiao. Are you serious? Yes, I am certain that this time, it is not an illusion, Qiao replied, swiftly accessing the surveillance records. As the timestamps flickered, the scene was soon paused, revealing a small dragon of blood-red hue meandering across the screen. Furthermore, this dragon was not of the Western redwing variety, but an Eastern dragon. Merely this image was sufficient to substantiate many claims. Quickly notify, however, before Forsh could finish his sentence, the holographic projection erupted once more, this time displaying the scene from the Ninja Nation. At that moment, the director of the Civilization Research Institute in the Ninja Nation appeared. Panic etched upon his face. We must convene a meeting immediately, a global-scale conference. We can no longer consider the factor of time zones. The Eastern Dragon Vein is reviving. It is indeed reviving. I am already aware of this. You two must swiftly inform the others. The meeting must commence within 10 minutes, Forsh commanded, his expression grim as he terminated the holographic call. Is the Eastern Dragon Vein truly reviving? Just moments ago, he had been somewhat dazed, suspecting an issue with the civilization detector. After all, they were well aware of the circumstances in the Eastern Dragon Country, particularly concerning that fellow Tian. Although they had confirmed his identity as an ancient civilization reviver, he was far too weak. Weak enough that his family had already perished in a series of explosions, and they were even formulating plans to eliminate Tian next. Thus, they believed that this so-called Tian could not possibly unseal the Dragon Vein. It was akin to an insurmountable task. After all, the directors of the Civilization Research Institute possessed ancient texts from millennia ago, and they understood well that the chains contained not only the power of the chains themselves, but also the sealing powers laid down by numerous Western strongmen. How could a mere belevel Tian hope to break the sealing powers of the Western elites? It was preposterous. Therefore, something extraordinary must have transpired within the Dragon Country. Perhaps a breakthrough achieved by the experts in the Ancient Civilization Research Institute. It was also possible that the Dragon Vein had not been fully unsealed, but merely a chain had been unlocked. Otherwise, why would the red dragon only flicker momentarily on the civilization detector rather than remain visible, unlike their Western civilization, where once the power of civilization manifested? The individual's imprint would be continuously detected. Thus, if there were a complete unsealing, it would be consistently displayed, not merely appearing for a fleeting moment before disappearing. Hence, much remained to be studied to derive answers. In less than 10 minutes, a super holographic conference comprising over 30 nations commenced. Without exception, every holographic display featured the directors of the Civilization Research Institutes from these nations. This occurrence, I believe, might merely signify that a chain has been unlocked rather than a complete unsealing. Everyone understands the capabilities of the civilization detector, so I will not elaborate further, someone spoke up. Others nodded in agreement with this perspective. However, even so, we must be cognizant that the Dragon Country now possesses the ability to unseal the Dragon Vein. And thus, we can no longer afford to waste time. We must swiftly eliminate that individual named Tian, as well as Director Long. Should these two individuals grow, they will become exceedingly formidable. Furthermore, our espionage initiatives must be officially activated. The spy network within Long City, Long Province, and indeed the entire Dragon Country must spring into action. The civilization detector has already indicated the general location of the dragon veins unsealing, and we need to ascertain the precise location to determine whether the dragon vein has been entirely unsealed or merely a chain has been unlocked. Indeed, additionally, we must not pause our plans regarding Tian. The sooner we can eliminate him, the better. Rest assured, I have already dispatched 3A level experts and 5A level experts who have begun negotiations with the Dragon Country, seeking to engage in a cultural exchange and specifically requested duel in techniques with Tian. They will not refuse. Yes, we have also sent some individuals, and assassins have already begun to mobilize. Our current focus should be on the situation in Long City Prison and Tian's residence. There is no need to concern ourselves with Tian's family. 5 minutes ago, our agents in the Dragon Country confirmed that his parents and sister have all perished in the explosion. The investigation into the cause of the explosion at Tian's new home is ongoing, and we expect results shortly after 9 o'clock in Dragon Country's time. Very well. Additionally, there is another crucial piece of news. Within the Dragon Country, all faculty and principals of the 4 Western magic academies in Long City have perished, and our subjects from the Empire of the Sun Never Sets have not escaped their fate either. All personnel stationed in these 4 Western magic academies have gone missing, and it can be confirmed that they are dead. Indeed, I have also been apprised of this matter. We can leverage this to apply pressure on the Dragon Country. Furthermore, I believe we can commence our strategy now. Notify our major Western media outlets and platforms to amplify this news, disseminating it through the internet to the Dragon Country. Our diplomats must also take this opportunity to speak out. This time, we must suppress the Dragon Country's pace of development. Otherwise, the words of the American director trailed off, yet everyone understood the implications of what remained unsaid. An earth-shattering conspiracy. Tian and Director Long feigning imprisonment while secretly unsealing the dragon vein. The Eastern civilization has officially revived. The Western civilization detector has detected traces of the Eastern civilization. This is directed at you, Dragon Country. Deliver Tian and Director Long to the Western American Federation within 3 days. Or the West reserves the right to sever economic and trade relations with the East. Internet hot topic. Tian's parents and sister murdered, suspected to be the work of Western spies. Global Internet Center. Deliver Tian and Director Long to the Western American Federation. Failure to do so within 3 days will result in the Global Internet Center severing Dragon Country's internet signal, confining it to a local network. Shock. In the Dragon Country, within Long City, all faculty and principals of the Western Magic Academies have, without exception, perished. At 9 o'clock in the morning, news began to proliferate within the Dragon Country, rapidly escalating. In an instant, it surged to the forefront of various news media platforms, even trending on short video platforms. Prior to this, only a select few individuals in Long City, as well as some in the capital and other provinces, were aware of Tian's circumstances. Yet, this time, the sheer volume of news was overwhelming, especially the connection between the Eastern civilization and Tian, along with the deaths of personnel from the Long City Magic Academy. These were momentous events of monumental significance. The revelation of such monumental news left countless netizens in the Dragon Country utterly dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that so many events could transpire in merely one night. At this moment, many were speechless, grappling with the enormity of the situation. Are all these events somehow related to my brother? At this very moment, Tian's younger sister sat upon a chair, gazing at the holographic news broadcast presented by her esteemed grandfather. For a fleeting instant, she found herself lost in thought. Speak frankly, she had never anticipated that her brother's renown had escalated to such heights. So universally acknowledged, the phrase known to all aptly encapsulated the reality of the situation. Indeed, your brother is remarkable. However, we currently face certain uncertainties. The Western powers are tightening their grip, and we must respond with greater vigilance. You are still quite young. There are matters you do not fully comprehend. In 2 years, when you reach the age of 18, many things will become clear to you. He consoled Tian's sister as a petite secretary approached from the doorway. She presented 3 meticulously organized documents to Tian's sister and their parents, who were still entranced by the news. These are the new documents for the 3 of you. They have been entered into the National Household Registration System, and all records are verifiably authentic. You must familiarize yourselves with the contents and backgrounds of these documents. While your proximity to us may mitigate significant issues, it is prudent to be prepared. The secretary paused, gesturing to the brown paper bag containing the documents. Inside, you will find your new identification cards, household registration certificates, employment records, and a complete payroll card with transaction history. For the child, there is a comprehensive schooling record that has been thoroughly prepared, and Tian is aware of this as well. This is the only course of action we can take for your safety. Listening to the secretary, Tian's parents sighed, particularly Tian's father, whose furrowed brow seemed almost tightly knotted. Gradually, he accepted the documents and began perusing their contents. Look, our son is engaged in endeavors that could revive Longhua. We cannot hinder his progress. Today marks a day of external engagement for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and as the deputy minister, I must speak up. Why Tian's father, though seemingly unassuming, was known to those who had investigated him as a formidable elite, fluent in 9 languages, and even a practitioner of B-grade martial arts. It is noteworthy that he and Tian's mother met during an extreme sports event, but Tian's mother, though her previous status was rather modest, was remarkably capable, while not as accomplished as Tian's father. She was well-versed in 3 languages and a powerhouse in the financial sector. However, 15 years prior, after Tian suffered a severe illness, his parents chose to embrace the working class. Reports indicated that the treatment for Tian's ailment had cost over 100 million. This underscores the gravity of Tian's childhood affliction. Had it not been for this illness, Tian's parents would have long held significant positions within Longhua. Indeed, our son is finally shining brightly. Tian's mother adjusted her women's suit and lightly applied a pale lipstick, finishing with a subtle touch of makeup. I must prepare for today's news broadcast. It may take me some time to reacquaint myself with live reporting, as it has been quite a while since I last engaged in such activities. Both parents swiftly assumed their roles. Meanwhile, Tian's sister, observing her parents, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Brother, why must you become a reviver of the literary path? Why must you confront so many adversaries? All we truly desire is for you to be well. She fought back her tears, meticulously tying her ponytail, and then revealed an innocent smile. Grandfather, I will go study with Uncle Long today. Yes, although Tian's sister was still young, witnessing her parents and brother, as well as the gathering of influential figures across the nation, striving to protect Tian, how could she remain oblivious to the circumstances? Others may claim she is too young and lacks understanding, yet she is acutely aware of certain truths. Very well. Let us commence. Since the West has made its move, we in the East must retaliate. In that moment, a fierce glint appeared in the eyes of the esteemed elder, a ferocity that had never been displayed before. Not in any public or diplomatic context. It was evident that the actions of the Western powers had truly provoked his ire. Clutching the documents, Minister Yi was ready to address the West. Upon hearing this, Tian's father examined the contents of the manuscript. Inhaling deeply, he then followed the secretary out. At this moment, Longhua was set in motion. Simultaneously, within Longhua, in Long City, at the inspection department prison, a live streaming software had been established within this top-tier prison. This software was none other than the Xinyu platform. Currently, the previously absent Xiao Dai was adjusting the camera after ensuring the lens was correctly set. She gave a thumbs-up gesture to Tian and Director Long. 3, 2, 1. The prison's first live broadcast begins. At the same time, on a certain microblogging platform in Longhua, a news story surged to the top of trending topics. Remarkably, the replies reached an astonishing volume of over 1 million within just 20 minutes. An unprecedented phenomenon. The content of this news was the assassination of all faculty members and the principal of the Western Magic Academy. One highly upvoted comment, garnering millions of likes, proclaimed, "Good riddance. I am the mother of a child from this academy. We stopped attending a year ago. What a disgrace. They incessantly indoctrinated us with the notion that God is great and the creator of all. Even our bodies and souls, our physical form is a gift from our parents. What connection does that have with this so-called God? I believe these teachers and professors are merely spies sent from other countries to brainwash our children. Yes, I, too, am a parent from this academy, and your words barely scratch the surface. Some individuals have committed unspeakable atrocities. They claim that by worshiping God, one can attain eternal life. Eternal life, indeed. Our lifespan is determined by our own cultivation. Let's not even mention us. Have you Westerners ever lived past 100? Is it not absurdly naive to use such rhetoric? It's utterly revolting. Today, I stand to share with everyone the truth about this school established solely by Westerners. All the staff have perished. Good. Why were they not from our Phoenix City? The dead were merely from Long City. Are there any kind-hearted souls out there? Any benevolent assassins? We from Phoenix City also wish for someone to act on our behalf and eliminate these beasts. Even their deaths would not be sufficient to quench our fury. Indeed, we from Shingue City feel the same. Haida City too. Kyoto as well. Chuan City too. We implore the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Inspection Department, the Official Education Bureau, and the Official Security Bureau to take action. Please, investigate these schools composed entirely of personnel from Western nations. Such filth does not deserve to establish institutions in our langue. The news erupted suddenly, swiftly becoming the top trending topic. The fervor surrounding this matter continues to escalate. In particular, numerous anonymous accounts have emerged, revealing damning evidence against the nefarious activities of the Western magical academies, including photographs, videos, and even ambiguous chat records exchanged by the principals. The content of these conversations is astonishingly explicit, containing various repugnant threats that are truly beastly in nature. At this moment, public sentiment has ignited throughout the Dragon Nation. Concurrently, multiple joint agencies, including the Inspection Office, Special Operations Bureau, Security Bureau, and Education Bureau, released a united announcement just a minute later. The speed of this response is almost unbelievable. The joint announcement states, "We have received authentic records from numerous netizens and victims. Currently, various departments are conducting thorough accountability investigations on the Western magical academies in every city of the Dragon Nation. All magical academy courses are to be immediately suspended. Furthermore, the Inspection Office has mobilized to detain all faculty members of the Western magical academies, and a manhunt will be initiated. Should even one individual attempt to flee, a nationwide pursuit will ensue. Moreover, all teleportation arrays within the Dragon Nation will cease operations, cutting off all external communication channels to prevent any escape." This united announcement was disseminated rapidly, and the swift reaction was evident as bystanders witnessed countless vehicles from the Inspection Office, Education Bureau, and others racing down the roads towards the Western magical academies. It became abundantly clear that the higher-ups of the Dragon Nation were taking resolute action. Simultaneously, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Nation commenced a diplomatic live broadcast. A middle-aged man, who had often been heard vehemently criticizing foreign diplomatic statements, but had never been seen, appeared on the live stream. His surname is Yi. He declared that all the statements issued by the West are slanderous. "Here, we first declare that all students of the Western magical academies are safe and sound. The Dragon Nation has fully protected them. At the same time, we vehemently condemn the West for its slander and the atrocities committed by foreign educators. Since we began gathering evidence today, we have obtained comprehensive proof, and we do not need to notify the West. We will enforce our laws within the Dragon Nation. West, if you intend to use various news outlets to defame us and direct our ire towards Tian, Director Long, you are gravely mistaken. Concurrently, we, the Dragon Nation, are also considering severing trade, economic, and middle-class cooperation with the countries hosting these Western magical academies within our borders. The malevolence exhibited by these individuals is beyond imagination. We can only wonder about the character of the magnates and their nations. Additionally, after investigation, we owe an apology to you, Tian. It is our failure to safeguard your parents and sister. The Dragon Nation owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Furthermore, we affirm Yi Tian here. Today, we reveal the truth. Indeed, Yi Tian is the reviver of our Eastern civilization. All national leaders, you are not naive. Every move you make, we will respond to in kind. But you must consider the consequences of incurring our wrath. We Easterners have endured for millennia. Do you truly believe we are soft targets? Of course, we will not lie. Thus, you may rest assured, what your civilization detector showcased at dawn, the manifestation of the Eastern Dragon vein, was indeed our attempt at revival. However, it failed, which is why it appeared on your detectors only to vanish swiftly. You may enjoy a period of tranquility, but do not grant us time. Otherwise, we will soon unlock multiple dragon veins and revive Eastern civilization. One by one, Yi Tian's father, donning the role of a diplomat, directly pointed out the various slanders cast by the West, disguised as allegations against him. In this atmosphere, Yi Tian, watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but smile subtly. His father's performance as a diplomat was indeed commendable. Moreover, the veracity of his father's words would only serve to heighten the West's suspicions. This situation was perfectly timed for the Dragon Nation, and for Yi Tian at this moment. Just moments ago, he had garnered an unprecedented amount of Eastern civilization fortune points. Look, look, the authorities are mobilizing. I feel the wheels of history turning. Our dragon nation has endured for far too long. I can no longer tolerate the haughty demeanor of those Westerners. Indeed, to be honest, I never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent so swiftly. But I support it. I endorse the government's measures. Yi Tian, we must protect you. When the Eastern Dragon Vein emerges, it will undoubtedly herald the demise of the Western civilization. Just earlier, he reviewed the recordings of Yi Tian's previous 2 live broadcasts, where the display of extraordinary phenomena accompanying the inscription of the words primordial chaos had left him utterly astounded. Dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing, the stars shifting. Our mythologies, our history, hold such formidable scenes. Revive. I can no longer bear to gaze upon those vacuous Western texts. Indeed, the response from the diplomatic department has garnered overwhelming support from countless netizens of the Dragon Nation. At this juncture, an interesting phenomenon was noted and promptly communicated. Switch to the Xinyu live streaming platform. Yi Tian and Xiao Dai are live streaming again. This time, the broadcast is particularly unique, taking place within a prison. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. Moreover, it's intriguing that Xiao Dai has consistently been alongside Yi Tian during these broadcasts. Could it be that Xiao Dai has developed feelings for our reviver of Dragon Nation civilization? Ha ha ha. I think so too. Let us hurry to the live streaming platform. The principal is appearing. I want to witness the true visage of Yi Tian, the reviver of ancient civilization. This fellow must strive diligently. We cannot allow our efforts to be in vain. A group of individuals engaged in lively conversation, laughing heartily. These netizens showed no concern regarding the threats posed by the West. What are those Westerners even worth? Our Dragon Nation's ancient civilization is the strongest, without a doubt. Congratulations. Due to your identity being fully disclosed and recognized by the Dragon Nation, your Eastern civilization fortune points have increased, reaching 10,000 points. Congratulations. Your identity has been completely revealed and acknowledged by countless netizens of the Dragon Nation, resulting in an increase of your Eastern civilization fortune points to 10,000 points. Congratulations on reaching 10,000 points. The melodious notification chimes resounded in Yi Tian's ears, echoing again and again. Accompanied by these sounds, Yi Tian glanced at his data panel and couldn't help but smile that in just a few minutes. The fortune points he had accumulated had reached an astonishing 120,000, adding the previous 100,000 spent on acquiring the Rui Jingu Bang, which had shocked the members of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute. He had now amassed a total of 200,000 fortune points. To put this in perspective, 50 fortune points can be exchanged for 1 distributable attribute point, 500 points translate to 10, and 10,000 points equate to 200. Now, with an astonishing 200,000 points, he could potentially create a minimum of 2,000 Eastern civilization powerhouses. Although this number is not exceedingly large, once these individuals are transformed, the shockwaves will continue. Consequently, even more individuals will contribute to the generation of civilization fortune points. However, Yi Tian is not in a rush to convert all 200,000 fortune points into distributable attribute points just yet. The timing is not right. Previously, merely unlocking a dragon vein had consumed a staggering 100,000 ancient civilization fortune points. He intends to unlock more dragon veins, making it easier for future transformations of others. Perhaps, the conversion ratio for ancient civilization fortune points will even decrease. This is a vague conjecture Yi Tian harbors, and he wishes to test it to see if this hypothesis holds true. If it does, it would indeed be an incredibly advantageous transaction for him. Should the conversion rate for ancient civilization fortune points to distributable attribute points drop to a 1:1 ratio, then 200,000 points could transform into 200,000 individuals. This would be far more economical than the current rate. While Yi Tian is indeed affluent at present, if more economical methods await his validation, why not seize the opportunity? Yi Tian, a man of wealth, was indeed affluent, yet not foolish enough to squander even the slightest resource. As he contemplated this, his gaze fell upon the ever-enthusiastic Xiao Dai, and Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback at that instant. The live stream's popularity had astonishingly surged to an impressive 1 billion. This indicated that a staggering 1 billion viewers were currently engaging with his broadcast. It is worth noting that the entire population of Long was merely 15 billion. meaning that this 1 billion represented 1/15 of the populace. Clearly, the promotional efforts and momentum generated by the influential figures within Longhua, including high-ranking officials in the esteemed Director Gu, had contributed significantly to this outcome. As for the trending topics on platforms like Mohu and Weibo, he had not paid them any heed, nor did he possess the time to delve into such matters. From the previous day until just before the live broadcast commenced, he had been diligently absorbing various resources to enhance his cultivation. Although his strength had yet to reach grade A, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of mid-grade B. And with further training and insights, it would not be long before he transitioned into late grade B. Particularly, having personally unsealed the dragon vein this time, had provided him with profound insights into power and the myriad forces of literature, far surpassing his initial understanding upon arriving in this world. Naturally, this accelerated his cultivation. Furthermore, the fragments of the Hichu and Luoshu that he had integrated with yielded remarkable effects. Without these cumulative factors, he would not have progressed so swiftly. It was indeed a matter of innate talent, yet one's efforts were indispensable. Of course, Tian was not oblivious to his current shortcomings. He was acutely aware of them and had been strategizing accordingly. However, now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He subtly shook his head, casting aside these musings. Meanwhile, Director Long, sensing Tian's current state, patted him on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, "In the days to come, we may face even greater threats. The West, having been caught off guard by our diplomatic department, is surely astonished. They never anticipated our unwavering resilience." He gestured towards the barrage of comments in the live stream, which echoed his sentiment. Yet, as Director Long spoke, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words, utterly dumbfounded. For at that moment, the comments flooding the live stream were predominantly focused on matchmaking Tian and Xiao Dai. The shift in tone caught Director Long off guard, as he grappled with the absurdity of the situation. "You lot, we are on the brink of a significant peril. Instead of strategizing on how to navigate this crisis and liaising with various institutions, you are preoccupied with discussing the romantic affairs of Tian." It was evident that Director Long felt a twinge of jealousy. Tian, witnessing this scene, could not help but chuckle. "All right, let us return to the matter at hand. Today, through our live stream, we aim to convey two key messages. First, we are safe and sound, and we have discovered methods to unseal the dragon vein. Second, last night, there was an assassination attempt on both myself and Director Long. We will soon share the footage from last night, so everyone can witness the vile faces of those Westerners." With this declaration, the atmosphere in the live stream erupted. What? There truly was an assassination attempt. Many viewers recalled Tian's previous warnings about the precarious situation he and Director Long faced, and now those words had proven prophetic. The malevolence of the Westerners was laid bare, for millennia. They had consistently sought to undermine any semblance of prosperity in Longhua, and had vehemently opposed the resurgence of its cultural heritage. It was no wonder they were now in a state of panic. Indeed, I remember during last night's study session, I asked our Western teacher, "Is it not true that your side sealed off the cultural veins of our Eastern Longhua out of fear of our resurgence?" He fell silent. Subsequently, I promptly submitted a report to the Education Bureau, denouncing him. Such self-serving individuals have no place among us. These teachers, who incessantly extol the virtues of Western deities while denigrating our Eastern heritage, are insidiously eroding our beliefs. For thousands of years, this has been the case. Were it not for the Ancient Civilization Research Institute and the dedicated teachers in our classrooms instilling in us the values of our heritage, we might have succumbed to Western notions during our formative years. Enough. The video is about to start. Can you believe their audacity? They dispatched 10 individuals in one go. Their ruthless tactics are nothing short of astonishing. This is not an illusion. It is the genuine power of the East. In an instant, as countless viewers redirected their focus to the footage of last night's assassination attempt, their expressions shifted dramatically. Though they may not have recognized the poem titled "Breaking the Formation" or the origins of the full moon depicted, the essence of that artistry, the lethal precision of those techniques, and the valor of the warriors was enough to ignite the spirit of Longhua within them. Well struck, the Westerners, having failed to achieve their aims, deserve nothing less than retribution. According to our Eastern laws, the crimes committed by these individuals warrant the ultimate penalty. Their demise is of no consequence. Upon witnessing the footage of the assassination attempt, the online community erupted in both outrage and exhilaration. Their anger stemmed from the unmasked malevolence of the West, now exposed to the glaring light of truth. Seeing a glimmer of hope for the resurgence of Longhua, they could no longer remain passive. They were determined to stifle Yi Tian, the catalyst for change, in his infancy. Their excitement derived from the realization that what they witnessed was not merely the celestial phenomena previously conjured by Yi Tian, but rather authentic combat techniques wielded with devastating efficacy. The sheer magnitude of power displayed, the terrifying combat prowess showcased by two individuals capable of vanquishing 10 Westerners, spoke volumes. However, as the footage faded, Yi Tian's visage re-emerged before the viewers, regrettably, as a bridge. Both Director Long and Deputy Director Zhou can only unleash a fleeting glimpse of Eastern cultural attributes for a mere 5 minutes. They are not practitioners of the Eastern vein and cannot fully harness its power. But we are striving. We are continuously growing stronger, and we have devised methods to safely convert Western practitioners into bearers of Eastern cultural power. Fear not, my friends. Soon, we shall witness 1 million, 2 million, even 1 billion and beyond, practitioners of Eastern culture. Indeed, the Westerners have no reason to fear. They have long ridden roughshod over us. This time, I demand the immediate dismissal of all Western individuals from our schools. Such people are unworthy to remain in Longhua. As Yi Tian's words resonated, emotions ran high among the audience, leading to passionate outbursts. Simultaneously, his declarations rapidly ascended the trending charts. Yet, within Longhua, two factions began to emerge among the online populace. The first faction steadfastly supported Yi Tian, advocating for a complete severance from the West, a swift restoration of the dragon vein, and a transition to Eastern cultural dominance, after enduring millennia of oppression. It was time for resurgence. Conversely, a smaller faction expressed concerns over the rashness of the measures taken by Director Long and his associates, given that, according to the live stream, not a single dragon vein had been unsealed thus far. How could anyone genuinely believe in the feasibility of such a restoration? Many longed for the current state of coexistence, where the demonic forces refrained from conflict and the West merely engaged in verbal assaults. To these passive viewers, as long as their lives were not in jeopardy, enduring the status quo seemed acceptable. Some even wished for Longhua to surrender Yi Tian, the harbinger of ancient civilization's revival. As his actions had stirred significant upheaval, now the pressure from the West on Longhua was palpable. But did Longhua possess any substantial means to withstand the West's onslaught? None. Once the Western world severed its channels of cultural and intellectual communication with the East, a staggering population of 1.5 billion would instantaneously lose access to the power of Western discourse. At that juncture, every individual in the Dragon Nation would be reduced to mere ordinariness, devoid of the means to engage with Western cultural currents, leaving them utterly defenseless. In such a scenario, survival would become an insurmountable challenge. Consequently, a faction has emerged, deeming Yi Tian to be the principal culprit, insisting that he must be surrendered. However, shortly after these sentiments were voiced, an unexpected figure materialized in Yi Tian's live broadcast, a person no one had anticipated, Director Feng, the head of the National General Security Bureau, who also oversees the espionage department. Ladies and gentlemen, I have heard numerous remarks just now, and I can indeed comprehend the perspectives from both sides. Nevertheless, our counter-espionage system has detected that the individuals voicing these opinions on platforms such as Mobo, Mohu, Moexine, and various newspapers are all spies. Some are even Westerners masquerading as citizens of the Dragon Nation. Their objective is to sow discord within our ranks and subtly influence our internet users, thwarting the true resurgence of the Dragon Nation. Presently, both the Security Bureau and the Espionage Department are actively pursuing the real identities and locations of these individuals. Additionally, we have published the unmasked accounts of these spies on the newly established Dragon Nation forum and have suspended all their accounts. It is worth mentioning that not only will these accounts be suspended, but we will also reveal all prior statements made by these individuals that defame Yi Tian, disparage Eastern cultural lineage, and pander to the West. This operation was initiated at Yi Tian's request. As Director Feng's voice echoed, the live stream fell into a momentary hush. Spies, so they had existed all along. In the coastal city of Haidu, within a village on the brink of demolition, the complex maze of alleyways led to the very heart of this urban village. Here stood a 2-story building reminiscent of rural architecture, housing countless basements. In one such basement, a disheveled middle-aged man, clad in slippers and pajamas, perused his posts on a certain interactive platform, absent-mindedly stroking his beard. Ding! A crisp notification chimed from his phone, prompting a smile to spread across his face. All it took was to tarnish Yi Tian's reputation, to voice opposition, or even to have him ousted, and his smoking and dating funds would be secured, with a few more strokes of luck. He could amass enough to marry, freeing himself from this wretched basement for good. With such thoughts festering in his mind, he lit a cigarette and contentedly prepared to respond to another comment. When suddenly he froze. He had just caught sight of Director Long's statement, logged into multiple simulators, allowing him to watch several live streams simultaneously. So ruthless. I merely expressed a differing opinion online. Honestly, without Tian, life would be much better. No turmoil to contend with, and no worries about the interference of monstrous beasts. If you all persist, the Dragon Nation is doomed. He picked his nose, unconcerned. After all, his village was on the verge of demolition. And being in a basement, how could they possibly trace him here? Surely this incident would unfold like those previous online actions, loud in proclamation but lacking substance. Yet, just then, there was a knock at the door of his basement. His heart sank. Cold sweat began to bead at his temples. Could it be that today he was truly being sought out? The speed of the security bureau was astonishing. Weak in the knees, he barely had time to shut down his computer before he dashed toward the bathroom. He recalled that the bathroom had a vent window, just the right size for him to escape through, though it led directly to the outhouse, and one misstep could see him plunging into the pit. But he pushed those thoughts aside. As long as he wasn't caught, everything would be fine. He did not wish to spend the rest of his life in prison. As he contemplated his escape plan, preparing to make his move, a voice suddenly called out from outside. "Hey, old Fong, are you going to take your takeaway or not? Every time I have to fetch it for you, and you keep dawdling. Next time, I'm not doing this anymore." Startled, old Fong's eyes lit up with joy. Of course, he had ordered takeout just half an hour ago. This was a normal occurrence. What was there to worry about? The news had just broken. How could actions unfold so rapidly? Even if they were mobilizing, it would take at least half an hour to an hour to reach him, right? His heartbeat gradually steadied. "Oh, just leave it at the door. I'm getting dressed. Stop dawdling. Clean the room better next time. How can the next guest stay here otherwise?" Yes, rest assured, I won't watch those films anymore," old Fong replied obsequiously. Stepping out of the bathroom, abandoning his escape plan, he quickly tossed 2 pieces of clothing into his bag, and as he heard the landlord's footsteps retreating, he exhaled a sigh of relief, opening the door to ensure no one was outside. He swiftly kicked the takeaway into the room and hurriedly made his way out. Although he knew that in the short term, they would not be able to trace him, it was better to be safe than sorry. Thus, he didn't even bother changing his clothes, eager to leave and perhaps change transport to another location, or even utilize a teleportation array to flee Haidu. A plan began to form in his mind. However, before he could advance 2 steps, 3 shadows descended swiftly from the ceiling. "Fong Daniu, where do you think you're going? Hands on your head, crouch down." Fong Daniu was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that the security bureau's personnel would lie in wait like spiders on the ceiling to catch him off guard. In that instant, he collapsed to the floor, utterly defeated. It was all over. Instances akin to Fong Daniu are continually unfolding across the Dragon Country. This directive was issued directly by Director Fong. Thus everyone is acutely aware of their responsibilities. In fact, this time, they even coordinated with allied departments, such as the Inspection Bureau and others, to conduct joint enforcement actions, with the singular aim of ensuring that not a single minor offender escapes scrutiny. Moreover, evidence including computers, USB drives, mobile phones, chat records, screenshots, transaction histories, and video files has all been meticulously preserved in real-time. In the course of the investigation, the inquiry team even traced the suspect's bank accounts and third-party payment accounts. A complete chain of illicit activities has thus surfaced. Simultaneously, this information is set to be disclosed on the Dragon Country Forum. The website for the Dragon Country Forum has already been prominently featured on major navigation sites and search engines. All businesses within the Dragon Country are well aware that they must closely follow the directives from the Security Bureau and similar authorities. Any delay could result in them being the first targets of scrutiny. Consequently, no one dares to falter at this juncture. For instance, upon realizing the formidable status of Yi Tian within the Education Bureau and the Institute of Ancient Civilizations, the Xinyu live streaming platform ceased imposing any restrictions on Yi Tian's withdrawal fees. They even provided him with the best live streaming resources, fully aware of who possesses the greater influence. The CEO of Xinyu Live is indeed quite perceptive. Thus, in a swift and decisive operation, over 1,000 spies were apprehended within a mere half-hour in the Dragon Country. Furthermore, 500 spies are still being pursued, while others remain under investigation and capture. Strikingly, more than 50,000 individuals. Those misguided Dragon Country citizens who accepted Western funds to defame their homeland through various self-media accounts were apprehended. The sheer scale of this data, presented on the Dragon Country forum, left countless individuals astounded. Self-media accounts would stoop to any level for profit. Is that not courting disaster? At this very moment, the director of the Institute of Civilizations in the Ninja Country wore a grim expression. As he reviewed the reports from his secretary and the online displays of the Dragon Country's thunderous operations, he felt a surge of anger. Are the people of the Dragon Country truly so foolish? Over 90% of them believe that Tian can turn the tide. The remaining 10% consists of the elderly, who are not well versed in the internet. Yet, even so, the prevailing trends in the Dragon Country have become irreversibly entrenched. Previously, within their diplomatic department, there existed a cyber espionage unit that allocated tens of millions, even billions, of Dragon Country currency monthly to hire various professors, farmers, and even discontented individuals within the Dragon Country. Particularly, they discovered that certain young women in the Dragon Country exploited personal interests to an alarming extent, forming a small group of self-serving individuals who sought to throw their own kin into peril. Consequently, they increased investments in this area, leading to a divergence of perspectives and ideologies. Yet this time, the discourse concerning the Dragon Country and Tian has utterly failed, especially with the Dragon Country's lightning-fast operations, which not only blocked access but also publicly listed all spies' names. This situation is simply unbelievable. More alarmingly, the upper echelons of the Dragon Country have chosen to reveal the photographs, identification numbers, and names of these misguided spies. Aside from concealing their phone numbers and addresses, all other details have been laid bare to public scrutiny. This scenario constitutes a profound social disgrace. Publicly exposing them within the Dragon Country ensures they will be reviled and scorned for the rest of their lives. The most egregious offenders have already been incarcerated by the Inspection Bureau and the Security Bureau. Director, what should our next move be? It seems the Dragon Country is determined to protect Tian at all costs. The director shook his head in response to his secretary's observations. The Dragon Country is not merely inclined, but is resolutely committed to safeguarding Tian. They have surmised that we would hesitate to sever the divine influence the West has established in the East. Should we do so, it would not only render the East ordinary, but also perilously weaken the seals on the dragon vein. In truth, we both understand that the seals on the dragon vein consist of chains. While the source of the sealing power derives from everyone in the Dragon Country practicing Western cultural doctrines, as long as franchises like Harry Potter, Dragon Ball, and One Piece continue to thrive in the Dragon Country, the sealing power of the dragon vein will only strengthen. It has merely been 10,000 years since the gods initiated deeper schemes to sustain the seals for 100,000 years. 100,000 years is ample time for us to absorb all of the Dragon Country's veins. By that time, the Dragon Country will have no hope of resurgence. Director, I am aware of this. But now there is a resurgence of Eastern cultural practitioners. Even if the dragon vein has not been breached, if this revivalist, Tian, succeeds in transforming Easterners to cultivate Eastern doctrines or even genuinely unravels the dragon vein, our plans will be thwarted, especially since 100,000 years is a vast span. Having encountered the variable of Tian after merely 10,000 years, what might happen in 20,000 or 30,000 years? We cannot allow Tian to live. A solution soon emerged. You should handle your affairs for now, and inform our esteemed leader that I will provide him with a report in approximately 3 hours. Next, I need to discuss the current situation with the directors of various countries' institutes of civilization. Understood. Upon hearing the discussion, the secretary grasped the implication. Perhaps the conspiracy against Tian had already begun to take shape. Indeed, just as he suspected, 5 minutes later, a holographic meeting resumed. However, this time, it was not the director of the Ninja Country who spoke first, but the director from the Asen Country, the Asen director. Adorned with a headscarf, or a scowling expression, he sneered and proclaimed, "A mere ancient civilization revivalist is hardly worth the significant sacrifices we must make. This time, our nations have already dispatched exchange students to engage with the Dragon Country and Tian. Life and death are inconsequential. If they perish, it is simply a testament to their inferiority. Of course, beyond that, we must ensure an additional layer of insurance," he said. a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Isn't the prophesied apocalypse from the gods drawing near? It should be just a week away. This apocalypse is aimed squarely at the Dragon Country. Before the doom arrives, we must find ways to diminish the Dragon Country's strength. Even collaborating with the demon race to allow them to infiltrate the Dragon City through our dispatched exchange students. With an internal and external assault, the demon race harbors a deep-seated fear of the Dragon Country, reviving Eastern doctrines, rooted in their very essence. Therefore, we must act swiftly upon hearing the words of the ASIN director. A profound silence enveloped the room as the attendees were struck by a vivid image. The world shattering, the once beautiful blue skies and white clouds vanishing, as bizarre creatures emerged from the void to annihilate existence. These images were reminiscent of the prophecies left by the gods a millennium ago. Notably, this prophecy specifically identified one thing: the Dragon Country. This impending apocalypse is unequivocally directed at the Dragon Country. No one truly knows what price the deities paid eons ago to confront the Dragon Kingdom. Yet it is evident that they spoke of an apocalyptic horror. For a millennium, the gods have not genuinely manifested in the Western world. They appear only at crucial moments, taking the form of ethereal apparitions. This indicates that the prophecy of doom was orchestrated through some extraordinary means, with the gods sacrificing immense costs to bring it to fruition. That I have no objections. At this moment, a head of state from a certain nation responded, his countenance dark. The Dragon Kingdom has long been a colossal scourge. Such beings deserve to face the end of days as retribution, perhaps even their utter annihilation. Only when the Eastern world is rid of the Dragon Kingdom can we hope for further possibilities. Therefore, this time, I shall dispatch a more formidable force into the Dragon Kingdom, confident that they are unaware of these circumstances. Indeed, they had scant divine presence millennia ago, which allowed us to seal all the dragon veins of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, they will certainly not experience a prophecy of doom akin to ours. We shall exploit this information gap, resolving the issue of Tian within this week, while simultaneously rallying the allied demon tribes to wreak havoc upon the cities. The meeting concluded swiftly. The resolution was unanimously passed by the Western representatives, including those from certain countries slightly closer to the east, such as the Cosmic Nation, who also agreed and contributed considerable effort. According to the director of the Cosmic Nation's Institute of Civilization Studies, they have dispatched 10 A-class experts into the Dragon Kingdom alone. It is critical to note that currently, E and D-class individuals are commonplace among all nations. While C-class denotes the entry-level experts, statistically, a nation should possess a reserve of approximately 200 to 300,000 C-class experts, AS for B-class, although no one has disclosed their true capabilities. The presence of spies has provided insight, revealing that each country likely harbors between 50 to 80,000 B-class experts. A-class is even scarcer. However, each nation should maintain a minimum reserve of around 10,000. Particularly in the Dragon Kingdom, A-class experts may be the most numerous in the entire world. The Dragon Kingdom is vast, and its provinces and cities boast immense populations, necessitating that every school, even every principal, must be equipped with at least one A-class expert. Hence, the figure of 10,000 is likely an underestimate. Nevertheless, the quantity in the Dragon Kingdom does not particularly concern the Western nations, as at this moment. All individuals within the Dragon Kingdom are still cultivating the Western cultural lineage and the power of literary arts, which the Westerners are exceedingly familiar with. Thus, A-class is not a level that requires excessive attention. The true focus should be on the S-class and even the SSS class among the 6 tiers. The reason for the 6 tiers is that above S-class, there is not a direct progression to SS class, but rather an S-tier status. SS class and SSS class follow suit. However, from S-class onward, the growth in strength becomes extraordinarily formidable, with the difficulty of cultivation escalating to terrifying levels, requiring an even deeper comprehension of the power of literary arts. Why is there a celestial ranking? It represents the qualifications of countless individuals and the profound understanding of literary arts possessed by superlative beings throughout history. Initially, the West was quite astonished by Tian. To speak frankly, the West has never abandoned its plans to assassinate Tian, for his talents are remarkably abnormal. He ranks 85th on the literary ranking, surpassing experts from millennia past, even among some established masters from the recent and modern eras. Despite a few reaching SS class status, none have achieved such a high rank on the literary list. Therefore, the importance placed on Yi Tian by nations such as the Ninja Nation, the Third Nation, and the ancient Greek Federal Empire, as well as the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, is far from superficial. What they did not anticipate was Yi Tian's astonishing speed in inciting events. Before they had adequately prepared, even before sending assassins to the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Tian had already stirred up a myriad of disturbances within just 2 days. He even managed to sway the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom, rapidly becoming a super internet celebrity with over 100 million fans. This remarkable ability to capture public attention so swiftly was something they had never contemplated. Consequently, various federal empires, including the Ninja Nation, began to expedite their plans for dealing with Yi Tian. Within the Dragon Kingdom, the internet had become comparatively tranquil compared to before this moment. Yi Tian's live stream had ceased, and according to the statistics compiled by well-meaning netizens, he had garnered an astonishing 500 million Dragon Kingdom coins in donations. Although he had not engaged in live commerce, such an incredible ability to attract wealth signified much. Yet, while the populace was still marveling at the magnitude of 500 million Dragon Kingdom coins, Yi Tian directly announced on the Dragon Kingdom forum that he would be donating 100 million Dragon Kingdom coins, with the remaining 400 million to be allocated to the Ancient Civilization Research Institute as funds for unsealing the dragon veins and promoting Eastern cultural lineage. Furthermore, every expenditure would be meticulously documented, detailing its source, destination, and purpose. This maneuver astounded countless netizens in the Dragon Kingdom. They had not anticipated that Yi Tian could resist the allure of wealth, dedicating the majority of his fortune to the Dragon Kingdom itself. The populace is not foolish. After millennia of development, half of the cities in the Dragon Kingdom have transformed into first-tier cities, with exorbitant housing prices and labor costs. If one were to consider using 500 million to purchase a property in the capital, in Chuan City, in High City, along with a few villas, and indulge in leisure and entertainment, would that not be more enticing? Yet he did not choose this path. This revelation prompted profound reflection among many. However, this incident was not the most significant uproar. The largest commotion arose from the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom, who were mocking and expressing curiosity toward the West, for after waiting for a considerable duration, they had yet to receive any response from the Western nations. Did they not claim to wish to instill a sense of intimidation upon the Dragon Kingdom? Why had they now become so spineless? Failing to issue any further statements, Yi Tian, tomorrow you shall go to the capital. This time, it would be a legitimate visit, in the capacity of the honorary president of Tsinghua University in Kyoto. After much deliberation, it has become clear that none of the schools within our Dragon Kingdom can meet your educational needs. Thus, the title of president will allow you to engage with elite experts, professors, and elders from across the nation. Kyoto also houses the largest ancient civilization research institute in the Dragon Kingdom, and I shall accompany you. At that time, we will further enhance your abilities. The ancient president of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute spoke with a solemn expression, his tone earnest. Very well, we shall set off tomorrow. However, the West should have already begun their operations. If I am not mistaken, there are likely several teleportation portals within the Dragon Kingdom currently transporting students from the West. They intend to engage in sparring with me, while secretly dispatching assassins disguised as students to eliminate me during the process, right? Upon hearing this, the ancient president was momentarily taken aback. He stared at Yi Tian, his eyes wide. That we received news about this only 5 minutes ago. How did you know? Is it really necessary to receive news? The West does not wish for my existence, since they dare not sever all ties with the Dragon Kingdom. It implies that our collaboration, including the Western cultural lineage, holds greater significance within our Dragon Kingdom. They are reluctant to act recklessly, as the costs are too great for them to bear. Thus, after careful consideration, this is the only plausible scenario, and even the demon tribes may experience some unrest. A crisis is imminent. At this very moment, Yi Tian was not under any pressure. Rather, a spark of excitement gleamed in his eyes. His Eastern cultural essence had accumulated to a remarkable threshold of 300,000 points, yet he yearned for even more astonishing events to unfold. He intended to see if he could amass 1,000,000 points during this so-called crisis. Particularly, the golden cudgel. He had yet to wield it against any human beings, and he felt a burgeoning eagerness to do so. The scholars at the Ancient Civilization Research Institute exchanged glances, regarding Yi Tian as if he were a marvel. This young man exhibited a maturity that surpassed their own. The information Yi Tian had just shared had eluded their deductions. They had only learned of it through channels from Kyoto. Yet Tian had deduced and analyzed it directly, indicating that he not only possessed the foremost aptitude for the Eastern cultural essence in Longwa, but also belonged to the upper echelons of intelligence. After all, how else could he unravel so many complexities? In that moment, the director of the institute felt a wave of gratitude. He was thankful that Tian was born in Longwa and was a practitioner of the resurgence of ancient civilization. Had such a person been placed in any foreign nation, it would have been a devastating blow to Longwa. He understood just how formidable individuals like Tian could be. Now, everyone, gather the supplies you need for a day of free activities. We will officially set off tomorrow, the director announced, clearing his throat before turning to the side where Xiao Dai stood. You will accompany us. Wherever Tian goes, you shall follow. Xiao Dai was taken aback. What was happening? She was merely a newly adult live streamer. She had no desire to involve herself in any chaotic affairs. The only reason she had been following Tian around and remained at the Ancient Civilization Research Institute was due to the powerful figures recognizing her live streaming prowess, especially since her previous broadcasts had significantly boosted Tian's fame. However, did that really necessitate her presence? Given Tian's current popularity, she could simply start an account, get official certification from the Xianyu live streaming platform, and not worry about such trivial matters. What were these old men thinking? She felt utterly perplexed. Not overthink it. Your collaboration with Tian has been exceedingly fruitful, and countless viewers have grown accustomed to seeing you together. Thus, it is imperative that you accompany him this time. You have witnessed his extraordinary cultivation and aptitude over the past few days. Now, as a practitioner of the Eastern cultural essence, we have observed that although your aptitude may not match Tian's, it is still remarkably impressive that if you are skeptical, you can test it with the aptitude tester at the Ancient Civilization Research Institute. The director paused, a warm smile gracing his face. Moreover, your presence will save us a great deal of time, and being by Tian's side will accelerate your learning and cultivation. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Dumbfounded. Capital D for dumbfounded. At that moment, Xiao Dai could hardly fathom how to process the director's words, which had completely exceeded her comprehension. Just a few days prior, she had been a small streamer with a mere few 100,000 followers, with only about 1 to 1,500 viewers during her broadcasts. Yet, due to her newfound acquaintance with Tian, her life had undergone a roller coaster transformation in just a few days. Now, she found herself utterly bewildered. Yet, upon hearing the director's words, she paused for a moment. She had dropped out of school early to pursue live streaming, with the aim of curing her father's illness and ensuring he could enjoy a robust health. During her first collaborative live stream with Tian, the profits had alleviated her father's worries about medical expenses. The subsequent earnings, exceeding 50 million, had secured her a life free from financial concerns. She understood that this was all due to Tian's influence. Otherwise, she would not have reached such heights. Being beside Tian, enhancing her abilities, restoring the dragon's veins, and propagating the Eastern cultural path, she contemplated. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes. I agree to this. After all, I am also a citizen of Longwa. Though she had been away from school for quite some time, the memories of her teachers speaking of the dragon's spirit and heart surged within her, igniting a desire to contribute to her homeland. She recalled writing an essay titled My Dream in her childhood, wherein she expressed her aspiration to become the strongest practitioner of cultural essence, ensuring that Longwa would no longer endure humiliation or restrictions from the West. Reflecting on her childhood dreams, she realized that now was the time to transform those aspirations into action. Very well. From now on, wherever Tian goes, you shall follow. You will share a residence with him. We will arrange a 2-bedroom apartment for you both, though sharing a bathroom is off the table, the director stated. Tian remarked. Xiao Dai shot a glance at the director, exclaiming, "What do you mean sharing a bathroom? I'm still an innocent young woman." At that moment, Tian was equally speechless. Enough with the nonsense. Everyone, go pack your things. I'll head to the core research room to examine some materials that we depart together tomorrow. Without wasting another moment, Tian instructed Xiao Dai and the others to gather their belongings while he made his way to the core research room of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long Province. This room was none other than the one where the statue of Sun Wukong had been revealed. Inside, artifacts of ancient Longwa civilization were scattered about, bamboo slips, fragmented books, most of which had been minimally restored, bronze vessels, shattered terracotta warriors, and more, providing a comprehensive collection. Yet, Tian paid them no mind and instead found a clean spot to sit down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a black and white yin-yang bagua diagram materialized in the air before him. He activated the fragments of the 6 arts of the Junzi and the He Tu Luo Shu simultaneously. In an instant, the bagua diagram in the void began to rotate slowly, gradually picking up speed until it spun like a vortex. Emitting waves of unique energy fluctuations, you can actually wield such a technique. The director, having handled some matters, entered the room only to be taken aback upon witnessing the technique Tian was performing. How could this young man possess so many extraordinary skills? This miraculous technique was beyond belief. It was known that in all of Longhua, or even the world, there were fewer than 10 living individuals capable of such predictive techniques. Only 2 truly exceptional masters existed. One was a reclusive sage of Longhua, and the other was a super expert from the United States. Yet, he had never expected that Tian would also belong to this elite group. What have you disowned? In this world, those skilled in predictive techniques were held in high esteem. They could unravel the past and glimpse the future, thereby guiding their nations, according to the director's gathered information and personal experiences. Such individuals were undoubtedly genuine talents, not mere charlatans. Particularly in Longhua, the nation had endured for millennia and even exhibited signs of becoming increasingly formidable, largely due to these predictive masters guiding the superiors of Longhua. Of course, it was also due to the unity of the Longhua populace that they had not been fully assimilated by the West. Ultimately, the insights provided by such high-level experts were matters that must be heeded. Not only that, but he also harbored a more significant matter that he had not disclosed to Tian. During Tian's earlier live stream, when he showcased his extraordinary talents, at that moment, the esteemed director Gu merely regarded Tian as a promising junior with exceptional potential, worthy of careful cultivation. Such a simple thought did not lead him to form a more profound judgment about Tian. Coincidentally, he was on a business trip in Kyoto at that time. However, it was during this period that the renowned diviner of Longhua, known for his mystical title, along with a powerful magnate, secretly sought him out to personally convey the importance of Tian. Only then did he truly begin to take Tian's affairs to heart. Now, he had personally experienced the foresight of the old diviner and the magnate. They had managed to transform their group into practitioners of the Eastern lineage without incurring any harm. Even masking the energy emanating from the Eastern lineage and simulating a Western aura, such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, not to mention Tian's recent actions. Yet now, the ability to perform divination was entirely beyond the scope of the ancient director of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute. This young lad, Tian, was far more formidable than he had previously imagined. I had always felt a sense of unease, as if some danger was looming. Moreover, this danger did not stem from assassinations or intrigues instigated by the West. Tian furrowed his brow slightly, continuing to cast his spells, ignoring Director Gu's astonishment, while he remained focused on the swirling Tai Chi Bagua diagram in the void. That enigmatic energy continuously rotated, even invoking certain dragon veins from the void, as well as some Western auras, all of which were absorbed into the Tai Chi Bagua diagram. In an instant, a video projection reminiscent of a hologram materialized before both him and Director Gu. What further horrors might await us? Director Gu pondered, perplexed. Don't think about it. Just watch the footage. Tian interrupted him. The two of them then turned their attention to the video display. Boom! At that moment, within a dark space, an explosion suddenly erupted. Black mist materialized, shrouding the sky in an endless darkness. Dimly, they beheld countless plants withering away, while numerous livestock and creatures bore crimson gazes in their eyes. The black mist enveloped the entire Earth. At that instant, countless meteors descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground and unleashing a series of terrifying super explosions. Buildings collapsed. People fled in panic. Even certain intelligent beasts within the enchanted forest were frantically escaping. Their previous tranquility shattered. How terrifying! What on earth is happening? The footage abruptly halted, or rather, it should be said that it vanished into the void amidst a tremor. Simultaneously, the so-called Tai Chi Bagua diagram dissipated like smoke, transforming into countless particles that scattered with the wind. The divination imagery crafted by Tian, along with that arcane energy, thoroughly dissipated into the air of the research room. The apocalypse. I had been wondering about the unusual movements abroad today. They were far too strange, not exerting any pressure on us in Longhua. but rather calmly engaging in exchanges with the students. While this exchange was ostensibly aimed at my demise, they couldn't possibly be so foolish as to arrange various experts around me to ensure my safety. Thus, I had been curious about what their trump card might be. Now I realize it is the apocalypse. Soon, in just a few days, our blue star will witness an almost cataclysmic end. However, at this moment, Director Gu appeared puzzled if it truly were the apocalypse. The West should be experiencing shock and fear, yet they seem to possess no sense of crisis. With a serious expression, Director Gu retrieved 2 bottles of water from the nearby refrigerator. Tossing one to Tian, a high-grade cultivation drink. It bore the flavor of orange juice, free of carbonation, a concoction I personally developed. After introducing the drink's value, Director Gu continued, over the past couple of days, I have also been in communication with the spies we have implanted abroad, and they have not uncovered any reports of an impending apocalypse or any related news that is the information being too tightly sealed. This was a point of confusion for Director Gu if it were indeed a global apocalypse. Other countries should have acted long ago. Perhaps something unexpected has occurred regarding the apocalypse. The smile graced Yi Tian's lips. Perhaps those abroad believe that this so-called apocalypse will only manifest within our Longwa borders, and they are likely toasting champagne, discussing how to absorb the dragon veins after we Longwa people are utterly annihilated. They must think this way. Otherwise, the situation would not appear so leisurely. Therefore, this also presents us with a greater opportunity. It seems that certain deities of the East are secretly orchestrating events. However, this is not the time for such considerations. Director Gu, I need you to assist me with something. Over the next few days, the general must utilize civilian technology to create handheld, free, network-enabled holographic projectors for the 1,500 million people of Longwa at any cost. The impending apocalypse will ironically facilitate the dissemination of Eastern teachings, but everything requires live streaming and the engagement of an audience that, if necessary, disrupt the Western satellite signals to simultaneously broadcast my live stream content in the Western world. Upon hearing this, Director Gu was momentarily dumbfounded. His heart raced. He could now confirm that Yi Tian was relying on live streaming to create something of immense importance to him and the revival of the cultural lineage of Longwa. Although Yi Tian had not explicitly stated this matter, it could be inferred from his words. This was sufficient evidence that Yi Tian had placed considerable trust in him. This secret remained unknown to countless individuals. And Director Gu understood that he must safeguard this secret. Otherwise, Yi Tian would undoubtedly face grave danger. I must. However, before Director Gu could finish his sentence, suddenly, the holographic projection resonated. Moments later, the figure of the powerful magnate appeared in the holographic projection. Much to Director Gu's astonishment, you all come to Kyoto immediately, in 10 minutes, using the emergency teleportation array. There is a significant matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Director Gu's heart sank. This was trouble. The fact that even the powerful magnate had personally sent a message indicated that it was highly likely the old diviner had deduced something as well. The outcomes for Yi Tian and the old diviner might very well be aligned. And this matter had now alarmed the powerful magnate, clearly indicating its magnitude and peril were no small matter. Notify Xiao Dai. I will call Director Long and Mayor Long to come over. Gather at the emergency teleportation array in 5 minutes. In an instant, Director Gu vanished from his original spot. Having studied Eastern arts and literature, he had made preliminary achievements in teleportation. Furthermore, the Eastern lineage did not require the recitation of incantations. Most spells were instantaneously activated, unlike the West, where, aside from some emergency spells that did not require incantations, others necessitated lengthy incantations. This alone placed them at a disadvantage in combat. Of course, exceptions existed for those so-called superheroes like the Iron Man lineage, Spider-Man lineage, or Flash lineage. This illustrates the immense advantage of a truly universally practiced Eastern lineage. These individuals moved swiftly. Although they stated 5 minutes, they had already gathered at the emergency teleportation array in just 2 minutes. Click. Accompanied by the authentication of an identification badge, the group transformed into a beam of white light, instantaneously vanishing from the scene. The next moment, they appeared at a special teleportation array located just 100 meters from the powerful magnate's office. Follow me. Time is of the essence at this very moment. A middle-aged woman gazed at the crowd, scarcely uttering a word, as she swiftly led Yi Tian and his companions away from the special teleportation array. They found themselves underground, taking an elevator to the surface, and subsequently passing through a designated inspection corridor, eventually arriving safely within the office of a prominent figure. During their journey, Dingu informed Tian that this extraordinarily beautiful middle-aged woman was none other than Vice President Liu of the National Ancient Civilization Research Institute of Longhua. That was quite an expedient arrival. Please, take a seat. Mr. Tang has urgently contacted me to discuss a matter of grave importance. In that moment, the distinguished figure wasted little time on pleasantries, diving straight into the core of the discussion. Meanwhile, various luminaries from different agencies, such as the Inspection Department, Security Bureau, Taxation Department, Special Operations, and Magical Affairs, were all present, with the exception of spies. Notably, Mr. Tang, whom the prominent figure pointed out, donned a white robe reminiscent of the ethereal elegance of a celestial being from Yi Tian's previous life. Though of advanced age, it was evident that Mr. Tang's face was lined with wrinkles, and his skin bore the marks of significant sagging. His hair and beard had turned completely white. That I have met young friend Yi. Mr. Tang remarked, turning his gaze toward Yi Tian. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was left astounded. The elderly gentleman resembled a mischievous child, puffing his cheeks and widening his eyes, his gaze nearly bulging from its sockets. He too, Luo Shu, and another method of divination. You are truly formidable. Indeed, the chosen one is the chosen one. None of us can compare. With a deep sigh, he retrieved a fragment of special paper from his pocket. The time has come. I must hand this over to you. Mr. Tang's reaction left Dingu wide-eyed, and even Vice President Liu, the prominent figure, and the multitude of distinguished attendees in the conference room were taken aback. They understood that Mr. Tang was not only the head of the National Ancient Civilization Institute, but also a figure of extraordinary status and one of the few publicly recognized SSS-level powerhouses in Longhua. Yes, indeed, SSS-level. Yet now, this immensely powerful elder displayed an even greater shock toward Yi Tian. This only deepened their curiosity about Yi Tian, the reviver of ancient civilization. What other formidable secrets did he possess? Yi Tian, unfazed by their astonishment, was momentarily taken aback by the fragment of special paper presented by Mr. Tang. That instant, a melodious notification chime echoed from the system. Congratulations. You have obtained a fragment of He2. Luo Shu 1. Your power has increased. Your potential has doubled. Your overall attributes have increased by 30. When this fragment of He2, Luo Shu merges with your being, your potential and strength will advance further. As the voice faded, Yi Tian felt a twinge of surprise within. Was this truly another fragment of He2, Luo Shu? It was no wonder Mr. Tang possessed the art of divination. It must have been derived from the analysis of this fragment. Indeed, there were numerous hidden talents in Longhua. The individuals present were merely the visible tip of the iceberg. Yi Tian had yet to grasp the full extent of Longhua's concealed power and layout, which would likely astonish him even more. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Tian wasted no time and directly touched the fragment of He2, Luo Shu in Mr. Tang's hand. In an instant, the fragment transformed into a radiant golden light, penetrating Yi Tian's mind. At that moment, everyone clearly witnessed a surge of rich golden brilliance erupting from Yi Tian's body. Roar. Astonishingly, a phantom of a golden dragon materialized above his head. The apparition was immense, measuring 4 to 5 meters in size, coiling with lifelike vigor, its roar sending tremors through the hearts of countless individuals, including Mr. Tang. This lad's strength is indeed ascending. He has reached the pinnacle of B level. In the blink of an eye, both Mr. Tang and everyone else were momentarily entranced. The means by which his power had increased was simply bewildering. Typically, it required years of contemplation and practice to elevate one's level. Yet here was Yi Tian, having merely absorbed a fragment of He2, Luo Shu, advancing directly from mid-B level to the peak of B level, just a step away from entering A level. Such disparity among individuals could be utterly infuriating. Enough pondering. Let him digest this. Now that Yi Tian can hear us, Mr. Tang, please elaborate on what you have deduced that warrants our presence here. Dingu interjected, prompting Mr. Tang to clear his throat awkwardly. Regaining his composure, he regarded the assembly solemnly and stated, I witnessed a great star exploding, unleashing numerous extraordinary beings from the depths and the void. A black fog enveloped the entire sky, casting the entire blue star into a realm that can only be described with 2 words, apocalypse. Apocalypse. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the attendees darkened, particularly Dingu, who realized his suspicions had been confirmed. The explosion of the great star could likely coincide with a meteor shower, accompanied by volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, earthquakes, and various other calamities. We must prepare for every possible contingency. The situation may unfold sooner than anticipated. In any case, we must remain vigilant in the coming days. I have dispatched my secretary to discreetly collect reports of unusual occurrences nationwide. There are often signs preceding disasters. Moreover, scientists and astronomers are actively monitoring the situation in the cosmos. Should an asteroid collide with Earth, the ensuing consequences may be far worse than we can imagine. However, this also presents us with an opportunity. The West is undoubtedly the instigator of this impending apocalypse. Tian previously shared a hypothesis with me, suggesting that the West believed this apocalypse would only transpire within Longwa's borders. Hence their audacious demeanor. Yet, our findings indicate a global crisis, which has already been evidenced by certain events. That explains it. The head of the Security Bureau, Director Feng, remarked gravely. I was puzzled as to why the West remained so relaxed, sending only a handful of assassins. Given Tian's current standing and significance, their response should have been more formidable. Now, it was clear to all that something was amiss in the West, or as Tian suggested, perhaps a deity from Longwa had altered this prophecy, resulting in a global catastrophe. Immediately initiate the civilian safety relocation procedures. Simultaneously, establish a wartime command structure. All orders shall be under military authority. We must expedite Tian's requests and arrange for rapid production of military supplies, which will be carefully regulated for civilian markets. A series of commands were dispatched under the contemplation of the prominent figures at this moment. The only one who appeared bewildered was the naive girl, Xiaodai, who stood astonished, unsure of what to say. The apocalypse, is it truly so near? In the past, they had only encountered such scattered accounts in certain Western literary works and local dystopian novels and films. Yet, witnessing the palpable tension among the prominent figures left Xiaodai utterly dumbfounded. Was she, perhaps, witnessing history unfold? The sky is gradually darkening. This dimness is not the ordinary twilight of evening. Rather, it is a peculiar and indescribable kind of gloom. In this moment, amidst such an atmosphere, few can foresee what may unfold next. However, particularly near the lair of the female Tiger King, unusual occurrences have begun to manifest. Countless rodents, insects, and even fireflies are hastily fleeing even the wolves, cattle, and sheep, creatures devoid of sentience and residing at the base of the biological chain, have ceased to heed the commands of the Tiger King and her guards, instead scrambling in certain directions to escape. What on earth is transpiring? Why do I feel an unsettling anxiety creeping in? As a powerful being within the Tiger King is experiencing this disquiet more acutely than the lesser end. Meanwhile, the snake demon, observing the Tiger King's demeanor, also feels a sense of discomfort. I can't shake the feeling that a great calamity is approaching. Tio speak candidly. I too feel an inexplicable fear and wish to flee this place. Upon hearing this, the Tiger King's exquisite visage furrows slightly. If even her subordinates sense that something monumental is about to occur, then the forthcoming events are bound to herald a significant disaster. Master, could it be that a great catastrophe is imminent from might the West once again be plotting against? Our forest lies within its territory, after all. Hearing the snake demon's words, the Tiger King shook her head. No, this sensation transcends merely the threat posed by. It is far more terrifying than the crises felt hundreds or even 1,000 years ago. A millennium prior, had it not been for the appearance of an ancient sage, would have nearly been annihilated by foreign forces wielding super bombs. The dread I felt then pales in comparison to the current panic and discomfort. Perhaps, as the people would say, the entire may soon face some dreadful disaster. What shall we do next? The Tiger King's eyes flickered with uncertainty upon hearing the snake demon's words. Suddenly, a thought struck her, a notion that might avert this impending disaster, though executing it would be immensely challenging for her. Yet, with the overwhelming sense of impending doom, coupled with a peculiar sensation of mortality, the Tiger King realized that she could no longer afford to hesitate. Decisions must be made swiftly, at the same time. The prominent leader finds himself in his lounge, savoring exquisite red wine, flanked by two beauties performing a dance where their garments vanish one by one. The experience is utterly delightful for him. He is aware that the plan discussed with the head of the Civilization Research Institute has been executed by countless nations. Now, he merely awaits the arrival of the apocalypse and the assassin's discovery of its location. after which he would feel no pressure whatsoever. Truth be told, he feels a twinge of dissatisfaction. History books recount that a millennium ago was nearly destroyed, correct? Had they withstood the pressure then and initiated an indiscriminate superwar or employed unconventional weapons, might still be standing today. Now, they must navigate the complexities of dealing with, if only they had resolved matters 1,000 years ago, they might have thoroughly divided the spoils of by now. However, just as the leader of contemplates this, the door bursts open. The head of the Civilization Research Institute strides in, ignoring the scantily clad dancers, and approaches the visibly perturbed leader of, stating solemnly, "The Aerospace Observation Bureau has just sent word that 10 asteroids are hurtling towards. They will collide within an hour." The leader of is momentarily taken aback, quickly retorting, "That concerns, does it not? This time, it is issue." But before he could finish, the head of the institute interrupted, "No. 2 of them are heading directly for, what did you say?" Upon hearing this, the leader's expression changed dramatically. In that instant, he resembled a statue, frozen in disbelief. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, he donned his jacket and raced outside without a backward glance. "Director, what on earth is happening? According to the prophecies revealed by our deities, was it not said that this so-called apocalypse would occur solely within?" Upon reaching the rooftop, the leader of gazes upwards, only to find that the once clear sky has darkened. In the cosmos, the 2 rapidly approaching asteroids are now unmistakable, even visible to the naked eye, clearly aimed at. "I don't know," the head of the institute responds, equally bewildered, shaking his head as he gazes into the void. "This is an unprecedented situation. However, super leader, we must make a decision immediately. We must evacuate the populace swiftly. Otherwise, the impact of these asteroids could obliterate at least 100 million lives. My calculations indicate that the city set to be struck is our own, and the time frame is merely 20 minutes away. Good heavens! Evacuate. Forget everything else. We must relocate immediately and broadcast the news of the asteroid's impending arrival, allowing the civilians to evacuate on their own. Their survival is now in their hands." In less than half an hour, merely 20 minutes, the leader of fell into utter panic. He is no fool. He understands the gravity of the situation, especially that, within such a short span, even advanced thermal weapons would be ineffective against the rapidly descending asteroids. Logically, after millennia of development, nuclear bombs and electromagnetic cannons should have undergone countless upgrades, making them more than capable of dealing with asteroids. Yet, not only the head of the Civilization Research Institute, but even the super leaders are acutely aware that these unique asteroids possess characteristics that cannot be destroyed by conventional thermal weapons. Because this is a prophecy, an event foretold by the deities millennia ago, and these occurrences are likely part of the deities' grand design. Thus, how could such formidable beings wish for these asteroids to be eradicated by modern thermal weapons? With this understanding, the leader of wasted no time in initiating the emergency evacuation plan. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a tremendous roar, the leader of, along with his secretary, several SSS-level experts, and various powerful individuals and female secretaries, boarded a spacecraft and swiftly departed from its capital. Meanwhile, 5 minutes prior, various television stations across had begun fervently broadcasting news of the asteroid's impending collision with Earth, particularly targeting. The moment this news spread, chaos erupted throughout. The leader seethes with rage, cursing the foolishness of people for abandoning their citizens in a time of crisis. Now they cannot even make contact. The leader of is equally furious, never having anticipated such a drastic turn of events that we must retreat as well, but with caution. This impending apocalypse is no trivial matter. Although the asteroid descending upon is not as large as the one targeting, it is not to be underestimated that we cannot remain in the city, grab the communication devices, and head directly to the wilderness, to our secret military base. There, we shall be safe. Good. The empire of the never-setting sun. At this moment, due to the time zone difference, it is not daytime for them. Following the public revelation of the asteroid collision event with the blue planet, a myriad of chaotic occurrences began to unfold. However, the queen of the never-setting sun empire did not intervene to halt these disturbances. Instead, she, accompanied by her steward and several SSS-level experts, set forth to a so-called secret base. At this moment, no one knows what Her Majesty, the queen of the never-setting sun empire, is contemplating or what matter she intends to address. The United States, today, as the mightiest federal nation upon the blue planet, the superpower of the United States has already made its presence felt within the core office of the Civilization Research Institute. Here, they possess their exquisitely precise satellite communication devices, satellite positioning systems, and satellite monitoring systems. According to current scientific advancements, the resolution of the surveillance video from the microsystems has reached an unparalleled ultra-high definition of 1000K. Even the transmission speed has transcended the 5G realm, soaring to a staggering 10,000G. Of course, this pertains to military-grade products in the civilian sector. Only a 1000G transmission speed has been made available, with broadband networks also boasting an upload and download speed of 1000G. 30, not merely 10, but 30. The number of asteroids detected from the vicinity of the subcontinent was erroneous. This impending crisis involves a total of 30 asteroids descending upon the globe. This is several times more terrifying than the asteroid impact that led to the extinction of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. We must swiftly devise a solution. However, fleeing into space is not the wisest choice at present. The secrets beyond the blue planet remain unsolved, and peril still lurks. For now, we can only seek refuge in the wilderness like other nations. Perhaps, in the coming days, we may indeed have to collaborate with the monstrous beasts. Previously, we harbored intentions to eliminate all such creatures, yet now cooperation is our sole recourse. Otherwise, in the face of such a terrifying asteroid event, even we, the adept, would struggle to survive within the cities. The head of the Civilization Research Institute wore a pained expression, utterly incredulous regarding this matter. During a prior meeting, they were acutely aware that this so-called doomsday prophecy was entirely directed at the Dragon Nation. Yet now, why does this prophecy encompass not merely the Dragon Nation, but the entire globe? What had the deities of yore been doing when they prophesied millennia ago? Or perhaps, others intervened in the prophetic matters, leading these deities to arrive at erroneous conclusions? The director of the Civilization Research Institute could not fathom it. Meanwhile, the superpower leader shook his head as he regarded his counterpart. Let us depart. We can shrink this laboratory and store it away, and once we are in the wilderness, we shall resume our research. That Tian is unlikely to survive this time. Indeed, upon hearing this, the director's eyes gleamed with realization. Yes, this doomsday is truly terrifying, and Tian of the Dragon Nation is merely a B-level individual. Despite having countless experts for protection, under doomsday conditions, the multitude of crises only heightens his likelihood of demise. With such thoughts in mind, he unexpectedly smiled. Then let us go. Global turmoil presents an opportunity for us, the United States. As countless individuals communicated, the world, at this moment, was thrown into utter chaos. No one anticipated that this so-called doomsday, this historical upheaval, would transpire with such swiftness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky erupted this instant. If observed from the cosmos, one could clearly see a swirling gray mist enveloping the entire blue planet. Surrounding the planet, a total of 30 asteroids descended with astonishing velocity towards Earth. Sizzle. As the asteroids breached the atmosphere, each one ignited a colossal flame from friction, illuminating the entire sky. Run to the bomb shelters, the subway tunnels, the underground parking lots. Everyone, quickly seek refuge in any available underground facilities. The surface may very well vanish. According to official announcements, the cataclysm wrought by these asteroids is more terrifying than any previous occurrence in history. All sea-level and above practitioners must assemble. As the explosions and shockwaves surged, they invoked the United Defense Formation, chanting incantations to withstand the onslaught. Move swiftly. Do not lag behind. Across various nations, the protective forces mobilized to safeguard humanity, and in this state of urgency, the asteroids relentlessly crashed down upon the ground. In that moment, countless individuals seemed to be ensnared in a world frozen in time. The Westerners, at this juncture, could scarcely comprehend the abruptness and rapidity of the events unfolding. Just 20 minutes prior, they were engrossed in discussions on how to resolve the Dragon Nation issue, how to suppress the individual known as Tian, or even eliminate him to obliterate the monumental potential for the resurgence of the Dragon Nation. Yet now, the circumstances presented were utterly unbelievable. It should be noted that all Westerners, and not only them, but even the Ninja Nation, the Cosmic Nation, and other countries bordering the Dragon Nation, harbored a fervent desire for its annihilation. Numerous smaller nations were also embroiled in plans to eradicate the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, countless ordinary citizens eagerly anticipated the downfall of the Dragon Nation, for such an eventuality would grant them greater benefits, larger territories, and increased revenues on the blue planet. Yet now, the sudden onslaught of asteroids, coupled with the frantic rush into subway passages and underground parking lots, left many in a state of despair. What on earth is happening? The urgency of the situation left the Westerners with no time to react. However, the Dragon Nation was in stark contrast. At this moment, countless inhabitants of the Dragon Nation had already activated their defense plans. Under the guidance of Tian and the Old Immortals' predictions, numerous protective policies were being fervently implemented. A group of experts even utilized teleportation arrays to enter rural areas, ensuring the safety of all elderly and children left behind in the countryside. The unfolding events surpassed even the imaginations of the Dragon Nation's populace, yet their rapid response was no less formidable than that of any nation worldwide. Boom. Just as the doors of the bomb shelter sealed shut, a fearsome explosion finally erupted. An unending cacophony of explosions reverberated across the surface, unleashing waves of supercharged air. The asteroid impacts not only carved out immense craters, but also obliterated surrounding structures in an instant under the force of the shock waves. Even in the ocean, terrifying waves surged forth, sweeping inland towards urban areas. Boom, boom. Resounding thuds echoed as the ground began to tremble irregularly. Enormous fissures opened up in the wake of the tremors. Beneath the thick black mist, the world was plunged into darkness. Explosions roared, violent tremors shook the earth, and countless buildings collapsed, shrouded in dense smoke that in mere minutes, the once harmonious earth had transformed into a scene of utter devastation. Lockdown. At that very moment, countless individuals from the Dragon Nation simultaneously activated their spells. Behind them, ethereal apparitions began to materialize, and with the wielding of their techniques, luminous barriers were erected to staunch the myriad fissures within the underground city and subway tunnels. They endeavored to prevent debris and various falling objects from injuring the populace. The thick haze enveloped the area as the world trembled violently. In mere 3 minutes following the colossal asteroid's impact, the entirety of the human realm had irrevocably changed. All edifices, all intact infrastructures vanished without a trace. The tremors persisted for a full half-day before gradually subsiding, when Tian, along with the esteemed figures such as the Grandmaster Gu, Xiao Dai, and Dean Liu, emerged from the underground city to the surface. Their gazes fell upon the apocalyptic scene wrought by the shock waves, the destruction of countless structures, and the billowing clouds of smoke. The expressions of all present grew grim. They had not anticipated that 30 asteroids, as per satellite monitoring data, would strike the Dragon Nation, with at least 5 of them making landfall, a consequence of the vast expanse of the Dragon Nation. However, the data regarding population losses was still being tallied, though it was cautiously estimated that the figures might not be too dire. Aside from the extensive damage to various structures, other losses were expected to be manageable. Upon hearing this, the Grandmaster nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, Tian shook his head. This was merely the beginning. Dean Liu, I advise you to promptly inspect the teleportation arrays. There may be issues arising with them. In this doomsday scenario, as darkness shrouds the globe, while the death toll from the asteroid's impact may not be excessive, the looming threats of famine, extreme cold, and scorching heat will swiftly lead to widespread mortality. Cultivating crops and restoring the ecosystem must be prioritized. Initially, I feared the emergence of other creatures amidst this catastrophe. However, it appears the damage is limited to structural destruction and subsequent calamities. Thus, our crisis may, in fact, escalate. In the absence of extraordinary beings, nations will grow increasingly frantic, utilizing satellites and deeply concealed spies to locate me, dispatching elite forces to eliminate me. Only then will they suffer no losses. Upon hearing this, the experts fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, the asteroid's collision with Blue Planet had unveiled apocalyptic disasters that, in the eyes of the West, were only supposed to manifest within the Dragon Nation. Now, however, the devastation had transcended borders, inciting global ire that would undoubtedly be directed towards the Dragon Nation. This misplaced anger required no justification for them. The Dragon Nation merely served as a convenient scapegoat for their frustrations. Particularly for Tian, the reviver of ancient civilization. Damn it. The irate head of the Ninja Nation's Ancient Civilization Institute roared, standing amidst the ravaged wasteland with a pallid countenance. According to the latest statistics, the death toll within the city stood at a minimum of 1,000 for C-level individuals, 20 for B-level, with no news yet regarding S-level casualties. As for other figures, they remained unclear. But it was estimated that civilian fatalities exceeded 300,000. This was a baseline figure, with comprehensive data requiring 2 more days for accurate assessment. However, one peculiar discovery had been made. The teleportation arrays worldwide had all lost operational control. This meant that everyone could freely utilize the arrays. Previously, access to the Dragon Nation required permission. Otherwise, the arrays could be shut down, preventing entry. But now, with the arrays unable to be deactivated and all permissions voided, even SS-level or SSS-level powerhouses could freely enter the Dragon Nation. Observing the ancient civilization head's furious expression, the secretary hastily remarked, fully aware of the tremendous losses incurred by the Ninja Nation. Notably, their superiors had sustained severe injuries, with one losing an arm to a unique alloy lava, necessitating amputation. This represented a substantial loss for them. Let us dispatch some A-level experts. There's no need for S-level or even a level. Send 10 A-level experts to the Dragon Nation that I will adjust satellite signal transmissions and utilize our civilization detectors to ascertain Tian's whereabouts. This time, we shall head to Long City. Avoid Kyoto. Tian will soon return to Long City, as several critical dragon veins are located there. To quickly restore the eastern veins, we must first unlock those in Long City and await his arrival. Understood. The secretary nodded and swiftly set about executing the orders Tian had surmised. Countless nations across the globe were engulfed in fury, shaken by the enormity of the losses. They were not naive. Beyond the human cost, the repercussions of the asteroid's tremors promised further calamities: volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, and extreme weather events. These irregular phenomena were poised to unfold, heralding a level of devastation of catastrophic proportions. Even for those who had attained mastery in civilization techniques, survival would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, they deemed it imperative to eliminate Tian. In their eyes, all misfortune stemmed from him. Moreover, they instructed their experts and research teams to swiftly collect fragments from the fallen asteroids. The impact of these celestial bodies across the globe surely bore significance. Within those small asteroids might lie greater secrets yet unknown to them. Thus, it was essential to uncover what lay hidden within. Thus, the Ninja Nation commenced its mobilization. Simultaneously, figures from other nations began to stir into action. It was worth noting that, thanks to advancements in technology, production lines, and the proliferation of weapons, equipment, and everyday goods, many items could be encapsulated like capsules from Dragon Ball, stored conveniently in backpacks. Consequently, numerous communication devices and specialized tools remained undamaged, and even firearms were operational. For nuclear power plants and reactors. These had been abandoned thousands of years ago due to their propensity to leak hazardous nuclear materials and cause long-lasting contamination. Such detrimental products had long been supplanted by energy-efficient devices like solar converters and energy generators. Therefore, at this juncture, there was no threat of nuclear pollution. With these crises averted, countless individuals felt emboldened. The restoration of civilian industries progressed simultaneously, while the leaders of various nations issued orders for A-level experts to swiftly teleport into the Dragon Nation, their singular objective, to eliminate Tian. At this very moment, in the Dragon Nation, specifically Long City, Tian, Xiao Dai, and Director Long had returned. Notably, Tian glanced at his data panel, revealing that his civilization's fortune points had astonishingly surged to 500,000. He was swiftly approaching the coveted 1 million mark. Within this brief hour, the substantial increase in fortune points was a clear indication of the international outrage and the significant benefits reaped from the chaos he had stirred. However, Tian felt somewhat unjustly implicated. After all, the apocalyptic events were not of his making. It seemed rather unreasonable for others to redirect their ire towards him, although Tian was quite eager for them to continue their misunderstandings. Creating a wave of astonishment and garnering himself some points of civilizational fortune, he recognized that it was temporarily impossible. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the events that would soon unfold under the shadow of the apocalypse. As all things were rebuilt, the crises that would manifest, along with the assassins targeting him, would multiply exponentially. Yet, this impending doom presented him with an even greater opportunity for cultivation. Moreover, those abroad remained oblivious to the fact that his current cultivation level was at the pinnacle of Grade B. On the verge of entering the realm of Grade A, the lofty individuals among them would certainly refrain from dispatching Grade A powerhouses to confront him, as they deemed it unnecessary. A sufficient number of Grade B experts united would be ample to eliminate him. Their arrogance and confidence led them to believe that there would be no continuous protection for him. This, indeed, was the foundation of the Westerner's self-assurance. However, Tian was well aware that these foreigners did not comprehend the true capabilities and methods of the Eastern lineage of Longhua. Very well, let them be astounded this time and simultaneously accrue more points of ancient civilizational fortune. With this thought in mind, Tian mused and smiled, saying, "Let us proceed to the Ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long City, where a special dragon vein awaits our unsealing. Once unsealed, we shall reap greater benefits. At that time, shout I, you must ensure a good live broadcast. A smile danced at the corners of Tian's mouth. For his plans were already meticulously laid out. When those Westerners arrived, it might just send them into a state of shock. The foreign individuals held Tian in considerable regard. They were not fools and were acutely aware of the terrifying potential of those who revived the Eastern lineage. Thus, whether spies or powerful figures sent in this transmission, their numbers would certainly not be fewer this time. Although it was claimed that only Grade B experts were prepared, in reality, they would undoubtedly discreetly assign Grade A experts to Longhua. Tian understood this situation well. The foreigners were not dim-witted. It could only be said that in his past life, he had witnessed countless instances of deceit and cunning, his mind as sharp as ever. Especially now that he possessed the Confucian sage system and had even awakened the literary eye. Under the scrutiny of the literary eye, if he could not discern the cultivation levels of those foreign individuals, it would indeed be a grave folly. In Longhua, in the suburbs of Long City, within the Ancient Civilization Research Institute, situated within a mountainous area a distance of over 10,000 meters to the left. This place bore a resemblance to the layout of the Ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long Province, featuring mountains and waters, yet still, countless life forces were withering and weakening. This was a manifestation of the dragon vein being sealed for far too long. At this moment, 10 Grade B experts from the Ninja Nation had long concealed themselves in the void using their techniques. At this juncture, they observed the energy fluctuations in the void and, after a brief moment, the leader raised an eyebrow slightly. "Everyone, be vigilant and raise your combat power to the highest level." Previously, they had all seen the video of the assassination in the prison that Tian broadcasted in the live stream. Those Western lineage individuals had delayed their attack due to their weaker instantaneous techniques, resulting in being countered by the so-called Director Long and Director Zhou. Therefore, we must recite the incantations in advance, leaving only the final word. When the battle commences, uttering that last word will equate to an instantaneous technique. Listening to the captain's words, the other 9 Grade B experts nodded gravely. They had witnessed the might of the Eastern lineage and had scrutinized the video of Director Long and Director Zhou's counterattack against the Western lineage over 100 times during their time in the Ninja Nation. The arrows, the massive full moon, and the terrifying warriors mounted on steeds, these techniques that transitioned from the ethereal to the tangible were already ingrained in their minds. And they had even secretly contemplated various counter-strategies multiple times. Particularly in this assassination squad, the Grade B captain was merely a captain, while among the 9 team members, at least 2 were Grade A powerhouses. Thus, they were exceptionally well prepared this time. Currently, we cannot detect any energy. But I feel that this battle may be exceedingly dreadful. The hidden individuals may not solely be from our Ninja Nation. During the fight, if there are practitioners from other countries joining the assault, we must not create conflict but rather coordinate with them, the captain continuously advised, and with that statement, he fell silent. For at that moment, the powerful figures led by Tian had already arrived. In this instant, Tian's eyes shimmered with a faint, elusive glow as he beheld, in the void, an impressive array of over 100 luminous orbs. A smirk crept across his lips. This group of individuals was indeed intriguing. Having dispatched over 100 experts all at once, upon closer inspection, the orbs varied in strength. The stronger orbs undoubtedly represented Grade A powerhouses, while the weaker ones were Grade B. Wait, there are more below ground. On the surface, there were 100 experts, and astonishingly, there were still 50 experts underground. Among them, the Grade A experts numbered a staggering 50, while the Grade B experts totaled 100. This truly indicated that they regarded him with high esteem. Tian's lips curved slightly. It seemed that the foreigners had genuinely resolved to eliminate him this time. Such a plethora of experts had never been documented in the history of Longhua's development. Not even in the past 10,000 years. Today, it appeared that he would pioneer a new chapter in the annals of assassination numbers. Take note, a total of 150 assassins, 100 Grade B and 50 Grade A. Shall I initiate the live broadcast using the concealed broadcasting device we provided you? Without hesitation, Yi Tian maintained a calm demeanor, conveying these instructions to the others through his transmission technique. Upon hearing this, Director Long was beset by an array of expletives flooding his mind. He, too, was taken aback. 150 individuals. The foreigners truly regard Yi Tian highly. In his predictions, he had anticipated a maximum of no more than 30 individuals. Those smaller nations would not dare to confront Longhua, and only some major countries would dispatch forces. Yet even so, this number of 150 individuals was profoundly beyond his expectations. Those foreign bigwigs had been exceedingly ruthless towards Yi Tian. Very well. This is the second hidden location of the Dragon Vein. As a reviver of ancient civilization, I can sense that this Dragon Vein is rather special, possessing properties that can facilitate the comprehension of divine abilities. Once we unseal this Dragon Vein, when we transform into practitioners of the Eastern lineage, everyone will be able to master divine abilities, allowing the imagery of poetry and verse to manifest in reality, amplified threefold, to fight for us. Regrettably, the previous Dragon Vein in Long Province was never successfully unsealed. Otherwise, with the addition of divine abilities and the unique capabilities of another lineage, we would have faced no pressure upon transitioning into the Eastern lineage. At this moment, those assassins quietly listened to Yi Tian's words. They were waiting for the opportune moment, anticipating the perfect opportunity to strike Yi Tian with a lethal blow. However, unbeknownst to them, Yi Tian had already initiated the live broadcast. Meanwhile, far away in Kyoto, a superpower watched the old sage beside him and pressed a blue button. In an instant, a cacophony of alerts blared across the holographic projection devices of all extraordinary beings, ordinary citizens, and super experts worldwide. What happened? What is going on? Holy cow, is that Yi Tian? Why are we live streaming here? At that moment, people across the globe, both within and outside Longhua, anyone with a mobile phone, witnessed Yi Tian's live broadcast. They saw him explaining matters regarding the Dragon Vein and preparing various items needed for its unsealing. However, upon witnessing this scene, the bigwigs among the assassins dispatched for the assassination were utterly dumbfounded. The Dragon Kingdom has audaciously infiltrated all their satellite communication signals, utilizing these channels to initiate a global broadcast. Yet, at this moment, are not countless assassins lurking in the shadows? Could it be that Yi Tian possesses some other means? In an instant, several prominent figures sensed something amiss and sought to contact those assassins to hastily vacate the premises. The location of Yi Tian might very well be a trap. However, at that moment, they discovered that the communication methods of these assassins had been severed. Suddenly, the foreign overlords stationed with the assassins contemplated a chilling possibility. Could it be that Yi Tian had deliberately summoned those assassins here? What on earth is happening? Why has Yi Tian's broadcast commenced at this juncture? Damn it! Is it possible that the Dragon Kingdom has long foreseen this apocalyptic scenario? That cannot be. The deities within the Dragon Kingdom have never resurrected. Our deeper-level spies visited several secret research facilities of ancient civilizations just yesterday and encountered not a hint of any unique power from the Dragon Kingdom. There are even rumors that the sole sage capable of divination within the Dragon Kingdom has long since passed away. Under these circumstances, it is implausible for the Dragon Kingdom to predict the current events. At this moment, the Queen of the Sun Never Set's empire was seething with fury. She truly had not anticipated such an occurrence. The entire world is currently fixated on Yi Tian's broadcast. Furthermore, they are unable to reach those assassins, clearly indicating that the communication signals from the Dragon Kingdom have been deliberately cut off. Investigate this at once. Butler, contact the various federated nations and inquire about what is transpiring. Have the other federated nations encountered similar situations? At this moment, the Queen of the Sun Never Set's empire was increasingly anxious. She feared the emergence of unforeseen circumstances. I am currently reaching out. At this instant, the butler, clad in a suit, was frantically handling phone calls. Not only was he engaged in holographic communication, but other nations' secretaries and high-ranking officials were also reaching out to him. All the information relayed to him was, without exception, related to Yi Tian's broadcast. 2 minutes later, the butler's face was drenched in beads of sweat. Upon closer inspection, one could see his back was already soaked with cold perspiration. Your Majesty, after extensive confirmation, I regret to inform you that all the nations cooperating with us currently have their communication devices rendered inoperative. This means that all nations are experiencing the same predicament as ourselves. Utterly unable to contact the assassins we dispatched, thud. Upon hearing this, the Queen of the Sun Never Set's empire staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. She was assisted by several female nurses, her complexion pale and her speech trembling. Quickly dispatch elite operatives. Send more S-rank experts. All S-rank operatives must mobilize. We cannot afford to delay any longer. We must ascertain what the Dragon Kingdom is scheming with this broadcast. The loss of these dozens of B and A-rank experts is regrettable. But we cannot sustain further losses. Given that the Dragon Kingdom dares to broadcast Tian globally, they must have made thorough preparations. If we deploy more elite operatives now, they will surely meet their demise. Although the Queen was somewhat flustered, she managed to regain her composure when issuing the final command. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that this might indeed be a trap laid by the Dragon Kingdom. As she had just remarked, if more elite operatives were dispatched, they might truly face irreversible consequences. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was to remain still and observe what tricks the Dragon Kingdom would unveil next. Other federated nations, equally incensed, regained their wits. This time, they opted for restraint, fully aware that sending out their elite operatives would likely result in them becoming mere cannon fodder. They had no choice. They could not decipher what scheme the Dragon Kingdom was concocting. So they could only watch and wait. Others harbored various thoughts. However, the live stream room was in an uproar, especially within the Dragon Kingdom, when the populace witnessed Tian commencing his broadcast, and according to Xiao Dai's introduction, it was taking place near the ancient Civilization Research Institute in Long City. Was it truly as Tian had previously claimed in his broadcast, a restoration of the Dragon Vein? But why choose this particular moment? The apocalypse had only just begun, and everything was still in turmoil. Various natural disasters were unfolding, making it an ill-timed choice to resurrect the Dragon Vein. The crowd pondered this, while simultaneously, the comments section was flooded with remarks about the situation. Yet, Xiao Dai refrained from elaborating too much, instead cheerfully announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, let me share something exciting. This is a global broadcast. Next, our Dragon Kingdom's ancient civilization restorer will utilize a divine artifact to unseal the Dragon Vein. Who knows, we may witness some miraculous events. Now, let's shift the camera to focus closely on Tian." As the words fell, a resonating hum filled the AIRT that moment. Tian found himself suspended in the void. With a flash of golden light, the formidable golden staff, weighing an astounding 13,500 pounds, which he had procured with 100,000 units of Eastern civilization's luck, materialized before him. The golden radiance shimmered, emanating a unique wave of energy that flickered and danced through the void. Subsequently, in the eyes of countless viewers, even those from foreign lands, the very fabric of reality shifted. Impossible! At this moment, the head of the Ninja Nation Civilization Research Institute watched the broadcast, his expression shifting dramatically. What manner of weapon is this? How can a single weapon evoke the manifestation of the Dragon Vein? It even conjures ethereal chains. As the super director of the Ninja Nation's Research Institute, he was utterly unsettled. He vividly recalled that, in all the data and memories he had accumulated since childhood, he had never encountered such a terrifying phenomenon. If a mere weapon could reveal the location of the Dragon Vein, could it be that Tian would be able to uncover all the Eastern Dragon Veins? What if this weapon could even locate the Western Veins? Contemplating this, terror etched deeper into his expression. Tian must not be allowed to live. He must be eliminated at the first opportunity. Good heavens, is this the Dragon Vein? Is this the indomitable essence of our Dragon Kingdom? Yet, how pitiable the Dragon Vein appears. Who could possibly bind it with such an abundance of chains? Gazing upon the multitude of black chains, I felt a pang of sorrow. I could even empathize with the suffocating sensation. I once accidentally fell into water and experienced it, yet this Dragon Vein has been sealed in such a manner for over 10,000 years. What torment that must be. The Dragon Kingdom citizens in the live stream room, upon witnessing this scene, were similarly stricken with shock. However, at that very moment, Tian made his move. Grasping the golden staff, his figure flickered, radiating a brilliant golden aura as he forcefully swung at the chains. What a fortuitous opportunity! At this instant, the 150 elite operatives hidden within the void and beneath the ground were overcome with ecstatic expressions. This moment was a natural opportunity created for them by this fool named Tian. They were not fools. On the contrary, they were formidable B and A rank experts. Individuals of this caliber could easily discern that Tian's current attack was a culmination of all his abilities. As for the earlier mention of a global broadcast by Xiao Dai, they neither paid attention nor consciously ignored it. After all, these assassins had been dispatched specifically to eliminate Tian, with their communication devices rendered inoperative and no orders for retreat or otherwise. They resolved to continue their assault. At that moment, they stirred. The previously tranquil void suddenly manifested a ripple akin to waves upon water. In the blink of an eye, countless figures surged forth from the emptiness, wielding a myriad of weapons and emanating terrifying forces all around them. Yet, just as they were about to utter the final syllable of their incantation, they were taken aback by the unexpected transformation of the somber sky, which in an instant turned frigid beyond measure. Snowflakes danced in the air, and before long, a blizzard enveloped the surroundings. The dense snowfall settled upon each person's shoulders, momentarily stalling their movements. In a desolate scene where birds ceased to fly and no traces of humanity remained, a solitary figure clad in a straw cloak and hat fished alone in the cold river, evoking a poignant verse. The poem was inscribed in the void by Tian's left hand, using a unique pen, capturing the essence of the moment. Not only did these assassins stand bewildered, but countless viewers in the live stream also found themselves utterly astonished, for they realized that the environment of the live stream had inexplicably transformed into a vast expanse of snow-covered mountains. The thick layers of snow completely sealed off all paths, leaving no trace of animal tracks. In the biting cold, the pervasive chill turned the breaths of many into visible puffs of vapor. Chirps and buzzes filled the air. Within the layered mountains, the 150 emerging assassins beheld an innumerable flock of birds, seemingly materializing from nowhere, swiftly descending upon them with ferocious intent. The smallest of these avian creatures measured 50 centimeters, while the largest reached a staggering 2 meters, resembling monstrous aberrations. The terror was palpable, and yet, merely 2 seconds had elapsed since Tian began to weave his poetic incantation. The 150 assassins shook off their momentary daze. They were rendered utterly speechless. In the next instant, groups of warhorses soared forth from the void, galloping with fierce momentum. The warriors astride these steeds radiated even more terrifying energy. Amidst the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, arrows were drawn and loosed with a resounding whoosh. The arrows, shimmering with blue light, hurtled towards the assassins with devastating force. Whoosh, bio, bio. Simultaneously, the countless snowflakes drifting in the void transformed into myriad icy blades, resembling chilling celestial scythes, surging towards the assassins' necks with relentless fury. The void was not merely a backdrop for these scenes. Beneath the cloak of darkness, a full moon hung high, and beside it, an unexpected well materialized. Water gushed forth from the well, and as it spilled into the void, it instantaneously fractured, freezing into countless icy blades under the extreme cold, raining down and attacking with wild abandon. Clangs and crashes echoed through the air. In that fleeting moment, the metallic sounds resonated. Finally, these individuals began to wield their attacks to evade the damage wrought by the Eastern sorcery. However, as a B-class ninja from the Ninja Nation attempted to deflect some of the icy blades, he was horrified to discover that these icy blades pierced through his steel shuriken. This was a powerful shuriken he had painstakingly forged over countless days, even tempered by some ninja masters during rigorous training. How could it be shattered by mere ice blades? His face paled in shock as he retreated hastily, but just as he stepped back, a multitude of icy shards surged from behind, piercing through his chest and leaving countless gaping holes. Blood gushed forth, and his insides were obliterated. In that moment, the B-class ninja met his demise. The battlefield was ruthlessly brutal. The Westerners scarcely had time to react before being pierced by the countless arrows that rained down from the void. Some lost arms, others were blinded, and some even had their legs severed at the waist. The horror of such a fate was akin to being torn asunder by 5 horses, or opportunity, another chance for battle. In the eyes of the onlookers, merely 3 seconds passed, and over 30 B-class experts fell, leaving only 120 behind. This loss granted the remaining individuals a brief respite, as the incantations of the Westerners summoned forth an army of skeletons. Brave warriors, you are the greatest of gods of war. As your humble servant, I implore you to slay them. One individual was in the midst of chanting the incantation to summon the skeleton army. However, before he could complete it, the spectators were struck with fear as they beheld an old man clad in a straw cloak, fishing amidst a frozen river, suddenly jerk his fishing rod. Buzz. The fishhook seemed to pierce through space, instantaneously ensnaring the man's head at the bow of the boat. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth like a spring from his neck. The old man, as if performing a trivial task, resumed his meditative position on the boat, continuing to fish with his solitary hook. In that moment, the assembled skeleton army vanished without a trace. The incantation went unfinished, extinguished by sudden violence. This scene left countless witnesses in disbelief, especially during the previous battle. Director Long, Director Zhou, and even Xiao Dai had unleashed various formidable attacks. Each poetic force, intertwined with Yi Tian's winter landscape, manifested a plethora of seasonal assaults. Trees, mountains, icy blades, and even flames surged forth, leaving the remaining 100 or so experts utterly dumbfounded. Such terrifying attacks existed. What horrifying power lay within the Eastern cultural heritage? They could hardly fathom that a series of poems could wield such immense influence. It was well known that they were B-class and A-class dual experts. In the minds of many, such levels could only summon beings emerging from the cultural heritage, like the skeleton army or void ninjas, and even some elves and warriors. Moreover, these summoned entities could utilize their own abilities. However, these individuals had long since grasped the intricate nuances of levels. The ability to materialize the battlefield, as in winter, with snow cascading from the void, was a feat achievable only by S-class experts. Let alone B-class, even A-class and A-class were incapable of conjuring such a terrifying combat scenario. Now, a mere B-class cultural reviver could create such a formidable shift in the battlefield. Did this imply that the so-called B-class and Eastern cultural heritage could rival S-class experts? What an outrageous international jest. The assassins found it hard to believe, especially those like Xiao Dai, Director Long, and Deputy Director Zhou on the ground. Their combat prowess was nearly on par with Yu Tian. Did this mean that B-class and A-class in their Eastern cultural context were of the same tier? Countless minds struggled to comprehend this. More importantly, while Yi Tian was undoubtedly a practitioner of Eastern cultural heritage, the energies emanating from Director Long and his companions clearly bore the essence of Western heritage. How could they wield the powers of Eastern techniques? This was impossible. The battle rages on, yet within the hearts of these masters, tumultuous waves of emotion surge. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments has come to an abrupt halt. Countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom had never anticipated such a scenario unfolding before their very eyes. Those who had taken refuge in underground bunkers, subway stations, and subterranean parking lots, every conceivable defensive structure, had previously contemplated how best to ensure survival after the apocalypse. Over the millennia, many had accumulated invaluable survival experience. Fully aware that the cessation of the end times crisis would usher in the daunting challenge of existence itself. Yet now, as this live event unfolds, the fierce combat that transpires in less than 2 minutes leaves everyone utterly dumbfounded. Some are still grappling with the stark reality presented in the stream. Is it truly that terrifying? How astonishing it is to realize the might of our Eastern cultural heritage. A solitary boatman clad in straw rain gear, fishing alone amidst the snowy river. What exquisite poetry! Absolutely magnificent verses. The choice of words is remarkably precise, and in those few short lines, a vivid image forms in my mind: the heavy snowfall. The lonely elder draped in a straw cloak, seated in solitude, fishing, a scene that seems indelibly etched in my memory. Indeed, it resonates deeply. However, my experience diverges from yours. I sense the essence of the line. In the 1,000 mountains, no birds take flight. On myriad paths, no traces of men remain. Such a powerful opening line, is it not? While it conveys a similar sentiment of solitude, the imagery of 1,000 mountains. No birds evokes an utterly chilling vision. How terrifying it must be to witness all avian life vanish without a trace amidst the countless mountains. Yes, what astonishes me even more is Director Long's prowess. Likened to a steed galloping swiftly, with a bowstring snapping like thunder, the bowstring quivers, and arrows seem to carry the very essence of lightning. The sensation is akin to stepping onto the battlefield myself. A feeling I cannot even begin to articulate. Indeed, based on the information available, our ancient civilization's revivalist, Yu Tian, possesses merely B-level strength. Yet, he can contend with B-level and even A-level masters, momentarily delaying their incantations. Surely, this cannot be the technique of an S-level powerhouse. One can only say Yu Tian is formidable. 666666666. Let's shower him with rewards. By the way, did you notice how Xiao Dai's poetry wielded considerable influence? The West dispatched a formidable force of 150, yet fewer than 30 remain alive. Meanwhile, our Dragon Kingdom, including the esteemed Yu Tian, has mobilized a mere 10 individuals. 10 have vanquished 120 within a span of just 5 minutes. This is utterly terrifying. In this moment, countless individuals gasp in astonishment. The scenario unfolding exceeds everyone's expectations. Simultaneously, shock and horror manifest on the faces of Western netizens as the snowstorm descends. They feel as if they are immersed in the scene, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Concurrently, a barrage of arrows descends from the void, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, evoking a sensation as if 10 fingers are being pricked with silver needles. a searing pain pressing down upon them. The connection of heart and fingers resonates so deeply that even the Western netizens in the live stream experience it, revealing their true thoughts upon witnessing Eastern sorcery for the first time. Boom. In the void, the battle continues. At this moment, several more lives are lost. The remaining masters, blood spilling from their mouths, comprehend the reality. They have become mere stepping stones for Tian and his comrades to hone the strength of their Eastern heritage. The East is filled with wretched rats. You deserve to perish. In a fit of rage, two A-level experts on the verge of breaking through wield their staffs, their blue gemstones suddenly igniting into a fiery crimson. In this moment, they appear to be ablaze, as if unleashing an unfathomably terrifying secret technique. In an instant, amidst the terrified gazes of countless onlookers, these two A-level masters seem to swell, their forms expanding to a towering 3 meters. At the same time, enormous wings sprout from their backs, buzz. In a heartbeat, they surge towards Tian like arrows released from a bow. They refuse to believe that their secret technique cannot slay him. Yet at that moment, Tian smiles. He slowly raises the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand. In this instant, he does not invoke any poetry with the brush of Ma Liang. Instead, with a flourish, radiant light emanates from him. The golden chainmail, the phoenix-winged purple gold crown, and the lotus silk cloud-walking shoes materialize, seemingly piercing the void, appearing ethereal upon Tian's form. I am the great sage equal to heaven. 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 A simple phrase escapes Tian's lips. At that moment, all those in the Dragon Kingdom watching the live broadcast are struck by a thunderous revelation. In an instant, they feel a momentary disorientation. In this haze, they glimpse a monkey, clad in armor identical to Tian's. This monkey stands amidst the void, undeterred by the rumbling thunder behind him. Before him, multitudes of celestial soldiers and generals appear, familiar silhouettes, though their names elude them. Then they witness the monkey in its dazed state, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, its brilliance flashing as it sweeps horizontally, unleashing an overwhelming force, a torrent of fearsome golden energy surging forth. At this moment, it seems as if the sky is filled with thousands of Rui Jingu Bangs. Crowded together, each Rui Jingu Bang glows with a rich golden light, the radiance transforming into tangible ripples. Then, they crash down upon the celestial soldiers and generals. Boom, crackle and pop. A cacophony of explosions erupts. At this moment, the multitude in the live room finally reacts, turning their gazes back to the stream. Here, Tian, too, unleashes the Rui sweep, as if that very strike had been initiated by him, under the myriad shadows of the staff. The two Western powerhouses transformed into giants, caught unawares, are instantly reduced to dust, not even a trace of blood mist remaining, utterly vanishing into the void. Furthermore, as the remaining shadows of the staff sway, those few surviving masters also explode into blood mist. Unable to withstand the sheer power of the staff's energy, the battle concludes in an instant. The crowd remains engulfed in profound shock. Yet at this moment, Tian does not linger. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the golden light remains undiminished. At this moment, a melodious notification chimes in his mind, resonating continuously. Congratulations, you have awakened a portion of the memories of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The revival level of Dragon Kingdom civilization has increased by 1. You have gained a temporary enhancement of Dragon Kingdom civilization's power. You have gained a temporary enhancement of the people's will of the Dragon Kingdom. Your power has increased tenfold for a brief period. You may now unseal the Dragon Vein. Buzz, the voice continues, and at this moment, Tian does not pause. The terrifying energy of heaven and earth surges around him, flowing, surging, and surging again. Even the crowd can see and fear that behind Tian, a colossal dragon and an enormous monkey phantom float into view. Like Tian, they maintain a striking pose, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, poised to strike down upon the sealed special dragon vein. Boom! In that moment, the void seemed to tremble as if even the heavens and the earth could not bear such energy. Countless ripples, names unknown, emerged from the abyss. Upon the chains that bound the dragon vein, the special seal of the Western script flickered incessantly, attempting to withstand the assault of the Rui Jingu Bang. Yet, under the shimmering golden light, how could this seal possibly resist such power? Crack, crack, crack. In that instant, a multitude of fissures resembling a dense spider's web appeared upon the iron chains, amidst the incredulous gazes of the multitude, with a resounding roar. Both the chains and the seal shattered. The golden light sparkled as a colossal dragon, now measuring an impressive 20 meters in length, hovered in the void. having freed itself from its chains. The golden dragon cast a deep glance at Tian before soaring into the skies with a thunderous roar. The dragon's cry reverberated like a tiger's growl amidst a tempest, reviving the wilted trees and flowers on the ground in an instant, evoking an array of extraordinary sensations in the minds of all present. In that moment, it was as if they could feel the dragon vein rejoicing, greeting them with exuberance. For the esteemed director Gu and others, this marked the second dragon vein that Tian had unsealed. However, for countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom watching the live stream, this was the true first dragon vein they had witnessed. It became clear that the dragon veins of our Dragon Kingdom were so majestic. This was the very essence of our nation. What of those effeminate beings in the detestable Western incantations? Could they even compare to the elegance of our Dragon Kingdom script? I understand now. I truly understand. No wonder the West sought to seal our dragon veins. Just look at the battle moments ago. Tian, clad in battle armor, resembled a returning war god. I even envisioned a monkey in my mind, capable of conjuring countless simian offspring with a mere breath and a single hair. Does the West possess such prowess? Tian, I shall reward you extravagantly, showering you with 1,000 rockets. Pray, tell us when our Dragon Kingdom shall establish the Eastern Script Academy. We have no desire to employ Western script any longer. Western script? What a load of rubbish. Indeed, when the golden dragon was unsealed just now, it felt as though a thread had snapped in my mind. And in that moment, clarity flooded my thoughts, far surpassing my previous comfort. I sensed that when the West sealed our Eastern script millennia ago, it was akin to laying down a restriction within our very beings. Now, with the dragon veins unbound, that restriction dissipated, I felt considerably more at ease. I share this sentiment, and moreover, I perceive the power of the Western script within me diminishing, weakening, but the sensation is subtle. I can indeed feel this reduction. Thus, let the Western script be cast aside. I shall embrace the Eastern script. In the live stream, rockets and luxurious cruise ships, even spacecraft-level rewards from super-rich patrons, poured in incessantly. In a mere 2 minutes, Tian's accumulated revenue reached an astounding 1 billion Dragon Kingdom coins, and this was just the bounty from these few moments that AS for viewership at that instant. Due to the global live broadcast, the numbers had already surpassed 3 billion views, meaning that approximately 3 billion netizens were witnessing this momentous event. Such overwhelming popularity was unparalleled within the entire Dragon Kingdom at that moment. The barrage of comments and rockets in the live stream was relentless, yet at that moment, Tian commanded Xiao Dai to abruptly close the stream. In the bewildered gazes of Director Long, Director Gu, and numerous others, Tian remarked with a smile, "Now is not the time for profit. We must prepare for the next phase. The second unsealing of the dragon veins will undoubtedly incite further wrath from the Western nations. It is time for us to strategize our next steps, is it not?" With that, Tian, accompanied by Xiao Dai and others, swiftly made their way towards the Ancient Civilization Research Institute. Simultaneously, he examined his attribute panel. At that instant, Tian's heart brimmed with elation. He had struck gold, 5 million Ancient Civilization luck points. This live stream yielded a net profit of 5 million Ancient Civilization luck points, an acquisition that instantly transformed him into an immensely wealthy magnate. Under such circumstances, his civilization revival plan could advance even further. But no, the live stream had concluded. At the very instant it ended, a prominent American magnate, filled with fury, crushed the cup in his hand into fragments. This Tian is impossible. The deities of the East have long been extinguished. There can be no resurgence of divine beings. What then was the phantom that materialized behind him? The American magnate's expression darkened ominously. The content of this live stream was beyond his wildest imaginings. Mayor Long, Director Gu, Deputy Director Zhou, Director Xiao, Director Li, there were 10 individuals in total, aside from Tian. Merely these 10 had annihilated all 150 elite experts dispatched alongside them. Such a scenario was unfathomable, especially that divine being. The one resembling a monkey-faced thunder god filled him with an inexplicable trepidation, a stirring that seemed to shake his very soul in fear. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. Moreover, empowered by this previously unknown divine might, the one called Tian had indeed unsealed the dragon veins, with a single strike, just one strike. Director, investigate, delve into all records, and uncover the truth behind that monkey-faced thunder god of the East. Were you not so adamant that the Dragon Kingdom lacked the strength to unseal the dragon veins? What transpired today demands a reasonable explanation. I shall be watching you closely. In that moment, the American magnate's anger surged, sending his blood pressure soaring to an astounding 220, with the diastolic reaching 180. This alarming pressure triggered the health alarm on his person, and even his medical toolkit opened automatically, revealing a rapid-acting heart remedy and blood pressure medication. Origin: Dragon Kingdom. Humph, he growled in ire. Yet, reluctantly, he swallowed the heart remedy and blood pressure medication. Simultaneously, he invoked the Western techniques, murmuring incantations to rapidly calm his vital energy. Should his blood pressure soar uncontrollably, it could lead to a terrifying cerebral infarction. Even in this era, such a condition remained a dreadful cause of mortality, and if not promptly managed, could result in brain death in just a minute. As a prominent American magnate, he certainly did not wish to perish from a live stream-induced rage, for that would yield the most scandalous mockery on the entire blue planet. Yes, I understand. I am currently investigating. The president of the American Civilization Research Institute, Director Gauls, was drenched in sweat, akin to rain. He quickly wiped his brow and began poring over a plethora of records. In his urgency, he even summoned his staff, reciting incantations. Great celestial being, I am your most sincere servant. Now, as your loyal servant, I beseech your mighty power to sift through the tomes, seeking knowledge of this Eastern deity. With a flourish, the blue crystal atop the staff erupted in radiant blue light. As the light surged, ancient tomes upon the desk, shelves, and floor began to flip through pages rapidly. Finally, amidst the thousands of books, one damaged tome revealed a single page that shone with the same hue. Found it, Director Gauls exclaimed with delight, discarding his staff as the tattered book soared into his grasp. Yet, when he and the American magnate focused on the page depicting the Eastern deity, they were left utterly astounded, for there lay not a single word. Merely an illustration, an image devoid of any written record, not even in the characters of the Dragon Kingdom. The scene depicted is one of a peach orchard. Within this orchard, several women clad in silk fairy dresses stand frozen in place, seemingly ensnared by some form of immobilization spell. Yet, in this state, a brutish figure with a rugged face and a thunderous demeanor pays no heed to the celestial maidens, indulging instead in the delightful act of consuming peaches. Eating peaches? This tableau incites a furious vein to throb on the forehead of the American supermogul. What is the meaning of this? Am I being mocked by this ancient tome? Dean, I require a reasonable explanation. The mogul's breath is heavy, his gaze intensely fixed on the scene before him. Dean Gorse can discern that unless he provides a satisfactory elucidation, the supermogul's wrath will be unleashed in a dreadful manner. Mogul, please calm your anger. I, too, am at a loss regarding this situation. This ancient text has been preserved since millennia ago. I have never altered it, nor attempted any modifications. Moreover, these texts were left to us by deities, serving as warnings and prophecies. They are our most revered scriptures. How could I possibly change them? I genuinely do not understand why such a scenario has arisen in this book. Could it be that this Eastern deity possesses a penchant for peaches, rendering them his weakness? The American supermogul retorts, do you take me for a fool? No. Please, do not be angry. I shall continue the investigation. The collection here is merely a fraction. Please wait. I will immediately mobilize the national database. Though the apocalypse has caused the collapse of all structures, our Civilizational Research Institute remains intact, suffering no losses. In fact, all libraries and archives were salvaged in a timely manner. We possess numerous books, and we will surely uncover the records of this Eastern deity. I have already dispatched assistants and fellow deputy deans to investigate. Mogul, we must now examine the civilization detector. During the live broadcast, Mayor Long and Director Long clearly exhibited Eastern powers. It is highly likely that, unbeknownst to us, they have transitioned from Western to Eastern practitioners. Yet, the civilization detector failed to detect this, indicating two possibilities. First, the civilization detector is malfunctioning and requires repairs. Second, Long Nation possesses a method to obscure the energy fluctuations of Eastern lineage without our knowledge. Thus, neither the detector nor we can investigate this matter. Our focus should now shift to this issue, while also pursuing Tian and investigating those extraterrestrial meteors. These matters exude complexity, and we must not act irrationally out of anger at this juncture. At this moment, Dean Gorse's survival instinct intensifies. He must provide a clear explanation to the supermogul, lest he become the next casualty. In the core city of Asan Nation, within the suburbs, the Asan mogul is in a subterranean bomb shelter, scrutinizing the holographic projections of the statistics, his countenance turning ashen. 300 million. This apocalyptic disaster has claimed the lives of 300 million individuals. While the true elite of Asan Nation number only slightly over 300 million, such a vast loss of elite souls is sustained by the common populace, particularly their faith in the divine. The power of their belief, and the Buddhist doctrines of a San nation all rely on the offerings and devotion of ordinary citizens to attain such extraordinary strength. However, this time, the loss amounts to 300 million. Instantly, their divine power has diminished by the same count. He can feel the drop in his own strength. Damn this apocalypse. He glances at the dean beside him and solemnly inquires, "Have you found the cause? Why is this apocalypse global in scope?" No, supermogul. I have scoured all ancient texts and even instructed my assistants to search the entire nation's archives. Yet there is no record of this event. Therefore, something extraordinary must have transpired in the East after the gods delivered their prophecies millennia ago. Perhaps some mysterious force intervened, altering the course of this apocalypse. Supermogul. You are well aware that in the current records, not only our San nation, but also America, Ninja Nation, Europe, and the Sun Never Sets Empire, all their ancient texts proclaim that this apocalyptic disaster is entirely directed at Long Nation. Thus, it is not our prophecies that have failed, but rather that someone has been meddling from millennia ago. Upon hearing this, the San mogul unexpectedly finds himself at peace. He takes a deep breath, gazing at the towering golden statue of the Buddha before him, and instinctively remarks, if even the Buddha could not prevent this occurrence, it implies that when our Buddha joined forces with the global deities to seal off the Eastern lineage, there must have been residual Eastern deities that once manifested. Otherwise, none of this would make sense. However, as he contemplates further, the San mogul's doubts resurface. If this were indeed the case, why have the deities of Long Nation simply stood by and allowed their lineage to be suppressed for over 10,000 years? It should not be so. Conversely, it is only now that an Eastern lineage reviver has emerged, which is perplexing. This matter remains shrouded in mystery. However, due to the diminished power of offerings, we are unable to communicate with the deities. If we could, certain matters would become much easier to address. Indeed, the dean of the Civilizational Research Institute, hearing the supermogul's reflections, nods solemnly. We can now assert that something extraordinary occurred millennia ago. This will be the focus of our future research. Additionally, supermogul, I believe we should also concentrate on the study of the meteors. Several fragments that have fallen within our nation are currently being transported by SS-level experts. I have already coordinated with professors and astrology experts, and once we acquire the meteors, we must investigate the special secrets they may contain. If the apocalypse merely resulted in the destruction of buildings and the loss of some lives, that would not be an apocalypse. It would merely be a disaster. Thus, there must be elements unknown to us within this event. Let us expedite the process. Furthermore, we cannot cease our pursuit of Tian. Having unsealed the dragon vein, he has demonstrated the ability to unlock such powers. He may well be the sole individual capable of unsealing dragon veins within Long Nation, and thus, we must act swiftly and decisively to eliminate him. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly lead to great peril. I have arranged for the teleportation array to operate without regard for permissions. It is functioning normally now. This time, we will not only dispatch experts, but have also coordinated with the demon clan. As soon as we find an opportunity to isolate Tian, his demise will be imminent. We cannot leave any possibility for his survival. If feasible, we should send S-level experts, at least 2 or 3, since Long Nation has already shown the capability to convert Western practitioners into Eastern ones. More may follow suit. The presence of S-level experts will ensure greater security. Additionally, let us activate our spies within Long Nation. I remain uneasy without them in action. Understood. I shall attend to it at once. The director of the Research Institute nodded, without uttering a word, and proceeded to take action regarding the matter at hand. Both individuals were acutely aware that, at present, Tian had been designated as a key protected figure by the Dragon Nation. The defenses surrounding Tian would undoubtedly be exceptionally tight and cautious. Therefore, if additional skilled operatives were not dispatched, there was a significant risk that they might not only fail to eliminate him but also suffer the loss of numerous elite fighters. This scenario echoed the previous incident when 150 adept warriors failed to take down Tian, resulting in a catastrophic loss akin to losing both the lady and the soldiers, a burden they could ill afford to bear. Discussions among nations such as the United States and India were ongoing at this very moment, with countless experts employing various disguises and subtle fluctuations to blend in with the ordinary populace as they traverse the teleportation arrays into the Dragon Nation. Some possess the magical ability to alter their appearances, thus transforming their visages into those of Easterners. Everyone understood the stakes. Appearing as a Westerner in the Dragon Nation would inevitably lead to immediate capture. Given the critical nature of the situation, lacking the means to conceal identities rendered one unfit for the role of an assassin. one might as well pack up and go home, that a new plan targeting Tian was being meticulously executed. And an increasing number of nations, following their discussions, devoted part of their efforts to uncovering the identity of the individual known for his distinctive features and thunderous voice. They distinctly remembered one phrase, Qi Tian de Xing. These four characters seemed to resonate with the name of that Eastern deity. It became ingrained in the minds of many Westerners, leading them to meticulously document various accounts from folklore, legends, and literature in their quest to uncover the so-called Qi Tian de Xing. They sought to thoroughly investigate the historical gaps of the East's mysterious disappearance, eager to unearth secrets even they were unaware of. It could be said that in matters concerning the Dragon Nation, various countries had mobilized their most formidable strategies. There was no alternative. Yi Tian possessed the means and capability to revive the dragon veins, and if they failed to act decisively, the Dragon Nation would ultimately benefit. Such an outcome was not something they desired. Congratulations. You have acquired a 5,000-year-old ginseng. Congratulations. You have acquired a 5,000-year-old reishi mushroom. Congratulations. You have acquired leaves from a 3,000-year-old peach tree. Congratulations. You have obtained a spatial ring with a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters. Congratulations. You have acquired the technique realized divine palm. Beginner. Congratulations. You have acquired 5 immortal techniques. Beginner. Congratulations. You have obtained a demonic sword. The melodious notifications resonated incessantly within Yi Tian's mind. Reward cards materialized and were seamlessly deposited into his system backpack, the exquisite contents eliciting a subtle smile from him. Previously, he had only acquired items such as the 1,000-year-old ginseng and reishi mushroom. Having consumed those celestial herbs, he had experienced rapid advancement, rising from C grade to B grade within just a few days, and subsequently reaching the pinnacle of B grade. This remarkable progress was not solely attributed to the abundant resources provided by the Dragon Nation, but also to his profound understanding of Eastern culture and poetry, along with the insights and assistance garnered from these celestial herbs. However, the emergence of the new items left Yi Tian momentarily taken aback. Peach tree leaves. The peach tree. This was one of the 5 divine trees from the mythological era of his world. Even during the primordial age, alongside the peach tree, there existed the laurel tree, the hibiscus tree, the ginseng fruit tree, and many other extraordinary entities. Based on his observations over the past few days in this world of cultural pathways, Yi Tian understood that this realm was marked by a rupture in mythology, with the inexplicable disappearance of Eastern deities likely tied to certain battles from millennia ago. Yet, the disappearance was accompanied by a variety of relics of divine caliber, including sacred trees and spiritual springs, which deepened his suspicions regarding the conspiracies from the Western side. Now, the system had evidently rewarded him with peach tree leaves, indicating that its origins were far from ordinary. Moreover, this latest reward seemed to compound upon the previous one, akin to a doubling effect. Therefore, if this trend continued, the next time he received an even more formidable reward.